Shorts from Scenes from Private Life. By Honoré de Balzac. Introduction. In giving the general title of The Human Comedy to a work begun nearly 13 years since, it is necessary to explain its motive, to relate its origin, and briefly sketch its plan. While endeavoring to speak of these matters as though I had no personal interest in them, this is not so difficult as the public might imagine. Few works conduce to much vanity, much labor conduces to great diffidence. This observation accounts for the study of their own works made by Corneille, Molière, and other great writers. If it is impossible to equal them in their fine conceptions, we may try to imitate them in this feeling. The idea of the human comedy was at first as a dream to me, one of those impossible projects which we caress and then let fly. A chimera that gives us a glimpse of its smiling woman's face, and forthwith spreads its wings and returns to a heavenly realm of fantasy. But this chimera, like many another, has become a reality. Has its behests, its tyranny, which must be obeyed. The idea originated in a comparison between humanity and animality. It is a mistake to suppose that the great dispute which has lately made a stir, between Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, arose from a scientific innovation. Unity of structure, under other names, had occupied the greatest minds during the 2 previous centuries. As we read the extraordinary writings of the mystics who studied the sciences in their relation to infinity, such as Swedenborg, Saint Martin, and others, and the works of the greatest authors on natural history, Leibniz, Buffon, Charles Bonnet, etc., we detect in the monads of Leibniz, in the organic molecules of Buffon, in the vegetative force of Needham, in the correlation of similar organs of Charles Bonnet, who in 1760 was so bold as to write, "Animals vegetate as plants do," we detect, I say, the rudiments of the great law of self for self, which lies at the root of unity of plan. There is but one animal. The Creator works on a single model for every organized being. The animal is elementary, and takes its external form, or, to be accurate, the differences in its form, from the environment in which it is obliged to develop. Zoological species are the result of these differences. The announcement and defense of this system, which is indeed in harmony with our preconceived ideas of divine power, will be the eternal glory of Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, Cuvier's victorious opponent on this point of higher science, whose triumph was hailed by Goethe in the last article he wrote. I, for my part, convinced of this scheme of nature long before the discussion to which it has given rise, perceived that in this respect society resembled nature. For does not society modify man, according to the conditions in which he lives and acts, into men as manifold as the species in zoology? The differences between a soldier, an artisan, a man of business, a lawyer, an idler, a student, a statesman, a merchant, a sailor, a poet, a beggar, a priest, are as great, though not so easy to define, as those between the wolf, the lion, the ass, the crow, the shark, the seal, the sheep, etc. Thus social species have always existed, and will always exist, just as there are zoological species. If Buffon could produce a magnificent work by attempting to represent in a book the whole realm of zoology, was there not room for a work of the same kind on society? But the limits set by nature to the variations of animals have no existence in society. When Buffon describes the lion, he dismisses the lioness with a few phrases. But in society a wife is not always the female of the male. There may be 2 perfectly dissimilar beings in one household. The wife of a shopkeeper is sometimes worthy of a prince, and the wife of a prince is often worthless compared with the wife of an artisan. The social state has freaks which nature does not allow herself, it is nature plus society. The description of social species would thus be at least double that of animal species, merely in view of the 2 sexes. Then, among animals the drama is limited, there is scarcely any confusion. They turn and rend each other, that is all. Men, too, rend each other, but their greater or less intelligence makes the struggle far more complicated. Though some savants do not yet admit that the animal nature flows into human nature through an immense tide of life, the grocer certainly becomes a peer. And the noble sometimes sinks to the lowest social grade. Again, Buffon found that life was extremely simple among animals. Animals have little property, and neither arts nor sciences. While man, by a law that has yet to be sought, has a tendency to express his culture, his thoughts, and his life in everything he appropriates to his use. Though Leeuwenhoek, Swammerdam, Spallanzani, Reaumur, Charles Bonnet, Muller, Haller and other patient investigators have shown us how interesting are the habits of animals, those of each kind, are. At least to our eyes, always and in every age alike. Whereas the dress, the manners, the speech, the dwelling of a prince, a banker, an artist, a citizen, a priest, and a pauper are absolutely unlike, and change with every phase of civilization. Hence the work to be written needed a threefold form: men, women, and things, that is to say, persons and the material expression of their minds, man, in short, and life. As we read the dry and discouraging list of events called history, who can have failed to note that the writers of all periods, in Egypt, Persia, Greece, and Rome, have forgotten to give us a history of manners? The fragment of Petronius on the private life of the Romans excites rather than satisfies our curiosity. It was from observing this great void in the field of history that the Abbé Barthélemy devoted his life to a reconstruction of Greek manners in Le Jeune Anacharsis. But how could such a drama, with the 4,000 or 5,000 persons which society offers, be made interesting? How, at the same time, please the poet, the philosopher, and the masses who want both poetry and philosophy under striking imagery? Though I could conceive of the importance and of the poetry of such a history of the human heart, I saw no way of writing it. For hitherto the most famous storytellers had spent their talent in creating 2 or 3 typical actors, in depicting one aspect of life. It was with this idea that I read the works of Walter Scott. Walter Scott, the modern troubadour, or finder, trouvère equals trouveur, had just then given an aspect of grandeur to a class of composition unjustly regarded as of the second rank. Is it not really more difficult to compete with personal and parochial interests by writing of Daphnis and Chloe, Roland, Amadis, Panurge, Don Quixote, Manon Lescaut, Clarissa, Lovelace, Robinson Crusoe, Gil Blas, Ossian, Julie D'Ettangs, My Uncle Toby, Werther, Corinne, Adolphe, Paul and Virginia, Jeannie Deans, Claverhouse, Ivanhoe, Manfred, Mignon? Then to set forth in order facts more or less similar in every country, to investigate the spirit of laws that have fallen into desuetude, to review the theories which mislead nations, or, like some metaphysicians, to explain what is. In the first place, these actors, whose existence becomes more prolonged and more authentic than that of the generations which saw their birth, almost always live solely on condition of their being a vast reflection of the present. Conceived in the womb of their own period, the whole heart of humanity stirs within their frame, which often covers a complete system of philosophy. Thus Walter Scott raised to the dignity of the philosophy of history the literature which, from age to age, sets perennial gems in the poetic crown of every nation where letters are cultivated. He vivified it with the spirit of the past, he combined drama, dialogue, portrait, scenery, and description, he fused the marvelous with truth, the 2 elements of the times. And he brought poetry into close contact with the familiarity of the humblest speech. But as he had not so much devised a system as hit upon a manner in the ardor of his work, or as its logical outcome, he never thought of connecting his compositions in such a way as to form a complete history of which each chapter was a novel, and each novel the picture of a period. It was by discerning this lack of unity, which in no way detracts from the Scottish writer's greatness, that I perceived at once the scheme which would favor the execution of my purpose, and the possibility of executing it. Though dazzled, so to speak, by Walter Scott's amazing fertility, always himself and always original, I did not despair, for I found the source of his genius in the infinite variety of human nature. Chance is the greatest romancer in the world, we have only to study it. French society would be the real author, should only be the secretary. By drawing up an inventory of vices and virtues, by collecting the chief facts of the passions, by depicting characters, by choosing the principal incidents of social life. By composing types out of a combination of homogeneous characteristics, I might perhaps succeed in writing the history which so many historians have neglected, that of manners. By patience and perseverance I might produce for France in the 19th century the book which we must all regret that Rome, Athens, Tyre, Memphis, Persia, and India have not bequeathed to us. That history of their social life which, prompted by the Abbé Barthélemy, Monteil patiently and steadily tried to write for the Middle Ages, but in an unattractive form. This work, so far, was nothing. By adhering to the strict lines of a reproduction a writer might be a more or less faithful, and more or less successful, painter of types of humanity, a narrator of the dramas of private life. An archaeologist of social furniture, a cataloguer of professions, a registrar of good and evil. But to deserve the praise of which every artist must be ambitious, must I not also investigate the reasons or the cause of these social effects? Detect the hidden sense of this vast assembly of figures, passions, and incidents? And finally, having sought, I will not say having found, this reason, this motive power, must I not reflect on first principles? And discover in what particular societies approach or deviate from the eternal law of truth and beauty? In spite of the wide scope of the preliminaries, which might of themselves constitute a book, the work, to be complete, would need a conclusion. Thus depicted, society ought to bear in itself the reason of its working. The law of the writer, in virtue of which he is a writer, and which I do not hesitate to say makes him the equal, or perhaps the superior, of the statesman, is his judgment, whatever it may be, on human affairs, and his absolute devotion to certain principles. Machiavelli, Hobbes, Bossuet, Leibniz, Kant, Montesquieu, are the science which statesmen apply. A writer ought to have settled opinions on morals and politics. He should regard himself as a tutor of men, for men need no masters to teach them to doubt, says Bonald. I took these noble words as my guide long ago. They are the written law of the monarchical writer. And those who would confute me by my own words will find that they have misinterpreted some ironical phrase. Or that they have turned against me a speech given to one of my actors, a trick peculiar to calumniators. As to the intimate purpose, the soul of this work, these are the principles on which it is based. Man is neither good nor bad, he is born with instincts and capabilities. Society, far from depraving him, as Rousseau asserts, improves him, makes him better, but self-interest also develops his evil tendencies. Christianity, above all, Catholicism, being, as I have pointed out in The Country Doctor, Le Médecin de Campagne, a complete system for the repression of the depraved tendencies of man, is the most powerful element of social order. In reading attentively the presentment of society cast, as it were, from the life, with all that is good and all that is bad in it, we learn this lesson: if thought, or if passion, which combines thought and feeling, is the vital social element, it is also its destructive element. In this respect social life is like the life of man. Nations live long only by moderating their vital energy. Teaching, or rather education, by religious bodies is the grand principle of life for nations, the only means of diminishing the sum of evil and increasing the sum of good in all society. Thought, the living principle of good and ill, can only be trained, quelled, and guided by religion. The only possible religion is Christianity. See the letter from Paris in Louis Lambert, in which the young mystic explains, apropos to Swedenborg's doctrines, how there has never been but one religion since the world began. Christianity created modern nationalities, and it will preserve them. Hence, no doubt, the necessity for the monarchical principle. Catholicism and royalty are twin principles. As to the limits within which these two principles should be confined by various institutions, so that they may not become absolute, everyone will feel that a brief preface ought not to be a political treatise. I cannot, therefore, enter on religious discussions, nor on the political discussions of the day. I write under the light of two eternal truths: religion and monarchy. Two necessities, as they are shown to be by contemporary events, towards which every writer of sound sense ought to try to guide the country back. Without being an enemy to election, which is an excellent principle as a basis of legislation, I reject election regarded as the only social instrument. Especially so badly organized as it now is, 1842. For it fails to represent imposing minorities, whose ideas and interests would occupy the attention of a monarchical government. Elective power extended to all gives us government by the masses, the only irresponsible form of government, under which tyranny is unlimited, for it calls itself law. Besides, I regard the family and not the individual as the true social unit. In this respect, at the risk of being thought retrograde, I side with Bossuet and Bonald instead of going with modern innovators. Since election has become the only social instrument, if I myself were to exercise it, no contradiction between my acts and my words should be inferred. An engineer points out that a bridge is about to fall, that it is dangerous for anyone to cross it, but he crosses it himself when it is the only road to the town. Napoleon adapted election to the spirit of the French nation with wonderful skill. The least important members of his legislative body became the most famous orators of the chamber after the Restoration. No chamber has ever been the equal of the corps legislatif, comparing them man for man. The elective system of the empire was, then, indisputably the best. Some persons may, perhaps, think that this declaration is somewhat autocratic and self-assertive. They will quarrel with the novelist for wanting to be an historian, and will call him to account for writing politics. I am simply fulfilling an obligation, that is my reply. The work I have undertaken will be as long as a history. I was compelled to explain the logic of it, hitherto unrevealed, and its principles and moral purpose. Having been obliged to withdraw the prefaces formerly published, in response to essentially ephemeral criticisms, I will retain only one remark. Writers who have a purpose in view, were it only a reversion to principles familiar in the past because they are eternal, should always clear the ground. Now everyone who, in the domain of ideas, brings his stone by pointing out an abuse, or setting a mark on some evil that it may be removed, every such man is stigmatized as immoral. The accusation of immorality, which has never failed to be cast at the courageous writer, is, after all, the last that can be brought when nothing else remains to be said to a romancer. If you are truthful in your pictures, if by dint of daily and nightly toil you succeed in writing the most difficult language in the world, the word immoral is flung in your teeth. Socrates was immoral, Jesus Christ was immoral, they both were persecuted in the name of the society they overset or reformed. When a man is to be killed he is taxed with immorality. These tactics, familiar in party warfare, are a disgrace to those who use them. Luther and Calvin knew well what they were about when they shielded themselves behind damaged worldly interests. And they lived all the days of their life. When depicting all society, sketching it in the immensity of its turmoil, it happened, it could not but happen, that the picture displayed more of evil than of good. That some part of the fresco represented a guilty couple, and the critics at once raised a cry of immorality, without pointing out the morality of another position intended to be a perfect contrast. As the critic knew nothing of the general plan, I could forgive him, all the more because one can no more hinder criticism than the use of eyes, tongues, and judgment. Also the time for an impartial verdict is not yet come for me. And, after all, the author who cannot make up his mind to face the fire of criticism should no more think of writing than a traveler should start on his journey counting on a perpetually clear sky. On this point it remains to be said that the most conscientious moralists doubt greatly whether society can show as many good actions as bad ones. And in the picture I have painted of it there are more virtuous figures than reprehensible ones. Blameworthy actions, faults and crimes, from the lightest to the most atrocious, always meet with punishment, human or divine, signal or secret. I have done better than the historian, for I am free. Cromwell here on earth escaped all punishment but that inflicted by thoughtful men. And on this point there have been divided schools. Bossuet even showed some consideration for great regicide. William of Orange, the usurper, Hugues Capet, another usurper, lived to old age with no more qualms or fears than Henri IV or Charles I. The lives of Catherine II and of Frederick of Prussia would be conclusive against any kind of moral law, if they were judged by the twofold aspect of the morality which guides ordinary mortals, and that which is in use by crowned heads. For, as Napoleon said, for kings and statesmen there are the lesser and the higher morality. My scenes of political life are founded on this profound observation. It is not a law to history, as it is to romance, to make for a beautiful ideal. History is, or ought to be, what it was, while romance ought to be, the better world, as was said by Madame Necker, one of the most distinguished thinkers of the last century. Still, with this noble falsity, romance would be nothing if it were not true in detail. Walter Scott, obliged as he was to conform to the ideas of an essentially hypocritical nation, was false to humanity in his picture of woman, because his models were schismatics. The Protestant woman has no ideal. She may be chaste, pure, virtuous, but her unexpansive love will always be as calm and methodical as the fulfillment of a duty. It might seem as though the Virgin Mary had chilled the hearts of those sophists who have banished her from heaven with her treasures of loving kindness. In Protestantism there is no possible future for the woman who has sinned, while, in the Catholic Church, the hope of forgiveness makes her sublime. Hence, for the Protestant writer there is but one woman, while the Catholic writer finds a new woman in each new situation. If Walter Scott had been a Catholic, if he had set himself the task of describing truly the various phases of society which have successively existed in Scotland, perhaps the painter of Effie and Alice, the two figures for which he blamed himself in his later years, might have admitted passion with its sins and punishments, and the virtues revealed by repentance. Passion is the sum total of humanity. Without passion, religion, history, romance, art, would all be useless. Some persons, seeing me collect such a mass of facts and paint them as they are, with passion for their motive power, have supposed, but wrongly, that I must belong to the school of sensualism and materialism, two aspects of the same thing, pantheism. But their misapprehension was perhaps justified, or inevitable. I do not share the belief in indefinite progress for society as a whole. I believe in man's improvement in himself. Those who insist on reading in me the intention to consider man as a finished creation are strangely mistaken. Seraphita, the doctrine in action of the Christian Buddha, seems to me an ample answer to this rather heedless accusation. In certain fragments of this long work I have tried to popularize the amazing facts, I may say the marvels, of electricity, which in man is metamorphosed into an incalculable force. But in what way do the phenomena of brain and nerves, which prove the existence of an undiscovered world of psychology, modify the necessary and undoubted relations of the worlds to God? In what way can they shake the Catholic dogma? Though irrefutable facts should some day place thought in the class of fluids which are discerned only by their effects while their substance evades our senses. Even when aided by so many mechanical means, the result will be the same as when Christopher Columbus detected that the Earth is a sphere, and Galileo demonstrated its rotation. Our future will be unchanged. The wonders of animal magnetism, with which I have been familiar since 1820, the beautiful experiments of Gall, Lavater's successor. All the men who have studied mind as opticians have studied light, two not dissimilar things, point to a conclusion in favor of the mystics, the disciples of St. John, and of those great thinkers who have established the spiritual world, the sphere in which are revealed the relations of God and man. A sure grasp of the purport of this work will make it clear that I attach to common, daily facts, hidden or patent to the eye, to the acts of individual lives, and to their causes and principles, the importance which historians have hitherto ascribed to the events of public national life. The unknown struggle which goes on in a valley of the Indre between Madame de Mortsauf and her passion is perhaps as great as the most famous of battles, l'Ulysse dans la vallée. In one the glory of the victor is at stake, in the other it is heaven. The misfortunes of the two Bairatos, the priest and the perfumer, to me are those of mankind. La Fosseuse, Médecin de Campagne, and Madame Gralin, Cure de Village, are almost the sum total of woman. We all suffer thus every day. I have had to do 100 times what Richardson did but once. Lovelace has 1,000 forms, for social corruption takes the hues of the medium in which it lives. Clarissa, on the contrary, the lovely image of impassioned virtue, is drawn in lines of distracting purity. To create a variety of virgins it needs a Raphael. In this respect, perhaps literature must yield to painting. Still, I may be allowed to point out how many irreproachable figures, as regards their virtue, are to be found in the portions of this work already published: Pierrette Lorraine, Ursule Mirouet, Constance Birato, La Fosseuse, Eugénie Grandet, Marguerite Clays, Pauline de Villenoix, Madame Jules, Madame de la Chanterie, Yves Chardin, Mademoiselle d'Esgrignon, Madame Firmiani, Agathe Rouget, René de Maucombe. Besides several figures in the middle distance, who, though less conspicuous than these, nevertheless, offer the reader an example of domestic virtue: Joseph Libas, Genestas, Benassis, Bonnet the Cure, Minoret the Doctor, Pillarolt, David Seckert, the two Biratos, Chaperon the Priest, Judge Popinot, Bourguit, the Sauviats, the Tacherons, and many more. Do not all these solve the difficult literary problem which consists in making a virtuous person interesting? It was no small task to depict the 2,000 or 3,000 conspicuous types of a period. For this is, in fact, the number presented to us by each generation, and which the human comedy will require. This crowd of actors, of characters, this multitude of lives, needed a setting, if I may be pardoned the expression, a gallery. Hence the very natural division, as already known, into the scenes of private life, of provincial life, of Parisian, political, military, and country life. Under these 6 heads are classified all the studies of manners which form the history of society at large, of all its fait et gestes, as our ancestors would have said. These 6 classes correspond, indeed, to familiar conceptions. Each has its own sense and meaning, and answers to an epoch in the life of man. I may repeat here, but very briefly, what was written by Felix Davin, a young genius snatched from literature by an early death. After being informed of my plan, he said that the scenes of private life represented childhood and youth and their errors, as the scenes of provincial life represented the age of passion, scheming, self-interest, and ambition. Then the scenes of Parisian life give a picture of the tastes and vice and unbridled powers which conduce to the habits peculiar to great cities, where the extremes of good and evil meet. Each of these divisions has its local color: Paris and the provinces, a great social antithesis which held for me immense resources. And not man alone, but the principal events of life, fall into classes by types. There are situations which occur in every life, typical phases, and this is one of the details I most sought after. I have tried to give an idea of the different districts of our fine country. My work has its geography, as it has its genealogy and its families, its places and things, its persons and their deeds. As it has its heraldry, its nobles and commonalty, its artisans and peasants, its politicians and dandies, its army, in short, a whole world of its own. After describing social life in these 3 portions, I had to delineate certain exceptional lives, which comprehend the interests of many people, or of everybody, and are in a degree outside the general law. Hence we have scenes of political life. This vast picture of society being finished and complete, was it not needful to display it in its most violent phase, beside itself, as it were, either in self-defense or for the sake of conquest? Hence the scenes of military life, as yet the most incomplete portion of my work, but for which room will be allowed in this edition, that it may form part of it when done. Finally, the scenes of country life are, in a way, the evening of this long day, if I may so call the social drama. In that part are to be found the purest natures, and the application of the great principles of order, politics, and morality. Such is the foundation, full of actors, full of comedies and tragedies, on which are raised the philosophical studies, the second part of my work. in which the social instrument of all these effects is displayed, and the ravages of the mind are painted, feeling after feeling. The first of the series, The Magic Skin, to some extent forms a link between the philosophical studies and studies of manners, by a work of almost oriental fancy, in which life itself is shown in a mortal struggle with the very element of all passion. Besides these, there will be a series of analytical studies, of which I will say nothing, for one only is published as yet, The Physiology of Marriage. In the course of time I purpose writing 2 more works of this class. First the Pathology of Social Life, then an Anatomy of Educational Bodies, and a monograph on virtue. In looking forward to what remains to be done, my readers will perhaps echo what my publishers say, please God to spare you. I only ask to be less tormented by men and things than I have hitherto been since I began this terrific labor. I have had this in my favor, and I thank God for it, that the talents of the time, the finest characters and the truest friends, as noble in their private lives as the former are in public life, have wrung my hand and said, "Courage." And why should I not confess that this friendship, and the testimony here and there of persons unknown to me, have upheld me in my career, both against myself and against unjust attacks, against the calumny which has often persecuted me, against discouragement, and against the too eager hopefulness whose utterances are misinterpreted as those of overwhelming conceit? I had resolved to display stolid stoicism in the face of abuse and insults, but on 2 occasions base slanders have necessitated a reply. Though the advocates of forgiveness of injuries may regret that I should have displayed my skill in literary fence, there are many Christians who are of opinion that we live in times when it is as well to show sometimes that silence springs from generosity. The vastness of a plan which includes both a history and a criticism of society, an analysis of its evils, and a discussion of its principles, authorizes me, I think, in giving to my work the title under which it now appears, The Human Comedy. Is this too ambitious? Is it not exact? That, when it is complete, the public must pronounce. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Shorts from Scenes from Private Life. At the Sign of the Cat and Racket. Dedicated to Mademoiselle Marie de Monthau. Halfway down the Rue Saint-Denis, almost at the corner of the Rue du Petit Lion, there stood formerly one of those delightful houses which enable historians to reconstruct old Paris by analogy. The threatening walls of this tumbledown abode seem to have been decorated with hieroglyphics. For what other name could the passerby give to the X's and V's which the horizontal or diagonal timbers traced on the front, outlined by little parallel cracks in the plaster? It was evident that every beam quivered in its mortices at the passing of the lightest vehicle. This venerable structure was crowned by a triangular roof of which no example will, ere long, be seen in Paris. This covering, warped by the extremes of the Paris climate, projected 3 feet over the roadway, as much to protect the threshold from the rainfall as to shelter the wall of a loft and its sill-less dormer window. This upper story was built of planks, overlapping each other like slates, in order, no doubt, not to overweight the frail house. One rainy morning in the month of March, a young man, carefully wrapped in his cloak, stood under the awning of a shop opposite this old house, which he was studying with the enthusiasm of an antiquary. In point of fact, this relic of the civic life of the 16th century offered more than one problem to the consideration of an observer. Each story presented some singularity. On the first floor 4 tall, narrow windows, close together, were filled as to the lower panes with boards, so as to produce the doubtful light by which a clever salesman can ascribe to his goods the color his customers inquire for. The young man seemed very scornful of this part of the house, his eyes had not yet rested on it. The windows of the second floor, where the Venetian blinds were drawn up, revealing little dingy muslin curtains behind the large Bohemian glass panes, did not interest him either. His attention was attracted to the third floor, to the modest sash frames of wood, so clumsily wrought that they might have found a place in the Museum of Arts and Crafts to illustrate the early efforts of French carpentry. These windows were glazed with small squares of glass so green that, but for his good eyes, the young man could not have seen the blue-checked cotton curtains which screened the mysteries of the room from profane eyes. Now and then the watcher, weary of his fruitless contemplation, or of the silence in which the house was buried, like the whole neighborhood, dropped his eyes towards the lower regions. An involuntary smile parted his lips each time he looked at the shop, where, in fact, there were some laughable details. A formidable wooden beam, resting on 4 pillars, which appeared to have bent under the weight of the decrepit house, had been encrusted with as many coats of different paint as there are of rouge on an old Duchess cheek. In the middle of this broad and fantastically carved joist there was an old painting representing a cat playing rackets. This picture was what moved the young man to mirth. But it must be said that the wittiest of modern painters could not invent so comical a caricature. The animal held in one of its forepaws a racket as big as itself, and stood on its hind legs to aim at hitting an enormous ball, returned by a man in a fine embroidered coat. Drawing, color, and accessories, all were treated in such a way as to suggest that the artist had meant to make game of the shop owner and of the passing observer. Time, while impairing this artless painting, had made it yet more grotesque by introducing some uncertain features which must have puzzled the conscientious idler. For instance, the cat's tail had been eaten into in such a way that it might now have been taken for the figure of a spectator, so long, and thick, and furry were the tails of our forefathers' cats. To the right of the picture, on an azure field which ill-disguised the decay of the wood, might be read the name Guillaume, and to the left, successor to Master Chevreul. Sun and rain had worn away most of the gilding parsimoniously applied to the letters of this superscription, in which the U's and V's had changed places in obedience to the laws of old-world orthography. To quench the pride of those who believe that the world is growing cleverer day by day, and that modern humbug surpasses everything, it may be observed that these signs, of which the origin seems so whimsical to many Paris merchants, are the dead pictures of once living pictures by which our roguish ancestors contrived to tempt customers into their houses. Thus the spinning sow, the green monkey, and others, were animals in cages whose skills astonished the passer-by, and whose accomplishments prove the patience of the 15th-century artisan. Such curiosities did more to enrich their fortunate owners than the signs of Providence, good faith, grace of God, and decapitation of John the Baptist, which may still be seen in the Rue Saint-Denis. However, our stranger was certainly not standing there to admire the cat, which a minute's attention sufficed to stamp on his memory. The young man himself had his peculiarities. His cloak, folded after the manner of an antique drapery, showed a smart pair of shoes, all the more remarkable in the midst of the Paris mud, because he wore white silk stockings, on which the splashes betrayed his impatience. He had just come, no doubt, from a wedding or a ball, for at this early hour he had in his hand a pair of white gloves, and his black hair, now out of curl, and flowing over his shoulders, showed that it had been dressed à la Caracalla, a fashion introduced as much by David's school of painting as by the mania for Greek and Roman styles which characterized the early years of this century. In spite of the noise made by a few market gardeners, who, being late, rattled past towards the great marketplace at a gallop, the busy street lay in a stillness of which the magic charm is known only to those who have wandered through deserted Paris at the hours when its roar, hushed for a moment, rises and spreads in the distance like the great voice of the sea. This strange young man must have seemed as curious to the shopkeeping folk of the Cat and Racket as the Cat and Racket was to him. A dazzlingly white cravat made his anxious face look even paler than it really was. The fire that flashed in his black eyes, gloomy and sparkling by turns, was in harmony with the singular outline of his features, with his wide, flexible mouth, hardened into a smile. His forehead, knit with violent annoyance, had a stamp of doom. Is not the forehead the most prophetic feature of a man? When the stranger's brow expressed passion, the furrows formed in it were terrible in their strength and energy. But when he recovered his calmness, so easily upset, it beamed with a luminous grace which gave great attractiveness to a countenance in which joy, grief, love, anger, or scorn blazed out so contagiously that the coldest man could not fail to be impressed. He was so thoroughly vexed by the time when the dormer window of the loft was suddenly flung open, that he did not observe the apparition of 3 laughing faces, pink and white and chubby, but as vulgar as the face of commerce as it is seen in sculpture on certain monuments. These 3 faces, framed by the window, recalled the puffy cherubs floating among the clouds that surround God the Father. The apprentices snuffed up the exhalations of the street with an eagerness that showed how hot and poisonous the atmosphere of their garret must be. After pointing to the singular sentinel, the most jovial, as he seemed, of the apprentices retired and came back holding an instrument whose hard metal pipe is now superseded by a leather tube. And they all grinned with mischief as they looked down on the loiterer, and sprinkled him with a fine white shower of which the scent proved that 3 chins had just been shaved. Standing on tiptoe, in the farthest corner of their loft, to enjoy their victim's rage, the lad ceased laughing on seeing the haughty indifference with which the young man shook his cloak, and the intense contempt expressed by his face as he glanced up at the empty window frame. At this moment a slender white hand threw up the lower half of one of the clumsy windows on the 3rd floor by the aid of the sash runners, of which the pulley so often suddenly gives way and releases the heavy panes it ought to hold up. The watcher was then rewarded for his long waiting. The face of a young girl appeared, as fresh as one of the white cups that bloom on the bosom of the waters, crowned by a frill of tumbled muslin, which gave her head a look of exquisite innocence. Though wrapped in brown stuff, her neck and shoulders gleamed here and there through little openings left by her movements in sleep. No expression of embarrassment detracted from the candor of her face, or the calm look of eyes immortalized long since in the sublime works of Raphael. Here were the same grace, the same repose as in those virgins, and now proverbial. There was a delightful contrast between the cheeks of that face on which sleep had, as it were, given high relief to a superabundance of life, and the antiquity of the heavy window with its clumsy shape and black sill. Like those day-blowing flowers, which in the early morning have not yet unfurled their cups, twisted by the chills of night, the girl, as yet hardly awake, let her blue eyes wander beyond the neighboring roofs to look at the sky. Then, from habit, she cast them down on the gloomy depths of the street, where they immediately met those of her adorer. Vanity, no doubt, distressed her at being seen in undress. She started back, the worn pulley gave way, and the sash fell with the rapid run, which in our day has earned for this artless invention of our forefathers an odious name. The vision had disappeared. To the young man the most radiant star of morning seemed to be hidden by a cloud. During these little incidents the heavy inside shutters that protected the slight windows of the shop of the Cat and Racket had been removed as if by magic. The old door with its knocker was opened back against the wall of the entry by a manservant, apparently coeval with the sign, who, with a shaking hand, hung upon it a square of cloth, on which were embroidered in yellow silk the words, Guillaume, successor to Chevreul. Many a passer-by would have found it difficult to guess the class of trade carried on by Monsieur Guillaume. Between the strong iron bars which protected his shop windows on the outside, certain packages, wrapped in brown linen, were hardly visible, though as numerous as herrings swimming in a shoal. Notwithstanding the primitive aspect of the Gothic front, Monsieur Guillaume, of all the merchant clothiers in Paris, was the one whose stores were always the best provided, whose connections were the most extensive, and whose commercial honesty never lay under the slightest suspicion. If some of his brethren in business made a contract with the government, and had not the required quantity of cloth, he was always ready to deliver it, however large the number of pieces tendered for. The wily dealer knew 1,000 ways of extracting the largest profits without being obliged, like them, to court patrons, cringing to them, or making them costly presents. When his fellow tradesmen could only pay in good bills of long date, he would mention his notary as an accommodating man, and managed to get a second profit out of the bargain. Thanks to this arrangement, which had made it a proverb among the traders of the Rue Saint-Denis, "Heaven preserve you from Monsieur Guillaume's notary," to signify a heavy discount. The old merchant was to be seen standing on the threshold of his shop, as if by a miracle, the instant the servant withdrew. Monsieur Guillaume looked at the Rue Saint-Denis, at the neighboring shops, and at the weather, like a man disembarking at Havre, and seeing France once more after a long voyage. Having convinced himself that nothing had changed while he was asleep, he presently perceived the stranger on guard, and he, on his part, gazed at the patriarchal draper as Humboldt may have scrutinized the first electric eel he saw in America. Monsieur Guillaume wore loose black velvet breeches, pepper-and-salt stockings, and square-toed shoes with silver buckles. His coat, with square-cut fronts, square-cut tails, and square-cut collar clothed his slightly bent figure in greenish cloth, finished with white metal buttons, tawny from wear. His grey hair was so accurately combed and flattened over his yellow pate that it made it look like a furrowed field. His little green eyes, that might have been pierced with a gimlet, flashed beneath arches faintly tinged with red in the place of eyebrows. Anxieties had wrinkled his forehead with as many horizontal lines as there were creases in his coat. This colorless face expressed patience, commercial shrewdness, and the sort of wily cupidity which is needful in business. At that time these old families were less rare than they are now, in which the characteristic habits and costume of their calling, surviving in the midst of more recent civilization, were preserved as cherished traditions, like the antediluvian remains found by Cuvier in the quarries. The head of the Guillaume family was a notable upholder of ancient practices. He might be heard to regret the provost of merchants, and never did he mention a decision of the Tribunal of Commerce without calling it the sentence of the consuls. Up and dressed the first of the household, in obedience, no doubt, to these old customs, he stood sternly awaiting the appearance of his 3 assistants, ready to scold them in case they were late. These young disciples of Mercury knew nothing more terrible than the wordless assiduity with which the master scrutinized their faces and their movements on Monday in search of evidence or traces of their pranks. But at this moment the old clothier paid no heed to his apprentices. He was absorbed in trying to divine the motive of the anxious looks which the young man in silk stockings and a cloak cast alternately at his signboard and into the depths of his shop. The daylight was now brighter, and enabled the stranger to discern the cashier's corner enclosed by a railing and screened by old green silk curtains, where were kept the immense ledgers, the silent oracles of the house. The too inquisitive gazer seemed to covet this little nook, and to be taking the plan of a dining room at one side, lighted by a skylight, whence the family at meals could easily see the smallest incident that might occur at the shop door. So much affection for his dwelling seemed suspicious to a trader who had lived long enough to remember the law of maximum prices. Monsieur Guillaume naturally thought that this sinister personage had an eye to the till of the Cat and Racket. After quietly observing the mute duel which was going on between his master and the stranger, the eldest of the apprentices, having seen that the young man was stealthily watching the windows of the 3rd floor, ventured to place himself on the stone flag where Monsieur Guillaume was standing. He took 2 steps out into the street, raised his head, and fancied that he caught sight of Mademoiselle Augustine Guillaume in hasty retreat. The draper, annoyed by his assistant's perspicacity, shot a side glance at him. But the draper and his amorous apprentice were suddenly relieved from the fears which the young man's presence had excited in their minds. He hailed a hackney cab on its way to a neighboring stand, and jumped into it with an air of affected indifference. This departure was a balm to the hearts of the other 2 lads, who had been somewhat uneasy as to meeting the victim of their practical joke. "Well, gentlemen, what ails you that you are standing there with your arms folded?" said Monsieur Guillaume to his 3 neophytes. "In former days, bless you, when I was in Master Chevreul's service, I should have overhauled more than 2 pieces of cloth by this time." "Then it was daylight earlier," said the second assistant, whose duty this was. The old shopkeeper could not help smiling. Though 2 of these young fellows, who were confided to his care by their fathers, rich manufacturers at Louvieres and at Sedan, Had only to ask and to have 100,000 francs the day when they were old enough to settle in life. Guillaume regarded it as his duty to keep them under the rod of an old-world despotism. Unknown nowadays in the showy modern shops, where the apprentices expect to be rich men at 30. He made them work like Negroes. These 3 assistants were equal to a business which would harry 10 such clerks as those whose sybaritical tastes now swell the columns of the budget. Not a sound disturbed the peace of this solemn house, where the hinges were always oiled, and where the meanest article of furniture showed the respectable cleanliness which reveals strict order and economy. The most waggish of the 3 youths often amused himself by writing the date of its first appearance on the Gruyere cheese which was left to their tender mercies at breakfast, and which it was their pleasure to leave untouched. This bit of mischief, and a few others of the same stamp, would sometimes bring a smile on the face of the younger of Guillaume's daughters, the pretty maiden who has just now appeared to the bewitched man in the street. Though each of these apprentices, even the eldest, paid a round sum for his board, not one of them would have been bold enough to remain at the master's table when dessert was served. When Madame Guillaume talked of dressing the salad, the hapless youths trembled as they thought of the thrift with which her prudent hand dispensed the oil. They could never think of spending a night away from the house without having given, long before, a plausible reason for such an irregularity. Every Sunday, each in his turn, 2 of them accompanied the Guillaume family to Mass at St. Leu, and to Vespers. Mademoiselle Virginie and Augustine, simply attired in cotton print, each took the arm of an apprentice and walked in front, under the piercing eye of their mother, who closed the little family procession with her husband, accustomed by her to carry 2 large prayer books, bound in black morocco. The second apprentice received no salary. As for the eldest, whose 12 years of perseverance and discretion had initiated him into the secrets of the house, he was paid 800 francs a year as the reward of his labors. On certain family festivals he received as a gratuity some little gift, to which Madame Guillaume's dry and wrinkled hand alone gave value, netted purses, which she took care to stuff with cotton wool, to show off the fancy stitches, braces of the strongest make, or heavy silk stockings. Sometimes, but rarely, this prime minister was admitted to share the pleasures of the family when they went into the country, or when, after waiting for months, they made up their mind to exert the right acquired by taking a box at the theatre to command a piece which Paris had already forgotten. As to the other assistants, the barrier of respect which formerly divided a master draper from his apprentices was that they would have been more likely to steal a piece of cloth than to infringe this time-honored etiquette. Such reserve may now appear ridiculous. But these old houses were a school of honesty and sound morals. The masters adopted their apprentices. The young man's linen was cared for, mended, and often replaced by the mistress of the house. If an apprentice fell ill, he was the object of truly maternal attention. In a case of danger the master lavished his money in calling in the most celebrated physicians, for he was not answerable to their parents merely for the good conduct and training of the lads. If one of them, whose character was unimpeachable, suffered misfortune, these old tradesmen knew how to value the intelligence he had displayed, and they did not hesitate to entrust the happiness of their daughters to men whom they had long trusted with their fortunes. Guillaume was one of these men of the old school, and if he had their ridiculous side, he had all their good qualities. And Joseph Libas, the chief assistant, an orphan without any fortune, was in his mind destined to be the husband of Virginie, his elder daughter. But Joseph did not share the symmetrical ideas of his master, who would not for an empire have given his second daughter in marriage before the elder. The unhappy assistant felt that his heart was wholly given to Mademoiselle Augustine, the younger. In order to justify this passion, which had grown up in secret, it is necessary to inquire a little further into the springs of the absolute government which ruled the old cloth merchant's household. Guillaume had 2 daughters. The elder, Mademoiselle Virginie, was the very image of her mother. Madame Guillaume, daughter of the Sieur Chevreul, sat so upright in the stool behind her desk, that more than once she had heard some wag bet that she was a stuffed figure. Her long, thin face betrayed exaggerated piety. Devoid of attractions or of amiable manners, Madame Guillaume commonly decorated her head, that of a woman near on 60, with a cap of a particular and unvarying shape, with long lappets, like that of a widow. In all the neighborhood she was known as the portress nun. Her speech was curt, and her movements had the stiff precision of a semaphore. Her eye, with a gleam in it like a cat's, seemed to spite the world because she was so ugly. Mademoiselle Virginie, brought up, like her younger sister, under the domestic rule of her mother, had reached the age of 28. Youth mitigated the graceless effect which her likeness to her mother sometimes gave to her features, but maternal austerity had endowed her with two great qualities which made up for everything. She was patient and gentle. Mademoiselle Augustine, who was but just 18, was not like either her father or her mother. She was one of those daughters whose total absence of any physical affinity with their parents makes one believe in the adage, God gives children. Augustine was little, or, to describe her more truly, delicately made. Full of gracious candor, a man of the world could have found no fault in the charming girl beyond a certain meanness of gesture or vulgarity of attitude, and sometimes a want of ease. Her silent and placid face was full of the transient melancholy which comes over all young girls who are too weak to dare to resist their mother's will. The two sisters, always plainly dressed, could not gratify the innate vanity of womanhood but by a luxury of cleanliness which became them wonderfully, and made them harmonize with the polished counters and the shining shelves, on which the old manservant never left a speck of dust, and with the old-world simplicity of all they saw about them. As their style of living compelled them to find the elements of happiness in persistent work, Augustine and Virginie had hitherto always satisfied their mother, who secretly prided herself on the perfect characters of her two daughters. It is easy to imagine the results of the training they had received. Brought up to a commercial life, accustomed to hear nothing but dreary arguments and calculations about trade, having studied nothing but grammar, bookkeeping, a little Bible history, and the history of France in l'Ouraguois, and never reading any book but what their mother would sanction, their ideas had not acquired much scope. They knew perfectly how to keep house, they were familiar with the prices of things, they understood the difficulty of amassing money. They were economical, and had a great respect for the qualities that make a man of business. Although their father was rich, they were as skilled in darning as in embroidery. Their mother often talked of having them taught to cook, so that they might know how to order a dinner and scold a cook with due knowledge. They knew nothing of the pleasures of the world. And, seeing how their parents spent their exemplary lives, they very rarely suffered their eyes to wander beyond the walls of their hereditary home, which to their mother was the whole universe. The meetings to which family anniversaries gave rise filled in the future of earthly joy to them. When the great drawing-room on the second floor was to be prepared to receive company, Madame Rogwin, a demoiselle Chevreul, 15 months younger than her cousin, and bedecked with diamonds. Young Rabourdin, employed in the finance office, Monsieur César Birato, the rich perfumer, and his wife, known as Madame César. Monsieur Camusot, the richest silk mercer in the Rue de Bourdonnais, with his father-in-law, Monsieur Cardot, 2 or 3 old bankers, and some immaculate ladies, the arrangements, made necessary by the way in which everything was packed away, the plate, the Dresden china, the candlesticks, and the glass, made a variety in the monotonous lives of the 3 women, who came and went and exerted themselves as nuns would to receive their bishop. Then, in the evening, when all 3 were tired out with having wiped, rubbed, unpacked, and arranged all the gauds of the festival, as the girls helped their mother to undress, Madame Guillaume would say to them, "Children, we have done nothing today." When, on very great occasions, the portress nun allowed dancing, restricting the games of Boston, whist, and backgammon within the limits of her bedroom. Such a concession was accounted as the most unhoped felicity, and made them happier than going to the great balls, to 2 or 3 of which Guillaume would take the girls at the time of the carnival. And once a year the worthy draper gave an entertainment, when he spared no expense. However rich and fashionable the persons invited might be, they were careful not to be absent. For the most important houses on the exchange had recourse to the immense credit, the fortune, or the time-honored experience of Monsieur Guillaume. Still, the excellent merchant's daughters did not benefit as much as might be supposed by the lessons the world has to offer to young spirits. At these parties, which were indeed set down in the ledger to the credit of the house, they wore dresses the shabbiness of which made them blush. Their style of dancing was not in any way remarkable, and their mother's surveillance did not allow of their holding any conversation with their partners beyond yes and no. Also, the law of the old sign of the Cat and Racket commanded that they should be home by 11 o'clock, the hour when balls and fêtes begin to be lively. Thus their pleasures, which seemed to conform very fairly to their father's position, were often made insipid by circumstances which were part of the family habits and principles. As to their usual life, one remark will sufficiently paint it. Madame Guillaume required her daughters to be dressed very early in the morning, to come down every day at the same hour, and she ordered their employments with monastic regularity. Augustine, however, had been gifted by chance with a spirit lofty enough to feel the emptiness of such a life. Her blue eyes would sometimes be raised as if to pierce the depths of that gloomy staircase and those damp storerooms. After sounding the profound cloistral silence, she seemed to be listening to remote, inarticulate revelations of the life of passion, which accounts feelings as of higher value than things. And at such moments her cheek would flush, her idle hands would lay the muslin sewing on the polished oak counter, and presently her mother would say in a voice, of which even the softest tones were sour, "Augustine, my treasure, what are you thinking about?" It is possible that two romances discovered by Augustine in the cupboard of a cook Madame Guillaume had lately discharged, Hippolyte Comte de Douglas and Le Comte de Comminges, may have contributed to develop the ideas of the young girl, who had devoured them in secret, during the long nights of the past winter. And so Augustine's expression of vague longing, her gentle voice, her jasmine skin, and her blue eyes had lighted in poor Liba's soul a flame as ardent as it was reverent. From an easily understood caprice, Augustine felt no affection for the orphan, perhaps she did not know that he loved her. On the other hand, the senior apprentice, with his long legs, his chestnut hair, his big hands and powerful frame, had found a secret admirer in Mademoiselle Virginie, who, in spite of her dower of 50,000 crowns, had as yet no suitor. Nothing could be more natural than these two passions at cross purposes, born in the silence of the dingy shop, as violets bloom in the depths of a wood. The mute and constant looks which made the young people's eyes meet by sheer need of change in the midst of persistent work and cloistered peace, was sure, sooner or later, to give rise to feelings of love. The habit of seeing always the same face leads insensibly to our reading there the qualities of the soul, and at last effaces all its defects. At the pace at which that man goes, our girls will soon have to go on their knees to a suitor, said Monsieur Guillaume to himself, as he read the first decree by which Napoleon drew in advance on the conscript classes. From that day the old merchant, grieved at seeing his eldest daughter fade, remembered how he had married Mademoiselle Chevreul under much the same circumstances as those of Joseph Libas and Virginie. A good bit of business, to marry off his daughter, and discharge a sacred debt by repaying to an orphan the benefit he had formerly received from his predecessor under similar conditions. Joseph Libas, who was now 33, was aware of the obstacle which a difference of 15 years placed between Augustine and himself. Being also too clear-sighted not to understand Monsieur Guillaume's purpose, he knew his inexorable principles well enough to feel sure that the second would never marry before the elder. So the hapless assistant, whose heart was as warm as his legs were long and his chest deep, suffered in silence. This was the state of the affairs in the tiny republic which, in the heart of the Rue Saint-Denis, was not unlike a dependency of La Trappe. But to give a full account of events as well as of feelings, it is needful to go back to some months before the scene with which this story opens. At dusk one evening, a young man passing the darkened shop of the Cat and Racket, had paused for a moment to gaze at a picture which might have arrested every painter in the world. The shop was not yet lighted, and was as a dark cave beyond which the dining room was visible. A hanging lamp shed the yellow light which lends such charm to pictures of the Dutch school. The white linen, the silver, the cut glass, were brilliant accessories, and made more picturesque by strong contrasts of light and shade. The figures of the head of the family and his wife, the faces of the apprentices, and the pure form of Augustine, near whom a fat chubby-cheeked maid was standing, composed so strange a group. The heads were so singular, and every face had so candid an expression. It was so easy to read the peace, the silence, the modest way of life in this family, that to an artist accustomed to render nature, there was something hopeless in any attempt to depict this scene. Come upon by chance. The stranger was a young painter, who, 7 years before, had gained the first prize for painting. He had now just come back from Rome. His soul, full-fed with poetry. His eyes, satiated with Raphael and Michelangelo, thirsted for real nature after long dwelling in the pompous land where art has everywhere left something grandiose. Right or wrong, this was his personal feeling. His heart, which had long been a prey to the fire of Italian passion, craved one of those modest and meditative maidens whom in Rome he had unfortunately seen only in painting. From the enthusiasm produced in his excited fancy by the living picture before him, he naturally passed to a profound admiration for the principal figure. Augustine seemed to be pensive, and did not eat. By the arrangement of the lamp the light fell full on her face, and her bust seemed to move in a circle of fire, which threw up the shape of her head and illuminated it with almost supernatural effect. The artist involuntarily compared her to an exiled angel dreaming of heaven. An almost unknown emotion, a limpid, seething love flooded his heart. After remaining a minute, overwhelmed by the weight of his ideas, he tore himself from his bliss, went home, ate nothing, and could not sleep. The next day he went to his studio, and did not come out of it till he had placed on canvas the magic of the scene of which the memory had, in a sense, made him a devotee. His happiness was incomplete till he should possess a faithful portrait of his idol. He went many times past the house of the Cat and Racket. He even ventured in once or twice, under a disguise, to get a closer view of the bewitching creature that Madame Guillaume covered with her wing. For 8 whole months, devoted to his love and to his brush, he was lost to the sight of his most intimate friends, forgetting the world, the theatre, poetry, music, and all his dearest habits. One morning Girodet broke through all the barriers with which artists are familiar, and which they know how to evade, went into his room, and woke him by asking, "What are you going to send to the salon?" The artist grasped his friend's hand, dragged him off to the studio, uncovered a small easel picture and a portrait. After a long and eager study of the 2 masterpieces, Girodet threw himself on his comrade's neck and hugged him, without speaking a word. His feelings could only be expressed as he felt them, soul to soul. "You are in love," said Girodet. They both knew that the finest portraits by Titian, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci, were the outcome of the enthusiastic sentiments by which, indeed, under various conditions, every masterpiece is engendered. The artist only bent his head in reply. "How happy are you to be able to be in love, here, after coming back from Italy. But I do not advise you to send such works as these to the salon," the great painter went on. "You see, these 2 works will not be appreciated. Such true coloring, such prodigious work, cannot yet be understood, the public is not accustomed to such depths. The pictures we paint, my dear fellow, are mere screens. We should do better to turn rhymes, and translate the antique poets. There is more glory to be looked for there than from our luckless canvases." Notwithstanding this charitable advice, the 2 pictures were exhibited. The interior made a revolution in painting. It gave birth to the pictures of genre which pour into all our exhibitions in such prodigious quantity that they might be supposed to be produced by machinery. As to the portrait, few artists have forgotten that lifelike work, and the public, which as a body is sometimes discerning, awarded it the crown which Girodet himself had hung over it. The 2 pictures were surrounded by a vast throng. They fought for places, as women say. Speculators and moneyed men would have covered the canvas with double Napoleons, but the artist obstinately refused to sell or to make replicas. An enormous sum was offered him for the right of engraving them, and the print sellers were not more favored than the amateurs. Though these incidents occupied the world, they were not of a nature to penetrate the recesses of the monastic solitude in the Rue Saint-Denis. However, when paying a visit to Madame Guillaume, the notary's wife spoke of the exhibition before Augustine, of whom she was very fond, and explained its purpose. Madame Rogwin's gossip naturally inspired Augustine with a wish to see the pictures, and with courage enough to ask her cousin secretly to take her to the Louvre. Her cousin succeeded in the negotiations she opened with Madame Guillaume for permission to release the young girl for 2 hours from her dull labors. Augustine was thus able to make her way through the crowd to see the crowned work. A fit of trembling shook her like an aspen leaf as she recognized herself. She was terrified, and looked about her to find Madame Rogwin, from whom she had been separated by a tide of people. At that moment her frightened eyes fell on the impassioned face of the young painter. She at once recalled the figure of a loiterer whom, being curious, she had frequently observed, believing him to be a new neighbor. "You see how love has inspired me," said the artist in the timid creature's ear, and she stood in dismay at the words. She found supernatural courage to enable her to push through the crowd and join her cousin, who was still struggling with the mass of people that hindered her from getting to the picture. "You will be stifled," cried Augustine. "Let us go." But there are moments, at the salon, when two women are not always free to direct their steps through the galleries. By the irregular course to which they were compelled by the press, Mademoiselle Guillaume and her cousin were pushed to within a few steps of the second picture. Chance thus brought them, both together, to where they could easily see the canvas made famous by fashion, for once in agreement with talent. Madame Rogwin's exclamation of surprise was lost in the hubbub and buzz of the crowd. Augustine involuntarily shed tears at the sight of this wonderful study. Then, by an almost unaccountable impulse, she laid her finger on her lips, as she perceived quite near her the ecstatic face of the young painter. The stranger replied by a nod, and pointed to Madame Rogwin, as a spoilsport, to show Augustine that he had understood. This pantomime struck the young girl like hot coals on her flesh. She felt quite guilty as she perceived that there was a compact between herself and the artist. The suffocating heat, the dazzling sight of beautiful dresses, the bewilderment produced in Augustine's brain by the truth of coloring, the multitude of living or painted figures, the profusion of gilt frames, gave her a sense of intoxication which doubled her alarms. She would perhaps have fainted if an unknown rapture had not surged up in her heart to vivify her whole being, in spite of this chaos of sensations. She nevertheless believed herself to be under the power of the devil, of whose awful snares she had been warned of by the thundering words of preachers. This moment was to her like a moment of madness. She found herself accompanied to her cousin's carriage by the young man, radiant with joy and love. Augustine, a prey to an agitation new to her experience, an intoxication which seemed to abandon her to nature, listened to the eloquent voice of her heart, and looked again and again at the young painter, betraying the emotion that came over her. Never had the bright rose of her cheeks shone in stronger contrast with the whiteness of her skin. The artist saw her beauty in all its bloom, her maiden modesty in all its glory. She herself felt a sort of rapture mingled with terror at thinking that her presence had brought happiness to him whose name was on every lip, and whose talent lent immortality to transient scenes. She was loved. It was impossible to doubt it. When she no longer saw the artist, these simple words still echoed in her ear, "You see how love has inspired me." And the throbs of her heart, as they grew deeper, seemed a pain. Her heated blood revealed so many unknown forces in her being. She affected a severe headache to avoid replying to her cousin's questions concerning the pictures. But on their return Madame Rogwin could not forbear from speaking to Madame Guillaume of the fame that had fallen on the house of the Cat and Racket. And Augustine quaked in every limb as she heard her mother say that she should go to the salon to see her house there. The young girl again declared herself suffering, and obtained leave to go to bed. "That is what comes of sightseeing," exclaimed Monsieur Guillaume, a headache. "And is it so very amusing to see in a picture what you can see any day in your own street? Don't talk to me of your artists. Like writers, they are a starveling crew. Why the devil need they choose my house to flout it in their pictures? It may help to sell a few ells more of cloth," said Joseph Lebas. This remark did not protect art and thought from being condemned once again before the judgment seat of trade. As may be supposed, these speeches did not infuse much hope into Augustine, who, during the night, gave herself up to the first meditations of love. The events of the day were like a dream, which it was a joy to recall to her mind. She was initiated into the fears, the hopes, the remorse, all the ebb and flow of feeling which could not fail to toss a heart so simple and timid as hers. What a void she perceived in this gloomy house! What a treasure she found in her soul! To be the wife of a genius, to share his glory. What ravages must such a vision make in the heart of a girl brought up among such a family? What hopes must it raise in a young creature who, in the midst of sordid elements, had pined for a life of elegance? A sunbeam had fallen into the prison. Augustine was suddenly in love. So many of her feelings were soothed that she succumbed without reflection. At 18, does not love hold a prism between the world and the eyes of a young girl? She was incapable of suspecting the hard facts which result from the union of a loving woman with a man of imagination, and she believed herself called to make him happy. Not seeing any disparity between herself and him. To her the future would be as the present. When, next day, her father and mother returned from the salon, their dejected faces proclaimed some disappointment. In the first place, the painter had removed the 2 pictures, and then Madame Guillaume had lost her cashmere shawl. But the news that the pictures had disappeared from the walls since her visit revealed to Augustine a delicacy of sentiment which a woman can always appreciate, even by instinct. On the morning when, on his way home from a ball, Théodore de Sommervieux, for this was the name which fame had stamped on Augustine's heart, had been squirted on by the apprentices while awaiting the appearance of his artless little friend, who certainly did not know that he was there. The lovers had seen each other for the 4th time only since their meeting at the salon. The difficulties which the rule of the house placed in the way of the painter's ardent nature gave added violence to his passion for Augustine. How could he get near to a young girl seated in a counting-house between 2 such women as Mademoiselle Virginie and Madame Guillaume? How could he correspond with her when her mother never left her side? Ingenious, as lovers are, to imagine woes, Théodore saw a rival in one of the assistants, to whose interests he supposed the others to be devoted. If he should evade these sons of Argus, he would yet be wrecked under the stern eye of the old draper or of Madame Guillaume. The very vehemence of his passion hindered the young painter from hitting on the ingenious expedients which, in prisoners and in lovers, seemed to be the last effort of intelligence spurred by a wild craving for liberty, or by the fire of love. Théodore wandered about the neighborhood with the restlessness of a madman, as though movement might inspire him with some device. After racking his imagination, it occurred to him to bribe the blowsy waiting-maid with gold. Thus a few notes were exchanged at long intervals during the fortnight following the ill-starred morning when Monsieur Guillaume and Théodore had so scrutinized one another. At the present moment the young couple had agreed to see each other at a certain hour of the day, and on Sunday, at St. Leu, during Mass and Vespers. Augustine had sent her dear Théodore a list of the relations and friends of the family, to whom the young painter tried to get access, in the hope of interesting, if it were possible. In his love affairs, one of these souls absorbed in money and trade, to whom a genuine passion must appear a quite monstrous speculation, a thing unheard of. Nothing meanwhile, was altered at the sign of the Cat and Racket. If Augustine was absent-minded, if, against all obedience to the domestic code, she stole up to her room to make signals by means of a jar of flowers, if she sighed, if she were lost in thought, no one observed it, not even her mother. This will cause some surprise to those who have entered into the spirit of the household, where an idea tainted with poetry would be in startling contrast to persons and things. where no one could venture on a gesture or a look which would not be seen and analyzed. Nothing, however, could be more natural. The quiet bark that navigated the stormy waters of the Paris Exchange, under the flag of the Cat and Racket, was just now in the toils of one of these tempests which, returning periodically, might be termed equinoctial. For the last fortnight the 5 men forming the crew, with Madame Guillaume and Mademoiselle Virginie, had been devoting themselves to the hard labor, known as stocktaking. Every bale was turned over, and the length verified to ascertain the exact value of the remnant. The ticket attached to each parcel was carefully examined to see at what time the piece had been bought. The retail price was fixed. Monsieur Guillaume, always on his feet, his pen behind his ear, was like a captain commanding the working of the ship. His sharp tones, spoken through a trapdoor, to inquire into the depths of the hold in the cellar store, gave utterance to the barbarous formulas of trade jargon, which find expression only in cipher. How much HNZ? All sold. What is left of QX? 2 Ls. At what price? 55.3. Set down A, at 3, with all of JJ, all of MP, and what is left of VDO. 100 other injunctions equally intelligible were spouted over the counters like verses of modern poetry, quoted by romantic spirits, to excite each other's enthusiasm for one of their poets. In the evening Guillaume, shut up with his assistant and his wife, balanced his accounts, carried on the balance, wrote to debtors in arrears, and made out bills. All 3 were busy over this enormous labor, of which the result could be stated on a sheet of foolscap, proving to the head of the house that there was so much to the good in hard cash. So much in goods, so much in bills and notes. That he did not owe a sou, that 100 or 200,000 francs were owing to him, that the capital had been increased. That the farmlands, the houses, or the investments were extended, or repaired, or doubled. Whence it became necessary to begin again with increased ardor, to accumulate more crown pieces, without its ever entering the brain of these laborious ants to ask, to what end? Favored by this annual turmoil, the happy Augustine escaped the investigations of her argus-eyed relations. At last, one Saturday evening, the stocktaking was finished. The figures of the sum total showed a row of zeros long enough to allow Guillaume for once to relax the stern rule as to dessert which reigned throughout the year. The shrewd old draper rubbed his hands, and allowed his assistants to remain at table. The members of the crew had hardly swallowed their thimbleful of some homemade liqueur, when the rumble of a carriage was heard. The family party were going to see Senderlin at the Varietés, while the 2 younger apprentices each received a crown of 6 francs, with permission to go wherever they chose, provided they were in by midnight. Notwithstanding this debauch, the old cloth merchant was shaving himself at 6 next morning, put on his maroon-colored coat, of which the glowing lights afforded him perennial enjoyment, fastened a pair of gold buckles on the knee-straps of his ample satin breeches. And then, at about 7 o'clock, while all were still sleeping in the house, he made his way to the little office adjoining the shop on the first floor. Daylight came in through a window, fortified by iron bars, and looking out on a small yard surrounded by such black walls that it was very like a well. The old merchant opened the iron-lined shutters, which were so familiar to him, and threw up the lower half of the sash window. The icy air of the courtyard came in to cool the hot atmosphere of the little room, full of the odor peculiar to offices. The merchant remained standing, his hand resting on the greasy arm of a large cane chair lined with morocco, of which the original hue had disappeared. He seemed to hesitate as to seating himself. He looked with affection at the double desk, where his wife's seat, opposite his own, was fitted into a little niche in the wall. He contemplated the numbered boxes, the files, the implements, the cash box, objects all of immemorial origin, and fancied himself in the room with the shade of Master Chevreul. He even pulled out the high stool on which he had once sat in the presence of his departed master. This stool, covered with black leather, the horsehair showing at every corner, as it had long done, without, however. Coming out, he placed with a shaking hand on the very spot where his predecessor had put it, and then, with an emotion difficult to describe, he pulled a bell, which rang at the head of Joseph Liebe's bed. When this decisive blow had been struck, the old man, for whom, no doubt, these reminiscences were too much, took up 3 or 4 bills of exchange, and looked at them without seeing them. Suddenly Joseph Liebes stood before him. "Sit down there," said Guillaume, pointing to the stool. As the old master draper had never yet bid his assistant be seated in his presence, Joseph Liebes was startled. "What do you think of these notes?" asked Guillaume. "They will never be paid." "Why?" "Well, I heard the day before yesterday Etienne and company had made their payments in gold." "Oh, oh," said the draper. "Well, one must be very ill to show one's bile. Let us speak of something else, Joseph. The stock-taking is done." "Yes, monsieur, and the dividend is one of the best you have ever made." "Do not use newfangled words. Say the profits, Joseph. Do you know, my boy, that this result is partly owing to you? And I do not intend to pay you a salary any longer. Madame Guillaume has suggested to me to take you into partnership. Guillaume and Liebes, will not that make a good business name? We might add, and company, to round off the firm's signature." Tears rose to the eyes of Joseph Liebes, who tried to hide them. "Oh, Monsieur Guillaume, how have I deserved such kindness? I only do my duty. It was so much already that you should take an interest in a poor orph." He was brushing the cuff of his left sleeve with his right hand, and dared not look at the old man, who smiled as he thought that this modest young fellow no doubt needed, as he had needed once on a time, some encouragement to complete his explanation. "To be sure," said Virginie's father, "you do not altogether deserve this favor, Joseph. You have not so much confidence in me as I have in you." The young man looked up quickly. "You know all the secrets of the cash-box. For the last 2 years I have told you almost all my concerns. I have sent you to travel in our goods. In short, I have nothing on my conscience as regards you. But you have a soft place, and you have never breathed a word of it." Joseph Liebes blushed. "Ah, ha!" cried Guillaume, "so you thought you could deceive an old fox like me? When you knew that I had scented the Lecoq bankruptcy?" "What, monsieur?" replied Joseph Liebes, looking at his master as keenly as his master looked at him. "You knew that I was in love?" "I know everything, you rascal," said the worthy and cunning old merchant, pulling the assistant's ear. "And I forgive you, I did the same myself." "And you will give her to me?" "Yes, with 50,000 crowns, and I will leave you as much by will, and we will start on our new career under the name of a new firm. We will do good business yet, my boy," added the old man, getting up and flourishing his arms. "I tell you, son-in-law, there is nothing like trade. Those who ask what pleasure is to be found in it are simpletons. To be on the scent of a good bargain, to hold your own on 'change, to watch as anxiously as at the gaming table whether Etienne and company will fail or no, to see a regiment of guards march past all dressed in your cloth, to trip your neighbor up, honestly of course, to make the goods cheaper than others can. Then to carry out an undertaking which you have planned, which begins, grows, totters, and succeeds. To know the workings of every house of business as well as a minister of police, so as never to make a mistake. To hold up your head in the midst of wrecks, to have friends by correspondence in every manufacturing town, is not that a perpetual game, Joseph? That is life, that is. I shall die in that harness, like old Chevreul, but taking it easy now, all the same." In the heat of his eager rhetoric, old Guillaume had scarcely looked at his assistant, who was weeping copiously. "Why, Joseph, my poor boy, what is the matter?" "Oh, I love her so, Monsieur Guillaume, that my heart fails me, I believe." "Well, well, boy," said the old man, touched, "you are happier than you know, by God. For she loves you. I know it." And he blinked his little green eyes as he looked at the young man. "Mademoiselle Augustine." "Mademoiselle Augustine," exclaimed Joseph Lebas in his rapture. He was about to rush out of the room when he felt himself clutched by a hand of iron, and his astonished master spun him round in front of him once more. "What has Augustine to do with this matter?" he asked, in a voice which instantly froze the luckless Joseph. "Is it not she that I love?" stammered the assistant. Much put out by his own want of perspicacity, Guillaume sat down again, and rested his long head in his hands to consider the perplexing situation in which he found himself. Joseph Lebas, shamefaced and in despair, remained standing. "Joseph," the draper said with frigid dignity, "I was speaking of Virginie. Love cannot be made to order, I know. I know, too, that you can be trusted. We will forget all this. I will not let Augustine marry before Virginie, your interest will be 10%. The young man, to whom love gave I know not what power of courage and eloquence, clasped his hand, and spoke in his turn, spoke for a quarter of an hour, with so much warmth and feeling, that he altered the situation. If the question had been a matter of business, the old tradesman would have had fixed principles to guide his decision. But, tossed 1,000 miles from commerce, on the ocean of sentiment, without a compass, he floated, as he told himself, undecided in the face of such an unexpected event. Carried away by his fatherly kindness, he began to beat about the bush. "Deuce take it, Joseph, you must know that there are 10 years between my 2 children. Mademoiselle Chevreul was no beauty, still she has had nothing to complain of in me. Do as I did. Come, don't cry. Can you be so silly? What is to be done? It can be managed perhaps. There is always some way out of a scrape. And we men are not always devoted Celidones to our wives, you understand? Madame Guillaume is very pious. Come. By gad, boy, give your arm to Augustine this morning as we go to Massachusetts." These were the phrases spoken at random by the old draper, and their conclusion made the lover happy. He was already thinking of a friend of his as a match for Mademoiselle Virginie, as he went out of the smoky office, pressing his future father-in-law's hand. After saying with a knowing look that all would turn out for the best. What will Madame Guillaume say to it, was the idea that greatly troubled the worthy merchant when he found himself alone. At breakfast Madame Guillaume and Virginie, to whom the draper had not yet confided his disappointment, cast meaning glances at Joseph Lebas, who was extremely embarrassed. The young assistant's bashfulness commended him to his mother-in-law's good graces. The matron became so cheerful that she smiled as she looked at her husband, and allowed herself some little pleasantries of time-honored acceptance in such simple families. She wondered whether Joseph or Virginie were the taller, to ask them to compare their height. This preliminary fooling brought a cloud to the master's brow, and he even made such a point of decorum that he desired Augustine to take the assistant's arm on their way to St. Louis. Madame Guillaume, surprised at this manly delicacy, honored her husband with a nod of approval. So the procession left the house in such order as to suggest no suspicious meaning to the neighbors. "Does it not seem to you, Mademoiselle Augustine," said the assistant, and he trembled, "that the wife of a merchant whose credit is as good as Monsieur Guillaume's, for instance, might enjoy herself a little more than Madame your mother does? Might wear diamonds, or keep a carriage? For my part, if I were to marry, I should be glad to take all the work, and see my wife happy. I would not put her into the counting-house. In the drapery business, you see, a woman is not so necessary now as formerly. Monsieur Guillaume was quite right to act as he did, and besides, his wife liked it. But so long as a woman knows how to turn her hand to the bookkeeping, the correspondence, the retail business, the orders, and her housekeeping, so as not to sit idle, that is enough. At 7 o'clock, when the shop is shut, I shall take my pleasures, go to the play, and into company, but you are not listening to me." "Yes, indeed, Monsieur Joseph. What do you think of painting? That is a fine calling." "Yes. I know a master house painter, Monsieur Lourdois. He is well-to-do." Thus conversing, the family reached the church of St. Louis. There Madame Guillaume reasserted her rights, and, for the first time, placed Augustine next herself, Virginie taking her place on the fourth chair, next to Liba's. During the sermon all went well between Augustine and Théodore, who, standing behind a pillar, worshipped his Madonna with fervent devotion. But at the elevation of the host, Madame Guillaume discovered, rather late, that her daughter Augustine was holding her prayer book upside down. She was about to speak to her strongly, when, lowering her veil, she interrupted her own devotions to look in the direction where her daughter's eyes found attraction. By the help of her spectacles she saw the young artist, whose fashionable elegance seemed to proclaim him a cavalry officer on leave rather than a tradesman of the neighborhood. It is difficult to conceive of the state of violent agitation in which Madame Guillaume found herself, she, who flattered herself on having brought up her daughters to perfection, on discovering in Augustine a clandestine passion of which her prudery and ignorance exaggerated the perils. She believed her daughter to be cankered to the core. "Hold your book right way up, miss," she muttered in a low voice, tremulous with wrath. She snatched away the telltale prayer book and returned it with the letterpress right way up. "Do not allow your eyes to look anywhere but at your prayers," she added, "or I shall have something to say to you. Your father and I will talk to you after church." These words came like a thunderbolt on poor Augustine. She felt faint, but, torn between the distress she felt and the dread of causing a commotion in church, she bravely concealed her anguish. It was, however, easy to discern the stormy state of her soul from the trembling of her prayer book, and the tears which dropped on every page she turned. From the furious glare shot at him by Madame Guillaume the artist saw the peril into which his love affair had fallen. He went out, with a raging soul, determined to venture all. "Go to your room, miss," said Madame Guillaume, on their return home, "we will send for you, but take care not to quit it." The conference between the husband and wife was conducted so secretly that at first nothing was heard of it. Virginie, however, who had tried to give her sister courage by a variety of gentle remonstrances, carried her good nature so far as to listen at the door of her mother's bedroom where the discussion was held, to catch a word or two. The first time she went down to the lower floor she heard her father exclaim, "Then, madam, do you wish to kill your daughter?" "My poor dear," said Virginie, in tears, "Papa takes your part." "And what do they want to do to Théodore?" asked the innocent girl. Virginie, inquisitive, went down again, but this time she stayed longer. She learned that Joseph Libas loved Augustine. It was written that on this memorable day, this house, generally so peaceful, should be a hell. Monsieur Guillaume brought Joseph Libas to despair by telling him of Augustine's love for a stranger. Libas, who had advised his friend to become a suitor for Mademoiselle Virginie, saw all his hopes wrecked. Mademoiselle Virginie, overcome by hearing that Joseph had, in a way, refused her, had a sick headache. The dispute that had arisen from the discussion between Monsieur and Madame Guillaume, when, for the third time in their lives, they had been of antagonistic opinions, had shown itself in a terrible form. Finally, at 4:30 in the afternoon, Augustine, pale, trembling, and with red eyes, was haled before her father and mother. The poor child artlessly related the too brief tale of her love. Reassured by a speech from her father, who promised to listen to her in silence, she gathered courage as she pronounced to her parents the name of Théodore de Sommervieux, with a mischievous little emphasis on the aristocratic de. And yielding to the unknown charm of talking of her feelings, she was brave enough to declare with innocent decision that she loved Monsieur de Sommervieux, that she had written to him. And she added, with tears in her eyes, "To sacrifice me to another man would make me wretched." "But, Augustine, you cannot surely know what a painter is," cried her mother with horror. "Madame Guillaume," said the old man, compelling her to silence. "Augustine," he went on, "artists are generally little better than beggars. They are too extravagant not to be always a bad sort. I served the late Monsieur Joseph Vernet, the late Monsieur Lecain, and the late Monsieur Noverre. Oh, if you could only know the tricks played on poor Father Chevreul by that Monsieur Noverre, by the Chevalier de Saint-Georges, and especially by Monsieur Philidor. They are a set of rascals. I know them well. They all have a gab and nice manners. Ah, you're Monsieur Sumer, Somme. De Sommervieux, Papa. Well, de Sommervieux, well and good. He can never have been half so sweet to you as Monsieur le Chevalier de Saint-Georges was to me the day I got a verdict of the consuls against him. And in those days they were gentlemen of quality. But, father, Monsieur Théodore is of good family, and he wrote me that he is rich. His father was called Chevalier de Sommervieux before the Revolution. At these words Monsieur Guillaume looked at his terrible better half, who, like an angry woman, sat tapping the floor with her foot while keeping sullen silence. She avoided even casting wrathful looks at Augustine, appearing to leave to Monsieur Guillaume the whole responsibility in so grave a matter, since her opinion was not listened to. Nevertheless, in spite of her apparent self-control, when she saw her husband giving way so mildly under a catastrophe which had no concern with business, she exclaimed, "Really, monsieur, you are so weak with your daughters." However, the sound of a carriage, which stopped at the door, interrupted the rating which the old draper already quaked at. In a minute Madame Rogwin was standing in the middle of the room, and looking at the actors in this domestic scene. "I know all, my dear cousin," said she, with a patronizing air. Madame Rogwin made the great mistake of supposing that a Paris notary's wife could play the part of a favorite of fashion. "I know all," she repeated, "and I have come into Noah's Ark, like the dove, with the olive branch. I read that allegory in the Génie du Christianisme," she added, turning to Madame Guillaume. "The allusion ought to please you, cousin. Do you know," she went on, smiling at Augustine, "that Monsieur de Sommervieux is a charming man? He gave me my portrait this morning, painted by a master's hand. It is worth at least 6,000 francs. And at these words she patted Monsieur Guillaume on the arm. The old draper could not help making a grimace with his lips, which was peculiar to him. "I know Monsieur de Sommervieux very well," the dove ran on. "He has come to my evenings this fortnight past, and made them delightful. He has told me all his woes, and commissioned me to plead for him. I know since this morning that he adores Augustine, and he shall have her. Ah, cousin, do not shake your head in refusal. He will be created baron, I can tell you, and has just been made Chevalier of the Legion of Honor, by the Emperor himself, at the Salon. Rogwin is now his lawyer, and knows all his affairs. Well, Monsieur de Sommervieux has 12,000 francs a year in good landed estate. Do you know that the father-in-law of such a man may get a rise in life, be mayor of his arrondissement, for instance? Have we not seen Monsieur Dupont become a Count of the Empire, and a senator, all because he went as mayor to congratulate the Emperor on his entry into Vienna? Oh, this marriage must take place. For my part, I adore the dear young man. His behavior to Augustine is only met with in romances. Be easy, little one, you shall be happy, and every girl will wish she were in your place. Madame la Duchesse de Carigliano, who comes to my at-homes, raves about Monsieur de Sommervieux. Some spiteful people say she only comes to me to meet him. As if a duchess of yesterday was doing too much honor to a Chevreul, whose family have been respected citizens these 100 years. Augustine, Madame Rogwin went on, after a short pause, I have seen the portrait. Heavens! How lovely it is! Do you know that the Emperor wanted to have it? He laughed, and said to the Deputy High Constable that if there were many women like that in his court while all the kings visited it, he should have no difficulty about preserving the peace of Europe. Is not that a compliment? The tempests with which the day had begun were to resemble those of nature, by ending in clear and serene weather. Madame Rogwin displayed so much address in her harangue, she was able to touch so many strings in the dry hearts of Monsieur and Madame Guillaume, that at last she hit on one which she could work upon. At this strange period commerce and finance were more than ever possessed by the crazy mania for seeking alliance with rank, and the generals of the empire took full advantage of this desire. Monsieur Guillaume, as a singular exception, opposed this deplorable craving. His favorite axioms were that, to secure happiness, a woman must marry a man of her own class. That everyone was punished sooner or later for having climbed too high. That love could so little endure under the worries of a household, that both husband and wife needed sound good qualities to be happy, that it would not do for one to be far in advance of the other. Because, above everything, they must understand each other. If a man spoke Greek and his wife Latin, they might come to die of hunger. He had himself invented this sort of adage. And he compared such marriages to old-fashioned materials of mixed silk and wool. Still, there is so much vanity at the bottom of man's heart that the prudence of the pilot who steered the Cat and Racket so wisely gave way before Madame Rogwan's aggressive volubility. Austere Madame Guillaume was the first to see in her daughter's affection a reason for abdicating her principles and for consenting to receive Monsieur de Sommervieux, whom she promised herself she would put under severe inquisition. The old draper went to look for Joseph Lebas, and inform him of the state of affairs. At 6:30, the dining-room immortalized by the artist saw, united under its skylight, Monsieur and Madame Rogwan, the young painter and his charming Augustine, Joseph Lebas, who found his happiness in patience, and Mademoiselle Virginie, convalescent from her headache. Monsieur and Madame Guillaume saw in perspective both their children married, and the fortunes of the Cat and Racket once more in skillful hands. Their satisfaction was at its height when, at dessert, Théodore made them a present of the wonderful picture which they had failed to see, representing the interior of the old shop, and to which they all owed so much happiness. "Isn't it pretty?" cried Guillaume. "And to think that anyone would pay 30,000 francs for that." "Because you can see my lappets in it," said Madame Guillaume. "And the cloth unrolled," added Lebas. "You might take it up in your hand." "Drapery always comes out well," replied the painter. "We should be only too happy, we modern artists, if we could touch the perfection of antique drapery." "So you like drapery," cried old Guillaume. "Well, then, by gad! Shake hands on that, my young friend. Since you can respect trade, we shall understand each other. And why should it be despised? The world began with trade, since Adam sold paradise for an apple. He did not strike a good bargain though." And the old man roared with honest laughter, encouraged by the champagne, which he sent round with a liberal hand. The band that covered the young artist's eyes was so thick that he thought his future parents amiable. He was not above enlivening them by a few jests in the best taste. So he too pleased everyone. In the evening, when the drawing-room, furnished with what Madame Guillaume called everything handsome, was deserted, and while she flitted from the table to the chimney-piece, from the candelabra to the tall candlesticks, hastily blowing out the wax lights, the worthy draper, who was always clear-sighted when money was in question, called Augustine to him, and seating her on his knee, spoke as follows. "My dear child, you shall marry your Sommervieux since you insist. You may, if you like, risk your capital in happiness. But I am not going to be hoodwinked by the 30,000 francs to be made by spoiling good canvas. Money that is lightly earned is lightly spent. Did I not hear that hare-brained youngster declare this evening that money was made round that it might roll? If it is round for spendthrifts, it is flat for saving folks who pile it up. Now, my child, that fine gentleman talks of giving you carriages and diamonds. He has money, let him spend it on you. So be it. It is no concern of mine. But as to what I can give you, I will not have the crown pieces I have picked up with so much toil wasted in carriages and frippery. Those who spend too fast never grow rich. 100,000 crowns, which is your fortune, will not buy up Paris. It is all very well to look forward to a few 100,000 francs to be yours some day. I shall keep you waiting for them as long as possible, by gad." So I took your lover aside, and a man who managed the Lecoq bankruptcy had not much difficulty in persuading the artist to marry under a settlement of his wife's money on herself. I will keep an eye on the marriage contract to see that what he is to settle on you is safely tied up. So now, my child, I hope to be a grandfather, by gad. I will begin at once to lay up for my grandchildren, but swear to me, here and now, never to sign any papers relating to money without my advice. And if I go soon to join old Father Chevreul, promise to consult young Libas, your brother-in-law. Yes, father, I swear it. At these words, spoken in a gentle voice, the old man kissed his daughter on both cheeks. That night the lovers slept as soundly as Monsieur and Madame Guillaume. Some few months after this memorable Sunday the high altar of St. Lou was the scene of two very different weddings. Augustine and Théodore appeared in all the radiance of happiness, their eyes beaming with love, dressed with elegance, while a fine carriage waited for them. Virginie, who had come in a good hired fly with the rest of the family, humbly followed her younger sister, dressed in the simplest fashion like a shadow necessary to the harmony of the picture. Monsieur Guillaume had exerted himself to the utmost in the church to get Virginie married before Augustine, but the priests, high and low, persisted in addressing the more elegant of the two brides. He heard some of his neighbors highly approving the good sense of Mademoiselle Virginie, who was making, as they said, the more substantial match, and remaining faithful to the neighborhood. While they fired a few taunts, prompted by envy of Augustine, who was marrying an artist and a man of rank. Adding, with a sort of dismay, that if the Guillaumes were ambitious, there was an end to the business. An old fan-maker having remarked that such a prodigal would soon bring his wife to beggary, Father Guillaume prided himself in petto for his prudence in the matter of marriage settlements. In the evening, after a splendid ball, followed by one of those substantial suppers of which the memory is dying out in the present generation, Monsieur and Madame Guillaume remained in a fine house belonging to them in the Rue du Colombier, where the wedding had been held. Monsieur and Madame Libas returned in their fly to the old home in the Rue Saint-Denis, to steer the good ship Cat and Racket. The artist, intoxicated with happiness, carried off his beloved Augustine, and eagerly lifting her out of their carriage when it reached the Rue de Trois Frères, led her to an apartment embellished by all the arts. The fever of passion which possessed Théodore made a year fly over the young couple without a single cloud to dim the blue sky under which they lived. Life did not hang heavy on the lovers' hands. Théodore lavished on every day inexhaustible fioriture of enjoyment. And he delighted to vary the transports of passion by the soft languor of those hours of repose when souls soar so high that they seem to have forgotten all bodily union. Augustine was too happy for reflection. She floated on an undulating tide of rapture. She thought she could not do enough by abandoning herself to sanctioned and sacred married love. Simple and artless, she had no coquetry, no reserves, none of the dominion which a worldly-minded girl acquires over her husband by ingenious caprice. She loved too well to calculate for the future, and never imagined that so exquisite a life could come to an end. Happy in being her husband's sole delight, she believed that her inextinguishable love would always be her greatest grace in his eyes, as her devotion and obedience would be a perennial charm. And, indeed, the ecstasy of love had made her so brilliantly lovely that her beauty filled her with pride, and gave her confidence that she could always reign over a man so easy to kindle as Monsieur de Sommervieux. Thus her position as a wife brought her no knowledge but the lessons of love. In the midst of her happiness, she was still the simple child who had lived in obscurity in the Rue Saint-Denis, and who never thought of acquiring the manners, the information, the tone of the world she had to live in. Her words being the words of love, she revealed in them, no doubt, a certain pliancy of mind and a certain refinement of speech. But she used the language common to all women when they find themselves plunged in passion, which seems to be their element. When, by chance, Augustine expressed an idea that did not harmonize with Théodore's, the young artist laughed, as we laugh at the first mistakes of a foreigner, though they end by annoying us if they are not corrected. In spite of all this love-making, by the end of this year, as delightful as it was swift, Sommervieux felt one morning the need for resuming his work and his old habits. His wife was expecting their first child. He saw some friends again. During the tedious discomforts of the year when a young wife is nursing an infant for the first time, he worked, no doubt, with zeal, but he occasionally sought diversion in the fashionable world. The house which he was best pleased to frequent was that of the Duchesse de Carigliano, who had at last attracted the celebrated artist to her parties. When Augustine was quite well again, and her boy no longer required the assiduous care which debars a mother from social pleasures, Théodore had come to the stage of wishing to know the joys of satisfied vanity to be found in society by a man who shows himself with a handsome woman, the object of envy and admiration. To figure in drawing-rooms with the reflected luster of her husband's fame, and to find other women envious of her, was to Augustine a new harvest of pleasures. But it was the last gleam of conjugal happiness. She first wounded her husband's vanity when, in spite of vain efforts, she betrayed her ignorance, the inelegance of her language, and the narrowness of her ideas. Sommervieux's nature, subjugated for nearly 2 years and a half by the first transports of love, now, in the calm of less new possession, recovered its bent and habits. For a while diverted from their channel. Poetry, painting, and the subtle joys of imagination have inalienable rights over a lofty spirit. These cravings of a powerful soul had not been starved in Théodore during these 2 years. They had only found fresh pasture. As soon as the meadows of love had been ransacked, and the artist had gathered roses and cornflowers as the children do, so greedily that he did not see that his hands could hold no more, the scene changed. When the painter showed his wife the sketches for his finest compositions, he heard her exclaim, as her father had done, "How pretty!" This tepid admiration was not the outcome of conscientious feeling, but of her faith on the strength of love. Augustine cared more for a look than for the finest picture. The only sublime she knew was that of the heart. At last Théodore could not resist the evidence of the cruel fact: his wife was insensible to poetry, she did not dwell in his sphere, she could not follow him in all his vagaries, his inventions, his joys and his sorrows. She walked groveling in the world of reality, while his head was in the skies. Common minds cannot appreciate the perennial sufferings of a being who, while bound to another by the most intimate affections, is obliged constantly to suppress the dearest flights of his soul, and to thrust down into the void those images which a magic power compels him to create. To him the torture is all the more intolerable because his feeling towards his companion enjoins, as its first law, that they should have no concealments, but mingle the aspirations of their thought as perfectly as the effusions of their soul. The demands of nature are not to be cheated. She is as inexorable as necessity, which is, indeed, a sort of social nature. Sommervieux took refuge in the peace and silence of his studio, hoping that the habit of living with artists might mold his wife and develop in her the dormant germs of lofty intelligence which some superior minds suppose must exist in every being. But Augustine was too sincerely religious not to take fright at the tone of artists. At the first dinner Théodore gave, she heard a young painter say, with the childlike lightness, which to her was unintelligible, and which redeems a jest from the taint of profanity, "But, madam, your paradise cannot be more beautiful than Raphael's Transfiguration." Well, and I got tired of looking at that. Thus Augustine came among this sparkling set in a spirit of distrust which no one could fail to see. She was a restraint on their freedom. Now an artist who feels restraint is pitiless, he stays away, or laughs it to scorn. Madame Guillaume, among other absurdities, had an excessive notion of the dignity she considered the prerogative of a married woman. And Augustine, though she had often made fun of it, could not help a slight imitation of her mother's primness. This extreme propriety, which virtuous wives do not always avoid, suggested a few epigrams in the form of sketches, in which the harmless jest was in such good taste that Sommervieux could not take offense. And even if they had been more severe, these pleasantries were after all only reprisals from his friends. Still, nothing could seem a trifle to a spirit so open as Théodore's to impressions from without. A coldness insensibly crept over him, and inevitably spread. To attain conjugal happiness we must climb a hill whose summit is a narrow ridge, close to a steep and slippery descent. The painter's love was falling down it. He regarded his wife as incapable of appreciating the moral considerations which justified him in his own eyes for his singular behavior to her, and believed himself quite innocent in hiding from her thoughts she could not enter into, and peccadilloes outside the jurisdiction of a bourgeois conscience. Augustine wrapped herself in sullen and silent grief. These unconfessed feelings placed a shroud between the husband and wife which could not fail to grow thicker day by day, though her husband never failed in consideration for her. Augustine could not help trembling as she saw that he kept for the outer world those treasures of wit and grace that he formerly would lay at her feet. She soon began to find sinister meaning in the jocular speeches that are current in the world as to the inconstancy of men. She made no complaints, but her demeanor conveyed reproach. 3 years after her marriage this pretty young woman, who dashed past in her handsome carriage, and lived in a sphere of glory and riches to the envy of heedless folk incapable of taking a just view of the situations of life, was a prey to intense grief. She lost her color, she reflected, she made comparisons, then sorrow unfolded to her the first lessons of experience. She determined to restrict herself bravely within the round of duty, hoping that by this generous conduct she might sooner or later win back her husband's love. But it was not so. When Sommervieux, fired with work, came in from his studio, Augustine did not put away her work so quickly but that the painter might find his wife mending the household linen, and his own, with all the care of a good housewife. She supplied generously and without a murmur the money needed for his lavishness. But in her anxiety to husband her dear Theodore's fortune, she was strictly economical for herself and in certain details of domestic management. Such conduct is incompatible with the easygoing habits of artists, who, at the end of their life, have enjoyed it so keenly that they never inquire into the causes of their ruin. It is useless to note every tint of shadow by which the brilliant hues of their honeymoon were overcast till they were lost in utter blackness. One evening poor Augustine, who had for some time heard her husband speak with enthusiasm of the Duchesse de Carigliano, received from a friend certain malignantly charitable warnings as to the nature of the attachment which Sommervieux had formed for this celebrated flirt of the imperial court. At 21, in all the splendor of youth and beauty, Augustine saw herself deserted for a woman of 36. Feeling herself so wretched in the midst of a world of festivity which to her was a blank, the poor little thing could no longer understand the admiration she excited, or the envy of which she was the object. Her face assumed a different expression. Melancholy tinged her features with the sweetness of resignation and the pallor of scorned love. Ere long she too was courted by the most fascinating men. But she remained lonely and virtuous. Some contemptuous words which escaped her husband filled her with incredible despair. A sinister flash showed her the breaches which, as a result of her sordid education, hindered the perfect union of her soul with Theodore's. She loved him well enough to absolve him and condemn herself. She shed tears of blood, and perceived, too late, that there are mésalliances of the spirit as well as of rank and habits. As she recalled the early raptures of their union, she understood the full extent of that lost happiness, and accepted the conclusion that so rich a harvest of love was in itself a whole life, which only sorrow could pay for. At the same time, she loved too truly to lose all hope. At 21 she dared undertake to educate herself, and make her imagination, at least, worthy of that she admired. If I am not a poet, thought she, at any rate, I will understand poetry. Then, with all the strength of will, all the energy which every woman can display when she loves, Madame de Sommervieux tried to alter her character, her manners, and her habits. But by dint of devouring books and learning undauntedly, she only succeeded in becoming less ignorant. Lightness of wit and the graces of conversation are a gift of nature, or the fruit of education begun in the cradle. She could appreciate music and enjoy it, but she could not sing with taste. She understood literature and the beauties of poetry, but it was too late to cultivate her refractory memory. She listened with pleasure to social conversation, but she could contribute nothing brilliant. Her religious notions and homegrown prejudices were antagonistic to the complete emancipation of her intelligence. Finally, a foregone conclusion against her had stolen into Theodore's mind, and this she could not conquer. The artist would laugh at those who flattered him about his wife, and his irony had some foundation. He so overawed the pathetic young creature that, in his presence, or alone with him, she trembled. Hampered by her too eager desire to please, her wits and her knowledge vanished in one absorbing feeling. Even her fidelity vexed the unfaithful husband, who seemed to bid her do wrong by stigmatizing her virtue as insensibility. Augustine tried in vain to abdicate her reason, to yield to her husband's caprices and whims, to devote herself to the selfishness of his vanity. Her sacrifices bore no fruit. Perhaps they had both let the moment slip when souls may meet in comprehension. One day the young wife's too sensitive heart received one of those blows which so strain the bonds of feeling that they seem to be broken. She withdrew into solitude. But before long a fatal idea suggested to her to seek counsel and comfort in the bosom of her family. So one morning she made her way towards the grotesque facade of the humble, silent home where she had spent her childhood. She sighed as she looked up at the sash window, whence one day she had sent her first kiss to him who now shed as much sorrow as glory on her life. Nothing was changed in the cavern, where the drapery business had, however, started on a new life. Augustine's sister filled her mother's old place at the desk. The unhappy young woman met her brother-in-law with his pen behind his ear. He hardly listened to her, he was so full of business. The formidable symptoms of stock-taking were visible all round him. He begged her to excuse him. She was received coldly enough by her sister, who owed her a grudge. In fact, Augustine, in her finery, and stepping out of a handsome carriage, had never been to see her but when passing by. The wife of the prudent Libas, imagining that want of money was the prime cause of this early call, tried to keep up a tone of reserve which more than once made Augustine smile. The painter's wife perceived that, apart from the cap and lappets, her mother had found in Virginia a successor who could uphold the ancient honor of the Cat and Racket. At breakfast she observed certain changes in the management of the house which did honor to Liba's good sense. The assistants did not rise before dessert. They were allowed to talk, and the abundant meal spoke of ease without luxury. The fashionable woman found some tickets for a box at the Français, where she remembered having seen her sister from time to time. Madame Libas had a cashmere shawl over her shoulders, of which the value bore witness to her husband's generosity to her. In short, the couple were keeping pace with the times. During the 2/3 of the day she spent there, Augustine was touched to the heart by the equable happiness, devoid, to be sure, of all emotion, but equally free from storms, enjoyed by this well-matched couple. They had accepted life as a commercial enterprise, in which, above all, they must do credit to the business. Not finding any great love in her husband, Virginie had set to work to create it. Having by degrees learned to esteem and care for his wife, the time that his happiness had taken to germinate was to Joseph Libas a guarantee of its durability. Hence, when Augustine plaintively set forth her painful position, she had to face the deluge of commonplace morality which the traditions of the Rue Saint-Denis furnished to her sister. "The mischief is done, wife," said Joseph Libas, "we must try to give our sister good advice." Then the clever tradesman ponderously analyzed the resources which law and custom might offer Augustine as a means of escape at this crisis. He ticketed every argument, so to speak, and arranged them in their degrees of weight under various categories, as though they were articles of merchandise of different qualities. Then he put them in the scale, weighed them, and ended by showing the necessity for his sister-in-law's taking violent steps which could not satisfy the love she still had for her husband. And, indeed, the feeling had revived in all its strength when she heard Joseph Libas speak of legal proceedings. Augustine thanked them, and returned home even more undecided than she had been before consulting them. She now ventured to go to the house in the Rue du Colombier, intending to confide her troubles to her father and mother. For she was like a sick man who, in his desperate plight, tries every prescription, and even puts faith in old wives' remedies. The old people received their daughter with an effusiveness that touched her deeply. Her visit brought them some little change, and that to them was worth a fortune. For the last 4 years they had gone their way like navigators without a goal or a compass. Sitting by the chimney corner, they would talk over their disasters under the old law of maximum, of their great investments in cloth, of the way they had weathered bankruptcies, and, above all, the famous failure of Lecoq, Monsieur Guillaume's Battle of Marengo. Then, when they had exhausted the tale of lawsuits, they recapitulated the sum total of their most profitable stocktakings, and told each other old stories of the St. Denis quarter. At 2 o'clock old Guillaume went to cast an eye on the business at the Cat and Racket. On his way back he called at all the shops, formerly the rivals of his own, where the young proprietors hoped to inveigle the old draper into some risky discount, which, as was his wont, he never refused point blank. 2 good Normandy horses were dying of their own fat in the stables of the big house. Madame Guillaume never used them but to drag her on Sundays to high mass at the parish church. 3 times a week the worthy couple kept open house. By the influence of his son-in-law Sommervieux, Monsieur Guillaume had been named a member of the consulting board for the clothing of the army. Since her husband had stood so high in office, Madame Guillaume had decided that she must receive. Her rooms were so crammed with gold and silver ornaments, and furniture, tasteless but of undoubted value, that the simplest room in the house looked like a chapel. Economy and expense seemed to be struggling for the upper hand in every accessory. It was as though Monsieur Guillaume had looked to a good investment, even in the purchase of a candlestick. In the midst of this bazaar, where splendor revealed the owner's want of occupation, Sommervieux's famous picture filled the place of honor. And in it Monsieur and Madame Guillaume found their chief consolation, turning their eyes, harnessed with eyeglasses, 20 times a day on this presentment of their past life. To them so active and amusing. The appearance of this mansion and these rooms, where everything had an aroma of staleness and mediocrity, the spectacle offered by these 2 beings, cast away, as it were, on a rock far from the world and the ideas which are life, startled Augustine. She could here contemplate the sequel of the scene of which the first part had struck her at the house of Libas, a life of stir without movement. A mechanical and instinctive existence like that of the beaver. And then she felt an indefinable pride in her troubles, as she reflected that they had their source in 18 months of such happiness as, in her eyes, was worth 1,000 lives like this. Its vacuity seemed to her horrible. However, she concealed this not very charitable feeling, and displayed for her parents her newly acquired accomplishments of mind, and the ingratiating tenderness that love had revealed to her, disposing them to listen to her matrimonial grievances. Old people have a weakness for this kind of confidence. Madame Guillaume wanted to know the most trivial details of that alien life, which to her seemed almost fabulous. The travels of Baron de la Houden, which she began again and again and never finished, told her nothing more unheard of concerning the Canadian savages. What, child, your husband shuts himself into a room with naked women? And you are so simple as to believe that he draws them? As she uttered this exclamation, the grandmother laid her spectacles on a little work-table, shook her skirts, and clasped her hands on her knees, raised by a foot-warmer, her favorite pedestal. But, mother, all artists are obliged to have models. He took good care not to tell us that when he asked leave to marry you. If I had known it, I would never had given my daughter to a man who followed such a trade. Religion forbids such horrors, they are immoral. And at what time of night do you say he comes home? At 1 o'clock, too. The old folks looked at each other in utter amazement. Then he gambles, said Monsieur Guillaume. In my day only gamblers stayed out so late. Augustine made a face that scorned the accusation. He must keep you up through dreadful nights waiting for him, said Madame Guillaume. But you go to bed, don't you? And when he has lost, the wretch wakes you. No, mamma, on the contrary, he is sometimes in very good spirits. Not unfrequently, indeed, when it is fine, he suggests that I should get up and go into the woods. The woods. At that hour? Then have you such a small set of rooms that his bedroom and his sitting room are not enough, and that he must run about? But it is just to give you cold that the wretch proposes such expeditions. He wants to get rid of you. Did one ever hear of a man settled in life, a well-behaved, quiet man galloping about like a warlock? But, my dear mother, you do not understand that he must have excitement to fire his genius. He is fond of scenes which I would make scenes for him, fine scenes," cried Madame Guillaume, interrupting her daughter. "How can you show any consideration to such a man? In the first place, I don't like his drinking water only, it is not wholesome. Why does he object to see a woman eating? What queer notion is that? But he is mad. All you tell us about him is impossible. A man cannot leave his home without a word, and never come back for 10 days. And then he tells you he has been to Dieppe to paint the sea. As if anyone painted the sea. He crams you with a pack of tales that are too absurd." Augustine opened her lips to defend her husband. But Madame Guillaume enjoined silence with a wave of her hand, which she obeyed by a survival of habit, and her mother went on in harsh tones, "Don't talk to me about the man. He never set foot in church excepting to see you and to be married. People without religion are capable of anything. Did Guillaume ever dream of hiding anything from me, of spending 3 days without saying a word to me, and of chattering afterwards like a blind magpie? My dear mother, you judge superior people too severely. If their ideas were the same as other folks, they would not be men of genius. Very well, then let men of genius stop at home and not get married. What? A man of genius is to make his wife miserable? And because he is a genius it is all right. Genius, genius. It is not so very clever to say black 1 minute and white the next, as he does, to interrupt other people, to dance such rigs at home, never to let you know which foot you are to stand on. To compel his wife never to be amused unless my lord is in gay spirits, and to be dull when he is dull. But, mother, the very nature of such imaginations. What are such imaginations? Madame Guillaume went on, interrupting her daughter again. Fine ones his are, my word. What possesses a man that all on a sudden, without consulting a doctor, he takes it into his head to eat nothing but vegetables? If indeed it were from religious motives, it might do him some good, but he has no more religion than a Huguenot. Was there ever a man known who, like him, loved horses better than his fellow creatures, had his hair curled like a heathen, laid statues under muslin coverlets, shut his shutters in broad day to work by lamplight? There, get along, if he were not so grossly immoral, he would be fit to shut up in a lunatic asylum. Consult Monsieur Lorox, the priest at Saint Sulpice, ask his opinion about it all, and he will tell you that your husband does not behave like a Christian. Oh, mother, can you believe? Yes, I do believe. You loved him, and you can see none of these things. But I can remember in the early days after your marriage. I met him in the Champs-Élysées. He was on horseback. Well, at 1 minute he was galloping as hard as he could tear, and then pulled up to a walk. I said to myself at that moment, there is a man devoid of judgment. Ah, ha! Cried Monsieur Guillaume, how wise I was to have your money settled on yourself with such a queer fellow for a husband. When Augustine was so imprudent as to set forth her serious grievances against her husband, the 2 old people were speechless with indignation. But the word divorce was ere long spoken by Madame Guillaume. At the sound of the word divorce the apathetic old draper seemed to wake up. Prompted by his love for his daughter, and also by the excitement which the proceedings would bring into his uneventful life, Father Guillaume took up the matter. He made himself the leader of the application for a divorce, laid down the lines of it, almost argued the case. He offered to be at all the charges, to see the lawyers, the pleaders, the judges, to move heaven and earth. Madame de Sommervieux was frightened, she refused her father's services, said she would not be separated from her husband even if she were 10 times as unhappy, and talked no more about her sorrows. After being overwhelmed by her parents with all the little wordless and consoling kindnesses by which the old couple tried in vain to make up to her for her distress of heart, Augustine went away. Feeling the impossibility of making a superior mind intelligible to weak intellects. She had learned that a wife must hide from everyone, even from her parents, woes for which it is so difficult to find sympathy. The storms and sufferings of the upper spheres are appreciated only by the lofty spirits who inhabit there. In any circumstance we can only be judged by our equals. Thus poor Augustine found herself thrown back on the horror of her meditations, in the cold atmosphere of her home. Study was indifferent to her, since study had not brought her back her husband's heart. Initiated into the secret of these souls of fire, but bereft of their resources, she was compelled to share their sorrows without sharing their pleasures. She was disgusted with the world, which to her seemed mean and small as compared with the incidents of passion. In short, her life was a failure. One evening an idea flashed upon her that lighted up her dark grief like a beam from heaven. Such an idea could never have smiled on a heart less pure, less virtuous than hers. She determined to go to the Duchesse de Carigliano, not to ask her to give her back her husband's heart, but to learn the arts by which it had been captured. To engage the interest of this haughty fine lady for the mother of her lover's children. To appeal to her and make her the instrument of her future happiness, since she was the cause of her present wretchedness. So one day Augustine, timid as she was, but armed with supernatural courage, got into her carriage at 2 in the afternoon to try for admittance to the boudoir of the famous coquette, who was never visible till that hour. Madame de Sommervieux had not yet seen any of the ancient and magnificent mansions of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. As she made her way through the stately corridors, the handsome staircases, the vast drawing rooms, full of flowers, though it was in the depth of winter, and decorated with the taste peculiar to women born to opulence or to the elegant habits of the aristocracy, Augustine felt a terrible clutch at her heart. She coveted the secrets of an elegance of which she had never had an idea, she breathed in an air of grandeur which explained the attraction of the house for her husband. When she reached the private rooms of the Duchess she was filled with jealousy and a sort of despair, as she admired the luxurious arrangement of the furniture, the draperies and the hangings. Here disorder was a grace, here luxury affected a certain contempt of splendor. The fragrance that floated in the warm air flattered the sense of smell without offending it. The accessories of the rooms were in harmony with a view, through plate-glass windows, of the lawns in a garden planted with evergreen trees. It was all bewitching, and the art of it was not perceptible. The whole spirit of the mistress of these rooms pervaded the drawing-room where Augustine awaited her. She tried to divine her rival's character from the aspect of the scattered objects. But there was here something as impenetrable in the disorder as in the symmetry, and to the simple-minded young wife all was a sealed letter. All that she could discern was that, as a woman, the Duchess was a superior person. Then a painful thought came over her. Alas! And is it true, she wondered, that a simple and loving heart is not all sufficient to an artist? That to balance the weight of these powerful souls they need a union with feminine souls of a strength equal to their own? If I had been brought up like this siren, our weapons at least might have been equal in the hour of struggle. But I am not at home. The sharp, harsh words, though spoken in an undertone in the adjoining boudoir, were heard by Augustine, and her heart beat violently. "The lady is in there," replied the maid. "You are an idiot." "Show her in," replied the Duchess, whose voice was sweeter, and had assumed the dulcet tones of politeness. She evidently now meant to be heard. Augustine shyly entered the room. At the end of the dainty boudoir she saw the Duchess lounging luxuriously on an ottoman covered with brown velvet and placed in the center of a sort of apse outlined by soft folds of white muslin, over a yellow lining. Ornaments of gilt bronze, arranged with exquisite taste, enhanced this sort of dais, under which the Duchess reclined like a Greek statue. The dark hue of the velvet gave relief to every fascinating charm. A subdued light, friendly to her beauty, fell like a reflection rather than a direct illumination. A few rare flowers raised their perfumed heads from costly Sèvres vases. At the moment when this picture was presented to Augustine's astonished eyes, she was approaching so noiselessly that she caught a glance from those of the enchantress. This look seemed to say to someone whom Augustine did not at first perceive, "Stay, you will see a pretty woman, and make her visit seem less of a bore." On seeing Augustine, the Duchess rose and made her sit down by her. "And to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit, madam?" she said with a most gracious smile. "Why all the falseness?" thought Augustine, replying only with a bow. Her silence was compulsory. The young woman saw before her a superfluous witness of the scene. This personage was, of all the colonels in the army, the youngest, the most fashionable, and the finest man. His face, full of life and youth, but already expressive, was further enhanced by a small mustache twirled up into points, and as black as jet, by a full imperial, by whiskers carefully combed, and a forest of black hair in some disorder. He was whisking a riding whip with an air of ease and freedom which suited his self-satisfied expression and the elegance of his dress. The ribbons attached to his buttonhole were carelessly tied, and he seemed to pride himself much more on his smart appearance than on his courage. Augustine looked at the Duchesse de Carigliano, and indicated the colonel by a sidelong glance. All its mute appeal was understood. "Goodbye, then, Monsieur d'Aiglemont, we shall meet in the Bois de Boulogne." These words were spoken by the siren as though they were the result of an agreement made before Augustine's arrival. And she winged them with a threatening look that the officer deserved perhaps for the admiration he showed in gazing at the modest flower, which contrasted so well with the haughty Duchess. The young fop bowed in silence, turned on the heels of his boots, and gracefully quitted the boudoir. At this instant, Augustine, watching her rival, whose eyes seemed to follow the brilliant officer, detected in that glance a sentiment of which the transient expression is known to every woman. She perceived with the deepest anguish that her visit would be useless. This lady, full of artifice, was too greedy of homage not to have a ruthless heart. "Madam," said Augustine in a broken voice, "the step I am about to take will seem to you very strange, but there is a madness of despair which ought to excuse anything. I understand only too well why Théodore prefers your house to any other, and why your mind has so much power over his. Alas! I have only to look into myself to find more than ample reasons. But I am devoted to my husband, madam. 2 years of tears have not effaced his image from my heart, though I have lost his. In my folly I dared to dream of a contest with you. And I have come to you to ask you by what means I may triumph over yourself." "Oh, madam," cried the young wife, ardently seizing the hand which her rival allowed her to hold, "I will never pray to God for my own happiness with so much fervor as I will beseech him for yours. If you will help me to win back Sommervieur's regard, I will not say his love. I have no hope but in you. Ah! Tell me how you could please him, and make him forget the first days." At these words Augustine broke down, suffocated with sobs she could not suppress. Ashamed of her weakness, she hid her face in her handkerchief, which she bathed with tears. "What a child you are, my dear little beauty!" said the Duchess, carried away by the novelty of such a scene, and touched, in spite of herself, at receiving such homage from the most perfect virtue perhaps in Paris. She took the young wife's handkerchief, and herself wiped the tears from her eyes, soothing her by a few monosyllables murmured with gracious compassion. After a moment's silence the Duchess, grasping poor Augustine's hands in both her own, hands that had a rare character of dignity and powerful beauty, said in a gentle and friendly voice, "My first warning is to advise you not to weep so bitterly. Tears are disfiguring. We must learn to deal firmly with the sorrows that make us ill, for love does not linger long by a sickbed. Melancholy, at first, no doubt, lends a certain attractive grace, but it ends by dragging the features and blighting the loveliest face. And besides, our tyrants are so vain as to insist that their slaves should be always cheerful. But, madam, it is not in my power not to feel. How is it possible, without suffering 1,000 deaths, to see the face which once beamed with love and gladness turn chill, colorless, and indifferent. I cannot control my heart. So much the worse, sweet child. But I fancy I know all your story. In the first place, if your husband is unfaithful to you, understand clearly that I am not his accomplice. If I was anxious to have him in my drawing room, it was, I own, out of vanity. He was famous, and he went nowhere. I like you too much already to tell you all the mad things he has done for my sake. I will only reveal one, because it may perhaps help us to bring him back to you, and to punish him for the audacity of his behavior to me. He will end by compromising me. I know the world too well, my dear, to abandon myself to the discretion of a too superior man. You should know that one may allow them to court one, but marry them, that is a mistake. We women ought to admire men of genius, and delight in them as a spectacle, but as to living with them? Never, no, no. It is like wanting to find pleasure in inspecting the machinery of the opera instead of sitting in a box to enjoy its brilliant illusions. But this misfortune has fallen on you, my poor child, has it not? Well, then, you must try to arm yourself against tyranny. Ah, madam, before coming in here, only seeing you as I came in, I already detected some arts of which I had no suspicion. Well, come and see me sometimes, and it will not be long before you have mastered the knowledge of these trifles, important, too, in their way. Outward things are, to fools, half of life. And in that matter more than one clever man is a fool, in spite of all his talent. But I dare wager you never could refuse your Theodore anything. How refuse anything, madam, if one loves a man? Poor innocent, I could adore you for your simplicity. You should know that the more we love the less we should allow a man, above all, a husband, to see the whole extent of our passion. The one who loves most is tyrannized over, and, which is worse, is sooner or later neglected. The one who wishes to rule should. What, madam, must I then dissimulate, calculate, become false, form an artificial character, and live in it? How is it possible to live in such a way? Can you? She hesitated. The Duchess smiled. My dear child, the great lady went on in a serious tone, conjugal happiness has in all times been a speculation, a business demanding particular attention. If you persist in talking passion while I am talking marriage, we shall soon cease to understand each other. Listen to me, she went on, assuming a confidential tone. I have been in the way of seeing some of the superior men of our day. Those who have married have for the most part chosen quite insignificant wives. Well, those wives governed them, as the emperor governs us, and if they were not loved, they were at least respected. I like secrets, especially those which concern women, well enough to have amused myself by seeking the clue to the riddle. Well, my sweet child, those worthy women had the gift of analyzing their husband's nature. Instead of taking fright, like you, at their superiority, they very acutely noted the qualities they lacked, and either by possessing those qualities, or by feigning to possess them, they found means of making such a handsome display of them in their husbands' eyes that in the end they impressed them. Also, I must tell you, all these souls which appear so lofty have just a speck of madness in them, which we ought to know how to take advantage of. By firmly resolving to have the upper hand and never deviating from that aim, by bringing all our actions to bear on it, all our ideas, our cajolery, we subjugate these eminently capricious natures, which, by the very mutability of their thoughts, lend us the means of influencing them. Good heavens, cried the young wife in dismay. And this is life. It is a warfare, in which we must always threaten, said the Duchess, laughing. Our power is wholly factitious. And we must never allow a man to despise us. It is impossible to recover from such a descent but by odious maneuvering. Come, she added, I will give you a means of bringing your husband to his senses. She rose with a smile to guide the young and guileless apprentice to conjugal arts through the labyrinth of her palace. They came to a back staircase, which led up to the reception rooms. As Madame de Carigliano pressed the secret spring lock of the door she stopped, looking at Augustine with an inimitable gleam of shrewdness and grace. "The Duc de Carigliano adores me," said she. "Well, he dare not enter by this door without my leave. And he is a man in the habit of commanding thousands of soldiers. He knows how to face a battery, but before me, he is afraid." Augustine sighed. They entered a sumptuous gallery, where the painter's wife was led by the Duchess up to the portrait painted by Théodore of Mademoiselle Guillaume. On seeing it, Augustine uttered a cry. "I knew it was no longer in my house," she said, "but, here. My dear child, I asked for it merely to see what pitch of idiocy a man of genius may attain to. Sooner or later I should have returned it to you, for I never expected the pleasure of seeing the original here face to face with the copy. While we finish our conversation I will have it carried down to your carriage. And if, armed with such a talisman, you are not your husband's mistress for 100 years, you are not a woman, and you deserve your fate." Augustine kissed the Duchess' hand, and the lady clasped her to her heart, with all the more tenderness because she would forget her by the morrow. This scene might perhaps have destroyed forever the candor and purity of a less virtuous woman than Augustine. For the astute politics of the higher social spheres were no more consonant to Augustine than the narrow reasoning of Joseph Lebas, or Madame Guillaume's vapid morality. Strange are the results of the false positions into which we may be brought by the slightest mistake in the conduct of life. Augustine was like an alpine cowherd surprised by an avalanche. If he hesitates, if he listens to the shouts of his comrades, he is almost certainly lost. In such a crisis the heart steels itself or breaks. Madame de Sommervieux returned home a prey to such agitation as it is difficult to describe. Her conversation with the Duchesse de Carigliano had roused in her mind a crowd of contradictory thoughts. Like the sheep in the fable, full of courage in the wolf's absence, she preached to herself, and laid down admirable plans of conduct. She devised 1,000 coquettish stratagems. She even talked to her husband, finding, away from him, all the springs of true eloquence which never desert a woman. Then, as she pictured to herself Théodore's clear and steadfast gaze, she began to quake. When she asked whether Monsieur were at home her voice shook. On learning that he would not be in to dinner, she felt an unaccountable thrill of joy. Like a criminal who has appealed against sentence of death, a respite, however short, seemed to her a lifetime. She placed the portrait in her room, and waited for her husband in all the agonies of hope. That this venture must decide her future life, she felt too keenly not to shiver at every sound, even the low ticking of the clock, which seemed to aggravate her terrors by doling them out to her. She tried to cheat time by various devices. The idea struck her of dressing in a way which would make her exactly like the portrait. Then, knowing her husband's restless temper, she had her room lighted up with unusual brightness, feeling sure that when he came in curiosity would bring him there at once. Midnight had struck when, at the call of the groom, the street gate was opened, and the artist's carriage rumbled in over the stones of the silent courtyard. "What is the meaning of this illumination?" asked Théodore in glad tones, as he came into her room. Augustine skillfully seized the auspicious moment. She threw herself into her husband's arms, and pointed to the portrait. The artist stood rigid as a rock, and his eyes turned alternately on Augustine, on the accusing dress. The frightened wife, half dead, as she watched her husband's changeful brow, that terrible brow, saw the expressive furrows gathering like clouds. Then she felt her blood curdling in her veins when, with a glaring look, and in a deep hollow voice, he began to question her. "Where did you find that picture?" "The Duchess de Carigliano returned it to me." "You asked her for it?" "I did not know that she had it." The gentleness, or rather the exquisite sweetness of this angel's voice, might have touched a cannibal, but not an artist in the clutches of wounded vanity. "It is worthy of her," exclaimed the painter in a voice of thunder. "I will be avenged," he cried, striding up and down the room. "She shall die of shame, I will paint her. Yes, I will paint her as Messalina stealing out at night from the palace of Claudius." "Théodore," said a faint voice. "I will kill her." "My dear." She is in love with that little cavalry colonel, because he rides well. Theodore. Let me be, said the painter in a tone almost like a roar. It would be odious to describe the whole scene. In the end the frenzy of passion prompted the artist to acts and words which any woman not so young as Augustine would have ascribed to madness. At 8 o'clock next morning Madame Guillaume, surprising her daughter, found her pale, with red eyes, her hair in disorder, holding a handkerchief soaked with tears. While she gazed at the floor strewn with the torn fragments of a dress and the broken fragments of a large gilt picture frame, Augustine, almost senseless with grief, pointed to the wreck with a gesture of deep despair. I don't know that the loss is very great, cried the old mistress of the Cat and Racket. It was like you, no doubt, but I am told that there is a man on the boulevard who paints lovely portraits for 50 crowns. Oh, mother! Poor child, you are quite right, replied Madame Guillaume, who misinterpreted the expression of her daughter's glance at her. True, my child, no one ever can love you as fondly as a mother. My darling, I guess it all, but confide your sorrows to me, and I will comfort you. Did I not tell you long ago that the man was mad? Your maid has told me pretty stories. Why, he must be a perfect monster. Augustine laid a finger on her white lips, as if to implore a moment's silence. During this dreadful night misery had led her to that patient resignation which in mothers and loving wives transcends in its effects all human energy, and perhaps reveals in the heart of women the existence of certain chords which God has withheld from men. An inscription engraved on a broken column in the cemetery at Montmartre states that Madame de Sommervieux died at the age of 27. In the simple words of this epitaph one of the timid creature's friends can read the last scene of a tragedy. Every year, on the 2nd of November, the solemn day of the dead, he never passes this youthful monument without wondering whether it does not need a stronger woman than Augustine to endure the violent embrace of genius. The humble and modest flowers that bloom in the valley, he reflects, perish perhaps when they are transplanted too near the skies, to the region where storms gather and the sun is scorching. The ball at Sceaux. To Honoré de Balzac, his brother Honoré. The Comte de Fontaine, head of one of the oldest families in Poitou, had served the Bourbon cause with intelligence and bravery during the war in La Vendée against the Republic. After having escaped all the dangers which threatened the royalist leaders during this stormy period of modern history, he was wont to say in jest, "I am one of the men who gave themselves to be killed on the steps of the throne." And the pleasantry had some truth in it, as spoken by a man left for dead at the bloody battle of Les Quatre-Chemins. Though ruined by confiscation, the staunch Vendin steadily refused the lucrative posts offered to him by the Emperor Napoleon. Immovable in his aristocratic faith, he had blindly obeyed its precepts when he thought it fitting to choose a companion for life. In spite of the blandishments of a rich but revolutionary parvenu, who valued the alliance at a high figure, he married Mademoiselle de Kergarouët, without a fortune, but belonging to one of the oldest families in Brittany. When the Second Revolution burst on Monsieur de Fontaine he was encumbered with a large family. Though it was no part of the noble gentleman's views to solicit favors, he yielded to his wife's wish, left his country estate, of which the income barely sufficed to maintain his children, and came to Paris. Saddened by seeing the greediness of his former comrades in the rush for places and dignities under the new constitution, he was about to return to his property when he received a ministerial dispatch, in which a well-known magnate announced to him his nomination as Maréchal de Camp, or Brigadier General. Under a rule which allowed the officers of the Catholic armies to count the 20 submerged years of Louis XVIII's reign as years of service. Some days later he further received, without any solicitation, ex officio, the crosses of the Legion of Honor and of St. Louis. Shaken in his determination by these successive favors, due, as he supposed, to the monarch's remembrance, he was no longer satisfied with taking his family, as he had piously done every Sunday, to cry "Vive le Roi" in the hall of the Tuileries when the royal family passed through on their way to chapel. He craved the favor of a private audience. The audience, at once granted, was in no sense private. The royal drawing-room was full of old adherents, whose powdered heads, seen from above, suggested a carpet of snow. There the count met some old friends, who received him somewhat coldly. But the princes he thought adorable, an enthusiastic expression which escaped him when the most gracious of his masters, to whom the count had supposed himself to be known only by name, came to shake hands with him, and spoke of him as the most thorough Vendéen of them all. Notwithstanding this ovation, none of these august persons thought of inquiring as to the sum of his losses, or of the money he had poured so generously into the chests of the Catholic regiments. He discovered, a little late, that he had made war at his own cost. Towards the end of the evening he thought he might venture on a witty allusion to the state of his affairs, similar, as it was, to that of many other gentlemen. His Majesty laughed heartily enough. Any speech that bore the hallmark of wit was certain to please him, but he nevertheless replied with one of those royal pleasantries whose sweetness is more formidable than the anger of a rebuke. One of the king's most intimate advisers took an opportunity of going up to the fortune-seeking Vendéen, and made him understand by a keen and polite hint that the time had not yet come for settling accounts with the sovereign. That there were bills of much longer standing than his on the books, and there, no doubt, they would remain, as part of the history of the Revolution. The count prudently withdrew from the venerable group, which formed a respectful semicircle before the august family. Then, having extricated his sword, not without some difficulty, from among the lean legs which had got mixed up with it, he crossed the courtyard of the Tuileries and got into the hackney cab he had left on the quay. With the restive spirit, which is peculiar to the nobility of the old school, in whom still survives the memory of the League and the day of the barricades, in 1588, he bewailed himself in his cab, loudly enough to compromise him, over the change that had come over the court. Formerly, he said to himself, everyone could speak freely to the king of his own little affairs. The nobles could ask him a favor, or for money, when it suited them, and nowadays one cannot recover the money advanced for his service without raising a scandal. By heaven! The cross of St. Louis and the rank of brigadier general will not make good the 300,000 livres I have spent, out and out, on the royal cause. I must speak to the king, face to face, in his own room. This scene cooled Monsieur de Fontaine's ardor all the more effectually because his requests for an interview were never answered. And, indeed, he saw the upstarts of the empire obtaining some of the offices reserved, under the old monarchy, for the highest families. All is lost, he exclaimed one morning. The king has certainly never been other than a revolutionary. But for Monsieur, who never derogates, and is some comfort to his faithful adherents, I do not know what hands the crown of France might not fall into if things are to go on like this. Their cursed constitutional system is the worst possible government, and can never suit France. Louis XVIII and Monsieur Bunot spoiled everything at Saint-Ouen. The count, in despair, was preparing to retire to his estate, abandoning, with dignity, all claims to repayment. At this moment the events of the March 20th, 1815, gave warning of a fresh storm, threatening to overwhelm the legitimate monarch and his defenders. Monsieur de Fontaine, like one of those generous souls who do not dismiss a servant in a torrent of rain, borrowed on his lands to follow the routed monarchy, without knowing whether this complicity in emigration would prove more propitious to him than his past devotion. But when he perceived that the companions of the king's exile were in higher favor than the brave men who had protested, sword in hand, against the establishment of the Republic, he may perhaps have hoped to derive greater profit from this journey into a foreign land than from active and dangerous service in the heart of his own country. Nor was his courtier-like calculation one of these rash speculations which promise splendid results on paper, and are ruinous in effect. He was, to quote the wittiest and most successful of our diplomats, one of the faithful 500 who shared the exile of the court at Ghent, and one of the 50,000 who returned with it. During the short banishment of royalty, Monsieur de Fontaine was so happy as to be employed by Louis XVIII, and found more than one opportunity of giving him proofs of great political honesty and sincere attachment. One evening, when the king had nothing better to do, he recalled Monsieur de Fontaine's witticism at the Tuileries. The old Vendéen did not let such a happy chance slip. He told his history with so much vivacity that a king, who never forgot anything, might remember it at a convenient season. The royal amateur of literature also observed the elegant style given to some notes which the discreet gentleman had been invited to recast. This little success stamped Monsieur de Fontaine on the king's memory as one of the loyal servants of the crown. At the Second Restoration the Count was one of those special envoys who were sent throughout the departments charged with absolute jurisdiction over the leaders of revolt. But he used his terrible powers with moderation. As soon as the temporary commission was ended, the High Provost found a seat in the Privy Council, became a deputy, spoke little, listened much, and changed his opinions very considerably. Certain circumstances, unknown to historians, brought him into such intimate relations with the sovereign, that one day, as he came in, the shrewd monarch addressed him thus: "My friend Fontaine, I shall take care never to appoint you to be Director General, or Minister. Neither you nor I, as employees, could keep our place on account of our opinions. Representative government has this advantage. It saves us the trouble we used to have, of dismissing our secretaries of state. Our council is a perfect inn-parlor, whither public opinion sometimes sends strange travelers. However, we can always find a place for our faithful adherents." This ironical speech was introductory to a rescript giving Monsieur de Fontaine an appointment as administrator in the office of Crown Lands. As a consequence of the intelligent attention with which he listened to his royal friend's sarcasms, his name always rose to His Majesty's lips when a commission was to be appointed of which the members were to receive a handsome salary. He had the good sense to hold his tongue about the favor with which he was honored, and knew how to entertain the monarch in those familiar chats in which Louis XVIII delighted as much as in a well-written note, by his brilliant manner of repeating political anecdotes. And the political or parliamentary tittle-tattle, if the expression may pass, which at that time was rife. It is well known that he was immensely amused by every detail of his gouvernementabilité, a word adopted by his facetious majesty. Thanks to the Comte de Fontaine's good sense, wit, and tact, every member of his numerous family, however young, ended, as he jestingly told his sovereign, in attaching himself like a silkworm to the leaves of the palist. Thus, by the king's intervention, his eldest son found a high and fixed position as a lawyer. The second, before the Restoration a mere captain, was appointed to the command of a legion on the return from Ghent. Then, thanks to the confusion of 1815, when the regulations were evaded, he passed into the bodyguard, returned to a line regiment, and found himself after the affair of the Trocadero a lieutenant general with a commission in the guards. The youngest, appointed sous-prefect, ere long became a legal official and director of a municipal board of the city of Paris, where he was safe from changes in legislature. These bounties, bestowed without parade, and as secret as the favor enjoyed by the count, fell unperceived. Though the father and his 3 sons each had sinecures enough to enjoy an income and salaries almost equal to that of a chief of department, their political good fortune excited no envy. In those early days of the constitutional system, few persons had very precise ideas of the peaceful domain of the civil service, where astute favorites managed to find an equivalent for the demolished abbeys. Monsieur le Comte de Fontaine, who till lately boasted that he had not read the Charter, and displayed such indignation at the greed of courtiers, had, before long, proved to his august master that he understood, as well as the king himself, the spirit and resources of the representative system. At the same time, notwithstanding the established careers open to his 3 sons, and the pecuniary advantages derived from 4 official appointments, Monsieur de Fontaine was the head of too large a family to be able to re-establish his fortune easily and rapidly. His 3 sons were rich in prospects, in favor, and in talent, but he had 3 daughters, and was afraid of wearying the monarch's benevolence. It occurred to him to mention only one by one, these virgins eager to light their torches. The king had too much good taste to leave his work incomplete. The marriage of the eldest with a receiver general, Planet de Baudry, was arranged by one of those royal speeches which cost nothing and are worth millions. One evening, when the sovereign was out of spirits, he smiled on hearing of the existence of another Demoiselle de Fontaine, for whom he found a husband in the person of a young magistrate. Of inferior birth, no doubt, but wealthy, and whom he created baron. When, the year after, the Vendetta spoke of Mademoiselle Emilie de Fontaine, the king replied in his thin sharp tones, Amicus Plato sed magis amica natio. Then, a few days later, he treated his friend Fontaine to a quatrain, harmless enough, which he styled an epigram, in which he made fun of these three daughters so skillfully introduced, under the form of a trinity. Nay, if report is to be believed, the monarch had found the point of the jest in the unity of the three divine persons. If your majesty would only condescend to turn the epigram into an epithalamium, said the count, trying to turn the sally to good account. Though I see the rhyme of it, I fail to see the reason, retorted the king, who did not relish any pleasantry, however mild, on the subject of his poetry. From that day his intercourse with Monsieur de Fontaine showed less amenity. Kings enjoy contradicting more than people think. Like most youngest children, Emilie de Fontaine was a Benjamin spoilt by almost everybody. The king's coolness, therefore, caused the count all the more regret, because no marriage was ever so difficult to arrange as that of this darling daughter. To understand all the obstacles we must make our way into the fine residence where the official was housed at the expense of the nation. Emilie had spent her childhood on the family estate, enjoying the abundance which suffices for the joys of early youth. Her lightest wishes had been law to her sisters, her brothers, her mother, and even her father. All her relations doted on her. Having come to years of discretion just when her family was loaded with the favors of fortune, the enchantment of life continued. The luxury of Paris seemed to her just as natural as a wealth of flowers or fruit, or as the rural plenty which had been the joy of her first years. Just as in her childhood she had never been thwarted in the satisfaction of her playful desires, so now, at 14, she was still obeyed when she rushed into the whirl of fashion. Thus, accustomed by degrees to the enjoyment of money, elegance of dress, of gilded drawing-rooms and fine carriages, became as necessary to her as the compliments of flattery, sincere or false, and the festivities and vanities of court life. Like most spoiled children, she tyrannized over those who loved her, and kept her blandishments for those who were indifferent. Her faults grew with her growth, and her parents were to gather the bitter fruits of this disastrous education. At the age of 19 Emilie de Fontaine had not yet been pleased to make a choice from among the many young men whom her father's politics brought to his entertainments. Though so young, she asserted in society all the freedom of mind that a married woman can enjoy. Her beauty was so remarkable that, for her, to appear in a room was to be its queen. But, like sovereigns, she had no friends, though she was everywhere the object of attentions to which a finer nature than hers might perhaps have succumbed. Not a man, not even an old man, had it in him to contradict the opinions of a young girl whose lightest look could rekindle love in the coldest heart. She had been educated with a care which her sisters had not enjoyed, painted pretty well, spoke Italian and English, and played the piano brilliantly. Her voice, trained by the best masters, had a ring in it which made her singing irresistibly charming. Clever, and intimate with every branch of literature, she might have made folks believe that, as Mascarille says, people of quality come into the world knowing everything. She could argue fluently on Italian or Flemish painting, on the Middle Ages or the Renaissance. Pronounced at haphazard on books new or old, and could expose the defects of a work with a cruelly graceful wit. The simplest thing she said was accepted by an admiring crowd as a fetwa of the Sultan by the Turks. She thus dazzled shallow persons. As to deeper minds, her natural tact enabled her to discern them, and for them she put forth so much fascination that, under cover of her charms, she escaped their scrutiny. This enchanting veneer covered a careless heart, the opinion, common to many young girls, that no one else dwelt in a sphere so lofty as to be able to understand the merits of her soul. And a pride based no less on her birth than on her beauty. In the absence of the overwhelming sentiment which, sooner or later, works havoc in a woman's heart, she spent her young ardor in an immoderate love of distinctions, and expressed the deepest contempt for persons of inferior birth. Supremely impertinent to all newly created nobility, she made every effort to get her parents recognized as equals by the most illustrious families of the Saint-Germain quarter. These sentiments had not escaped the observing eye of Monsieur de Fontaine, who more than once, when his two elder girls were married, had smarted under Emily's sarcasm. Logical readers will be surprised to see the old royalist bestowing his eldest daughter on a receiver general, possessed, indeed, of some old hereditary estates, but whose name was not preceded by the little word to which the throne owed so many partisans, and his second to a magistrate too lately baronified to obscure the fact that his father had sold firewood. This noteworthy change in the ideas of a noble on the verge of his 60th year, an age when men rarely renounce their convictions, was due not merely to his unfortunate residence in the modern Babylon, where, sooner or later, country folks all get their corners rubbed down. The Comte de Fontaine's new political conscience was also a result of the king's advice and friendship. The philosophical prince had taken pleasure in converting the Vendetta to the ideas required by the advance of the 19th century, and the new aspect of the monarchy. Louis XVIII aimed at fusing parties as Napoleon had fused things and men. The legitimate king, who was not less clever perhaps than his rival, acted in a contrary direction. The last head of the House of Bourbon was just as eager to satisfy the Third Estate and the creations of the empire, by curbing the clergy, as the first of the Napoleons had been to attract the grand old nobility, or to endow the church. The Privy Councillor, being in the secret of these royal projects, had insensibly become one of the most prudent and influential leaders of that moderate party which most desired a fusion of opinion in the interests of the nation. He preached the expensive doctrines of constitutional government, and lent all his weight to encourage the political seesaw which enabled his master to rule France in the midst of storms. Perhaps Monsieur de Fontaine hoped that one of the sudden gusts of legislation, whose unexpected efforts then startled the oldest politicians, might carry him up to the rank of peer. One of his most rigid principles was to recognize no nobility in France but that of the peerage, the only families that might enjoy any privileges. A nobility bereft of privileges, he would say, is a tool without a handle. As far from Lafayette's party as he was from La Bourdonnais, he ardently engaged in the task of general reconciliation, which was to result in a new era and splendid fortunes for France. He strove to convince the families who frequented his drawing-room, or those whom he visited, how few favorable openings would henceforth be offered by a civil or military career. He urged mothers to give their boys a start in independent and industrial professions, explaining that military posts and high government appointments must at last pertain, in a quite constitutional order, to the younger sons of members of the peerage. According to him, the people had conquered a sufficiently large share in practical government by its elective assembly, its appointments to law offices, and those of the exchequer, which, said he, would always, as heretofore, be the natural right of the distinguished men of the Third Estate. These new notions of the head of the Fontaines, and the prudent matches for his eldest girls to which they had led, met with strong resistance in the bosom of his family. The Comtesse de Fontaine remained faithful to the ancient beliefs which no woman could disown, who, through her mother, belonged to the Rohans. Although she had for a while opposed the happiness and fortune awaiting her two eldest girls, she yielded to those private considerations which husband and wife confide to each other when their heads are resting on the same pillow. Monsieur de Fontaine calmly pointed out to his wife, by exact arithmetic, that their residence in Paris, the necessity for entertaining, the magnificence of the house which made up to them now for the privations so bravely shared in Lavade, and the expenses of their sons, swallowed up the chief part of their income from salaries. They must therefore seize, as a boon from heaven, the opportunities which offered for settling their girls with such wealth. Would they not some day enjoy 60, 80, 100,000 francs a year? Such advantageous matches were not to be met with every day for girls without a portion. Again, it was time that they should begin to think of economizing, to add to the estate of Fontaine, and re-establish the old territorial fortune of the family. The Countess yielded to such cogent arguments, as every mother would have done in her place, though perhaps with a better grace. But she declared that Emily, at any rate, should marry in such a way as to satisfy the pride she had unfortunately contributed to foster in the girl's young soul. Thus events, which ought to have brought joy into the family, had introduced a small leaven of discord. The Receiver-General and the young lawyer were the objects of a ceremonious formality which the Countess and Emily contrived to create. This etiquette soon found even ampler opportunity for the display of domestic tyranny, for Lieutenant General de Fontaine married Mademoiselle Mongenod, the daughter of a rich banker. The President very sensibly found a wife in a young lady whose father, twice or thrice a millionaire, had traded in salt. And the third brother, faithful to his plebeian doctrines, married Mademoiselle Grostet, the only daughter of the Receiver-General at Bourges. The three sisters-in-law and the two brothers-in-law found the high sphere of political bigwigs, and the drawing-rooms of the Faubourg Saint-Germain, so full of charm and of personal advantages, that they united in forming a little court round the overbearing Emily. This treaty between interest and pride was not, however, so firmly cemented but that the young despot was, not unfrequently, the cause of revolts in her little realm. Scenes, which the highest circles would not have disowned, kept up a sarcastic temper among all the members of this powerful family. And this, without seriously diminishing the regard they professed in public, degenerated sometimes in private into sentiments far from charitable. Thus the Lieutenant General's wife, having become a baronne, thought herself quite as noble as a Kergarouët, and imagined that her good 100,000 francs a year gave her the right to be as impertinent as her sister-in-law Emily, whom she would sometimes wish to see happily married. As she announced that the daughter of some peer of France had married Monsieur So-and-so with no title to his name. The Vicomtesse de Fontaine amused herself by eclipsing Emily in the taste and magnificence that were conspicuous in her dress, her furniture, and her carriages. The satirical spirit in which her brothers and sisters sometimes received the claims avowed by Mademoiselle de Fontaine roused her to wrath that a perfect hailstorm of sharp sayings could hardly mitigate. So when the head of the family felt a slight chill in the king's tacit and precarious friendship, he trembled all the more because, as a result of her sister's defiant mockery, his favorite daughter had never looked so high. In the midst of these circumstances, and at a moment when this petty domestic warfare had become serious, the monarch, whose favor Monsieur de Fontaine still hoped to regain, was attacked by the malady of which he was to die. The great political chief, who knew so well how to steer his bark in the midst of tempests, soon succumbed. Certain then of favors to come, the Comte de Fontaine made every effort to collect the elite of marrying men about his youngest daughter. Those who may have tried to solve the difficult problem of settling a haughty and capricious girl, will understand the trouble taken by the unlucky father. Such an affair, carried out to the liking of his beloved child, would worthily crown the career the Count had followed for these 10 years at Paris. From the way in which his family claimed salaries under every department, it might be compared with the House of Austria, which, by intermarriage, threatens to pervade Europe. The old Vendetta was not to be discouraged in bringing forward suitors, so much had he his daughter's happiness at heart. But nothing could be more absurd than the way in which the impertinent young thing pronounced her verdicts and judged the merits of her adorers. It might have been supposed that, like a princess in the Arabian Nights, Emily was rich enough and beautiful enough to choose from among all the princes in the world. Her objections were each more preposterous than the last. One had 2 thick knees and was bow-legged, another was short-sighted, this one's name was Durand, that one limped. And almost all were too fat. Livelier, more attractive, and gayer than ever after dismissing 2 or 3 suitors, she rushed into the festivities of the winter season, and to balls, where her keen eyes criticized the celebrities of the day, delighted in encouraging proposals which she invariably rejected. Nature had bestowed on her all the advantages needed for playing the part of Célimène. Tall and slight, Emily de Fontaine could assume a dignified or a frolicsome mien at her will. Her neck was rather long, allowing her to affect beautiful attitudes of scorn and impertinence. She had cultivated a large variety of those turns of the head and feminine gestures, which emphasize so cruelly or so happily a hint of a smile. Fine black hair, thick and strongly arched eyebrows, lent her countenance an expression of pride, to which her coquettish instincts and her mirror had taught her to add terror by a stare. Or gentleness by the softness of her gaze, by the set of the gracious curve of her lips, by the coldness or the sweetness of her smile. When Emily meant to conquer a heart, her pure voice did not lack melody, but she could also give it a sort of curt clearness when she was minded to paralyze a partner's indiscreet tongue. Her colorless face and alabaster brow were like the limpid surface of a lake, which by turns is rippled by the impulse of a breeze and recovers its glad serenity when the air is still. More than one young man, a victim to her scorn, accused her of acting a part. But she justified herself by inspiring her detractors with the desire to please her, and then subjecting them to all her most contemptuous caprice. Among the young girls of fashion, not one knew better than she how to assume an air of reserve when a man of talent was introduced to her, or how to display the insulting politeness which treats an equal as an inferior, and to pour out her impertinence on all who tried to hold their heads on a level with hers. Wherever she went she seemed to be accepting homage rather than compliments, and even in a princess her airs and manner would have transformed the chair on which she sat into an imperial throne. Monsieur de Fontaine discovered too late how utterly the education of the daughter he loved had been ruined by the tender devotion of the whole family. The admiration which the world is at first ready to bestow on a young girl, but for which, sooner or later, it takes its revenge, had added to Emily's pride, and increased her self-confidence. Universal subservience had developed in her the selfishness natural to spoilt children, who, like kings, make a plaything of everything that comes to hand. As yet the graces of youth and the charms of talent hid these faults from every eye, faults all the more odious in a woman, since she can only please by self-sacrifice and unselfishness. But nothing escapes the eye of a good father, and Monsieur de Fontaine often tried to explain to his daughter the more important pages of the mysterious book of life. Vain effort. He had to lament his daughter's capricious indocility and ironical shrewdness too often to persevere in a task so difficult as that of correcting an ill-disposed nature. He contented himself with giving her from time to time some gentle and kind advice, but he had the sorrow of seeing his tenderest words slide from his daughter's heart as if it were of marble. A father's eyes are slow to be unsealed, and it needed more than one experience before the old royalist perceived that his daughter's rare caresses were bestowed on him with an air of condescension. She was like young children, who seem to say to their mother, "Make haste to kiss me, that I may go to play." In short, Emily vouchsafed to be fond of her parents. But often, by those sudden whims, which seem inexplicable in young girls, she kept aloof and scarcely ever appeared. She complained of having to share her father's and mother's heart with too many people, she was jealous of everyone, even of her brothers and sisters. Then, after creating a desert about her, the strange girl accused all nature of her unreal solitude and her wilful griefs. Strong in the experience of her 20 years, she blamed fate, because, not knowing that the mainspring of happiness is in ourselves, she demanded it of the circumstances of life. She would have fled to the ends of the earth to escape a marriage such as those of her two sisters, and nevertheless her heart was full of horrible jealousy at seeing them married, rich, and happy. In short, she sometimes led her mother, who was as much a victim to her vagaries as Monsieur de Fontaine, to suspect that she had a touch of madness. But such aberrations are quite inexplicable. Nothing is commoner than this unconfessed pride developed in the heart of young girls belonging to families high in the social scale, and gifted by nature with great beauty. They are almost all convinced that their mothers, now 40 or 50 years of age, can neither sympathize with their young souls, nor conceive of their imaginings. They fancy that most mothers, jealous of their girls, want to dress them in their own way with the premeditated purpose of eclipsing them or robbing them of admiration. Hence, often, secret tears and dumb revolt against supposed tyranny. In the midst of these woes, which become very real though built on an imaginary basis, they have also a mania for composing a scheme of life, while casting for themselves a brilliant horoscope. Their magic consists in taking their dreams for reality. Secretly, in their long meditations, they resolve to give their heart and hand to none but the man possessing this or the other qualification. And they paint in fancy a model to which, whether or no, the future lover must correspond. After some little experience of life, and the serious reflections that come with years, by dint of seeing the world and its prosaic round, by dint of observing unhappy examples, the brilliant hues of their ideal are extinguished. Then, one fine day, in the course of events, they are quite astonished to find themselves happy without the nuptial poetry of their daydreams. It was on the strength of that poetry that Mademoiselle Émilie de Fontaine, in her slender wisdom, had drawn up a programme to which a suitor must conform to be accepted. Hence her disdain and sarcasm. Though young and of an ancient family, he must be a peer of France, said she to herself. I could not bear not to see my coat of arms on the panels of my carriage among the folds of azure mantling. Not to drive like the princes down the broad walk of the Champs-Élysées on the days of Longchamps in Holy Week. Besides, my father says that it will someday be the highest dignity in France. He must be a soldier, but I reserve the right of making him retire. And he must bear an order, that the sentries may present arms to us. And these rare qualifications would count for nothing if this creature of fancy had not the most amiable temper, a fine figure, intelligence, and, above all, if he were not slender. To be lean, a personal grace which is but fugitive, especially under a representative government, was an indispensable condition. Mademoiselle de Fontaine had an ideal standard which was to be the model. A young man who at the first glance did not fulfill the requisite conditions did not even get a second look. Good heavens! See how fat he is, was with her the utmost expression of contempt. To hear her, people of respectable corpulence were incapable of sentiment, bad husbands, and unfit for civilized society. Though it is esteemed a beauty in the East, to be fat seemed to her a misfortune for a woman, but in a man it was a crime. These paradoxical views were amusing, thanks to a certain liveliness of rhetoric. The Count felt nevertheless that by his daughter's affections, of which the absurdity would be evident to some women who were not less clear-sighted than merciless, would inevitably become a subject of constant ridicule. He feared lest her eccentric notions should deviate into bad style. He trembled to think that the pitiless world might already be laughing at a young woman who remained so long on the stage without arriving at any conclusion of the drama she was playing. More than one actor in it, disgusted by a refusal, seemed to be waiting for the slightest turn of ill luck to take his revenge. The indifferent, the lookers-on were beginning to weary of it. Admiration is always exhausting to human beings. The old Vendetta knew better than anyone that if there is an art in choosing the right moment for coming forward on the boards of the world, on those of the court, in a drawing-room or on the stage, it is still more difficult to quit them in the nick of time. So during the first winter after the accession of Charles X, he redoubled his efforts, seconded by his 3 sons and his sons-in-law, to assemble in the rooms of his official residence the best matches which Paris and the various deputations from departments could offer. The splendor of his entertainments, the luxury of his dining room, and his dinners, fragrant with truffles, rivaled the famous banquets by which the ministers of that time secured the vote of their parliamentary recruits. The honorable deputy was consequently pointed at as a most influential corrupter of the legislative honesty of the illustrious chamber that was dying as it would seem of indigestion. A whimsical result. His efforts to get his daughter married secured him a splendid popularity. He perhaps found some covert advantage in selling his truffles twice over. This accusation, started by certain mocking liberals, who made up by their flow of words for their small following in the chamber, was not a success. The Poitevin gentleman had always been so noble and so honorable, that he was not once the object of those epigrams which the malicious journalism of the day hurled at the 300 votes of the centre, at the ministers, the cooks, the directors general, the princely amphitryons, and the official supporters of the Villèle ministry. At the close of this campaign, during which Monsieur de Fontaine had on several occasions brought out all his forces, he believed that this time the procession of suitors would not be a mere dissolving view in his daughter's eyes. That it was time she should make up her mind. He felt a certain inward satisfaction at having well fulfilled his duty as a father. And having left no stone unturned, he hoped that, among so many hearts laid at Emily's feet, there might be one to which her caprice might give a preference. Incapable of repeating such an effort, and tired, too, of his daughter's conduct, one morning, towards the end of Lent, when the business at the chamber did not demand his vote, he determined to ask what her views were. While his valet was artistically decorating his bald yellow head with the delta of powder which, with the hanging ailes de pigeon, completed his venerable style of hairdressing, Emily's father, not without some secret misgivings, told his old servant to go and desire the haughty damsel to appear in the presence of the head of the family. Joseph, he added, when his hair was dressed, take away that towel, draw back the curtains, put those chairs square, shake the rug, and lay it quite straight. Dust everything. Now, air the room a little by opening the window. The Count multiplied his orders, putting Joseph out of breath, and the old servant, understanding his master's intentions, aired and tidied the room. Of course the least cared for of any in the house, and succeeded in giving a look of harmony to the files of bills, the letterboxes, the books and furniture of this sanctum, where the interests of the royal domains were debated over. When Joseph had reduced this chaos to some sort of order, and brought to the front such things as might be most pleasing to the eye, as if it were a shop front, or such as by their color might give the effect of a kind of official poetry, he stood for a minute in the midst of the labyrinth of papers piled in some places even on the floor, admired his handiwork, jerked his head, and went. The anxious sinecure holder did not share his retainer's favorable opinion. Before seating himself in his deep chair, whose rounded back screened him from draughts, he looked round him doubtfully, examined his dressing gown with a hostile expression, shook off a few grains of snuff, carefully wiped his nose, arranged the tongs and shovel, made the fire, pulled up the heels of his slippers, pulled out his little queue of hair which had lodged horizontally between the collar of his waistcoat and that of his dressing gown, restoring it to its perpendicular position. Then he swept up the ashes of the hearth, which bore witness to a persistent catarrh. Finally, the old man did not settle himself till he had once more looked all over the room, hoping that nothing could give occasion to the saucy and impertinent remarks with which his daughter was apt to answer his good advice. On this occasion he was anxious not to compromise his dignity as a father. He daintily took a pinch of snuff, cleared his throat 2 or 3 times, as if he were about to demand account out of the house. Then he heard his daughter's light step, and she came in humming an air from Il Barbiere. "Good morning, Papa. What do you want with me so early?" Having sung these words, as though they were the refrain of the melody, she kissed the Count, not with the familiar tenderness which makes a daughter's love so sweet a thing, but with the light carelessness of a mistress confident of pleasing, whatever she may do. "My dear child," said Monsieur de Fontaine, gravely, "I sent for you to talk to you very seriously about your future prospects. You are at this moment under the necessity of making such a choice of a husband as may secure your durable happiness." "My good father," replied Emily, assuming her most coaxing tone of voice to interrupt him, "it strikes me that the armistice on which we agreed as to my suitors is not yet expired. Emily, we must today forbear from jesting on so important a matter. For some time past the efforts of those who most truly love you, my dear child, have been concentrated on the endeavor to settle you suitably. And you would be guilty of ingratitude in meeting with levity those proofs of kindness which I am not alone in lavishing on you." As she heard these words, after flashing a mischievously inquisitive look at the furniture of her father's study, the young girl brought forward the armchair which looked as if it had been least used by petitioners, set it at the side of the fireplace so as to sit facing her father, and settled herself in so solemn an attitude that it was impossible not to read in it a mocking intention, crossing her arms over the dainty trimmings of a pelerine à la neige. and ruthlessly crushing its endless frills of white tulle. After a laughing side glance at her old father's troubled face, she broke silence. "I never heard you say, my dear father, that the government issued its instructions in its dressing gown. However," and she smiled, "that does not matter, the mob are probably not particular. Now, what are your proposals for legislation, and your official introductions?" "I shall not always be able to make them, headstrong girl. Listen, Emily. It is my intention no longer to compromise my reputation, which is part of my children's fortune, by recruiting the regiment of dancers which, spring after spring, you put to rout. You have already been the cause of many dangerous misunderstandings with certain families. I hope to make you perceive more truly the difficulties of your position and of ours. You are 22, my dear child, and you ought to have been married nearly 3 years since. Your brothers and your 2 sisters are richly and happily provided for. But, my dear, the expenses occasioned by these marriages, and the style of housekeeping you require of your mother, have made such inroads on our income that I can hardly promise you 100,000 francs as a marriage portion. From this day forth I shall think only of providing for your mother, who must not be sacrificed to her children. Emily, if I were to be taken from my family, Madame de Fontaine could not be left at anybody's mercy, and ought to enjoy the affluence which I have given her too late as the reward of her devotion in my misfortunes. You see, my child, that the amount of your fortune bears no relation to your notions of grandeur. Even that would be such a sacrifice as I have not hitherto made for either of my children. But they have generously agreed not to expect in the future any compensation for the advantage thus given to a too favored child. In their position," said Emily, with an ironical toss of her head, "my dear, do not so depreciate those who love you. Only the poor are generous as a rule. The rich have always excellent reasons for not handing over 20,000 francs to a relation. Come, my child, do not pout, let us talk rationally. Among the young marrying men, have you noticed Monsieur de Manerville? Oh, he minces his words, he says Zulls instead of jewels. He is always looking at his feet, because he thinks them small, and he gazes at himself in the glass. Besides, he is fair. I don't like fair men. Well, then, Monsieur de Beaudenord? He is not noble. He is ill-made and stout. He is dark, it is true. If the 2 gentlemen could agree to combine their fortunes, and the first would give his name and his figure to the second, who should keep his dark hair, then, perhaps. What can you say against Monsieur de Rastignac? Madame de Nucingen has made a banker of him, she said with meaning. And our cousin, the Vicomte de Portenduère? A mere boy, who dances badly, besides, he has no fortune. And, after all, Papa, none of these people have titles. I want, at least, to be a countess like my mother. Have you seen no one, then, this winter? No, Papa. What then do you want? The son of a peer of France. My dear girl, you are mad, said Monsieur de Fontaine, rising. But he suddenly lifted his eyes to heaven, and seemed to find a fresh fount of resignation in some religious thought. Then, with a look of fatherly pity at his daughter, who herself was moved, he took her hand, pressed it, and said with deep feeling, God is my witness, poor mistaken child. I have conscientiously discharged my duty to you as a father, conscientiously, do I say? Most lovingly, my Emily. Yes, God knows. This winter I have brought before you more than one good man, whose character, whose habits, and whose temper were known to me, and all seemed worthy of you. My child, my task is done. From this day forth you are the arbiter of your fate, and I consider myself both happy and unhappy at finding myself relieved of the heaviest of paternal functions. I know not whether you will for any long time, now, hear a voice which, to you, has never been stern. But remember that conjugal happiness does not rest so much on brilliant qualities and ample fortune as on reciprocal esteem. This happiness is, in its nature, modest, and devoid of show. So now, my dear, my consent is given beforehand, whoever the son-in-law may be whom you introduce to me, but if you should be unhappy, remember you will have no right to accuse your father. I shall not refuse to take proper steps and help you, only your choice must be serious and final. I will never twice compromise the respect due to my white hairs." The affection thus expressed by her father, the solemn tones of his urgent address, deeply touched Mademoiselle de Fontaine. But she concealed her emotion, seated herself on her father's knees, for he had dropped all tremulous into his chair again, caressed him fondly, and coaxed him so engagingly that the old man's brow cleared. As soon as Emily thought that her father had got over his painful agitation, she said in a gentle voice, "I have to thank you for your graceful attention, my dear father. You have had your room set in order to receive your beloved daughter. You did not perhaps know that you would find her so foolish and so headstrong. But, papa, is it so difficult to get married to a peer of France? You declared that they were manufactured by dozens. At least, you will not refuse to advise me." "No, my poor child, no. And more than once I may have occasion to cry, beware. Remember that the making of peers is so recent a force in our government machinery that they have no great fortunes. Those who are rich look to becoming richer. The wealthiest member of our peerage has not half the income of the least rich lord in the English upper chamber. Thus all the French peers are on the lookout for great heiresses for their sons, wherever they may meet with them. The necessity in which they find themselves of marrying for money will certainly exist for at least 2 centuries. Pending such a fortunate accident as you long for, and this fastidiousness may cost you the best years of your life, your attractions might work a miracle. For men often marry for love in these days. When experience lurks behind so sweet a face as yours, it may achieve wonders. In the first place, have you not the gift of recognizing virtue in the greater or smaller dimensions of a man's body? This is no small matter. To so wise a young person as you are, I need not enlarge on all the difficulties of the enterprise. I am sure that you would never attribute good sense to a stranger because he had a handsome face, or all the virtues because he had a fine figure. And I am quite of your mind in thinking that the sons of peers ought to have an air peculiar to themselves, and perfectly distinctive manners. Though nowadays no external sign stamps a man of rank, those young men will have, perhaps, to you the indefinable something that will reveal it. Then, again, you have your heart well in hand, like a good horseman who is sure his steed cannot bolt. Luck be with you, my dear. You are making game of me, papa. Well, I assure you that I would rather die in Mademoiselle de Condé's convent than not be the wife of a peer of France." She slipped out of her father's arms, and, proud of being her own mistress, went off singing the air of Cara non dubitare, in the Matrimonio Segreto. As it happened, the family were that day keeping the anniversary of a family fete. At dessert Madame Planet, the Receiver-General's wife, spoke with some enthusiasm of a young American owning an immense fortune, who had fallen passionately in love with her sister, and made through her the most splendid proposals. "A banker, I rather think," observed Emily carelessly. "I do not like money dealers." "But, Emily," replied the Baron de Villen, the husband of the Count's second daughter, "you do not like lawyers either. So that if you refuse men of wealth who have not titles, I do not quite see in what class you are to choose a husband. Especially, Emily, with your standard of slimness," added the Lieutenant General. "I know what I want," replied the young lady. "My sister wants a fine name, a fine young man, fine prospects, and 100,000 francs a year," said the Baron de Fontaine. "Monsieur de Marcy, for instance." "I know, my dear," retorted Emily, "that I do not mean to make such a foolish marriage as some I have seen. Moreover, to put an end to these matrimonial discussions, I hereby declare that I shall look on anyone who talks to me of marriage as a foe to my peace of mind." An uncle of Emily's, a vice-admiral, whose fortune had just been increased by 20,000 francs a year in consequence of the Act of Indemnity, and a man of 70. Feeling himself privileged to say hard things to his grandniece, on whom he doted, in order to mollify the bitter tone of the discussion, now exclaimed, Do not tease my poor little Emily. Don't you see she is waiting till the Duc de Bordeaux comes of age?" The old man's pleasantry was received with general laughter. "Take care I don't marry you, old fool," replied the young girl, whose last words were happily drowned in the noise. "My dear children," said Madame de Fontaine, to soften this saucy retort, "Emily, like you, will take no advice but her mother's." "Bless me! I shall take no advice but my own in a matter which concerns no one but myself," said Mademoiselle de Fontaine very distinctly. At this all eyes were turned to the head of the family. Everyone seemed anxious as to what he would do to assert his dignity. The venerable gentleman enjoyed much consideration, not only in the world. Happier than many fathers, he was also appreciated by his family, all its members having a just esteem for the solid qualities by which he had been able to make their fortunes. Hence he was treated with the deep respect which is shown by English families, and some aristocratic houses on the continent, to the living representatives of an ancient pedigree. Deep silence had fallen, and the guests looked alternately from the spoilt girl's proud and sulky pout to the severe faces of Monsieur and Madame de Fontaine. "I have made my daughter Emily mistress of her own fate," was the reply spoken by the Count in a deep voice. Relations and guests gazed at Mademoiselle de Fontaine with mingled curiosity and pity. The words seemed to declare that fatherly affection was weary of the contest with a character that the whole family knew to be incorrigible. The sons-in-law muttered, and the brothers glanced at their wives with mocking smiles. From that moment everyone ceased to take any interest in the haughty girl's prospects of marriage. Her old uncle was the only person who, as an old sailor, ventured to stand on her tack, and take her broadsides, without ever troubling himself to return her fire. When the fine weather was settled, and after the budget was voted, the whole family, a perfect example of the parliamentary families on the northern side of the Channel who have a footing in every government department, and 10 votes in the House of Commons, flew away like a brood of young birds to the charming neighborhoods of Aulnay, Antony, and Châtenay. The wealthy Receiver-General had lately purchased in this part of the world a country house for his wife, who remained in Paris only during the session. Though the fair Emily despised the commonalty, her feeling was not carried so far as to scorn the advantages of a fortune acquired in a profession. So she accompanied her sister to the sumptuous villa, less out of affection for the members of her family who were visiting there, than because fashion has ordained that every woman who has any self-respect must leave Paris in the summer. The green seclusion of Sceaux answered to perfection the requirements of good style and of the duties of an official position. As it is extremely doubtful that the fame of the Bal de Sceaux should ever have extended beyond the borders of the department of the Seine, it will be necessary to give some account of this weekly festivity, which at that time was important enough to threaten to become an institution. The environs of the little town of Sceaux enjoy a reputation due to the scenery, which is considered enchanting. Perhaps it is quite ordinary, and owes its fame only to the stupidity of the Paris townsfolk, who, emerging from the stony abyss in which they are buried, would find something to admire in the flats of La Beaucie. However, as the poetic shades of Aulnay, the hillsides of Antony, and the valley of the Bive are peopled with artists who have traveled far, by foreigners who are very hard to please, and by a great many pretty women not devoid of taste, it is to be supposed that the Parisians are right. But Sceaux possesses another attraction not less powerful to the Parisian. In the midst of a garden whence there are delightful views, stands a large rotunda open on all sides, with a light, spreading roof supported on elegant pillars. This rural baldacchino shelters a dancing floor. The most stuck-up landowners of the neighborhood rarely fail to make an excursion thither once or twice during the season, arriving at this rustic palace of Terpsichore either in dashing parties on horseback, or in the light and elegant carriages which powder the philosophical pedestrian with dust. The hope of meeting some women of fashion, and of being seen by them, and the hope, less often disappointed, of seeing young peasant girls, as wily as judges, crowds the ballroom at Sceaux with numerous swarms of lawyers' clerks, of the disciples of Aesculapius. and other youths whose complexions are kept pale and moist by the damp atmosphere of Paris backshops. And a good many bourgeois marriages have had their beginning to the sound of the band occupying the center of this circular ballroom. If that roof could speak, what love stories could it not tell? This interesting medley gave the Sceaux balls at that time a spice of more amusement than those of 2 or 3 places of the same kind near Paris. And it had incontestable advantages in its rotunda, and the beauty of its situation and its gardens. Emily was the first to express a wish to play at being common folk at this gleeful suburban entertainment, and promised herself immense pleasure in mingling with the crowd. Everybody wondered at her desire to wander through such a mob, but is there not a keen pleasure to grand people in an incognito? Mademoiselle de Fontaine amused herself with imagining all these town-bred figures. She fancied herself leaving the memory of a bewitching glance and smile stamped on more than one shopkeeper's heart, laughed beforehand at the damsel's airs, and sharpened her pencils for the scenes she proposed to sketch in her satirical album. Sunday could not come soon enough to satisfy her impatience. The party from the Villa Planet set out on foot, so as not to betray the rank of the personages who were about to honor the ball with their presence. They dined early, and the month of May humored this aristocratic escapade by one of its finest evenings. Mademoiselle de Fontaine was quite surprised to find in the rotunda some quadrilles made up of persons who seemed to belong to the upper classes. Here and there, indeed, were some young men who look as though they must have saved for a month to shine for a day, and she perceived several couples whose too hearty glee suggested nothing conjugal. Still, she could only glean instead of gathering a harvest. She was amazed to see that pleasure in a cotton dress was so very like pleasure robed in satin, and that the girls of the middle class danced quite as well as ladies, nay, sometimes better. Most of the women were simply and suitably dressed. Those who in this assembly represented the ruling power, that is to say, the country folk, kept apart with wonderful politeness. In fact, Mademoiselle Emily had to study the various elements that composed the mixture before she could find any subject for pleasantry. But she had not time to give herself up to malicious criticism, or opportunity for hearing many of the startling speeches which caricaturists so gladly pick up. The haughty young lady suddenly found a flower in this wide field, the metaphor is reasonable, whose splendor and coloring worked on her imagination with all the fascination of novelty. It often happens that we look at a dress, a hanging, a blank sheet of paper, with so little heed that we do not at first detect a stain or a bright spot which afterward strikes the eye as though it had come there at the very instant when we see it. And by a sort of moral phenomenon somewhat resembling this, Mademoiselle de Fontaine discovered in a young man the external perfection of which she had so long dreamed. Seated on one of the clumsy chairs which marked the boundary line of the circular floor, she had placed herself at the end of the row formed by the family party, so as to be able to stand up or push forward as her fancy moved her, treating the living pictures and groups in the hall as if she were in a picture gallery. Impertinently turning her eyeglass on persons not 2 yards away, and making her remarks as though she were criticizing or praising a study of a head, a painting of genre. Her eyes, after wandering over the vast moving picture, were suddenly caught by this figure, which seemed to have been placed on purpose in one corner of the canvas, and in the best light, like a person out of all proportion with the rest. The stranger, alone and absorbed in thought, leaned lightly against one of the columns that supported the roof. His arms were folded, and he leaned slightly on one side as though he had placed himself there to have his portrait taken by a painter. His attitude, though full of elegance and dignity, was devoid of affectation. Nothing suggested that he had half turned his head, and bent it a little to the right like Alexander, or Lord Byron, and some other great men, for the sole purpose of attracting attention. His fixed gaze followed a girl who was dancing, and betrayed some strong feeling. His slender, easy frame recalled the noble proportions of the Apollo. Fine black hair curled naturally over a high forehead. At a glance Mademoiselle de Fontaine observed that his linen was fine, his gloves fresh, and evidently bought of a good maker, and his feet were small and well shod in boots of Irish kid. He had none of the vulgar trinkets displayed by the dandies of the National Guard or the Lovelaces of the counting-house. A black ribbon, to which an eyeglass was attached, hung over a waistcoat of the most fashionable cut. Never had the fastidious Emily seen a man's eyes shaded by such long, curled lashes. Melancholy and passion were expressed in this face, and the complexion was of a manly olive hue. His mouth seemed ready to smile, unbending the corners of eloquent lips. But this, far from hinting at gaiety, revealed on the contrary a sort of pathetic grace. There was too much promise in that head, too much distinction in his whole person, to allow of one saying, "What a handsome man," or "What a fine man." One wanted to know him. The most clear-sighted observer, on seeing this stranger, could not have helped taking him for a clever man attracted to this rural festivity by some powerful motive. All these observations cost Emily only a minute's attention, during which the privileged gentleman under her severe scrutiny became the object of her secret admiration. She did not say to herself, "He must be a peer of France." But, "Oh, if only he is noble, and he surely must be," without finishing her thought, she suddenly rose, and followed by her brother the general, she made her way towards the column, affecting to watch the merry quadrille. But by a stratagem of the eye, familiar to women, she lost not a gesture of the young man as she went towards him. The stranger politely moved to make way for the newcomers, and went to lean against another pillar. Emily, as much nettled by his politeness as she might have been by an impertinence, began talking to her brother in a louder voice than good taste enjoined. She turned and tossed her head, gesticulated eagerly, and laughed for no particular reason, less to amuse her brother than to attract the attention of the imperturbable stranger. None of her little arts succeeded. Mademoiselle de Fontaine then followed the direction in which his eyes were fixed, and discovered the cause of his indifference. In the midst of the quadrille, close in front of them, a pale girl was dancing. Her face was like one of the divinities which Girardet has introduced into his immense composition of French warriors received by Ossian. Emily fancied that she recognized her as a distinguished milady who for some months had been living on a neighboring estate. Her partner was a lad of about 15, with red hands, and dressed in nankeen trousers, a blue coat, and white shoes, which showed that the damsel's love of dancing made her easy to please in the matter of partners. Her movements did not betray her apparent delicacy, but a faint flush already tinged her white cheeks, and her complexion was gaining color. Mademoiselle de Fontaine went nearer, to be able to examine the young lady at the moment when she returned to her place, while the side couples in their turn danced the figure. But the stranger went up to the pretty dancer, and leaning over, said in a gentle but commanding tone, "Clara, my child, do not dance any more." Clara made a little pouting face, bent her head, and finally smiled. When the dance was over, the young man wrapped her in a cashmere shawl with a lover's care, and seated her in a place sheltered from the wind. Very soon Mademoiselle de Fontaine, seeing them rise and walk round the place as if preparing to leave, found means to follow them under pretence of admiring the views from the garden. Her brother lent himself with malicious good humor to the divagations of her rather eccentric wanderings. Emily then saw the attractive couple get into an elegant tilbury, by which stood a mounted groom in livery. At the moment when, from his high seat, the young man was drawing the reins even, she caught a glance from his eye such as a man casts aimlessly at the crowd. And then she enjoyed the feeble satisfaction of seeing him turn his head to look at her. The young lady did the same. Was it from jealousy? "I imagine you have now seen enough of the garden," said her brother. "We may go back to the dancing." "I am ready," said she. "Do you think the girl can be a relation of Lady Dudley's?" "Lady Dudley may have some male relation staying with her," said the Baron de Fontaine, "but a young girl, no." Next day Mademoiselle de Fontaine expressed a wish to take a ride. Then she gradually accustomed her old uncle and her brothers to escorting her in very early rides, excellent, she declared, for her health. She had a particular fancy for the environs of the hamlet where Lady Dudley was living. Notwithstanding her cavalry maneuvers, she did not meet the stranger so soon as the eager search she pursued might have allowed her to hope. She went several times to the Bal de Sceaux, without seeing the young Englishman who had dropped from the skies to pervade and beautify her dreams. Though nothing spurs on a young girl's infant passion so effectually as an obstacle, there was a time when Mademoiselle de Fontaine was on the point of giving up her strange and secret search. Almost despairing of the success of an enterprise whose singularity may give some idea of the boldness of her temper. In point of fact, she might have wandered long about the village of Châtenay without meeting her unknown. The fair Clara, since that was the name Emily had overheard, was not English, and the stranger who escorted her did not dwell among the flowery and fragrant bowers of Châtenay. One evening Emily, out riding with her uncle, who, during the fine weather, had gained a fairly long truce from the gout, met Lady Dudley. The distinguished foreigner had with her in her open carriage Monsieur Vandenesse. Emily recognized the handsome couple, and her suppositions were at once dissipated like a dream. Annoyed, as any woman must be whose expectations are frustrated, she touched up her horse so suddenly that her uncle had the greatest difficulty in following her. She had set off at such a pace. "I am too old, it would seem, to understand these youthful spirits," said the old sailor to himself as he put his horse to a canter, "or perhaps young people are not what they used to be. But what ails my niece? Now she is walking at a foot-pace like a gendarme on patrol in the Paris streets. One might fancy she wanted to outflank that worthy man, who looks to me like an author dreaming over his poetry, for he has, I think, a notebook in his hand. My word, I am a great simpleton. Is not that the very young man we are in search of?" At this idea the old admiral moderated his horse's pace so as to follow his niece without making any noise. He had played too many pranks in the years 1771 and soon after, a time of our history when gallantry was held in honor, not to guess at once that by the merest chance Emily had met the unknown of the Sceaux gardens. In spite of the film which age had drawn over his grey eyes, the Comte de Kergarouët could recognize the signs of extreme agitation in his niece. Under the unmoved expression she tried to give to her features, the girl's piercing eyes were fixed in a sort of dull amazement on the stranger, who quietly walked on in front of her. "Aye, that's it," thought the sailor. "She is following him as a pirate follows a merchantman. Then, when she has lost sight of him, she will be in despair at not knowing who it is she is in love with, and whether he is a marquis or a shopkeeper. Really these young heads need an old fogey like me always by their side." He unexpectedly spurred his horse in such a way as to make his niece's bolt, and rode so hastily between her and the young man on foot that he obliged him to fall back onto the grassy bank which rose from the roadside. Then, abruptly drawing up, the Count exclaimed, "Couldn't you get out of the way? I beg your pardon, monsieur. But I did not know that it lay with me to apologize to you because you almost rode me down." "There, enough of that, my good fellow," replied the sailor harshly, in a sneering tone that was nothing less than insulting. At the same time the Count raised his hunting crop as if to strike his horse, and touched the young fellow's shoulder, saying, "A liberal citizen is a reasoner, every reasoner should be prudent." The young man went up the bankside as he heard the sarcasm. Then he crossed his arms, and said in an excited tone of voice, "I cannot suppose, monsieur, as I look at your white hairs, that you still amuse yourself by provoking duels." "White hairs!" cried the sailor, interrupting him. "You lie in your throat. They are only grey." A quarrel thus begun had in a few seconds become so fierce that the younger man forgot the moderation he had tried to preserve. Just as the Comte de Kergarouët saw his niece coming back to them with every sign of the greatest uneasiness, he told his antagonist his name, bidding him keep silence before the young lady entrusted to his care. The stranger could not help smiling as he gave a visiting card to the old man, desiring him to observe that he was living at a country house at Chevreuse. And, after pointing this out to him, he hurried away. "You very nearly damaged that poor young counter-jumper, my dear," said the Count, advancing hastily to meet Emily. "Do you not know how to hold your horse in, and there you leave me to compromise my dignity in order to screen your folly? Whereas if you had but stopped, one of your looks, or one of your pretty speeches, one of those you can make so prettily when you are not pert, would have set everything right. Even if you had broken his arm. But, my dear uncle, it was your horse, not mine, that caused the accident. I really think you can no longer ride, you are not so good a horseman as you were last year. But instead of talking nonsense. Nonsense, by gad! Is it nothing to be so impertinent to your uncle? Ought we not to go on and inquire if the young man is hurt? He is limping, uncle, only look. No, he is running, I rated him soundly. Oh, yes, uncle, I know you there. Stop, said the count, pulling Emily's horse by the bridle. I do not see the necessity of making advances to some shopkeeper who is only too lucky to have been thrown down by a charming young lady, or the commander of La Belle Poule. Why do you think he is anything so common, my dear uncle? He seems to me to have very fine manners. Everyone has manners nowadays, my dear. No, uncle, not everyone has the air and style which come of the habit of frequenting drawing-rooms, and I am ready to lay a bet with you that the young man is of noble birth. You had not long to study him. No, but it is not the first time I have seen him. Nor is it the first time you have looked for him, replied the admiral with a laugh. Emily colored. Her uncle amused himself for some time with her embarrassment. Then he said, Emily, you know that I love you as my own child, precisely because you are the only member of the family who has the legitimate pride of high birth. Devil take it, child, who could have believed that sound principles would become so rare? Well, I will be your confidant. My dear child, I see that his young gentleman is not indifferent to you. Hush! All the family would laugh at us if we sailed under the wrong flag. You know what that means. We two will keep our secret, and I promise to bring him straight into the drawing-room. When, uncle? Tomorrow. But, my dear uncle, I am not committed to anything? Nothing whatever, and you may bombard him, set fire to him, and leave him to founder like an old hulk if you choose. He won't be the first, I fancy. You are kind, uncle. As soon as the count got home he put on his glasses, quietly took the card out of his pocket, and read, Maximilien Longueville, Rue de Sentier. Make yourself happy, my dear niece, he said to Emily, you may hook him with any easy conscience. He belongs to one of our historical families, and if he is not a peer of France, he infallibly will be. How do you know so much? That is my secret. Then do you know his name? The old man bowed his grey head, which was not unlike a gnarled oak stump, with a few leaves fluttering about it, withered by autumnal frosts. And his niece immediately began to try the ever-new power of her coquettish arts. Long familiar with the secret of cajoling the old man, she lavished on him the most childlike caresses, the tenderest names. She even went so far as to kiss him to induce him to divulge so important a secret. The old man, who spent his life in playing off these scenes on his niece, often paying for them with a present of jewelry, or by giving her his box at the opera. This time amused himself with her entreaties, and, above all, her caresses. But as he spun out this pleasure too long, Emily grew angry, passed from coaxing to sarcasm and sulks, then, urged by curiosity, she recovered herself. The diplomatic admiral extracted a solemn promise from his niece that she would for the future be gentler, less noisy, and less willful, that she would spend less, and, above all, tell him everything. The treaty being concluded, and signed by a kiss impressed on Emily's white brow, he led her into a corner of the room, drew her on to his knee, held the card under the thumb so as to hide it, and then uncovered the letters one by one, spelling the name of Longueville. But he firmly refused to show her anything more. This incident added to the intensity of Mademoiselle de Fontaine's secret sentiment. And during chief part of the night she evolved the most brilliant pictures from the dreams with which she had fed her hopes. At last, thanks to chance, to which she had so often appealed, Emily could now see something very unlike a chimera at the fountainhead of the imaginary wealth with which she gilded her married life. Ignorant, as all young girls are, of the perils of love and marriage, she was passionately captivated by the externals of marriage and love. Is not this as much as to say that her feeling had birth like all the feelings of extreme youth, sweet but cruel mistakes, which exert a fatal influence on the lives of young girls so inexperienced as to trust their own judgment to take care of their future happiness? Next morning, before Emily was awake, her uncle had hastened to Chevreuse. On recognizing, in the courtyard of an elegant little villa, the young man he had so determinately insulted the day before, he went up to him with the pressing politeness of men of the old court. "Why, my dear sir, who could have guessed that I should have a brush, at the age of 73, with the son, or the grandson, of one of my best friends? I am a vice-admiral, monsieur. Is not that as much as to say that I think no more of fighting a duel than of smoking a cigar? Why, in my time, no two young men could be intimate till they had seen the color of their blood. But, 'sdeath, sir, last evening, sailor-like, I had taken a drop too much grog on board, and I ran you down. Shake hands. I would rather take 100 rebuffs from a Longueville than cause his family the smallest regret.' However coldly the young man tried to behave to the Comte de Kergarouët, he could not resist the frank cordiality of his manner, and presently gave him his hand. 'You were going out riding,' said the Count. 'Do not let me detain you. But, unless you have other plans, I beg you will come to dinner today at the Villa Planet. My nephew, the Comte de Fontaine, is a man it is essential that you should know. Ah, ha! And I propose to make up to you for my clumsiness by introducing you to 5 of the prettiest women in Paris. So, young man, your brow is clearing. I am fond of young people, and I like to see them happy. Their happiness reminds me of the good times of my youth, when adventures were not lacking, any more than duels. We were gay dogs then. Nowadays you think and worry over everything, as though there had never been a 15th and a 16th century. But, monsieur, are we not in the right? The 16th century only gave religious liberty to Europe, and the 19th will give it political lib. Oh, we will not talk politics. I am a perfect old woman, ultra you see. But I do not hinder young men from being revolutionary, so long as they leave the king at liberty to disperse their assemblies. When they had gone a little way, and the Count and his companion were in the heart of the woods, the old sailor pointed out a slender young birch sapling, pulled up his horse, took out one of his pistols, and the bullet was lodged in the heart of the tree, 15 paces away. "You see, my dear fellow, that I am not afraid of a duel," he said with comical gravity, as he looked at Monsieur Longueville. "Nor am I," replied the young man, promptly cocking his pistol. He aimed at the hole made by the Comte's bullet, and sent his own close to it. "That is what I call a well-educated man," cried the Admiral with enthusiasm. During this ride with the youth, whom he already regarded as his nephew, he found endless opportunities of catechizing him on all the trifles of which a perfect knowledge constituted. According to his private code, an accomplished gentleman. "Have you any debts?" he at last asked of his companion, after many other inquiries. "No, monsieur." "What, you pay for all you have?" "Punctually. Otherwise we should lose our credit, and every sort of respect." "But at least you have more than one mistress?" "Ah, you blush, comrade. Well, manners have changed. All these notions of lawful order, contism, and liberty have spoilt the young men. You have no Guimard now, no Deuth, no creditors, and you know nothing of heraldry. Why, my dear young friend, you are not fully fledged. The man who does not sow his wild oats in the spring sows them in the winter. If I have but 80,000 francs a year at the age of 70, it is because I ran through the capital at 30. Oh! With my wife, in decency and honor. However, your imperfections will not interfere with my introducing you at the Pavilion Planet. Remember, you have promised to come, and I shall expect you." "What an odd little old man," said Longueville to himself. "He is so jolly and hale, but though he wishes to seem a good fellow, I will not trust him too far." Next day, at about 4 o'clock, when the house party were dispersed in the drawing rooms and billiard room, a servant announced to the inhabitants of the Villa Planet, Monsieur de Longueville. On hearing the name of the old admiral's protégé, everyone, down to the player who was about to miss his stroke, rushed in. As much to study Mademoiselle de Fontaine's countenance as to judge of this phoenix of men, who had earned honorable mention to the detriment of so many rivals. A simple but elegant style of dress, an air of perfect ease, polite manners, a pleasant voice with a ring in it which found a response in the hearer's heartstrings, won the goodwill of the family for Monsieur Longueville. He did not seem unaccustomed to the luxury of the Receiver-General's ostentatious mansion. Though his conversation was that of a man of the world, it was easy to discern that he had had a brilliant education, and that his knowledge was as thorough as it was extensive. He knew so well the right thing to say in a discussion on naval architecture, trivial, it is true, started by the old admiral, that one of the ladies remarked that he must have passed through the École Polytechnique. And I think, madam, he replied, that I may regard it as an honor to have got in. In spite of urgent pressing, he refused politely but firmly to be kept to dinner, and put an end to the persistency of the ladies by saying that he was the Hippocrates of his young sister, whose delicate health required great care. Monsieur is perhaps a medical man, asked one of Emily's sisters-in-law with ironical meaning. Monsieur has left the École Polytechnique, Mademoiselle de Fontaine kindly put in. Her face had flushed with richer color, as she learned that the young lady of the ball was Monsieur Longueville's sister. But, my dear, he may be a doctor and yet have been to the École Polytechnique, is it not so, monsieur? There is nothing to prevent it, madam, replied the young man. Every eye was on Emily, who was gazing with uneasy curiosity at the fascinating stranger. She breathed more freely when he added, not without a smile, I have not the honor of belonging to the medical profession. And I even gave up going into the engineers in order to preserve my independence. And you did well, said the Count. But how can you regard it as an honor to be a doctor? Added the Breton nobleman. Ah, my young friend, such a man as you. Monsieur le Comte, I respect every profession that has a useful purpose. Well, in that we agree. You respect those professions, I imagine, as a young man respects a dowager. Monsieur Longueville made his visit neither too long nor too short. He left at the moment when he saw that he had pleased everybody, and that each one's curiosity about him had been roused. He is a cunning rascal, said the Count, coming into the drawing-room after seeing him to the door. Mademoiselle de Fontaine, who had been in the secret of this call, had dressed with some care to attract the young man's eye. But she had the little disappointment of finding that he did not bestow on her so much attention as she thought she deserved. The family were a good deal surprised at the silence into which she had retired. Emily generally displayed all her arts for the benefit of newcomers, her witty prattle, and the inexhaustible eloquence of her eyes and attitudes. Whether it was that the young man's pleasing voice and attractive manners had charmed her, that she was seriously in love, and that this feeling had worked a change in her. Her demeanor had lost all its affectations. Being simple and natural, she must, no doubt, have seemed more beautiful. Some of her sisters, and an old lady, a friend of the family, saw in this behavior a refinement of art. They supposed that Emily, judging the man worthy of her, intended to delay revealing her merits, so as to dazzle him suddenly when she found that she pleased him. Every member of the family was curious to know what this capricious creature thought of the stranger. But when, during dinner, everyone chose to endow Monsieur Longueville with some fresh quality which no one else had discovered, Mademoiselle de Fontaine sat for some time in silence. A sarcastic remark of her uncle's suddenly roused her from her apathy. She said, somewhat epigrammatically, that such heavenly perfection must cover some great defect, and that she would take good care how she judged so gifted a man at first sight. Those who please everybody, please nobody, she added, and the worst of all faults is to have none. Like all girls who are in love, Emily cherished the hope of being able to hide her feelings at the bottom of her heart by putting the Argus eyes that watched on the wrong tack. But by the end of a fortnight there was not a member of the large family party who was not in this little domestic secret. When Monsieur Longueville called for the third time, Emily believed it was chiefly for her sake. This discovery gave her such intoxicating pleasure that she was startled as she reflected on it. There was something in it very painful to her pride. Accustomed as she was to be the center of her world, she was obliged to recognize a force that attracted her outside herself. She tried to resist, but she could not chase from her heart the fascinating image of the young man. Then came some anxiety. Two of Monsieur Longueville's qualities, very adverse to general curiosity, and especially to Mademoiselle de Fontaine's, were unexpected modesty and discretion. He never spoke of himself, of his pursuits, or of his family. The hints Emily threw out in conversation, and the traps she laid to extract from the young fellow some facts concerning himself. He could evade with the adroitness of a diplomatist concealing a secret. If she talked of painting, he responded as a connoisseur. If she sat down to play, he showed without conceit that he was a very good pianist. One evening he delighted all the party by joining his delightful voice to Emily's in one of Cimarosa's charming duets. But when they tried to find out whether he were a professional singer, he baffled them so pleasantly that he did not afford these women, practiced as they were in the art of reading feelings, the least chance of discovering to what social sphere he belonged. However boldly the old uncle cast the boarding hooks over the vessel, Longueville slipped away cleverly, so as to preserve the charm of mystery. And it was easy to him to remain the handsome stranger at the villa, because curiosity never overstepped the bounds of good breeding. Emily, distracted by this reserve, hoped to get more out of the sister than the brother, in the form of confidences. Aided by her uncle, who was as skillful in such maneuvers as in handling a ship, she endeavored to bring upon the scene the hitherto unseen figure of Mademoiselle Clara Longueville. The family party at the Villa Planet soon expressed the greatest desire to make the acquaintance of so amiable a young lady, and to give her some amusement. An informal dance was proposed and accepted. The ladies did not despair of making a young girl of 16 talk. Notwithstanding the little clouds piled up by suspicion and created by curiosity, a light of joy shone in Emily's soul. For she found life delicious when thus intimately connected with another than herself. She began to understand the relations of life. Whether it is that happiness makes us better, or that she was too fully occupied to torment other people, she became less caustic, more gentle, and indulgent. This change in her temper enchanted and amazed her family. Perhaps, at last, her selfishness was being transformed to love. It was a deep delight to her to look for the arrival of her bashful and unconfessed adorer. Though they had not uttered a word of passion, she knew that she was loved, and with what art did she not lead the stranger to unlock the stores of his information, which proved to be varied. She perceived that she, too, was being studied, and that made her endeavor to remedy the defects her education had encouraged. Was not this her first homage to love, and a bitter reproach to herself? She desired to please, and she was enchanting, she loved, and she was idolized. Her family, knowing that her pride would sufficiently protect her, gave her enough freedom to enjoy the little childish delights which give to first love its charm and its violence. More than once the young man and Mademoiselle de Fontaine walked, tête-à-tête, in the avenues of the garden, where nature was dressed like a woman going to a ball. More than once they had those conversations, aimless and meaningless, in which the emptiest phrases are those which cover the deepest feelings. They often admired together the setting sun and its gorgeous coloring. They gathered daisies to pull the petals off, and sang the most impassioned duets, using the notes set down by Pergolesi or Rossini as faithful interpreters to express their secrets. The day of the dance came. Clara Longueville and her brother, whom the servants persisted in honoring with the novelist, were the principal guests. For the first time in her life Mademoiselle de Fontaine felt pleasure in a young girl's triumph. She lavished on Clara in all sincerity the gracious petting and little attentions which women generally give each other only to excite the jealousy of men. Emily had, indeed, an object in view. She wanted to discover some secrets. But, being a girl, Mademoiselle Longueville showed even more motherwit than her brother, for she did not even look as if she were hiding a secret, and kept the conversation to subjects unconnected with personal interests, while, at the same time, she gave it so much charm that Mademoiselle de Fontaine was almost envious, and called her the siren. Though Emily had intended to make Clara talk, it was Clara, in fact, who questioned Emily. She had meant to judge her, and she was judged by her. She was constantly provoked to find that she had betrayed her own character in some reply which Clara had extracted from her, while her modest and candid manner prohibited any suspicion of perfidy. There was a moment when Mademoiselle de Fontaine seemed sorry for an ill-judged sally against the commonalty to which Clara had led her. "Mademoiselle," said the sweet child, "I have heard so much of you from Maximilian that I had the keenest desire to know you, out of affection for him. But is not a wish to know you a wish to love you? My dear Clara, I feared I might have displeased you by speaking thus of people who are not of noble birth. Oh, be quite easy. That sort of discussion is pointless in these days. As for me, it does not affect me. I am beside the question." Ambitious as the answer might seem, it filled Mademoiselle de Fontaine with the deepest joy. For, like all infatuated people, she explained it, as oracles are explained, in the sense that harmonized with her wishes. She began dancing again in higher spirits than ever, as she watched Longueville, whose figure and grace almost surpassed those of her imaginary ideal. She felt added satisfaction in believing him to be well-born, her black eyes sparkled, and she danced with all the pleasure that comes of dancing in the presence of the being we love. The couple had never understood each other as well as at this moment. More than once they felt their finger-tips thrill and tremble as they were married in the figures of the dance. The early autumn had come to the handsome pair, in the midst of country festivities and pleasures. They had abandoned themselves softly to the tide of the sweetest sentiment in life, strengthening it by 1,000 little incidents which anyone can imagine. For love is in some respects always the same. They studied each other through it all, as much as lovers can. Well, well. A flirtation never turned so quickly into a love match, said the old uncle, who kept an eye on the two young people as a naturalist watches an insect in the microscope. The speech alarmed Monsieur and Madame Fontaine. The old Vendetta had ceased to be so indifferent to his daughter's prospects as he had promised to be. He went to Paris to seek information, and found none. Uneasy at this mystery, and not yet knowing what might be the outcome of the inquiry which he had begged a Paris friend to institute with reference to the family of Longueville, he thought it his duty to warn his daughter to behave prudently. The fatherly admonition was received with mock submission spiced with irony. "At least, my dear Emily, if you love him, do not own it to him." "My dear father, I certainly do love him. But I will await your permission before I tell him so. But remember, Emily, you know nothing of his family or his pursuits." "I may be ignorant, but I am content to be." "But, father, you wished to see me married, you left me at liberty to make my choice is irrevocably made, what more is needful?" "It is needful to ascertain, my dear, whether the man of your choice is the son of a peer of France," the venerable gentleman retorted sarcastically. Emily was silent for a moment. She presently raised her head, looked at her father, and said somewhat anxiously, "Are not the Longuevilles? They became extinct in the person of the old Duc de Rostian-Limbourg, who perished on the scaffold in 1793. He was the last representative of the last and younger branch." "But, papa, there are some very good families descended from bastards. The history of France swarms with princes bearing the bar sinister on their shields." "Your ideas are much changed," said the old man, with a smile. The following day was the last that the Fontaine family were to spend at the Pavilion Planet. Emily, greatly disturbed by her father's warning, awaited with extreme impatience the hour at which young Longueville was in the habit of coming, to wring some explanation from him. She went out after dinner, and walked alone across the shrubbery towards an arbor fit for lovers, where she knew that the eager youth would seek her. And as she hastened thither she considered of the best way to discover so important a matter without compromising herself, a rather difficult thing. Hitherto no direct avowal had sanctioned the feelings which bound her to this stranger. Like Maximilian, she had secretly enjoyed the sweetness of first love. But both were equally proud, and each feared to confess that love. Maximilian Longueville, to whom Clara had communicated her not unfounded suspicions as to Emily's character, was by turns carried away by the violence of a young man's passion, and held back by a wish to know and test the woman to whom he would be entrusting his happiness. His love had not hindered him from perceiving in Emily the prejudices which marred her young nature. But before attempting to counteract them, he wished to be sure that she loved him, for he would no sooner risk the fate of his love than of his life. He had, therefore, persistently kept a silence to which his looks, his behavior, and his smallest actions gave the lie. On her side, the self-respect natural to a young girl, augmented in Mademoiselle de Fontaine by the monstrous vanity founded on her birth and beauty, kept her from meeting the declaration halfway, which her growing passion sometimes urged her to invite. Thus the lovers had instinctively understood the situation without explaining to each other their secret motives. There are times in life when such vagueness pleases youthful minds. Just because each had postponed speaking too long, they seemed to be playing a cruel game of suspense. He was trying to discover whether he was beloved, by the effort any confession would cost his haughty mistress. She every minute hoped that he would break a too respectful silence. Emily, seated on a rustic bench, was reflecting on all that had happened in these 3 months full of enchantment. Her father's suspicions were the last that could appeal to her. She even disposed of them at once by 2 or 3 of those reflections natural to an inexperienced girl, which, to her, seemed conclusive. Above all, she was convinced that it was impossible that she should deceive herself. All the summer through she had not been able to detect in Maximilian a single gesture, or a single word, which could indicate a vulgar origin or vulgar occupations. Nay more, his manner of discussing things revealed a man devoted to the highest interests of the nation. Besides, she reflected, an office clerk, a banker, or a merchant, would not be at leisure to spend a whole season in paying his addresses to me in the midst of woods and fields, wasting his time as freely as a nobleman who has life before him free of all care. She had given herself up to meditations far more interesting to her than these preliminary thoughts, when a slight rustling in the leaves announced to her that Maximilian had been watching her for a minute, not probably without admiration. "Do you know that it is very wrong to take a young girl thus unawares?" she asked him, smiling. "Especially when they are busy with their secrets," replied Maximilian archly. "Why should I not have my secrets?" "You certainly have yours." "Then you really were thinking of your secrets," he went on, laughing. "No, I was thinking of yours." "My own, I know. But perhaps my secrets are yours, and yours mine," cried the young man, softly seizing Mademoiselle de Fontaine's hand and drawing it through his arm. After walking a few steps they found themselves under a clump of trees which the hues of the sinking sun wrapped in a haze of red and brown. This touch of natural magic lent a certain solemnity to the moment. The young man's free and eager action, and, above all, the throbbing of his surging heart, whose hurried beating spoke to Emily's arm, stirred her to an emotion that was all the more disturbing because it was produced by the simplest and most innocent circumstances. The restraint under which the young girls of the upper class live gives incredible force to any explosion of feeling. And to meet an impassioned lover is one of the greatest dangers they can encounter. Never had Emily and Maximilian allowed their eyes to say so much that they dared never speak. Carried away by this intoxication, they easily forgot the petty stipulations of pride, and the cold hesitancies of suspicion. At first, indeed, they could only express themselves by a pressure of hands which interpreted their happy thoughts. After slowing pacing a few steps in long silence, Mademoiselle de Fontaine spoke. "Monsieur, I have a question to ask you," she said trembling, and in an agitated voice. "But, remember, I beg, that it is in a manner compulsory on me, from the rather singular position I am in with regard to my family." A pause, terrible to Emily, followed these sentences, which she had almost stammered out. During the minute while it lasted, the girl, haughty as she was, dared not meet the flashing eye of the man she loved. For she was secretly conscious of the meanness of the next words she added, "Are you of noble birth?" As soon as the words were spoken she wished herself at the bottom of a lake. "Mademoiselle," Longueville gravely replied, and his face assumed a sort of stern dignity. "I promise to answer you truly as soon as you shall have answered in all sincerity a question I will put to you." He released her arm, and the girl suddenly felt alone in the world, as he said, "What is your object in questioning me as to my birth?" She stood motionless, cold, and speechless. "Mademoiselle," Maximilian went on, "let us go no further if we do not understand each other." "I love you," he said, in a voice of deep emotion. "Well, then," he added, as he heard the joyful exclamation she could not suppress, "why ask me if I am of noble birth?" Could he speak so if he were not? Cried a voice within her, which Emily believed came from the depths of her heart. She gracefully raised her head, seemed to find new life in the young man's gaze, and held out her hand as if to renew the alliance. "You thought I cared very much for dignities?" said she with keen archness. "I have no titles to offer my wife," he replied, in a half-sportive, half-serious tone. "But if I choose one of high rank, and among women whom a wealthy home has accustomed to the luxury and pleasures of a fine fortune, I know what such a choice requires of me. Love gives everything," he added lightly, "but only to lovers. Once married, they need something more than the vault of heaven and the carpet of a meadow." "He is rich," she reflected. "As to titles, perhaps he only wants to try me. He has been told that I am mad about titles, and bent on marrying none but a peer's son. My priggish sisters have played me that trick. I assure you, monsieur," she said aloud, "that I have had very extravagant ideas about life and the world. But now," she added pointedly, looking at him in a perfectly distracting way, "I know where true riches are to be found for a wife." "I must believe that you are speaking from the depths of your heart," he said, with gentle gravity. "But this winter, my dear Emily, in less than 2 months perhaps, I may be proud of what I shall have to offer you if you care for the pleasures of wealth. This is the only secret I shall keep locked here," and he laid his hand on his heart, "for on its success my happiness depends. I dare not say ours." "Yes, yes, ours." Exchanging such sweet nothings, they slowly made their way back to rejoin the company. Mademoiselle de Fontaine had never found her lover more amiable or wittier. His light figure, his engaging manners, seemed to her more charming than ever. Since the conversation which had made her to some extent the possessor of a heart worthy to be the envy of every woman. They sang an Italian duet with so much expression that the audience applauded enthusiastically. Their adieus were in a conventional tone, which concealed their happiness. In short, this day had been to Emily like a chain binding her more closely than ever to the stranger's fate. The strength and dignity he had displayed in the scene when they had confessed their feelings had perhaps impressed Mademoiselle de Fontaine with the respect without which there is no true love. When she was left alone in the drawing-room with her father, the old man went up to her affectionately, held her hands, and asked her whether she had gained any light as to Monsieur Longueville's family and fortune. "Yes, my dear father," she replied, "and I am happier than I could have hoped. In short, Monsieur de Longueville is the only man I could ever marry." "Very well, Emily," said the Count, "then I know what remains for me to do." "Do you know of any impediment?" she asked, in sincere alarm. "My dear child, the young man is totally unknown to me. But unless he is not a man of honor, so long as you love him, he is as dear to me as a son." "Not a man of honor," exclaimed Emily. "As to that, I am quite easy. My uncle, who introduced him to us, will answer for him. Say, my dear uncle, has he been a filibuster, an outlaw, a pirate? I knew I should find myself in this fix," cried the old sailor, waking up. He looked round the room, but his niece had vanished, like St. Elmo's fires, to use his favorite expression. Well, uncle, Monsieur de Fontaine went on, how could you hide from us all you knew about this young man? You must have seen how anxious we have been. Is Monsieur de Longueville a man of family? I don't know him from Adam or Eve, said the Comte de Kergarouët. Trusting to that crazy child's tact, I got him here by a method of my own. I know that the boy shoots with a pistol to admiration, hunts well, plays wonderfully at billiards, at chess, and at backgammon. He handles the foils, and rides a horse like the late Chevalier de Saint George. He has a thorough knowledge of all our vintages. He is as good an arithmetician as Barême, draws, dances, and sings well. The devil's in it. What more do you want? If that is not a perfect gentleman, find me a bourgeois who knows all this, or any man who lives more nobly than he does. Does he do anything, I ask you? Does he compromise his dignity by hanging about an office, bowing down before the upstarts you call directors general? He walks upright. He is a man. However, I have just found in my waistcoat pocket the card he gave me when he fancied I wanted to cut his throat, poor innocent. Young men are very simple-minded nowadays. Here it is. Rue du Sentier, number 5, said Monsieur de Fontaine, trying to recall among all the information he had received, something which might concern the stranger. What the devil can it mean? Messrs. Palma, Werbrust and Company, wholesale dealers in muslins, calicoes, and printed cotton goods, live there. Stay, I have it, Longueville the deputy has an interest in their house. Well, but so far as I know, Longueville has but one son of 32, who is not at all like our man, and to whom he gave 50,000 francs a year that he might marry a minister's daughter. He wants to be made a peer like the rest of them. I never heard him mention this Maximilian. Has he a daughter? What is this girl Clara? Besides, it is open to any adventurer to call himself Longueville. But is not the house of Palma, Werbrust and Company half ruined by some speculation in Mexico or the Indies? I will clear all this up. You speak a soliloquy as if you were on the stage, and seem to account me a cipher, said the old admiral suddenly. Don't you know that if he is a gentleman, I have more than one bag in my hold that will stop any leak in his fortune? As to that, if he is a son of Longueville's, he will want nothing. But, said Monsieur de Fontaine, shaking his head from side to side, his father has not even washed off the stains of his origin. Before the Revolution he was an attorney, and the de he has since assumed no more belongs to him than half of his fortune. Pooh! Pooh! Happy those whose fathers were hanged! Cried the admiral gaily. 3 or 4 days after this memorable day, on one of those fine mornings in the month of November, which show the boulevards cleaned by the sharp cold of an early frost, Mademoiselle de Fontaine, wrapped in a new style of fur cape, of which she wished to set the fashion, went out with 2 of her sisters-in-law, on whom she had been wont to discharge her most cutting remarks. The 3 women were tempted to the drive, less by their desire to try a very elegant carriage, and wear gowns which were to set the fashion for the winter, than by their wish to see a cape which a friend had observed in a handsome lace and linen shop at the corner of the Rue de la Paix. As soon as they were in the shop the Baronne de Fontaine pulled Emily by the sleeve, and pointed out to her Maximilian Longueville seated behind the desk, and engaged in paying out the change for a gold piece to one of the workwomen with whom he seemed to be in consultation. The handsome stranger held in his hand a parcel of patterns, which left no doubt as to his honorable profession. Emily felt an icy shudder, though no one perceived it. Thanks to the good breeding of the best society, she completely concealed the rage in her heart, and answered her sister-in-law with the words, "I knew it," with a fullness of intonation and inimitable decision which the most famous actress of the time might have envied her. She went straight up to the desk. Longueville looked up, put the patterns in his pocket with distracting coolness, bowed to Mademoiselle de Fontaine, and came forward, looking at her keenly. "Mademoiselle," he said to the shopgirl, who followed him, looking very much disturbed, "I will send to settle that account, my house deals in that way. But here," he whispered into her ear, as he gave her a 1,000-franc note, take this, it is between ourselves, you will forgive me, I trust, mademoiselle, he added, turning to Emily. You will kindly excuse the tyranny of business matters. Indeed, monsieur, it seems to me that it is no concern of mine, replied Mademoiselle de Fontaine, looking at him with a bold expression of sarcastic indifference which might have made anyone believe that she now saw him for the first time. Do you really mean it? Asked Maximilian in a broken voice. Emily turned her back upon him with amazing insolence. These words, spoken in an undertone, had escaped the ears of her two sisters-in-law. When, after buying the cape, the three ladies got into the carriage again, Emily, seated with her back to the horses, could not resist one last comprehensive glance into the depths of the odious shop, where she saw Maximilian standing with his arms folded, in the attitude of a man superior to the disaster that has so suddenly fallen on him. Their eyes met and flashed implacable looks. Each hoped to inflict a cruel wound on the heart of a lover. In one instant they were as far apart as if one had been in China and the other in Greenland. Does not the breath of vanity wither everything? Mademoiselle de Fontaine, a prey to the most violent struggle that can torture the heart of a young girl, reaped the richest harvest of anguish that prejudice and narrow-mindedness ever sowed in a human soul. Her face, but just now fresh and velvety, was streaked with yellow lines and red patches. The paleness of her cheeks seemed every now and then to turn green. Hoping to hide her despair from her sisters, she would laugh as she pointed out some ridiculous dress or passerby, but her laughter was spasmodic. She was more deeply hurt by their unspoken compassion than by any satirical comments for which she might have revenged herself. She exhausted her wit in trying to engage them in a conversation, in which she tried to expend her fury in senseless paradoxes, heaping on all men engaged in trade the bitterest insults and witticisms in the worst taste. On getting home, she had an attack of fever, which at first assumed a somewhat serious character. By the end of a month the care of her parents and of the physician restored her to her family. Everyone hoped that this lesson would be severe enough to subdue Emily's nature, but she insensibly fell into her old habits and threw herself again into the world of fashion. She declared that there was no disgrace in making a mistake. If she, like her father, had a vote in the chamber, she would move for an edict, she said, by which all merchants, and especially dealers in calico, should be branded on the forehead, like Berry sheep, down to the third generation. She wished that none but nobles should have the right to wear the antique French costume, which was so becoming to the courtiers of Louis XV. To hear her, it was a misfortune for France, perhaps, that there was no outward and visible difference between a merchant and a peer of France. And 100 more such pleasantries, easy to imagine, were rapidly poured out when any accident brought up the subject. But those who loved Emily could see through all her banter a tinge of melancholy. It was clear that Maximilian Longueville still reigned over that inexorable heart. Sometimes she would be as gentle as she had been during the brief summer that had seen the birth of her love, sometimes, again, she was unendurable. Everyone made excuses for her inequality of temper, which had its source in sufferings at once secret and known to all. The Comte de Kergarouët had some influence over her, thanks to his increased prodigality, a kind of consolation which rarely fails of its effect on a Parisian girl. The first ball at which Mademoiselle de Fontaine appeared was at the Neapolitan ambassador's. As she took her place in the first quadrille she saw, a few yards away from her, Maximilian Longueville, who nodded slightly to her partner. "Is that young man a friend of yours?" she asked, with a scornful air. "Only my brother," he replied. Emily could not help starting. "Ah," he continued, "and he is the noblest soul living." "Do you know my name?" asked Emily, eagerly interrupting him. "No, mademoiselle. It is a crime, I confess, not to remember a name which is on every lip, I ought to say in every heart. But I have a valid excuse. I have but just arrived from Germany. My ambassador, who is in Paris on leave, sent me here this evening to take care of his amiable wife, whom you may see yonder in that corner. A perfect tragic mask, said Emily, after looking at the ambassadress. And yet that is her ballroom face, said the young man, laughing. I shall have to dance with her. So I thought I might have some compensation. Mademoiselle de Fontaine courtesied. I was very much surprised, the voluble young secretary went on, to find my brother here. On arriving from Vienna I heard that the poor boy was ill in bed, and I counted on seeing him before coming to this ball, but good policy will always allow us to indulge family affection. The padrona della casa would not give me time to call on my poor Maximilian. Then, monsieur, your brother is not, like you, in diplomatic employment. No, said the attaché, with a sigh, the poor fellow sacrificed himself for me. He and my sister Clara have renounced their share of my father's fortune to make an eldest son of me. My father dreams of a peerage, like all who vote for the ministry. Indeed, it is promised him, he added in an undertone. After saving up a little capital my brother joined a banking firm, and I hear he has just effected a speculation in Brazil which may make him a millionaire. You see me in the highest spirits at having been able, by my diplomatic connections, to contribute to his success. I am impatiently expecting a dispatch from the Brazilian legation, which will help to lift the cloud from his brow. What do you think of him? Well, your brother's face does not look to me like that of a man busied with money matters. The young attaché shot a scrutinizing glance at the apparently calm face of his partner. What? He exclaimed, with a smile, can young ladies read the thoughts of love behind the silent brow? Your brother is in love, then? She asked, betrayed into a movement of curiosity. Yes. My sister Clara, to whom he is as devoted as a mother, wrote to me that he had fallen in love this summer with a very pretty girl, but I have had no further news of the affair. Would you believe that the poor boy used to get up at 5 in the morning, and went off to settle his business that he might be back by 4 o'clock in the country where the lady was? In fact, he ruined a very nice thoroughbred that I had just given him. Forgive my chatter, mademoiselle, I have but just come home from Germany. For a year I have heard no decent French, I have been weaned from French faces, and satiated with Germans, to such a degree that, I believe, in my patriotic mania, I could talk to the chimeras on a French candlestick. And if I talk with a lack of reserve unbecoming in a diplomatist, the fault is yours, mademoiselle. Was it not you who pointed out my brother? When he is the theme I become inexhaustible. I should like to proclaim to all the world how good and generous he is. He gave up no less than 100,000 francs a year, the income from the Longueville property. If Mademoiselle de Fontaine had the benefit of these important revelations, it was partly due to the skill with which she continued to question her confiding partner from the moment when she found that he was the brother of her scorned lover. And could you, without being grieved, see your brother selling muslin and calico? Asked Emily, at the end of the third figure of the quadrille. How do you know that? Asked the attaché. Thank God, though I pour out a flood of words, I have already acquired the art of not telling more than I intend, like all the other diplomatic apprentices I know. You told me, I assure you. Monsieur de Longueville looked at Mademoiselle de Fontaine with a surprise that was full of perspicacity. A suspicion flashed upon him. He glanced inquiringly from his brother to his partner, guessed everything, clasped his hands, fixed his eyes on the ceiling, and began to laugh, saying, I am an idiot. You are the handsomest person here, my brother keeps stealing glances at you, he is dancing in spite of his illness, and you pretend not to see him. Make him happy, he added, as he led her back to her old uncle. I shall not be jealous, but I shall always shiver a little at calling you my sister. The lovers, however, were to prove as inexorable to each other as they were to themselves. At about 2 in the morning, refreshments were served in an immense corridor, where, to leave persons of the same coterie free to meet each other, the tables were arranged as in a restaurant. By one of those accidents which always happen to lovers, Mademoiselle de Fontaine found herself at a table next to that at which the more important guests were seated. Maximilian was of the group. Emily, who lent an attentive ear to her neighbor's conversation, Overheard one of those dialogues into which a young woman so easily falls with a young man who has the grace and style of Maximilian Longueville. The lady talking to the young banker was a Neapolitan duchess, whose eyes shot lightning flashes, and whose skin had the sheen of satin. The intimate terms on which Longueville affected to be with her stung Mademoiselle de Fontaine all the more because she had just given her lover back 20 times as much tenderness as she had ever felt for him before. "Yes, monsieur, in my country true love can make every kind of sacrifice," the Duchess was saying, in a simper. "You have more passion than French women," said Maximilian, whose burning gaze fell on Emily. "They are all vanity." "Monsieur," Emily eagerly interposed, "is it not very wrong to calumniate your own country? Devotion is to be found in every nation." "Do you imagine, mademoiselle," retorted the Italian, with a sardonic smile, "that a Parisian would be capable of following her lover all over the world? Oh, madam, let us understand each other. She would follow him to a desert and live in a tent but not to sit in a shop." A disdainful gesture completed her meaning. Thus, under the influence of her disastrous education, Emily for the second time killed her budding happiness, and destroyed its prospects of life. Maximilian's apparent indifference, and a woman's smile, had wrung from her one of those sarcasms whose treacherous zest always led her astray. "Mademoiselle," said Longueville, in a low voice, under cover of the noise made by the ladies as they rose from the table, "no one will ever more ardently desire your happiness than I. Permit me to assure you of this, as I am taking leave of you. I am starting for Italy in a few days." "With a duchess, no doubt?" "No, but perhaps with a mortal blow." "Is not that pure fancy?" asked Emily, with an anxious glance. "No," he replied. "There are wounds which never heal." "You are not to go," said the girl, imperiously, and she smiled. "I shall go," replied Maximilian, gravely. "You will find me married on your return, I warn you," she said coquettishly. "I hope so." "Impertinent wretch," she exclaimed. "How cruel a revenge!" A fortnight later Maximilian set out with his sister Clara for the warm and poetic scenes of beautiful Italy, leaving Mademoiselle de Fontaine a prey to the most vehement regret. The young secretary to the embassy took up his brother's quarrel, and contrived to take signal vengeance on Emily's disdain by making known the occasion of the lovers' separation. He repaid his fair partner with interest all the sarcasm with which she had formerly attacked Maximilian, and often made more than one excellency smile by describing the fair foe of the counting-house, the Amazon who preached a crusade against bankers. The young girl whose love had evaporated before a bale of muslin. The Comte de Fontaine was obliged to use his influence to procure an appointment to Russia for Auguste Longueville in order to protect his daughter from the ridicule heaped upon her by this dangerous young persecutor. Not long after, the ministry being compelled to raise a levy of peers to support the aristocratic party, trembling in the upper chamber under the lash of an illustrious writer, gave Monsieur Girardin de Longueville a peerage, with the title of Vicomte. Monsieur de Fontaine also obtained a peerage, the reward due as much to his fidelity in evil days as to his name, which claimed a place in the hereditary chamber. About this time Emily, now of age, made, no doubt, some serious reflections on life, for her tone and manners changed perceptibly. Instead of amusing herself by saying spiteful things to her uncle, she lavished on him the most affectionate attentions. She brought him his stick with a persevering devotion that made the cynical smile, she gave him her arm, rode in his carriage, and accompanied him in all his drives. She even persuaded him that she liked the smell of tobacco, and read him his favorite paper La Quotidienne in the midst of clouds of smoke, which the malicious old sailor intentionally blew over her. She learned piquet to be a match for the old count. And this fantastic damsel even listened without impatience to his periodical narratives of the battles of the Belle Poule, the maneuvers of the Ville de Paris, M. de Suffren's first expedition, or the Battle of Aboukir. Though the old sailor had often said that he knew his longitude and latitude too well to allow himself to be captured by a young corvette. One fine morning Paris drawing-rooms heard the news of the marriage of Mademoiselle de Fontaine to the Comte de Kergarouët. The young countess gave splendid entertainments to drown thought, but she, no doubt, found a void at the bottom of the whirlpool. Luxury was ineffectual to disguise the emptiness and grief of her sorrowing soul. For the most part, in spite of the flashes of assumed gaiety, her beautiful face expressed unspoken melancholy. Emily appeared, however, full of attentions and consideration for her old husband, on retiring to his rooms at night, to the sounds of a lively band, would often say, "I do not know myself. Was I to wait till the age of 72 to embark as pilot on board the Belle Emily after 20 years of matrimonial galleys?" The conduct of the young countess was marked by such strictness that the most clear-sighted criticism had no fault to find with her. Lookers-on chose to think that the vice-admiral had reserved the right of disposing of his fortune to keep his wife more tightly in hand. But this was a notion as insulting to the uncle as to the niece. Their conduct was indeed so delicately judicious that the men who were most interested in guessing the secrets of the couple could never decide whether the old count regarded her as a wife or as a daughter. He was often heard to say that he had rescued his niece as a castaway after shipwreck. And that, for his part, he had never taken a mean advantage of hospitality when he had saved an enemy from the fury of the storm. Though the Countess aspired to reign in Paris and tried to keep pace with Mesdames the Duchesses de Maufrigneuse and du Châteauneuf, the Marquises d'Espard and d'Aiglemont, the Comtesses Ferraud de Montcornet, and de Ristaud, Madame de Camps, and Mademoiselle de Touches, she did not yield to the addresses of the young Vicomte de Portenduère, who made her his idol. 2 years after her marriage, in one of the old drawing-rooms in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, where she was admired for her character, worthy of the old school, Emily heard the Vicomte de Longueville announced. In the corner of the room where she was sitting, playing piquet with the Bishop of Persepolis, her agitation was not observed. She turned her head and saw her former lover come in all the freshness of youth. His father's death, and then that of his brother, killed by the severe climate of St. Petersburg, had placed on Maximilian's head the hereditary plumes of the French peer's hat. His fortune matched his learning and his merits, only the day before his youthful and fervid eloquence had dazzled the assembly. At this moment he stood before the Countess, free, and graced with all the advantages she had formerly required of her ideal. Every mother with a daughter to marry made amiable advances to a man gifted with the virtues which they attributed to him, as they admired his attractive person. But Emily knew, better than anyone, that the Vicomte de Longueville had the steadfast nature in which a wise woman sees a guarantee of happiness. She looked at the admiral who, to use his favorite expression, seemed likely to hold his course for a long time yet, and cursed the follies of her youth. At this moment Monsieur de Persepolis said with episcopal grace, "Fair lady, you have thrown away the King of Hearts, I have one. But do not regret your money. I keep it for my little seminaries." To Safka. "Have you observed, mademoiselle, that the painters and sculptors of the Middle Ages, when they placed 2 figures in adoration, one on each side of a fair saint, never failed to give them a family likeness? When you see here your name among those that are dear to me, and under whose auspices I place my works, remember that touching harmony. And you will see in this not so much an act of homage as an expression of the brotherly affection of your devoted servant." De Balzac. The purse. For souls to whom effusiveness is easy there is a delicious hour that falls when it is not yet night, but is no longer day. The twilight gleam throws softened lights or tricksy reflections on every object, and favors a dreamy mood which vaguely weds itself to the play of light and shade. The silence which generally prevails at that time makes it particularly dear to artists, who grow contemplative, stand a few paces back from the pictures on which they can no longer work, and pass judgment on them, rapt by the subject whose most recondite meaning then flashes on the inner eye of genius. He who has never stood pensive by a friend's side in such an hour of poetic dreaming can hardly understand its inexpressible soothingness. Favored by the clear obscure, the material skill employed by art to produce illusion entirely disappears. If the work is a picture, the figures represented seem to speak and walk. The shade is shadow, the light is day, the flesh lives, eyes move, blood flows in their veins, and stuffs have a changing sheen. Imagination helps the realism of every detail, and only sees the beauties of the work. At that hour illusion reigns despotically, perhaps it wakes at nightfall. Is not illusion a sort of night to the mind, which we people with dreams? Illusion then unfolds its wings, it bears the soul aloft to the world of fancies, a world full of voluptuous imaginings, where the artist forgets the real world, yesterday and the morrow. The future, everything down to its miseries, the good and the evil alike. At this magic hour a young painter, a man of talent, who saw in art nothing but art itself, was perched on a stepladder which helped him to work at a large high painting, now nearly finished. Criticizing himself, honestly admiring himself, floating on the current of his thoughts, he then lost himself in one of those meditative moods which ravish and elevate the soul, soothe it, and comfort it. His reverie had no doubt lasted a long time. Night fell. Whether he meant to come down from his perch, or whether he made some ill-judged movement. Believing himself to be on the floor, the event did not allow of his remembering exactly the cause of his accident. He fell, his head struck a footstool. He lost consciousness and lay motionless during a space of time of which he knew not the length. A sweet voice roused him from the stunned condition into which he had sunk. When he opened his eyes the flash of a bright light made him close them again immediately. But through the mist that veiled his senses he heard the whispering of two women, and felt two young, two timid hands on which his head was resting. He soon recovered consciousness, and by the light of an old-fashioned argand lamp he could make out the most charming girl's face he had ever seen. One of those heads which are often supposed to be a freak of the brush, but which to him suddenly realized the theories of the ideal beauty which every artist creates for himself and whence his art proceeds. The features of the unknown belonged, so to say, to the refined and delicate type of prudent school, but had also the poetic sentiment which Girodet gave to the inventions of his fantasy. The freshness of the temples, the regular arch of the eyebrows, the purity of outline, the virginal innocence so plainly stamped on every feature of her countenance, made the girl a perfect creature. Her figure was slight and graceful, and frail in form. Her dress, though simple and neat, revealed neither wealth nor penury. As he recovered his senses, the painter gave expression to his admiration by a look of surprise, and stammered some confused thanks. He found a handkerchief pressed to his forehead, and above the smell peculiar to a studio, he recognized the strong odor of ether, applied no doubt to revive him from his fainting fit. Finally he saw an old woman, looking like a marquise of the old school, who held the lamp and was advising the young girl. "Monsieur," said the younger woman in reply to one of the questions put by the painter during the few minutes when he was still under the influence of the vagueness that the shock had produced in his ideas. "My mother and I heard the noise of your fall on the floor, and we fancied we heard a groan. The silence following on the crash alarmed us, and we hurried up. Finding the key in the latch, we happily took the liberty of entering, and we found you lying motionless on the ground. My mother went to fetch what was needed to bathe your head and revive you. You have cut your forehead, there. Do you feel it?" "Yes, I do now," he replied. "Oh, it will be nothing," said the old mother. "Happily your head rested against this lay figure." "I feel infinitely better," replied the painter. "I need nothing further but a hackney cab to take me home. The porter's wife will go for one." He tried to repeat his thanks to the two strangers. But at each sentence the elder lady interrupted him, saying, "Tomorrow, monsieur, pray be careful to put on leeches, or to be bled, and drink a few cups of something healing. A fall may be dangerous." The young girl stole a look at the painter and at the pictures in the studio. Her expression and her glances revealed perfect propriety. Her curiosity seemed rather absence of mind, and her eyes seemed to speak the interest which women feel, with the most engaging spontaneity, in everything which causes us suffering. The two strangers seemed to forget the painter's works in the painter's mishap. When he had reassured them as to his condition, they left, looking at him with an anxiety that was equally free from insistence and from familiarity, without asking any indiscreet questions, or trying to incite him to any wish to visit them. Their proceedings all bore the hallmark of natural refinement and good taste. Their noble and simple manners at first made no great impression on the painter, but subsequently, as he recalled all the details of the incident, he was greatly struck by them. When they reached the floor beneath that occupied by the painter's studio, the old lady gently observed, "Adelaide, you left the door open." "That was to come to my assistance," said the painter, with a grateful smile. "You came down just now, mother," replied the young girl, with a blush. "Would you like us to accompany you all the way downstairs?" asked the mother. "The stairs are dark." "No, thank you, indeed, madam, I am much better. Hold tightly by the rail." The two women remained on the landing to light the young man, listening to the sound of his steps. In order to set forth clearly all the exciting and unexpected interest this scene might have for the young painter, it must be told that he had only a few days since established his studio in the attics of this house, situated in the darkest and, therefore, the most muddy part of the Rue de Chourisons, almost opposite the Church of the Madeleine, and quite close to his rooms in the Rue de Champs-Élysées. The fame his talent had won him having made him one of the artists most dear to his country, he was beginning to feel free from want, and to use his own expression, was enjoying his last privations. Instead of going to his work in one of the studios near the city gates, where the moderate rents had hitherto been in proportion to his humble earnings, he had gratified a wish that was new every morning, by sparing himself a long walk, and the loss of much time, now more valuable than ever. No man in the world would have inspired feelings of greater interest than Hippolyte Schinner if he would ever have consented to make acquaintance. But he did not lightly entrust to others the secrets of his life. He was the idol of a necessitous mother, who had brought him up at the cost of the severest privations. Mademoiselle Schinner, the daughter of an Alsatian farmer, had never been married. Her tender soul had been cruelly crushed, long ago, by a rich man, who did not pride himself on any great delicacy in his love affairs. The day when, as a young girl, in all the radiance of her beauty and all the triumph of her life, she suffered, at the cost of her heart and her sweet illusions, the disenchantment which falls on us so slowly and yet so quickly, for we try to postpone as long as possible our belief in evil, and it seems to come too soon. That day was a whole age of reflection, and it was also a day of religious thought and resignation. She refused the alms of the man who had betrayed her, renounced the world, and made a glory of her shame. She gave herself up entirely to her motherly love, seeking in it all her joys in exchange for the social pleasures to which she bid farewell. She lived by work, saving up a treasure for her son. And, in after years, a day, an hour repaid her amply for the long and weary sacrifices of her indigence. At the last exhibition her son had received the Cross of the Legion of Honor. The newspapers, unanimous in hailing an unknown genius, still rang with sincere praises. Artists themselves acknowledged Schinner as a master, and dealers covered his canvases with gold pieces. At 25 Hippolyte Schinner, to whom his mother had transmitted her woman's soul, understood more clearly than ever his position in the world. Anxious to restore to his mother the pleasures of which society had so long robbed her, he lived for her, hoping by the aid of fame and fortune to see her one day happy, rich, respected, and surrounded by men of mark. Schinner had therefore chosen his friends among the most honorable and distinguished men. Fastidious in the selection of his intimates, he desired to raise still further a position which his talent had placed high. The work to which he had devoted himself from boyhood, by compelling him to dwell in solitude, the mother of great thoughts, had left him the beautiful beliefs which graced the early days of life. His adolescent soul was not closed to any of the thousand bashful emotions by which a young man is a being apart, whose heart abounds in joys, in poetry, in virginal hopes. Puerile in the eyes of men of the world, but deep because they are single-hearted. He was endowed with the gentle and polite manners which speak to the soul, and fascinate even those who do not understand them. He was well made. His voice, coming from his heart, stirred that of others to noble sentiments, and bore witness to his true modesty by a certain ingenuousness of tone. Those who saw him felt drawn to him by that attraction of the moral nature which men of science are happily unable to analyze. They would detect in it some phenomenon of galvanism, or the current of I know not what fluid, and express our sentiments in a formula of ratios of oxygen and electricity. These details will perhaps explain to strong-minded persons and to men of fashion why, in the absence of the porter whom he had sent to the end of the Rue de la Madeleine to call him a coach, Hippolyte Schinner did not ask the man's wife any questions concerning the two women whose kindness of heart had shown itself in his behalf. But though he replied yes or no to the inquiries, natural under the circumstances, which the good woman made as to his accident, and the friendly intervention of the tenants occupying the fourth floor, he could not hinder her from following the instinct of her kind. She mentioned the two strangers, speaking of them as prompted by the interests of her policy and the subterranean opinions of the porter's lodge. Ah, said she, they were, no doubt, Mademoiselle Leseigneur and her mother, who have lived here these 4 years. We do not know exactly what these ladies do. In the morning, only till the hour of noon, an old woman who is half deaf, and who never speaks any more than a wall, comes in to help them. In the evening, 2 or 3 old gentlemen, with loops of ribbon, like you, monsieur, come to see them, and often stay very late. One of them comes in a carriage with servants, and is said to have 60,000 francs a year. However, they are very quiet tenants, as you are, monsieur, and economical. They live on nothing, and as soon as a letter is brought they pay for it. It is a queer thing, monsieur, the mother's name is not the same as the daughter's. Ah, but when they go for a walk in the Tuileries, mademoiselle is very smart, and she never goes out but she is followed by a lot of young men. But she shuts the door in their face, and she is quite right. The proprietor would never allow. The coach having come, Hippolyte heard no more, and went home. His mother, to whom he related his adventure, dressed his wound afresh, and would not allow him to go to the studio next day. After taking advice, various treatments were prescribed, and Hippolyte remained at home 3 days. During this retirement his idle fancy recalled vividly, bit by bit, the details of the scene that had ensued on his fainting fit. The young girl's profile was clearly projected against the darkness of his inward vision. He saw once more the mother's faded features, or he felt the touch of Adelaide's hands. He remembered some gesture which at first had not greatly struck him, but whose exquisite grace was thrown into relief by memory. Then an attitude, or the tones of a melodious voice, enhanced by the distance of remembrance, suddenly rose before him, as objects plunging to the bottom of deep waters come back to the surface. So, on the day when he could resume work, he went early to his studio, but the visit he undoubtedly had a right to pay to his neighbors was the true cause of his haste. He had already forgotten the pictures he had begun. At the moment when a passion throws off its swaddling clothes, inexplicable pleasures are felt, known to those who have loved. So some readers will understand why the painter mounted the stairs to the 4th floor but slowly, and will be in the secret of the throbs that followed each other so rapidly in his heart at the moment when he saw the humble brown door of the rooms inhabited by Mademoiselle Leseigneur. This girl, whose name was not the same as her mother's, had aroused the young painter's deepest sympathies. He chose to fancy some similarity between himself and her as to their position, and attributed to her misfortunes of birth akin to his own. All the time he worked Hippolyte gave himself very willingly to thoughts of love, and made a great deal of noise to compel the two ladies to think of him, as he was thinking of them. He stayed late at the studio and dined there, then, at about 7 o'clock, he went down to call on his neighbors. No painter of manners has ventured to initiate us, perhaps out of modesty, into the really curious privacy of certain Parisian existences. Into the secret of the dwellings whence emerge such fresh and elegant toilets, such brilliant women, who, rich on the surface, allow the signs of very doubtful comfort to peep out in every part of their home. If, here, the picture is too boldly drawn, if you find it tedious in places, do not blame the description, which is, indeed, part and parcel of my story. For the appearance of the rooms inhabited by his two neighbors had a great influence on the feelings and hopes of Hippolyte Schinner. The house belonged to one of those proprietors in whom there is a foregone and profound horror of repairs and decoration. One of the men who regard their position as Paris house owners as a business. In the vast chain of moral species, these people hold a middle place between the miser and the usurer. Optimists in their own interests, they are all faithful to the Austrian status quo. If you speak of moving a cupboard or a door, of opening the most indispensable air hole, their eyes flash, their bile rises, they rear like a frightened horse. When the wind blows down a few chimney pots they are quite ill, and deprive themselves of an evening at the Gymnase or the Porte Saint Martin Theatre, on account of repairs. Hippolyte, who had seen the performance gratis of a comical scene with Monsieur Molyneux as concerning certain decorative repairs in his studio, was not surprised to see the dark greasy paint, the oily stains, spots, and other disagreeable accessories that varied the woodwork. And these stigmata of poverty are not altogether devoid of poetry in an artist's eyes. Mademoiselle Leseigneur herself opened the door. On recognizing the young artist she bowed, and at the same time, with Parisian adroitness, and with the presence of mind that pride can lend, she turned round to shut the door in a glass partition through which Hippolyte might have caught sight of some linen hung by lines over patent ironing stoves, an old camp bed, some wood embers, charcoal, irons, a filter, the household crockery, and all the utensils familiar to a small household. Muslin curtains, fairly white, carefully screened this lumber room, a capharnaüm, as the French call such a domestic laboratory, which was lighted by windows looking out on a neighboring yard. Hippolyte, with the quick eye of an artist, saw the uses, the furniture, the general effect and condition of this first room, thus cut in half. The more honorable half, which served both as anteroom and dining room, was hung with an old salmon rose-colored paper, with a flock border, the manufacture of Revelin, no doubt. The holes and spots had been carefully touched over with wafers. Prints representing the battles of Alexander, by Lebrun, in frames with the gilding rubbed off were symmetrically arranged on the walls. In the middle stood a massive mahogany table, old-fashioned in shape, and worn at the edges. A small stove, whose thin straight pipe was scarcely visible, stood in front of the chimney place, but the hearth was occupied by a cupboard. By a strange contrast the chairs showed some remains of former splendor. They were of carved mahogany, but the red morocco seats, the gilt nails and reeded backs, showed as many scars as an old sergeant of the Imperial Guard. This room did duty as a museum of certain objects, such as are never seen but in this kind of amphibious household, nameless objects with the stamp at once of luxury and penury. Among other curiosities Hippolyte noticed a splendidly finished telescope, hanging over the small discolored glass that decorated the chimney. To harmonize with this strange collection of furniture, there was, between the chimney and the partition, a wretched sideboard of painted wood, pretending to be mahogany. Of all woods the most impossible to imitate. But the slippery red quarries, the shabby little rugs in front of the chairs, and all the furniture, shone with the hard-rubbing cleanliness which lends a treacherous luster to old things by making their defects, their age, and their long service still more conspicuous. An indescribable odor pervaded the room, a mingled smell of the exhalations from the lumber room, and the vapors of the dining room, with those from the stairs, though the window was partly open. The air from the street fluttered the dusty curtains, which were carefully drawn so as to hide the window bay, where former tenants had testified to their presence by various ornamental additions, a sort of domestic fresco. Adelaide hastened to open the door of the inner room, where she announced the painter with evident pleasure. Hippolyte, who, of yore, had seen the same signs of poverty in his mother's home, noted them with the singular vividness of impression which characterizes the earliest acquisitions of memory, and entered into the details of this existence better than anyone else would have done. As he recognized the facts of his life as a child, the kind young fellow felt neither scorn for disguised misfortune nor pride in the luxury he had lately conquered for his mother. "Well, monsieur, I hope you no longer feel the effects of your fall," said the old lady, rising from an antique armchair that stood by the chimney, and offering him a seat. "No, madam. I have come to thank you for the kind care you gave me, and above all mademoiselle, who heard me fall." As he uttered this speech, stamped with the exquisite stupidity given to the mind by the first disturbing symptoms of true love, Hippolyte looked at the young girl. Adelaide was lighting the argand lamp, no doubt that she might get rid of a tallow candle fixed in a large copper flat candlestick, and graced with a heavy fluting of grease from its guttering. She answered with a slight bow, carried the flat candlestick into the anteroom, came back, and after placing the lamp on the chimney shelf, seated herself by her mother, a little behind the painter, so as to be able to look at him at her ease, while apparently much interested in the burning of the lamp. The flame, checked by the damp in a dingy chimney, sputtered as it struggled with a charred and badly trimmed wick. Hippolyte, seeing the large mirror that decorated the chimney-piece, immediately fixed his eyes on it to admire Adelaide. Thus the girl's little stratagem only served to embarrass them both. While talking with Madame Leseigneur, for Hippolyte called her so, on the chance of being right, he examined the room, but unobtrusively and by stealth. The Egyptian figures on the iron firedogs were scarcely visible, the hearth was so heaped with cinders. Two brands tried to meet in front of a sham log of firebrick, as carefully buried as a miser's treasure could ever be. An old Aubusson carpet, very much faded, very much mended, and as worn as a pensioner's coat, did not cover the whole of the tiled floor, and the cold struck to his feet. The walls were hung with a reddish paper, imitating figured silk with a yellow pattern. In the middle of the wall opposite the windows the painter saw a crack, and the outline marked on the paper of double doors, shutting off a recess where Madame Leseigneur slept no doubt. A fact ill disguised by a sofa in front of the door. Facing the chimney, above a mahogany chest of drawers of handsome and tasteful design, was the portrait of an officer of rank, which the dim light did not allow him to see well. But from what he could make out he thought that the fearful daub must have been painted in China. The window curtains of red silk were as much faded as the furniture, in red and yellow worsted work, as, if this room, contrived a double debt to pay. On the marble top of the chest of drawers was a costly malachite tray, with a dozen coffee cups magnificently painted and made, no doubt, at Sèvres. On the chimney shelf stood the omnipresent empire clock, a warrior driving the 4 horses of a chariot, whose wheel bore the numbers of the hours on its spokes. The tapers in the tall candlesticks were yellow with smoke, and at each corner of the shelf stood a porcelain vase crowned with artificial flowers full of dust and stuck into moss. In the middle of the room Hippolyte remarked a card table ready for play, with new packs of cards. For an observer there was something heartrending in the sight of this misery painted up like an old woman who wants to falsify her face. At such a sight every man of sense must at once have stated to himself this obvious dilemma: either these two women are honesty itself, or they live by intrigue and gambling. But on looking at Adelaide, a man so pure-minded as Schinner could not but believe in her perfect innocence, and ascribe the incoherence of the furniture to honorable causes. "My dear," said the old lady to the young one, "I am cold, make a little fire, and give me my shawl." Adelaide went into a room next the drawing-room, where she no doubt slept, and returned bringing her mother a cashmere shawl, which one knew must have been very costly. The pattern was Indian. But it was old, faded and full of darns, and matched the furniture. Madame Leseigneur wrapped herself in it very artistically, and with the readiness of an old woman who wishes to make her word seem truth. The young girl ran lightly off to the lumber room and reappeared with a bundle of small wood, which she gallantly threw on the fire to revive it. It would be rather difficult to reproduce the conversation which followed among these 3 persons. Hippolyte, guided by the tact which is almost always the outcome of misfortune suffered in early youth, dared not allow himself to make the least remark as to his neighbor's situation, as he saw all about him the signs of ill-disguised poverty. The simplest question would have been an indiscretion, and could only be ventured on by old friendship. The painter was nevertheless absorbed in the thought of this concealed penury, it pained his generous soul. But knowing how offensive every kind of pity may be, even the friendliest, the disparity between his thoughts and his words made him feel uncomfortable. The two ladies at first talked of painting, for women easily guess the secret embarrassment of a first call. They themselves feel it perhaps, and the nature of their mind supplies them with 1,000 devices to put an end to it. By questioning the young man as to the material exercise of his art, and as to his studies, Adelaide and her mother emboldened him to talk. The indefinable nothings of their chat, animated by kind feeling, naturally led Hippolyte to flash forth remarks or reflections which showed the character of his habits and of his mind. Trouble had prematurely faded the old lady's face, formerly handsome, no doubt. Nothing was left but the more prominent features, the outline, in a word, the skeleton of a countenance of which the whole effect indicated great shrewdness with much grace in the play of the eyes, in which could be discerned the expression peculiar to women of the old court. An expression that cannot be defined in words. Those fine and mobile features might quite as well indicate bad feelings, and suggest astuteness and womanly artifice carried to a high pitch of wickedness, as reveal the refined delicacy of a beautiful soul. Indeed, the face of a woman has this element of mystery to puzzle the ordinary observer, that the difference between frankness and duplicity, the genius for intrigue and the genius of the heart, is there inscrutable. A man gifted with the penetrating eye can read the intangible shade of difference produced by a more or less curved line, a more or less deep dimple, a more or less prominent feature. The appreciation of these indications lies entirely in the domain of intuition. This alone can lead to the discovery of what everyone is interested in concealing. The old lady's face was like the room she inhabited. It seemed as difficult to detect whether this squalor covered vice or the highest virtue, as to decide whether Adelaide's mother was an old coquette accustomed to weigh, to calculate, to sell everything, or a loving woman, full of noble feeling and amiable qualities. But at Schinner's age the first impulse of the heart is to believe in goodness. And indeed, as he studied Adelaide's noble and almost haughty brow, as he looked into her eyes full of soul and thought, he breathed, so to speak, the sweet and modest fragrance of virtue. In the course of the conversation he seized an opportunity of discussing portraits in general, to give himself a pretext for examining the frightful pastel, of which the color had flown, and the chalk in many places fallen away. "You are attached to that picture for the sake of the likeness, no doubt, mesdames, for the drawing is dreadful," he said, looking at Adelaide. "It was done at Calcutta, in great haste," replied the mother in an agitated voice. She gazed at the formless sketch with the deep absorption which memories of happiness produce when they are roused and fall on the heart like a beneficent dew to whose refreshing touch we love to yield ourselves up. But in the expression of the old lady's face there were traces too of perennial regret. At least, it was thus that the painter chose to interpret her attitude and countenance, and he presently sat down again by her side. "Madam," he said, "in a very short time the colors of that pastel will have disappeared. The portrait will only survive in your memory. Where you will still see the face that is dear to you, others will see nothing at all. Will you allow me to reproduce the likeness on canvas? It will be more permanently recorded then than on that sheet of paper. Grant me, I beg, as a neighborly favor, the pleasure of doing you this service. There are times when an artist is glad of a respite from his greater undertakings by doing work of less lofty pretensions, so it will be a recreation for me to paint that head." The old lady flushed as she heard the painter's words, and Adelaide shot one of those glances of deep feeling which seem to flash from the soul. Hippolyte wanted to feel some tie linking him with his two neighbors, to conquer a right to mingle in their life. His offer, appealing as it did to the liveliest affections of the heart, was the only one he could possibly make. It gratified his pride as an artist, and could not hurt the feelings of the ladies. Madame Leseigneur accepted, without eagerness or reluctance, but with the self-possession of a noble soul, fully aware of the character of bonds formed by such an obligation, while, at the same time, they are its highest glory as a proof of esteem. "I fancy," said the painter, "that the uniform is that of a naval officer." Yes, she said, that of a captain in command of a vessel. Monsieur de Rouville, my husband, died at Batavia in consequence of a wound received in a fight with an English ship they fell in with off the Asiatic coast. He commanded a frigate of 56 guns and the Revenge carried 96. The struggle was very unequal, but he defended his ship so bravely that he held out till nightfall and got away. When I came back to France, Bonaparte was not yet in power, and I was refused a pension. When I applied again for it, quite lately, I was sternly informed that if the Baron de Rouville had emigrated I should not have lost him, that by this time he would have been a rear admiral. Finally, His Excellency quoted I know not what degree of forfeiture. I took this step, to which I was urged by my friends, only for the sake of my poor Adelaide. I have always hated the idea of holding out my hand as a beggar in the name of a grief which deprives a woman of voice and strength. I do not like this money valuation for blood irreparably spilt. Dear mother, this subject always does you harm. In response to this remark from Adelaide, the Baron Leseigneur bowed, and was silent. Monsieur, said the young girl to Hippolyte, I had supposed that a painter's work was generally fairly quiet. At this question Schinner colored, remembering the noise he had made. Adelaide said no more, and spared him a falsehood by rising at the sound of a carriage stopping at the door. She went into her own room, and returned carrying a pair of tall gilt candlesticks with partly burnt wax candles, which she quickly lighted, and without waiting for the bell to ring. She opened the door of the outer room, where she set the lamp down. The sound of a kiss given and received found an echo in Hippolyte's heart. The young man's impatience to see the man who treated Adelaide with so much familiarity was not immediately gratified. The newcomers had a conversation, which he thought very long, in an undertone, with the young girl. At last Mademoiselle de Rouville returned, followed by two men, whose costume, countenance, and appearance are a long story. The first, a man of about 60, wore one of the coats invented, I believe, for Louis XVIII, then on the throne. In which the most difficult problem of the sartorial art had been solved by a tailor who ought to be immortal. That artist certainly understood the art of compromise, which was the moving genius of that period of shifting politics. Is it not a rare merit to be able to take the measure of the time? This coat, which the young men of the present day may conceive to be fabulous, was neither civil nor military, and might pass for civil or military by turns. Fleurs de lis were embroidered on the lapels of the back skirts. The gilt buttons also bore fleurs de lis, on the shoulders a pair of straps cried out for useless epaulets. These military appendages were there like a petition without a recommendation. This old gentleman's coat was of dark blue cloth, and the buttonhole had blossomed into many colored ribbons. He, no doubt, always carried his hat in his hand, a three-cornered cocked hat, with a gold cord, for the snowy wings of his powdered hair showed not a trace of its pressure. He might have been taken for not more than 50 years of age, and seemed to enjoy robust health. While wearing the frank and loyal expression of the old émigrés, his countenance also hinted at the easy habits of a libertine. At the light and reckless passions of the musketeers formerly so famous in the annals of gallantry. His gestures, his attitude, and his manner proclaimed that he had no intention of correcting himself of his royalism, of his religion, or of his love affairs. A really fantastic figure came in behind this specimen of Louis XIV's light infantry, a nickname given by the Bonapartists to these venerable survivors of the monarchy. To do it justice it ought to be made the principal object in the picture, and it is but an accessory. Imagine a lean, dry man, dressed like the former, but seeming to be only his reflection, or his shadow, if you will. The coat, new on the first, on the second was old. The powder in his hair looked less white, the gold of the fleurs de lis less bright, the shoulder straps more hopeless and dog's-eared. His intellect seemed more feeble, his life nearer the fatal term than in the former. In short, he realized Rivarol's witticism on Champsnet's, he is the moonlight of me. He was simply his double, a paler and poorer double, for there was between them all the difference that lies between the first and last impressions of a lithograph. This speechless old man was a mystery to the painter, and always remained a mystery. The chevalier, for he was a chevalier, did not speak, nobody spoke to him. Was he a friend, a poor relation, a man who followed at the old gallant's heels as a lady companion does at an old lady's? Did he fill a place midway between a dog, a parrot, and a friend? Had he saved his patron's fortune, or only his life? Was he the trim to another Captain Toby? Elsewhere, as at the Baron de Rouville's, he always piqued curiosity without satisfying it. Who, after the Restoration, could remember the attachment which, before the Revolution, had bound this man to his friend's wife, dead now these 20 years? The leader, who appeared the least dilapidated of these wrecks, came gallantly up to Madame de Rouville, kissed her hand, and sat down by her. The other bowed and placed himself not far from his model, at a distance represented by 2 chairs. Adelaide came behind the old gentleman's armchair and leaned her elbows on the back, unconsciously imitating the attitude given to Dido's sister by Guérin in his famous picture. Though the gentleman's familiarity was that of a father, his freedom seemed at the moment to annoy the young girl. "What, are you sulky with me?" he said. Then he shot at Schinner one of those side looks full of shrewdness and cunning, diplomatic looks, whose expression betrays the discreet uneasiness, the polite curiosity of well-bred people. And seems to ask, when they see a stranger, "Is he one of us?" "This is our neighbor," said the old lady, pointing to Hippolyte. "Monsieur is a celebrated painter, whose name must be known to you in spite of your indifference to the arts." The old man saw his friend's mischievous intent in suppressing the name, and bowed to the young man. "Certainly," said he. "I heard a great deal about his pictures at the last salon. Talent has immense privileges," he added, observing the artist's red ribbon. "That distinction, which we must earn at the cost of our blood and long service, you win in your youth. But all glory is of the same kindred," he said, laying his hand on his cross of St. Louis. Hippolyte murmured a few words of acknowledgment, and was silent again, satisfied to admire with growing enthusiasm the beautiful girl's head that charmed him so much. He was soon lost in contemplation, completely forgetting the extreme misery of the dwelling. To him Adelaide's face stood out against a luminous atmosphere. He replied briefly to the questions addressed to him, which, by good luck, he heard, thanks to a singular faculty of the soul which sometimes seems to have a double consciousness. Who has not known what it is to sit lost in sad or delicious meditation, listening to its voice within, while attending to a conversation or to reading? An admirable duality which often helps us to tolerate a bore. Hope, prolific and smiling, poured out before him 1,000 visions of happiness. And he refused to consider what was going on around him. As confiding as a child, it seemed to him base to analyze a pleasure. After a short lapse of time he perceived that the old lady and her daughter were playing cards with the old gentleman. As to the satellite, faithful to his function as a shadow, he stood behind his friend's chair watching his game, and answering the players' mute inquiries by little approving nods. Repeating the questioning gestures of the other countenance. "Du Helga, I always lose," said the gentleman. "You discard badly," replied the Baron de Rouville. "For 3 months now I have never won a single game," said he. "Have you the aces?" asked the old lady. "Yes, one more to mark," said he. "Shall I come and advise you?" said Adelaide. "No, no. Stay where I can see you. By gad, it would be losing too much not to have you to look at." At last the game was over. The gentleman pulled out his purse, and, throwing 2 louis d'or on the table, not without temper. 40 francs, he exclaimed, the exact sum, deuce take it. "It is 11 o'clock. "It is 11 o'clock, repeated the silent figure, looking at the painter. The young man, hearing these words rather more distinctly than all the others, thought it time to retire. Coming back to the world of ordinary ideas, he found a few commonplace remarks to make, took leave of the Baroness, her daughter, and the 2 strangers, and went away. Wholly possessed by the first raptures of true love, without attempting to analyze the little incidents of the evening. On the morrow the young painter felt the most ardent desire to see Adelaide once more. If he had followed the call of his passion, he would have gone to his neighbor's door at 6 in the morning, when he went to his studio. However, he still was reasonable enough to wait till the afternoon. But as soon as he thought he could present himself to Madame de Rouville, he went downstairs, rang, blushing like a girl, shyly asked Mademoiselle Leseigneur, who came to let him in, to let him have the portrait of the Baron. "But come in," said Adelaide, who had no doubt heard him come down from the studio. The painter followed, bashful and out of countenance, not knowing what to say, happiness had so dulled his wit. To see Adelaide, to hear the rustle of her skirt, after longing for a whole morning to be near her, after starting up 100 times, "I will go down now," and not to have gone. This was to him life so rich that such sensations, too greatly prolonged, would have worn out his spirit. The heart has the singular power of giving extraordinary value to mere nothings. What joy it is to a traveler to treasure a blade of grass, an unfamiliar leaf, if he has risked his life to pluck it. It is the same with the trifles of love. The old lady was not in the drawing-room. When the young girl found herself there, alone with the painter, she brought a chair to stand on, to take down the picture. But perceiving that she could not unhook it without setting her foot on the chest of drawers, she turned to Hippolyte, and said with a blush, "I am not tall enough. Will you get it down?" A feeling of modesty, betrayed in the expression of her face and the tones of her voice, was the real motive of her request. And the young man, understanding this, gave her one of those glances of intelligence which are the sweetest language of love. Seeing that the painter had read her soul, Adelaide cast down her eyes with the instinct of reserve which is the secret of a maiden's heart. Hippolyte, finding nothing to say, and feeling almost timid, took down the picture, examined it gravely, carrying it to the light of the window, and then went away. Without saying a word to Mademoiselle Leseigneur but, "I will return it soon." During this brief moment they both went through one of those storms of agitation of which the effects in the soul may be compared to those of a stone flung into a deep lake. The most delightful waves of thought rise and follow each other, indescribable, repeated, and aimless, tossing the heart like the circular ripples, which for a long time fret the waters. Starting from the point where the stone fell, Hippolyte returned to the studio bearing the portrait. His easel was ready with a fresh canvas, and his palette set, his brushes cleaned, the spot and the light carefully chosen. Until the dinner hour he worked at the painting with the ardor artists throw into their whims. He went again that evening to the Baron de Rouville's, and remained from 9 till 11. Excepting the different topics of conversation, this evening was exactly like the last. The two old men arrived at the same hour, the same game of piquet was played, the same speeches made by the players. The sum lost by Adelaide's friend was not less considerable than on the previous evening. Only Hippolyte, a little bolder, ventured to chat with the young girl. A week passed thus, and in the course of it the painter's feelings and Adelaide's underwent the slow and delightful transformations which bring two souls to a perfect understanding. Every day the look with which the girl welcomed her friend grew more intimate, more confiding, gayer, and more open, her voice and manner became more eager and more familiar. They laughed and talked together, telling each other their thoughts, speaking of themselves with the simplicity of two children who have made friends in a day. As much as if they had met constantly for 3 years. Schinner wished to be taught piquet. Being ignorant and a novice, he, of course, made blunder after blunder, and like the old man, he lost almost every game. Without having spoken a word of love the lovers knew that they were all in all to one another. Hippolyte enjoyed exerting his power over his gentle little friend, and many concessions were made to him by Adelaide, who, timid and devoted to him, was quite deceived by the assumed fits of temper, such as the least skilled lover and the most guileless girl can affect, and which they constantly play off, as spoilt children abuse the power they owe to their mother's affection. Thus all familiarity between the girl and the old count was soon put a stop to. She understood the painter's melancholy, and the thoughts hidden in the furrows on his brow. From the abrupt tone of the few words he spoke when the old man unceremoniously kissed Adelaide's hands or throat. Mademoiselle Leseigneur, on her part, soon expected her lover to give a short account of all his actions. She was so unhappy, so restless when Hippolyte did not come, she scolded him so effectually for his absence, that the painter had to give up seeing his other friends, and now went nowhere. Adelaide allowed the natural jealousy of women to be perceived when she heard that sometimes at 11 o'clock, on quitting the house, the painter still had visits to pay, and was to be seen in the most brilliant drawing-rooms of Paris. This mode of life, she assured him, was bad for his health. Then, with the intense conviction to which the accent, the emphasis, and the look of one we love lend so much weight, she asserted that a man who was obliged to expend his time and the charms of his wit on several women at once could not be the object of any very warm affection. Thus the painter was led, as much by the tyranny of his passion as by the exactions of a girl in love, to live exclusively in the little apartment where everything attracted him. And never was there a purer or more ardent love. On both sides the same trustfulness, the same delicacy, gave their passion increase without the aid of those sacrifices by which many persons try to prove their affection. Between these two there was such a constant interchange of sweet emotion that they knew not which gave or received the most. A spontaneous affinity made the union of their souls a close one. The progress of this true feeling was so rapid that 2 months after the accident to which the painter owed the happiness of knowing Adelaide, their lives were one life. From early morning the young girl, hearing footsteps overhead, could say to herself, "He is there." When Hippolyte went home to his mother at the dinner hour he never failed to look in on his neighbors, and in the evening he flew there at the accustomed hour with a lover's punctuality. Thus the most tyrannical woman or the most ambitious in the matter of love could not have found the smallest fault with the young painter. And Adelaide tasted of unmixed and unbounded happiness as she saw the fullest realization of the ideal of which, at her age, it is so natural to dream. The old gentleman now came more rarely. Hippolyte, who had been jealous, had taken his place at the green table, and shared his constant ill luck at cards. And sometimes, in the midst of his happiness, as he considered Madame de Rouville's disastrous position, for he had had more than one proof of her extreme poverty, an importunate thought would haunt him. Several times he had said to himself as he went home, "Strange. 20 francs every evening," and he dared not confess to himself his odious suspicions. He spent 2 months over the portrait, and when it was finished, varnished, and framed, he looked upon it as one of his best works. Madame la Baronne de Rouville had never spoken of it again. Was this from indifference or pride? The painter would not allow himself to account for this silence. He joyfully plotted with Adelaide to hang the picture in its place when Madame de Rouville should be out. So one day, during the walk her mother usually took in the Tuileries, Adelaide for the first time went up to Hippolyte's studio, on the pretext of seeing the portrait in the good light in which it had been painted. She stood speechless and motionless, but in ecstatic contemplation, in which all a woman's feelings were merged. For are they not all comprehended in boundless admiration for the man she loves? When the painter, uneasy at her silence, leaned forward to look at her, she held out her hand, unable to speak a word, but 2 tears fell from her eyes. Hippolyte took her hand and covered it with kisses. For a minute they looked at each other in silence, both longing to confess their love, and not daring. The painter kept her hand in his, and the same glow, the same throb, told them that their hearts were both beating wildly. The young girl, too greatly agitated, gently drew away from Hippolyte and said, with a look of the utmost simplicity, "You will make my mother very happy." "What, only your mother?" he asked. "Oh, I am too happy." The painter bent his head and remained silent, frightened at the vehemence of the feelings which her tones stirred in his heart. Then, both understanding the perils of the situation, they went downstairs and hung up the picture in its place. Hippolyte dined for the first time with the Baroness, who, greatly overcome, and drowned in tears, must needs embrace him. In the evening the old émigré, the Baron de Rouville's old comrade, paid the ladies a visit to announce that he had just been promoted to the rank of vice-admiral. His voyages by land over Germany and Russia had been counted as naval campaigns. On seeing the portrait he cordially shook the painter's hand, and exclaimed, "By Gad! Though my old hulk does not deserve to be perpetuated, would gladly give 500 pistoles to see myself as like as that is to my dear old Rouville." At this hint the Baroness looked at her young friend and smiled, while her face lighted up with an expression of sudden gratitude. Hippolyte suspected that the old admiral wished to offer him the price of both portraits while paying for his own. His pride as an artist, no less than his jealousy perhaps, took offense at the thought, and he replied, "Monsieur, if I were a portrait painter I should not have done this one." The admiral bit his lip, and sat down to cards. The painter remained near Adelaide, who proposed a dozen hands of piquet, to which he agreed. As he played he observed in Madame de Rouville an excitement over her game which surprised him. Never before had the old Baroness manifested so ardent a desire to win, or so keen a joy in fingering the old gentleman's gold pieces. During the evening evil suspicions troubled Hippolyte's happiness, and filled him with distrust. Could it be that Madame de Rouville lived by gambling? Was she playing at this moment to pay off some debt, or under the pressure of necessity? Perhaps she had not paid her rent. The old man seemed shrewd enough not to allow his money to be taken with impunity. What interest attracted him to this poverty-stricken house, he who was rich? Why, when he had formerly been so familiar with Adelaide, had he given up the rights he had acquired, and which were perhaps his due? These involuntary reflections prompted him to watch the old man and the Baroness, whose meaning looks and certain sidelong glances cast at Adelaide displeased him. Am I being duped? Was Hippolyte's last idea, horrible, scathing, for he believed it just enough to be tortured by it? He determined to stay after the departure of the two old men, to confirm or dissipate his suspicions. He drew out his purse to pay Adelaide. But carried away by his poignant thoughts, he laid it on the table, falling into a reverie of brief duration. Then, ashamed of his silence, he rose, answered some commonplace question from Madame de Rouville, and went close up to her to examine the withered features while he was talking to her. He went away, racked by 1,000 doubts. He had gone down but a few steps when he turned back to fetch the forgotten purse. "I left my purse here," he said to the young girl. "No," she said, reddening. "I thought it was there," and he pointed to the card table. Not finding it, in his shame for Adelaide and the Baroness, he looked at them with a blank amazement that made them laugh, turned pale, felt his waistcoat, and said, "I must have made a mistake. I have it somewhere no doubt." In one end of the purse there were 15 louis d'or, and in the other some small change. The theft was so flagrant, and denied with such effrontery, that Hippolyte no longer felt a doubt as to his neighbor's morals. He stood still on the stairs, and got down with some difficulty. His knees shook, he felt dizzy, he was in a cold sweat, he shivered, and found himself unable to walk, struggling, as he was, with the agonizing shock caused by the destruction of all his hopes. And at this moment he found lurking in his memory a number of observations, trifling in themselves, but which corroborated his frightful suspicions, and which, by proving the certainty of this last incident, opened his eyes as to the character and life of these two women. Had they really waited till the portrait was given them before robbing him of his purse? In such a combination the theft was even more odious. The painter recollected that for the last 2 or 3 evenings Adelaide, while seeming to examine with a girl's curiosity the particular stitch of the worn silk netting, was probably counting the coins in the purse, while making some light jests, quite innocent in appearance, but no doubt with the object of watching for a moment when the sum was worth stealing. The old admiral has perhaps good reasons for not marrying Adelaide, and so the Baroness has tried. But at this hypothesis he checked himself, not finishing his thought. Which was contradicted by a very just reflection: if the Baroness hopes to get me to marry her daughter, thought he, they would not have robbed me. Then, clinging to his illusions, to the love that already had taken such deep root, he tried to find a justification in some accident. The purse must have fallen on the floor, said he to himself, or I left it lying on my chair. Or perhaps I have it about me, I am so absent-minded. He searched himself with hurried movements, but did not find the ill-starred purse. His memory cruelly retraced the fatal truth, minute by minute. He distinctly saw the purse lying on the green cloth, but then, doubtful no longer, he excused Adelaide, telling himself that persons in misfortune should not be so hastily condemned. There was, of course, some secret behind this apparently degrading action. He would not admit that that proud and noble face was a lie. At the same time the wretched rooms rose before him, denuded of the poetry of love which beautifies everything. He saw them dirty and faded, regarding them as emblematic of an inner life devoid of honor, idle and vicious. Are not our feelings written, as it were, on the things about us? Next morning he rose, not having slept. The heartache, that terrible malady of the soul, had made rapid inroads. To lose the bliss we dreamed of, to renounce our whole future, is a keener pang than that caused by the loss of known happiness, however complete it may have been, for is not hope better than memory? The thoughts into which our spirit is suddenly plunged are like a shoreless sea, in which we may swim for a moment, but where our love is doomed to drown and die. And it is a frightful death. Are not our feelings the most glorious part of our life? It is this partial death which, in certain delicate or powerful natures, leads to the terrible ruin produced by disenchantment, by hopes and passions betrayed. Thus it was with the young painter. He went out at a very early hour to walk under the fresh shade of the Tuileries, absorbed in his thoughts, forgetting everything in the world. There by chance he met one of his most intimate friends, a schoolfellow and studio mate, with whom he had lived on better terms than with a brother. "Why, Hippolyte, what ails you?" asked François Souchet, the young sculptor who had just won the first prize, and was soon to set out for Italy. "I am most unhappy," replied Hippolyte gravely. "Nothing but a love affair can cause you grief. Money, glory, respect, you lack nothing." Insensibly the painter was led into confidences, and confessed his love. The moment he mentioned the Rue de Chourisons, and a young girl living on the 4th floor, "Stop, stop," cried Souchet lightly. "A little girl I see every morning at the Church of the Assumption, and with whom I have a flirtation. But, my dear fellow, we all know her. The mother is a baroness. Do you really believe in a baroness living up 4 flights of stairs? Error. Why, you are a relic of the golden age. We see the old mother here, in this avenue, every day. Why, her face, her appearance, tell everything. What, have you not known her for what she is by the way she holds her bag?" The two friends walked up and down for some time, and several young men who knew Souchet or Schinner joined them. The painter's adventure, which the sculptor regarded as unimportant, was repeated by him. "So he, too, has seen that young lady," said Souchet. And then there were comments, laughter, innocent mockery, full of the liveliness familiar to artists, but which pained Hippolyte frightfully. A certain native reticence made him uncomfortable as he saw his heart's secret so carelessly handled, his passion rent, torn to tatters, a young and unknown girl, whose life seemed to be so modest. The victim of condemnation, right or wrong, but pronounced with such reckless indifference. He pretended to be moved by a spirit of contradiction, asking each for proofs of his assertions, and their jests began again. "But, my dear boy, have you seen the Baroness shawl?" asked Souchet. "Have you ever followed the girl when she patters off to church in the morning?" said Joseph Bridau, a young dauber in Gros studio. "Oh, the mother has among other virtues a certain grey gown, which I regard as typical," said Bixiou, the caricaturist. "Listen, Hippolyte," the sculptor went on. "Come here at about 4 o'clock, and just study the walk of both mother and daughter. If after that you still have doubts, well, no one can ever make anything of you. You would be capable of marrying your porter's daughter." Torn by the most conflicting feelings, the painter parted from his friends. It seemed to him that Adelaide and her mother must be superior to these accusations. And at the bottom of his heart he was filled with remorse for having suspected the purity of this beautiful and simple girl. He went to his studio, passing the door of the rooms where Adelaide was, and conscious of a pain at his heart which no man can misapprehend. He loved Mademoiselle de Rouville so passionately that, in spite of the theft of the purse, he still worshipped her. His love was that of the Chevalier de Gros admiring his mistress, and holding her as pure, even on the cart which carries such lost creatures to prison. Why should not my love keep her the purest of women? Why abandon her to evil and to vice without holding out a rescuing hand to her? The idea of this mission pleased him. Love makes a gain of everything. Nothing tempts a young man more than to play the part of a good genius to a woman. There is something inexplicably romantic in such an enterprise which appeals to a highly strung soul. Is it not the utmost stretch of devotion under the loftiest and most engaging aspect? Is there not something grand in the thought that we love enough still to love on when the love of others dwindles and dies? Hippolyte sat down in his studio, gazed at his picture without doing anything to it, seeing the figures through tears that swelled in his eyes, holding his brush in his hand. Going up to the canvas as if to soften down an effect, but not touching it. Night fell, and he was still in this attitude. Roused from his moodiness by the darkness, he went downstairs, met the old admiral on the way, looked darkly at him as he bowed, and fled. He had intended going in to see the ladies, but the sight of Adelaide's protector froze his heart and dispelled his purpose. For the 100th time he wondered what interest could bring this old prodigal, with his 80,000 francs a year, to this fourth story, where he lost about 40 francs every evening. And he thought he could guess what it was. The next and following days Hippolyte threw himself into his work, and to try to conquer his passion by the swift rush of ideas and the ardor of composition. He half succeeded. Study consoled him, though it could not smother the memories of so many tender hours spent with Adelaide. One evening, as he left his studio, he saw the door of the ladies' rooms half open. Somebody was standing in the recess of the window, and the position of the door and the staircase made it impossible that the painter should pass without seeing Adelaide. He bowed coldly, with a glance of supreme indifference. But judging of the girl's suffering by his own, he felt an inward shudder as he reflected on the bitterness which that look and that coldness must produce in a loving heart. To crown the most delightful feast which ever brought joy to two pure souls, by 8 days of disdain, of the deepest and most utter contempt, a frightful conclusion. And perhaps the purse had been found, perhaps Adelaide had looked for her friend every evening. This simple and natural idea filled the lover with fresh remorse. He asked himself whether the proofs of attachment given him by the young girl, the delightful talks, full of the love that had so charmed him, did not deserve at least an inquiry. Were not worthy of some justification. Ashamed of having resisted the promptings of his heart for a whole week, and feeling himself almost a criminal in this mental struggle, he called the same evening on Madame de Rouville. All his suspicions, all his evil thoughts vanished at the sight of the young girl, who had grown pale and thin. Good heavens! What is the matter? He asked her, after greeting the Baroness. Adelaide made no reply, but she gave him a look of deep melancholy, a sad, dejected look, which pained him. You have, no doubt, been working hard, said the old lady. You are altered. We are the cause of your seclusion. That portrait had delayed some pictures essential to your reputation. Hippolyte was glad to find so good an excuse for his rudeness. Yes, he said, I have been very busy, but I have been suffering. At these words Adelaide raised her head, looked at her lover, and her anxious eyes had now no hint of reproach. You must have thought us quite indifferent to any good or ill that may befall you, said the old lady. I was wrong, he replied. Still, there are forms of pain which we know not how to confide to anyone, even to a friendship of older date than that with which you honor me. The sincerity and strength of friendship are not to be measured by time. I have seen old friends who had not a tear to bestow on misfortune, said the Baroness, nodding sadly. But you, "What ails you?" the young man asked Adelaide. "Oh, nothing," replied the Baroness. "Adelaide has sat up late for some nights to finish some little piece of woman's work, and would not listen to me when I told her that a day more or less did not matter." Hippolyte was not listening. As he looked at these two noble, calm faces, he blushed for his suspicions, and ascribed the loss of his purse to some unknown accident. This was a delicious evening to him, and perhaps to her too. There are some secrets which young souls understand so well. Adelaide could read Hippolyte's thoughts. Though he could not confess his misdeeds, the painter knew them, and he had come back to his mistress more in love, and more affectionate, trying thus to purchase her tacit forgiveness. Adelaide was enjoying such perfect, such sweet happiness, that she did not think she had paid too dear for it with all the grief that had so cruelly crushed her soul. And yet, this true concord of hearts, this understanding so full of magic charm, was disturbed by a little speech of Madame de Rouville's. "Let us have our little game," she said, "for my old friend Kergarouët will not let me off." These words revived all the young painter's fears. He colored as he looked at Adelaide's mother, but he saw nothing in her countenance but the expression of the frankest good nature. No double meaning marred its charm. Its keenness was not perfidious, its humor seemed kindly, and no trace of remorse disturbed its equanimity. He sat down to the card table. Adelaide took side with the painter, saying that he did not know piquet, and needed a partner. All through the game Madame de Rouville and her daughter exchanged looks of intelligence, which alarmed Hippolyte all the more because he was winning. But at last a final hand left the lovers in the old lady's debt. To feel for some money in his pocket, the painter took his hands off the table, and he then saw before him a purse which Adelaide had slipped in front of him without his noticing it. The poor child had the old one in her hand, and, to keep her countenance, was looking into it for the money to pay her mother. The blood rushed to Hippolyte's heart with such force that he was near fainting. The new purse, substituted for his own, and which contained his 15 gold louis, was worked with gilt beads. The rings and tassels bore witness to Adelaide's good taste, and she had no doubt spent all her little hoard in ornamenting this pretty piece of work. It was impossible to say with greater delicacy that the painter's gift could only be repaid by some proof of affection. Hippolyte, overcome with happiness, turned to look at Adelaide and her mother, and saw that they were tremulous with pleasure and delight at their little trick. He felt himself mean, sordid, a fool. He longed to punish himself, to rend his heart. A few tears rose to his eyes. By an irresistible impulse he sprang up, clasped Adelaide in his arms, pressed her to his heart, and stole a kiss. Then with the simple heartiness of an artist, "I ask for her for my wife," he exclaimed, looking at the Baroness. Adelaide looked at him with half-wrathful eyes, and Madame de Rouville, somewhat astonished, was considering her reply, when the scene was interrupted by a ring at the bell. The old vice-admiral came in, followed by his shadow, and Madame Schinner. Having guessed the cause of the grief her son vainly endeavored to conceal, Hippolyte's mother had made inquiries among her friends concerning Adelaide. Very justly alarmed by the calumnies which weighed on the young girl, unknown to the Comte de Kergarouët, whose name she learned from the porter's wife, she went to report them to the vice-admiral. And he, in his rage, declared he would crop all the scoundrels' ears for them. Then, prompted by his wrath, he went on to explain to Madame Schinner the secret of his losing intentionally at cards. Because the Baron's pride left him none but these ingenious means of assisting her. When Madame Schinner had paid her respects to Madame de Rouville, the Baroness looked at the Comte de Kergarouët. At the Chevalier du Halga, the friend of the departed Comtesse de Kergarouët, at Hippolyte, and Adelaide, and said, with the grace that comes from the heart, "So we are a family party this evening." The Vendetta. Dedicated to Putinati, sculptor at Milan. In the year 1800, towards the end of October, a stranger, having with him a woman and a little girl, made his appearance in front of the Tuileries Palace, and stood for some little time close to the ruins of a house, then recently pulled down. On the spot where the wing is still unfinished which was intended to join Catherine de Medici's palace to the Louvre built by the Valois. There he stood, his arms folded, his head bent, raising it now and again to look at the consul's palace, or at his wife, who sat on a stone by his side. Though the stranger seemed to think only of the little girl of 9 or 10, whose black hair was a plaything in his fingers, the woman lost none of the glances shot at her by her companion. A common feeling, other than love, united these two beings, and a common thought animated their thoughts and their actions. Misery is perhaps the strongest of all bonds. The man had one of those broad, solemn-looking heads, with a mass of hair, of which so many examples have been perpetuated by the Carracci. Among the thick black locks were many white hairs. His features, though fine and proud, had a set hardness which spoiled them. In spite of his powerful and upright frame, he seemed to be more than 60 years of age. His clothes, which were dilapidated, betrayed his foreign origin. The woman's face, formerly handsome, but now faded, bore a stamp of deep melancholy, though, when her husband looked at her, she forced herself to smile, and affected a calm expression. The little girl was standing, in spite of the fatigue that was written on her small sunburned face. She had Italian features, large black eyes under well-arched eyebrows, a native dignity and genuine grace. More than one passer-by was touched by the mere sight of this group, for the persons composing it made no effort to disguise a despair evidently as deep as the expression of it was simple. But the spring of the transient kindliness which distinguishes the Parisian is quickly dried up. As soon as the stranger perceived that he was the object of some idler's attention, he stared at him so fiercely that the most intrepid lounger hastened his step, as though he had trodden on a viper. After remaining there a long time undecided, the tall man suddenly passed his hand across his brow, driving away, so to speak, the thoughts that had furrowed it with wrinkles. And made up his mind no doubt to some desperate determination. Casting a piercing look at his wife and daughter, he drew out of his jerkin a long dagger, held it out to the woman, and said in Italian, "I am going to see whether the Bonapartes remember us." He walked on, with a slow, confident step, towards the entrance to the palace, where, of course, he was checked by a soldier on guard, with whom there could be no long discussion. Seeing that the stranger was obstinate, the sentry pointed his bayonet at him by way of ultimatum. As chance would have it at this moment, a squad came round to relieve guard, and the corporal very civilly informed the stranger where he might find the captain of the guard. "Let Bonaparte know that Bartolomeo di Piombo wants to see him," said the Italian to the officer. In vain did the captain explain to Bartolomeo that it was not possible to see the first consul without having written to him beforehand to request an audience. The stranger insisted that the officer should go to inform Bonaparte. The captain urged the rules of his duty, and formally refused to yield to the demands of this strange petitioner. Bartolomeo knit his brows, looked at the captain with a terrible scowl, and seemed to make him responsible for all the disasters his refusal might occasion. Then he remained silent, his arms tightly crossed on his breast, and took his stand under the archway which connects the garden and the courtyard of the Tuileries. People who are thoroughly bent on anything are almost always well served by chance. At the moment when Bartolomeo sat down on one of the curbstones near the entrance to the palace, a carriage drove up, and out of it stepped Lucien Bonaparte, at that time Minister of the Interior. "Ah! Lucien, good luck for me to have met you," cried the stranger. These words, spoken in the Corsican dialect, made Lucien stop at the instant when he was rushing into the vestibule. He looked at his fellow countryman, and recognized him. At the first word that Bartolomeo said in his ear, he took him with him. Marat, Lons, and Rapp were in the first consul's cabinet. On seeing Lucien come in with so strange a figure as was Piombo, the conversation ceased. Lucien took his brother's hand and led him into a window recess. After exchanging a few words, the first consul raised his hand with a gesture, which Marat and Lons obeyed by retiring. Rapp affected not to have seen it, and remained. Then, Bonaparte having sharply called him to order, the aide-de-camp went out with a sour face. The first consul, who heard the sound of Rapp's steps in the neighboring room, hastily followed him, and saw him close to the wall between the cabinet and the anteroom. You refuse to understand me, said the first consul. I wish to be alone with my countrymen. A Corsican, retorted the aide-de-camp. I distrust those creatures too much not to. The first consul could not help smiling, and lightly pushed his faithful officer by the shoulders. Well, what are you doing here, my poor Bartolomeo, said the first consul to Piombo. I have come to ask for shelter and protection, if you are a true Corsican, replied Bartolomeo in a rough tone. What misfortune has driven you from your native land? You were the richest, the most. I have killed all the Porta, replied the Corsican, in a hollow voice, with a frown. The first consul drew back a step or two, like a man astonished. Are you going to betray me? Cried Bartolomeo, with a gloomy look at Bonaparte. Do you forget that there are still 4 of the Piombo in Corsica? Lucien took his fellow countryman by the arm and shook him. Do you come here to threaten the savior of France? He said vehemently. Bonaparte made a sign to Lucien, who was silent. Then he looked at Piombo, and said, And why did you kill all the Porta? We had made friends, he replied, the Barbanti had reconciled us. The day after we had drunk together to drown our quarrel I left, because I had business at Bastia. They stayed at my place, and set fire to my vineyard at Longone. They killed my son Gregorio. My daughter Ginevra and my wife escaped, they had taken the communion that morning, the Virgin protected them. When I got home I could no longer see my house. I searched for it with my feet in the ashes. Suddenly I came across Gregorio's body, I recognized it in the moonlight. Oh! The Porta have played this trick. Said I to myself, I went off at once into the scrub, I got together a few men to whom I had done some service, do you hear, Bonaparte, and we marched down on the Porta's vineyard. We arrived at 5 in the morning, and by 7 they were all in the presence of God. Giacomo declares that Elisa Vanni saved a child, little Luigi. But I tied him into bed with my own hands before setting the house on fire. Then I quitted the island with my wife and daughter without being able to make sure whether Luigi Porta were still alive. Bonaparte looked at Bartolomeo with curiosity, but no astonishment. How many were they? Asked Lucien. 7, replied Piombo. They persecuted you in their day, he added. The words aroused no sign of hatred in the 2 brothers. Ah! You are no longer Corsicans, cried Bartolomeo, with a sort of despair. Goodbye. Formerly I protected you, he went on reproachfully. But for me your mother would never have reached Marseilles, he said, turning to Bonaparte, who stood thoughtful, his elbow resting on the chimney-piece. I cannot in conscience take you under my wing, Piombo, replied Napoleon. I am the head of a great nation, I govern the republic, I must see that the laws are carried out. Ah, ha! Said Bartolomeo. But I can shut my eyes, Bonaparte went on. The tradition of the Vendetta will hinder the reign of law in Corsica for a long time yet, he added, talking to himself. But it must be stamped out at any cost. He was silent for a minute, and Lucien signed to Piombo to say nothing. The Corsican shook his head from side to side with a disapproving look. Remain here, the first consul said, addressing Bartolomeo. We know nothing. I will see that your estates are purchased so as to give you at once the means of living. Then later, some time hence, we will remember you. But no more vendetta. There is no Marquis Scrub here. If you play tricks with your dagger, there is no hope for you. Here the law protects everybody, and we do not do justice on our own account. He has put himself at the head of a strange people, replied Bartolomeo, taking Lucien's hand and pressing it. But you recognize me in misfortune, it is a bond between us for life and death, and you may command everyone named Piombo. As he spoke, his brow cleared, and he looked about him approvingly. You are not badly off here, he said, with a smile, as if he would like to lodge there. And you are dressed all in red like a cardinal. It rests with you to rise and have a palace in Paris, said Bonaparte, looking at him from head to foot. It will often happen that I may look about me for a devoted friend to whom I can trust myself." A sigh of gladness broke from Piombo's deep chest. He held out his hand to the first consul, saying, "There is something of the Corsican in you still." Bonaparte smiled. He gazed in silence at this man, who had brought him as it were a breath of air from his native land. From the island where he had formerly been so miraculously saved from the hatred of the English party, and which he was fated never to see again. He made a sign to his brother, who led away Bartolomeo di Piombo. Lucien inquired with interest as to the pecuniary position of the man who had once protected his family. Piombo led the Minister of the Interior to a window and showed him his wife and Ginevra, both seated on a heap of stones. "We have come from Fontainebleau on foot," said he, "and we have not a sou." Lucien gave his fellow countryman his purse, and desired him to come again next morning to consult as to the means of providing for his family. The income from all Piombo's possessions in Corsica could hardly suffice to maintain him respectably in Paris. 15 years elapsed between the arrival of the Piombo family in Paris and the following incidents, which, without the story of this event, would have been less intelligible. Servin, one of our most distinguished artists, was the first to conceive the idea of opening a studio for young ladies who may wish to take lessons in painting. He was a man of over 40, of blameless habits, and wholly given up to his art, and he had married for love the daughter of a general without any fortune. At first mothers brought their daughters themselves to the professor's studio. But when they understood his high principles and appreciated the care by which he strove to deserve such confidence, they ended by sending the girls alone. It was part of the painter's scheme to take as pupils only young ladies of rich or highly respectable family, that no difficulties might arise as to the society in his studio. He had even refused to take young girls who intended to become artists, and who must necessarily have had certain kinds of training without which no mastery is possible. By degrees his prudence, the superior method by which he initiated his pupils into the secrets of his art, as well as the security their mothers felt in knowing that their daughters were in the company of well-bred girls, and in the artist's character, manners, and marriage, won him a high reputation in the world of fashion. As soon as a young girl showed any desire to learn drawing or painting, and her mother asked advice, "Send her to Servin," was always the answer. Thus Servin had a specialty for teaching ladies art, as Herbalt had for bonnets, Leroy for dresses, and Chevet for dainties. It was acknowledged that a young woman who had taken lessons of Servin could pronounce definitively on the pictures in the Louvre, paint a portrait in a superior manner, copy an old picture, and produce her own painting of genre. Thus this artist sufficed for all the requirements of the aristocracy. Notwithstanding his connection with all the best houses in Paris, he was independent and patriotic, preserving with all alike the light and witty tone, sometimes ironical, and the freedom of opinion which characterize painters. He had carried his scrupulous precautions into the arrangement of the place where his scholars worked. The outer entrance to the loft above his dwelling rooms had been walled up. To get into this retreat, as sacred as a harem, the way was up a staircase in the center of the house. This studio, which occupied the whole of the top story, was on the vast scale which always surprises inquisitive visitors when, having climbed to 60 feet above the ground, they expect to find an artist lodged in the gutter. It was a kind of gallery, abundantly lighted by immense skylights screened with the large green blinds which artists use to distribute the light. A quantity of caricatures, heads sketched in outline with a brush or the point of a palette knife, all over the dark grey walls, proved that, allowing for a difference in the expression, fine young ladies have as much whimsicality in their brain as men can have. A small stove, with a huge pipe that made amazing zigzags before reaching the upper region of the roof, was the inevitable decoration of this studio. There was a shelf all round the room, supporting plaster casts which lay there in confusion, most of them under a coating of whitish dust. Above this shelf here and there a head of Niobe hanging to a nail showed its pathetic bend, a Venus smiled, a hand was unexpectedly thrust out before your eyes, like a beggar's asking alms. Then there were anatomical ecorches, yellow with smoke, and looking like limbs snatched from coffins. And pictures, drawings, lay figures, frames without canvas, and canvases without frames, completed the effect, giving the room the characteristic aspect of a studio. A singular mixture of ornamentation and bareness, of poverty and splendor, of care and neglect. This huge sort of hold, in which everything, even man, looks small, has a behind-the-scenes flavor. Here are to be seen old linen, gilt armor, odds and ends of stuffs, and some machinery. But there is something about it as grand as thought. Genius and death are there, Diana and Apollo side by side with a skull or a skeleton. Beauty and disorder, poetry and reality, gorgeous coloring in shadow, and often a whole drama, but motionless and silent. How symbolical of the artist brain! At the moment when my story begins, the bright sun of July lighted up the studio, and two beams of sunshine shot across its depths, broad bands of diaphanous gold in which the dust motes glistened. A dozen easels raised their pointed spars, looking like the masts of vessels in a harbor. Several young girls gave life to the scene by the variety of their countenances and attitudes, and the difference in their dress. The strong shadows cast by the green baize blinds, arranged to suit the position of each easel, produced a multitude of contrasts and fascinating effects of chiaroscuro. This group of girls formed the most attractive picture in the gallery. A fair-haired girl, simply dressed, stood at some distance from her companions, working perseveringly and seeming to foresee misfortune. No one looked at her nor spoke to her. She was the prettiest, the most modest, and the least rich. Two principal groups, divided by a little space, represented two classes of society, two spirits even, in this studio, where rank and fortune ought to have been forgotten. These young things, sitting or standing, surrounded by their paint-boxes, playing with their brushes or getting them ready, handling their bright-tinted palettes, painting, chattering, laughing, singing, given up to their natural impulses and revealing their true characters, made up a drama unknown to men. This one proud, haughty, capricious, with black hair and beautiful hands, flashed the fire of her eyes at random. That one, light-hearted and heedless, a smile on her lips, her hair chestnut, with delicate white hands, virginal and French, a light nature without a thought of evil, living from hour to hour. Another, dreamy, melancholy, pale, her head drooping like a falling blossom. Her neighbor, on the contrary, tall, indolent, with oriental manners, and long, black, melting eyes, speaking little, but lost in thought, and stealing a look at the head of Antinous. In the midst, like the Jocoso of a Spanish comedy, a girl, full of wit and sparkling sallies, stood watching them all with a single glance, and making them laugh. Raising a face so full of life that it could not but be pretty. She was the leader of the first group of pupils, consisting of the daughters of bankers, lawyers, and merchants, all rich, but exposed to all the minute but stinging disdains freely poured out upon them by the other young girls who belonged to the aristocracy. These were governed by the daughter of a gentleman usher to the king's private chamber, a vain little thing, as silly as she was vain, and proud of her father's having an office at court. She aimed at seeming to understand the master's remarks at the first word, and appearing to work by inspired grace. She used an eyeglass, came very much dressed, very late, and begged her companions not to talk loud. Among this second group might be observed some exquisite shapes and distinguished-looking faces. But their looks expressed but little simplicity. Though their attitudes were elegant and their movements graceful, their faces were lacking in candor. And it was easy to perceive that they belonged to a world where politeness forms the character at an early age, and the abuse of social pleasures kills the feelings and develops selfishness. When the whole party of girl students was complete, there were to be seen among them childlike heads, virgin heads of enchanting purity, faces where the parted lips showed virgin teeth, and where a virgin smile came and went. Then the studio suggested not a seraglio, but a group of angels sitting on a cloud in heaven. It was near noon. Servin had not yet made his appearance. For some days past he had spent most of his time at a studio he had elsewhere, finishing a picture he had there for the exhibition. Suddenly Mademoiselle Amélie Thirion, the head of the aristocrats in this little assembly, spoke at some length to her neighbor, there was profound silence among the patrician group. The banker faction were equally silent from astonishment, and tried to guess the subject of such a conference. But the secret of the young ultras was soon known. Amélie rose, took an easel that stood near her, and moved it to some distance from the nobility. Close to a clumsy partition which divided the studio from a dark closet where broken casts were kept, paintings that the professor had condemned, and, in winter, the firewood. Amélie's proceedings gave rise to a murmur of surprise which did not hinder her from completing the removal by wheeling up to the easel a stool and paintbox, in fact, everything. Even a picture by Prudhon, of which a pupil, who had not yet come, was making a copy. After this coup d'état the party of the 8 painted on in silence, but the left talked it over at great length. "What will Mademoiselle Piombo say?" asked one of the girls of Mademoiselle Mathilde Roguen, the oracle of mischief of her group. "She is not a girl to say much," was the reply. "But 50 years hence she will remember this insult as if she had experienced it the day before, and will find some cruel means of revenge. She is a person I should not like to be at war with. The proscription to which those ladies have condemned her is all the more unjust," said another young girl, "because Mademoiselle Ginevra was very sad the day before yesterday. Her father, they say, has just given up his appointment. This will add to her troubles, while she was very good to those young ladies during the 100 days. Did she ever say a word that could hurt them? On the contrary, she avoided talking politics. But our ultras seem to be prompted by jealousy rather than by party spirit. I have a great mind to fetch Mademoiselle Piombo's easel and place it by mine," said Mathilde Roguen. She rose, but on second thoughts she sat down again. "With a spirit like Mademoiselle Ginevra's," said she, "it is impossible to know how she would take our civility. Let us wait and see." "École," said the black-eyed girl languidly. In fact, the sound of footsteps coming upstairs was heard in the studio. The words, "Here she comes," passed from mouth to mouth, and then perfect silence fell. To understand the full importance of the ostracism carried into effect by Amélie Thirion, it must be told that this scene took place towards the end of the month of July 1815. The second restoration of the Bourbons broke up many friendships which had weathered the turmoil of the first. At this time families, almost always divided among themselves, renewed many of the most deplorable scenes which tarnished the history of all countries at periods of civil or religious struggles. Children, young girls, old men, had caught the monarchical fever from which the government was suffering. Discord flew in under the domestic roof, and suspicion dyed in gloomy hues the most intimate conversations and actions. Ginevra di Piombo idolized Napoleon. Indeed, how could she have hated him? The emperor was her fellow countryman, and her father's benefactor. Baron di Piombo was one of Napoleon's followers who had most efficiently worked to bring him back from Elba. Incapable of renouncing his political faith, nay, eager to proclaim it, Piombo had remained in Paris in the midst of enemies. Hence Ginevra di Piombo was ranked with the suspicious characters, all the more so because she made no secret of the regret her family felt at the Second Restoration. The only tears she had perhaps ever shed in her life were wrung from her by the twofold tidings of Bonaparte's surrender on board the Bellerophon, and the arrest of Labedoyer. The young ladies forming the aristocratic party in the studio belonged to the most enthusiastically royalist families of Paris. It would be difficult to give any idea of the exaggerated feelings of the time, and of the horror felt towards Bonapartists. However mean and trivial Amélie Thirion's conduct may seem today, it was then a very natural demonstration of hatred. Ginevra di Piombo, one of Servan's earliest pupils, had occupied the place of which they wished to deprive her ever since the first day she had come to the studio. The aristocratic group had gradually settled round her. And to turn her out of a place, which in a certain sense belonged to her, was not merely to insult her, but to cause her some pain, for all artists have a predilection for the spot where they work. However, political hostility had perhaps not much to do with the conduct of this little studio party of the 8. Ginevra di Piombo, the most accomplished of Servan's pupils, was an object of the deepest jealousy. The master professed an equal admiration for the talents and the character of this favorite pupil, who served as the standard of all his comparisons. And indeed, while it was impossible to explain the ascendancy this young girl exercised over all who were about her, she enjoyed in this small world an influence resembling that of Bonaparte over his soldiers. The aristocratic clique had, some days since, resolved on the overthrow of this queen. But as no one had been bold enough to repulse the Bonapartist, Mademoiselle Thirion had just struck the decisive blow so as to make her companions the accomplices of her hatred. Though Ginevra was really beloved by some of the royalist party, who at home were abundantly lectured on politics, with the tact peculiar to women, they judged it best not to interfere in the quarrel. On entering, Ginevra was received in perfect silence. Of all the girls who had yet appeared at Servan's studio, she was the handsomest, the tallest, and the most finely made. Her gait had a stamp of dignity and grace which commanded respect. Her face, full of intelligence, seemed radiant, it was so transfused with the animation peculiar to Corsicans, which does not exclude calmness. Her abundant hair, her eyes, and their black lashes told of passion. Though the corners of her mouth were softly drawn and her lips a little too thick, they had the kindly expression which strong people derive from the consciousness of strength. By a singular freak of nature the charm of her features was in some sort belied by a marble forehead stamped with an almost savage pride, and the traditional habits of Corsica. That was the only bond between her and her native land. In every other detail of her person the simplicity and freedom of Lombard beauties were so bewitching, that only in her absence could anyone bear to cause her the smallest pain. She was, indeed, so attractive, that her old father, out of prudence, never allowed her to walk alone to the studio. The only fault of this really poetic creature came of the very power of such fully developed beauty. She had refused to marry, out of affection for her father and mother, feeling herself necessary to them in their old age. Her taste for painting had taken the place of the passions which commonly agitate women. "You are all very silent today," she said, after coming forward a step or two. "Good morning, my little Laure," she added in a gentle, caressing tone, as she went up to the young girl who was painting apart from the rest. "That head is very good. The flesh is a little too pink, but it is all capitally drawn." Laure raised her head, looked at Ginevra much touched, and their faces brightened with an expression of mutual affection. A faint smile gave life to the Italian's lips, but she seemed pensive, and went slowly to her place, carelessly glancing at the drawings and pictures, and saying good morning to each of the girls of the first group, without observing the unusual curiosity excited by her presence. She might have been a queen amid her court. She did not observe the deep silence that reigned among the aristocrats, and passed their camp without saying a word. Her absence of mind was so complete that she went to her easel, opened her paint-box, took out her brushes, slipped on her brown linen cuffs, tied her apron, examined her palette. All without thinking, as it seemed, of what she was doing. All the heads of the humbler group were turned to look at her. And if the young ladies of the Thirion faction were less frankly impatient than their companions, their side glances were nevertheless directed to Ginevra. "She notices nothing," said Mademoiselle Rogwin. At this moment Ginevra, roused from the meditative attitude in which she had gazed at her canvas, turned her head towards the aristocratic party. With one glance she measured the distance that lay between them, and held her peace. "It has not occurred to her that they meant to insult her," said Mathilde. "She has neither colored nor turned pale. How provoked those young ladies will be if she likes her new place better than the old one. You are quite apart there, mademoiselle," she added louder, and addressing Ginevra. The Italian girl affected not to hear, or perhaps she did not hear. She hastily rose, walked rather slowly along the partition which divided the dark closet from the studio, seeming to examine the skylight from which the light fell. And to this she ascribed so much importance that she got upon a chair to fasten the green baize which interfered with the light, a good deal higher. At this elevation she was on a level with a small crack in the boarding, the real object of her efforts. For the look she cast through it can only be compared with that of a miser discovering Aladdin's treasure. She quickly descended, came back to her place, arranged her picture, affected still to be dissatisfied with the light, pushed a table close to the partition, and placed a chair on it. Then she nimbly mounted this scaffolding, and again peeped through the crack. She gave but one look into the closet, which was lighted by a window at the top of the partition, but what she saw impressed her so vividly that she started. "You will fall, Mademoiselle Ginevra!" cried Laure. All the girls turned to look at their imprudent companion, who was tottering. The fear of seeing them gather round her gave her courage. She recovered her strength and her balance, and dancing on the chair, she turned to Laure, and said with some agitation, "Bah! It is at any rate safer than a throne." She quickly arranged the baize, came down, pushed the table and the chair far from the partition, returned to her easel, and made a few more attempts, seeming to try for an effect of light that suited her. Her picture did not really trouble her at all. Her aim was to get close to the dark closet by which she placed herself, as she wished, at the end near the door. Then she prepared to set her palette, still in perfect silence. Where she now was she soon heard more distinctly a slight noise which, on the day before, had greatly stirred her curiosity, and sent her young imagination wandering over a wide field of conjecture. She easily recognized it as the deep, regular breathing of the sleeping man whom she had just now seen. Her curiosity was satisfied, but she found herself burdened with an immense responsibility. Through the crack she had caught sight of the imperial eagle, and on a camp bed, in the dim light, had seen the figure of an officer of the guard. She guessed it all. Servin was sheltering a refugee. She now trembled lest one of her companions should come to examine her picture, and should hear the unfortunate man breathe, or heave too deep a sigh, such as had fallen on her ear during yesterday's lesson. She resolved to remain near the door, and trust to her wits to cheat the tricks of fate. "I had better remain here," thought she, "to prevent some disaster, than leave the poor prisoner at the mercy of some giddy prank." This was the secret of Ginevra's apparent indifference. When she found her easel transplanted, she was secretly delighted, since she had been able to satisfy her curiosity in a natural manner. And besides, she was too much absorbed at this moment to inquire into the reason of her exclusion. Nothing is more mortifying to young girls, or indeed to anyone, than to see a practical joke, an insult, or a witticism fail of its effect in consequence of the victim's contempt. It would seem that our hatred of an enemy is increased by the height to which he can rise above us. Ginevra's conduct remained a riddle to all her companions. Her friends and her foes were alike surprised, for she was allowed to have every good quality excepting forgiveness of injuries. Though the opportunities for showing this vice of temper had rarely been offered to Ginevra by the incidents of studio life. The instances she had happened to give of her vindictive spirit and determination had none the less made a deep impression on her companions' minds. After many guesses, Mademoiselle Roguen finally regarded the Italian's silence as evidence of a magnanimity above all praise. And her party, inspired by her, conceived a plan to humiliate the aristocrats of the studio. They achieved their purpose by a fire of sarcasms directed at the pride and airs of the party of the Eight. Madame Servin's arrival put an end to this contest of self-assertiveness. Amélie, with the shrewdness which is always coupled with malice, had remarked, watched, and wondered at the excessive absence of mind which hindered Ginevra from hearing the keenly polite dispute of which she was the subject. The revenge which Mademoiselle Roguen and her followers were wreaking on Mademoiselle Thirion and her party had thus the fatal effect of setting the young ultras to discover the cause of Ginevra's absorbed silence. The beautiful Italian became the center of observation, and was watched by her friends as much as by her enemies. It is very difficult to hide the slightest excitement, the most trifling feeling, from 15 idle and inquisitive girls whose mischief and wits crave only for secrets to guess, and intrigues to plot or to baffle, and who can ascribe to a gesture, to a glance, to a word, so many meanings, that they can hardly fail to discover the true one. Thus Ginevra di Piombo's secret was in great peril of being found out. At this moment Madame Servin's presence produced a diversion in the drama that was being obscurely played at the bottom of these young hearts. While its sentiments, its ideas, its development, were expressed by almost allegorical words, by significant looks, by gestures, and even by silence, often more emphatic than speech. The moment Madame Servin came into the studio her eyes turned to the door by which Ginevra was standing. Under the present circumstances this look was not lost. If at first none of the maidens observed it, Mademoiselle Thirion remembered it afterwards, and accounted for the suspiciousness, the alarm, and mystery which gave a hunted expression to Madame Servin's eyes. "Mademoiselle," she said, "Monsieur Servin cannot come today." Then she paid some little compliment to each pupil, all of them welcoming her in the girlish, caressing way which lies as much in the voice and eyes as in actions. She immediately went to Ginevra under an impulse of uneasiness, which she vainly tried to conceal. The Italian and the painter's wife exchanged friendly nods, and then stood in silence, one painting, the other watching her paint. The officer's breathing was easily audible, but Madame Servin could take no notice of it, and her dissimulation was so complete that Ginevra was tempted to accuse her of wilful deafness. At this moment the stranger turned on the bed. The Italian girl looked Madame Servin steadily in the face, and, without betraying the smallest agitation, the lady said, "Your copy is as fine as the original. If I had to choose, I should really be puzzled." "Monsieur Servin has not let his wife into the secret of this mystery," thought Ginevra, who, after answering the young wife with a gentle smile of incredulity, sang a snatch of some national canzonetta to cover any sounds the prisoner might make. It was so unusual to hear the studious Italian sing, that all the girls looked at her in surprise. Later this incident served as evidence to the charitable suppositions of hatred. Madame Servin soon went away, and the hours of study ended without further event. Ginevra let all her companions leave, affecting to work on, but she unconsciously betrayed her wish to be alone, for as the pupils made ready to go she looked at them with ill-disguised impatience. Mademoiselle Thirion, who within these few hours had become a cruel foe to the young girl, who was her superior in everything, guessed by the instinct of hatred that her rival's affected industry covered a mystery. She had been struck more than once by the attention with which Ginevra seemed to be listening to a sound no one else could hear. The expression she now read in the Italian's eyes was as a flash of illumination. She was the last to leave, and went in on her way down to see Madame Servin, with whom she stayed a few minutes. Then, pretending that she had forgotten her bag, she very softly went upstairs again to the studio, and discovered Ginevra at the top of a hastily constructed scaffolding, so lost in contemplation of the unknown soldier that she did not hear the light sound of her companion's footsteps. It is true that Amélie walked on eggs. To use a phrase of Walter Scott's, she retired to the door and coughed. Ginevra started, turned her head, saw her enemy, and colored. Then she quickly untied the blind, to mislead her as to her purpose, and came down. After putting away her paint-box, she left the studio, carrying stamped upon her heart the image of a man's head as charming as the Endymion, Girodet's masterpiece, which she had copied a few days previously. So young a man, and proscribed. Who can he be, for it is not Marshal Ney? These two sentences are the simplest expression of all the ideas which Ginevra turned over in her mind during 2 days. The next day but one, notwithstanding her hurry to be first at the painting gallery, she found that Mademoiselle Thirion had already come in a carriage. Ginevra and her enemy watched each other for some time, but each kept her countenance impenetrable by the other. Amélie had seen the stranger's handsome face. But happily, and at the same time unhappily, the eagles and the uniform were not within the range of her eye through the crack. She lost herself in conjecture. Suddenly Servin came in, much earlier than usual. "Mademoiselle Ginevra," said he, after casting an eye round the gallery, "why have you placed yourself there? The light is bad. Come nearer to these young ladies, and lower your blind a little." Then he sat down by Laure, whose work deserved his most lenient criticism. "Well done," he exclaimed, "this head is capitally done. You will be a second Ginevra." The master went from easel to easel, blaming, flattering, and jesting. And making himself, as usual, more feared for his jests than for his reproofs. The Italian had not obeyed his wishes. She remained at her post with the firm intention of staying there. She took out a sheet of paper and began to sketch in sepia the head of the unhappy refugee. A work conceived of with passion always bears a particular stamp. The faculty of giving truth to a rendering of nature or of a thought constitutes genius, and passion can often take its place. Thus in the circumstances in which Ginevra found herself, either the intuition she owed to her memory, which had been deeply struck, or perhaps necessity, the mother of greatness, lent her a supernatural flash of talent. The officer's head was thrown off on the paper with an inward trembling that she ascribed to fear, and which a physiologist would have recognized as the fever of inspiration. From time to time she stole a furtive glance at her companions, so as to be able to hide the sketch in case of any indiscretion on their part. But in spite of her sharp lookout, there was a moment when she failed to perceive that her relentless enemy, under the shelter of a huge portfolio, had turned her eyeglass on the mysterious drawing. Mademoiselle Thirion, recognizing the refugee's features, raised her head suddenly, and Ginevra slipped away the sheet of paper. "Why do you stay there, in spite of my opinion, mademoiselle?" the professor gravely asked Ginevra. The girl hastily turned her easel so that no one could see her sketch, and said, in an agitated voice, as she showed it to her master, "Don't you think with me that this is a better light? May I not stay where I am?" Servin turned pale. As nothing can escape the keen eyes of hatred. Mademoiselle Thirion threw herself, so to speak, into the excited feelings that agitated the professor and his pupil. "You are right," said Servin. "But you will soon know more than I do," he added, with a forced laugh. There was a silence, during which the master looked at the head of the officer. "This is a masterpiece, worthy of Salvator Rosa," he exclaimed, with an artist's vehemence. At this exclamation all the young people rose, and Mademoiselle Thirion came forward with the swiftness of a tiger springing on its prey. At this instant the prisoner, roused by the turmoil, woke up. Ginevra overset her stool, spoke a few incoherent sentences, and began to laugh. But she had folded the portrait in half and thrown it into a portfolio before her terrible enemy could see it. The girls crowded round the easel. Servin enlarged in a loud voice on the beauties of the copy on which his favorite pupil was just now engaged. And all the party were cheated by this stratagem, excepting Amélie, who placed herself behind her companions and tried to open the portfolio into which she had seen the sketch put. Ginevra seized it and set it in front of her without a word, and the two girls gazed at each other in silence. "Come, young ladies, to your places," said Servin. "If you want to know as much as Mademoiselle de Piombo, you must not be always talking of fashions and balls, and trifling so much." When the girls had all returned to their easels, the master sat down by Ginevra. "Was it not better that this mystery should be discovered by me than by anyone else?" said the Italian girl in a low tone. "Yes," answered the painter. "You are patriotic, but even if you had not been, you are still the person to whom I should entrust it." The master and pupil understood each other, and Ginevra was not now afraid to ask, "Who is he?" "An intimate friend of Labadoyer's. The man who, next to the unfortunate colonel, did most to effect a junction between the 7th and the Grenadiers of Elba. He was a major in the Guards, and has just come back from Waterloo." "Why have you not burned his uniform and shako, and put him into civilian dress?" asked Ginevra vehemently. "Some clothes are to be brought for him this evening. You should have shut up the studio for a few days. He is going away." "Does he wish to die?" said the girl. "Let him stay with you during these first days of the storm. Paris is the only place in France where a man may be safely hidden." Is he a friend of yours? She added. No. He has no claim to my regard but his misfortunes. This is how he fell into my hands. My father-in-law, who had rejoined his regiment during this campaign, met the poor young man, and saved him very cleverly from those who have arrested Labadoyer. He wanted to defend him. Like a madman. And do you call him so? Cried Ginevra, with a glance of surprise at the painter, who did not speak for a moment. My father-in-law is too closely watched to be able to keep anyone in his house, he went on. He brought him here by night last week. I hope to hide him from every eye by keeping him in this corner, the only place in the house where he can be safe. If I can be of any use, command me, said Ginevra. I know Marshal Feltry. Well, we shall see, replied the painter. This conversation had lasted too long not to be remarked by all the other pupils. Servin left Ginevra, came back to each easel, and gave such long lessons that he was still upstairs when the clock struck the hour at which his pupils usually left. You have forgotten your bag, mademoiselle, cried the professor, running after the young lady who condescended to act the spy to gratify her hatred. The inquisitive pupil came back for the bag, expressing some surprise at her own carelessness. But Servin's attention was to her additional proof of the existence of a mystery which was undoubtedly a serious one. She had already planned what should follow, and could say, like the Abbé Vertot, I have laid my siege. She ran downstairs noisily, and violently slammed the door leading to Servin's rooms, that it might be supposed she had gone out. But she softly went upstairs again, and hid behind the door of the studio. When the painter and Ginevra supposed themselves alone, he tapped in a particular manner at the door of the attic, which at once opened on its rusty, creaking hinges. The Italian girl saw a tall and well-built youth, whose imperial uniform set her heart beating. The officer carried his arm in a sling, and his pale face told of acute suffering. He started at seeing her, a stranger. Amélie, who could see nothing, was afraid to stay any longer, but she had heard the creaking of the door, and that was enough. She silently stole away. Fear nothing, said the painter. Mademoiselle is the daughter of the Emperor's most faithful friend, the Baron di Piombo. The young officer felt no doubt of Ginevra's loyalty when once he had looked at her. You are wounded, she said. Oh, it is nothing, mademoiselle, the cut is healing. At this moment the shrill and piercing tones of men in the street came up to the studio, crying out, this is the sentence which condemns to death. All three shuddered. The soldier was the first to hear a name at which he turned pale. Labadoyer, he exclaimed, dropping onto a stool. They looked at each other in silence. Drops of sweat gathered on the young man's livid brow. With a gesture of despair he clutched the black curls of his hair, resting his elbow on Ginevra's easel. After all, said he, starting to his feet, Labadoyer and I knew what we were doing. We knew the fate that awaited us if we triumphed or if we failed. He is dying for the cause, while I am in hiding. He hurried towards the studio door, but Ginevra, more nimble than he, rushed forward and stopped the way. Can you restore the Emperor? She said. Do you think you can raise the giant again, when he could not keep his feet? What then is to become of me? Said the refugee, addressing the two friends whom chance had sent him. I have not a relation in the world. Labadoyer was my friend and protector. I am now alone. Tomorrow I shall be exiled or condemned. I have never had any fortune but my pay. I spent my last crown piece to come and snatch Labadoyer from death and get him away. Death is an obvious necessity to me. When a man is determined to die, he must know how to sell his head to the executioner. I was thinking just now that an honest man's life is well worth that of two traitors, and that a dagger thrust, judiciously placed, may give one immortality. This passion of despair frightened the painter, and even Ginevra, who fully understood the young man. The Italian admired the beautiful head and the delightful voice, of which the accents of rage scarcely disguised the sweetness. Then she suddenly dropped balm on all the hapless man's wounds. Monsieur, said she, as to your pecuniary difficulties, allow me to offer you the money I myself have saved. My father is rich, I am his only child. He loves me, and I am quite sure he will not blame me. Have no scruples in accepting it, our wealth comes from the emperor, we have nothing which is not the bounty of his munificence. Is it not gratitude to help one of his faithful soldiers? So take this money with as little ceremony as I make about offering it. It is only money, she added in a scornful tone. Then, as to friends, you will find friends. And she proudly raised her head, while her eyes shone with unwonted brilliancy. The head which must fall tomorrow, the mark of a dozen guns, saves yours, she went on. Wait till this storm is over, and you can take service in a foreign land if you are not forgotten, or in the French army if you are. In the comfort offered by a woman there is a delicacy of feeling which always has a touch of something motherly, something far-seeing and complete. But when such words of peace and hope are seconded by grace of gesture, and the eloquence which comes from the heart, above all, when the comforter is beautiful, it is hard for a young man to resist. The young colonel inhaled love by every sense. A faint flush tinged his white cheeks, and his eyes lost a little of the melancholy that dimmed them as he said, in a strange tone of voice, "You are an angel of goodness, but, Labadoyer." He added, "Labadoyer." At this cry they all three looked at each other, speechless, and understood each other. They were friends, not of 20 minutes, but of 20 years. "My dear fellow," said Servin, "can you save him? I can avenge him." Ginevra was thrilled. Though the stranger was handsome, his appearance had not moved her. The gentle pity that women find in their heart for suffering which is not ignoble had, in Ginevra, stifled every other emotion. But to hear a cry of revenge, to find in this fugitive an Italian soul and Corsican magnanimity. This was too much for her. She gazed at the officer with respectful emotion, which powerfully stirred her heart. It was the first time a man had ever made her feel so strongly. Like all women, it pleased her to imagine that the soul of this stranger must be in harmony with the remarkable beauty of his features and the fine proportions of his figure, which she admired as an artist. Led by chance curiosity to pity, from pity to eager interest, she now from interest had reached sensation so strong and deep that she thought it rash to remain there any longer. "Till tomorrow," she said, leaving her sweetest smile with the officer, to console him. As he saw that smile, which threw a new light, as it were, on Ginevra's face, the stranger for a moment forgot all else. "Tomorrow," he repeated sadly. "Tomorrow, Labadoyer." Ginevra turned to him and laid a finger on her lips, looking at him as though she would say, "Be calm, be prudent." Then the young man exclaimed, "Oh Dio! Chi non vorrei vivere dopo averla veduta." Oh God! Who would not live after having seen her? The peculiar accent with which he spoke the words startled Ginevra. "You are a Corsican!" she exclaimed, coming back to him, her heart beating with gladness. "I was born in Corsica," he replied, "but I was taken to Genoa when very young. And, as soon as I was of an age to enter the army, I enlisted." The stranger's handsome person, the transcendent charm he derived from his attachment to the emperor, his wound, his misfortunes, even his danger, all vanished before Ginevra's eyes. Or rather all were fused in one new and exquisite sentiment. This refugee was a son of Corsica, and spoke its beloved tongue. In a minute the girl stood motionless, spellbound by a magical sensation. She saw before her eyes a living picture to which a combination of human feeling and chance lent dazzling hues. At Servin's invitation the officer had taken his seat on an ottoman, the painter had untied the string which supported his guest's arm, and was now undoing the bandages in order to dress the wound. Ginevra shuddered as she saw the long wide gash, made by a saber cut, on the young man's forearm, and gave a little groan. The stranger looked up at her and began to smile. There was something very touching that went to the soul in Servin's attentive care as he removed the lint and touched the tender flesh, while the wounded man's face, though pale and sickly, expressed pleasure rather than suffering as he looked at the young girl. An artist could not help admiring the antithesis of sentiments, and the contrast of color between the whiteness of the linen and the bare arm and the officer's blue and red coat. Soft dusk had now fallen on the studio, but a last sunbeam shone in on the spot where the refugee was sitting, in such a way that his pale, noble face, his black hair, his uniform were all flooded with light. This simple effect the superstitious Italian took for an omen of good luck. The stranger seemed to her a celestial messenger who had spoken to her in the language of her native land, and put her under the spell of childish memories. While in her heart a feeling had birth as fresh and pure as her first age of innocence. In a very short instant she stood pensive, lost in infinite thought. Then she blushed to have betrayed her absence of mind, exchanged a swift, sweet look with the officer, and made her escape, seeing him still. The next day there was no painting lesson. Ginevra could come to the studio, and the prisoner could be with his fellow countrywoman. Servin, who had a sketch to finish, allowed the officer to sit there while he played guardian to the two young people who frequently spoke in Corsican. The poor soldier told of his sufferings during the retreat from Moscow. For, at the age of 19, he had found himself at the passage of the Beresina, alone of all his regiment, having lost in his comrades the only men who could care for him, an orphan. He described, in words of fire, the great disaster of Waterloo. His voice was music to the Italian girl. Brought up in Corsican ways, Ginevra was, to some extent, a child of nature. Falsehood was unknown to her, and she gave herself up without disguise to her impressions, owning them, or rather letting them be seen without the trickery, the mean and calculating vanity of the Parisian girl. During this day she remained more than once, her palette in one hand, a brush in the other, while the brush was undipped in the colors on the palette. Her eyes fixed on the officer's face, her lips slightly parted, she sat listening, ready to lay on the touch which was not given. She was not surprised to find such sweetness in the young man's eyes, for she felt her own soften in spite of her determination to keep them severe and cold. Thus, for hours, she painted with resolute attention, not raising her head because he was there watching her work. The first time he sat down to gaze at her in silence, she said to him in an agitated voice, after a long pause, "Does it amuse you, then, to look on a painting?" That day she learned that his name was Luigi. Before they parted it was agreed that if any important political events should occur on the days when the studio was open, Ginevra was to inform him by singing in an undertone certain Italian airs. On the following day Mademoiselle Thirion informed all her companions, as a great secret, that Ginevra di Piombo had a lover, a young man who came during the hours devoted to lessons, to hide in the dark closet of the studio. "You, who take her part," said she to Mademoiselle Roguen, "watch her well, and you will see how she spends her time." So Ginevra was watched with diabolical vigilance. Her songs were listened to, her glances spied. At moments when she believed that no one saw her, a dozen eyes were incessantly centered on her. And being forewarned, the girls interpreted in their true sense the agitations which passed across the Italian's radiant face, and her snatches of song, and the attention with which she listened to the muffled sounds which she alone could hear through the partition. By the end of the week, only Laure, of the 15 students, had resisted the temptation to scrutinize Louis through the crack in the panel, or, by an instinct of weakness, still defended the beautiful Corsican girl. Mademoiselle Roguen wanted to make her wait on the stairs at the hour when they all left, to prove to her the intimacy between Ginevra and the handsome young man, by finding them together. But she refused to condescend to an espionage which curiosity could not justify, and thus became an object of general reprobation. Ere long the daughter of the gentleman usher thought it unbecoming in her to work in the studio of a painter whose opinions were tainted with patriotism or Bonapartism, which at that time were regarded as one and the same thing. So she came no more to Servans. Though Amélie forgot Ginevra, the evil she had sown bore fruit. Insensibly, by chance, for gossip, or out of prudery, the other damsels informed their mothers of the strange adventure in progress at the studio. One day Mathilde Roguen did not come. The next time another was absent, at last the 3 or 4 pupils, who had still remained, came no more. Ginevra and her little friend, Mademoiselle Laure, were for 2 or 3 days the sole occupants of the deserted studio. The Italian did not observe the isolation in which she was left, and did not even wonder at the cause of her companion's absence. Having devised the means of communicating with Louis, she lived in the studio as in a delightful retreat, secluded in the midst of the world, thinking only of the officer, and of the dangers which threatened him. This young creature, though sincerely admiring those noble characters who would not be false to their political faith, urged Louis to submit at once to royal authority, in order to keep him in France, while Louis refused to submit, that he might not have to leave his hiding-place. If, indeed, passions only have their birth and grow up under the influence of romantic causes, never had so many circumstances concurred to link 2 beings by one feeling. Ginevra's regard for Louis, and his for her, thus made greater progress in a month than a fashionable friendship can make in 10 years in a drawing-room. Is not adversity the touchstone of character? Hence Ginevra could really appreciate Louis, and know him, and they soon felt a reciprocal esteem. Ginevra, who was older than Louis, found it sweet to be courted by a young man already so great, so tried by fortune, who united the experience of a man with the graces of youth. Louis, on his part, felt unspeakable delight in allowing himself to be apparently protected by a girl of 25. Was it not a proof of love? The union in Ginevra of pride and sweetness, of strength and weakness, had an irresistible charm. Louis was indeed completely her slave. In short, they were already so deeply in love that they felt no need either to deny it to themselves, or to tell it. One day, towards evening, Ginevra heard the signal agreed on. Louis tapped on the woodwork with a pin, so gently as to make no more noise than a spider attaching its thread, thus asking if he might come out. She glanced round the studio, did not see little Laure, and answered the summons, but as the door was opened, Louis caught sight of the girl, and hastily retreated. Ginevra, much surprised, looked about her, saw Laure, and going up to her easel, said, "You are staying very late, dear. And that head seems to me finished. There is only a reflected light to put in on that lock of hair." "It would be very kind of you," said Laure, in a tremulous voice, "if you would correct this copy for me. I should have something of your doing to keep." "Of course I will," said Ginevra, sure of thus dismissing her. "I thought," she added, as she put in a few light touches, "that you had a long way to go home from the studio." "Oh, Ginevra, I am going away for good," cried the girl, sadly. "You are leaving Monsieur Servin?" asked the Italian, not seeming affected by her words, as she would have been a month since. "Have you not noticed, Ginevra, that for some time there has been nobody here but you and me?" "It is true," replied Ginevra, suddenly struck as by a reminiscence. "Are they ill, or going to be married, or are all their fathers employed now at the palace?" "They have all left Monsieur Servin," said Laure. "And why?" "On your account, Ginevra." "Mine?" repeated the Corsican, rising, with a threatening brow, and a proud sparkle in her eyes. "Oh, do not be angry, dear Ginevra," Laure piteously exclaimed. "But my mother wishes that I should leave too. All the young ladies said that you had an intrigue. That Monsieur Servin had lent himself to allowing a young man who loves you to stay in the dark closet, but I never believed these calumnies, and did not tell my mother. Last evening Madame Rogwin met my mother at a ball, and asked her whether she still sent me here. When Mamma said yes, she repeated all those girls' tales. Mamma scolded me well. She declared I must have known it all, and that I had failed in the confidence of a daughter in her mother by not telling her. Oh, my dear Ginevra, I, who always took you for my model, how grieved I am not to be allowed to stay on with you." "We shall meet again in the world. Young women get married," said Ginevra. "When they are rich," replied Laure. "Come to see me, my father has wealth." "Ginevra," Laure went on, much moved, "Madame Rogwin and my mother are coming tomorrow to see Monsieur Servin and complain of his conduct. At least let him be prepared. A thunderbolt falling at her feet would have astonished Ginevra less than this announcement. What could it matter to them, she innocently asked. Everyone thinks it very wrong. Mamma says it is quite improper. And you, Laure, what do you think about it? The girl looked at Ginevra, and their hearts met. Laure could no longer restrain her tears, she threw herself on her friend's neck and kissed her. At this moment Servin came in. Mademoiselle Ginevra, he said, enthusiastically, I have finished my picture, it is being varnished. But what is the matter? All the young ladies are making holiday, it would seem, or are gone into the country. Laure wiped away her tears, took leave of Servin, and went away. The studio had been deserted for some days, said Ginevra, and those young ladies will return no more. Pooh! Nay, do not laugh, said Ginevra, listen to me. I am the involuntary cause of your loss of repute. The artist smiled, and said, interrupting his pupil, my repute? But in a few days my picture will be exhibited. It is not your talent that is in question, said the Italian girl, but your morality. The young ladies have spread a report that Louis is shut up here, and that you lent yourself to our love-making. There is some truth in that, mademoiselle, replied the professor. The girls' mothers are aerified prudes, he went on. If they had but come to me, everything would have been explained. But what do I care for such things? Life is too short. And the painter snapped his fingers in the air. Louis, who had heard part of the conversation, came out of his cupboard. You are losing all your pupils, he cried, and I shall have been your ruin. The artist took his hand and Ginevra's, and joined them. Will you marry each other, my children, he asked, with touching bluntness. They both looked down, and their silence was their first mutual confession of love. Well, said Servin, and you will be happy, will you not? Can anything purchase such happiness as that of two beings like you? I am rich, said Ginevra, if you will allow me to indemnify you. Indemnify? Servin broke in. Why, as soon as it is known that I have been the victim of a few little fools, and that I have sheltered a fugitive, all the liberals in Paris will send me their daughters. Perhaps I shall be in your debt then. Louis grasped his protector's hand, unable to speak a word, but at last he said, in a broken voice, to you I shall owe all my happiness. Be happy. I unite you, said the painter with comic unction, laying his hands on the heads of the lovers. This pleasantry put an end to their emotional mood. They looked at each other, and all three laughed. The Italian girl wrung Louis's hand with a passionate grasp, and with a simple impulse worthy of her Corsican traditions. Ah, but, my dear children, said Servin, you fancy that now everything will go on swimmingly? Well, you are mistaken. They looked at him in amazement. Do not be alarmed. I am the only person inconvenienced by your giddy behavior. But Madame Servin is the pink of propriety, and I really do not know how we shall settle matters with her. Heavens! I had forgotten. Tomorrow Madame Rogwin and Laure's mother are coming to you. I understand, said the painter, interrupting her. But you can justify yourself, said the girl, with a toss of her head of emphatic pride. Monsieur Louis, and she turned to him with an arch look, has surely no longer an antipathy for the king's government? Well, then, she went on, after seeing him smile, tomorrow morning I shall address a petition to one of the most influential persons at the Ministry of War. A man who can refuse the Baron de Piombo's daughter nothing. We will obtain a tacit pardon for Captain Louis, for they will not recognize your grade as colonel. And you, she added, speaking to Servin, may annihilate the mammas of my charitable young companions by simply telling them the truth. You are an angel, said Servin. While this scene was going on at the studio, Ginevra's father and mother were impatiently expecting her return. It is 6 o'clock, and Ginevra is not yet home, said Bartolomeo. She was never so late before, replied his wife. The old people looked at each other with all the signs of very unusual anxiety. Bartolomeo, too much excited to sit still, rose and paced the room twice, briskly enough for a man of 77. Thanks to a strong constitution, he had changed but little since the day of his arrival at Paris, and tall as he was still upright. His hair, thin and white now, had left his head bald, a broad and bossy skull which gave token of great strength and firmness. His face, deeply furrowed, had grown full and wide, with the pale complexion that inspires veneration. The fire of a passionate nature still lurked in the unearthly glow of his eyes, and the brows, which were not quite white, preserved their terrible mobility. The aspect of the man was severe, but it could be seen that Bartolomeo had the right to be so. His kindness and gentleness were known only to his wife and daughter. In his official position, or before strangers, he never set aside the majesty which time had lent to his appearance. And his habit of knitting those thick brows, of setting every line in his face, and assuming a Napoleonic fixity of gaze, made him seem as cold as marble. In the course of his political life he had been so generally feared that he was thought unsociable, but it is not difficult to find the causes of such a reputation. Piombo's life, habits, and fidelity were a censure on most of the courtiers. Notwithstanding the secret missions entrusted to his discretion, which to any other man would have proved lucrative, he had not more than 30,000 francs a year in government securities. And when we consider the low price of stock under the Empire, and Napoleon's liberality to those of his faithful adherents who knew how to ask, it is easy to perceive that the Baron di Piombo was a man of stern honesty. He owed his baron's plumage only to the necessity of bearing a title when sent by Napoleon to a foreign court. Bartolomeo had always professed implacable hatred of the traitors whom Napoleon had gathered about him, believing he could win them over by his victories. It was he, so it was said, who took 3 steps towards the door of the emperor's room, after advising him to get rid of 3 men then in France. On the day before he set out on his famous and brilliant campaign of 1814. Since the second return of the Bourbons, Bartolomeo had ceased to wear the ribbon of the Legion of Honor. No man ever offered a finer image of the old republicans, the incorruptible supporters of the empire, who survived as the living derelicts of the 2 most vigorous governments the world has perhaps ever seen. If Baron di Piombo had displeased some courtiers, Daru, Drouet, Carnot were his friends. And, indeed, since Waterloo, he cared no more about other political figures than for the puffs of smoke he blew from his cigar. With the moderate sum which Madame, Napoleon's mother, had paid him for his estates in Corsica, Bartolomeo di Piombo had acquired the old Hôtel de Portenduère, in which he made no alterations. Living almost always in official residences at the cost of the government, he had resided in this mansion only since the catastrophe of Fontainebleau. Like all simple folks of lofty character, the Baron and his wife cared nothing for external splendor, they still used the old furniture they had found in the house. The reception rooms of this dwelling, lofty, gloomy, and bare, the huge mirrors set in old gilt frames almost black with age, the furniture from the time of Louis XIV, were in keeping with Bartolomeo and his wife, figures worthy of antiquity, under the Empire, and during the 100 Days, while holding offices that brought handsome salaries. The old Corsican had kept house in grand style, but rather to do honor to his position than with a view to display. His life, and that of his wife and daughter, was so frugal, so quiet, that their modest fortune sufficed for their needs. To them their child Ginevra outweighed all the riches on earth. And when, in May 1814, Baron di Piombo resigned his place, dismissed his household, and locked his stable doors, Ginevra, as simple and unpretentious as her parents, had not a regret. Like all great souls, she found luxury in strength of feeling, as she sought happiness in solitude and work. And these 3 loved each other too much for the externals of life to have any value in their eyes. Often, and especially since Napoleon's second and fearful fall, Bartolomeo and his wife spent evenings of pure delight in listening to Ginevra as she played the piano or sang. To them there was an immense mystery of pleasure in their daughter's presence, in her lightest word, they followed her with their eyes with tender solicitude. They heard her step in the courtyard, however lightly she trod. Like lovers, they would all three sit silent for hours, hearing, better than in words, the eloquence of each other's soul. This deep feeling, the very life of the two old people, filled all their thoughts. Not three lives were here, but one, which, like the flame on a hearth, burned up in three tongues of fire. Though now and then memories of Napoleon's bounty and misfortunes, or the politics of the day, took the place of their constant preoccupation. They could talk of them without breaking their community of thought. For did not Ginevra share their political passions? What could be more natural than the eagerness with which they withdrew into the heart of their only child? Until now the business of public life had absorbed Baron di Piombo's energies, but in resigning office the Corsican felt the need of throwing his energy into the last feeling that was left to him. And, besides the tie that bound a father and mother to their daughter, there was perhaps, unknown to these three despotic spirits, a powerful reason in the fanaticism of their reciprocal devotion. Their love was undivided. Ginevra's whole heart was given to her father, as Piombo's was to her. And certainly, if it is true that we are more closely attached to one another by our faults than by our good qualities, Ginevra responded wonderfully to all her father's passions. Herein lay the single defect of this threefold existence. Ginevra was wholly given over to her vindictive impulses, carried away by them, as Bartolomeo had been in his youth. The Corsican delighted in encouraging these savage emotions in his daughter's heart, exactly as a lion teaches his whelps to spring on their prey. But as this apprenticeship to revenge could only be carried out under the parental roof, Ginevra never forgave her father anything, he always had to succumb. Piombo regarded these factitious quarrels as mere childishness, but the child thus acquired a habit of domineering over her parents. In the midst of these tempests which Bartolomeo loved to raise, a tender word, a look, was enough to soothe their angry spirits, and they were never so near kissing as when threatening wrath. However, from the age of about 5, Ginevra, growing wiser than her father, constantly avoided these scenes. Her faithful nature, her devotion, the affection which governed all her thoughts, and her admirable good sense, had got the better of her rages. Still a great evil had resulted. Ginevra lived with her father and mother on a footing of equality which is always disastrous. To complete the picture of all the changes that had happened to these three persons since their arrival in Paris, Piombo and his wife, people of no education, had allowed Ginevra to study as she would. Following her girlish fancy, she had tried and given up everything, returning to each idea, and abandoning each in turn, until painting had become her ruling passion. She would have been perfect if her mother had been capable of directing her studies, of enlightening and harmonizing her natural gifts. Her faults were the outcome of the pernicious training that the old Corsican had delighted to give her. After making the floor creak for some minutes under his feet, the old man rang the bell. A servant appeared. "Go to meet Mademoiselle Ginevra," said the master. "I have always been sorry that we have no longer a carriage for her," said the Baroness. "She would not have one," replied Piombo, looking at his wife, and she, accustomed for 20 years to obedience as her part, cast down her eyes. Tall, thin, pale, and wrinkled, and now past 70, the Baroness was exactly like the old woman whom Schnetz introduces into the Italian scenes of his genre pictures. She commonly sat so silent that she might have been taken for a second Mrs. Shandy, but a word, a look, a gesture would betray that her feelings had all the vigor and freshness of youth. Her dress, devoid of smartness, was often devoid of taste. She usually remained passive, sunk in an armchair, like a sultana valide, waiting for, or admiring Ginevra, her pride and life. Her daughter's beauty, dress, and grace seemed to have become her own. All was well with her if Ginevra were content. Her hair had turned white, and a few locks were visible above her furrowed brow, and at the side of her withered cheeks. "For about a fortnight now," said she, "Ginevra has been coming in late." "Jean will not go fast enough," cried the impatient old man, crossing over the breast of his blue coat. He snatched up his hat, crammed it onto his head, and was off. "You will not get far," his wife called after him. In fact, the outer gate opened and shut, and the old mother heard Ginevra's steps in the courtyard. Bartolomeo suddenly reappeared, carrying his daughter in triumph, while she struggled in his arms. "Here she is. La Ginevra, la Ginevretina, la Ginevrina, la Ginevrola, la Ginevretta, la Ginevra Bella. Father! You are hurting me." Ginevra was immediately set down with a sort of respect. She nodded her head with a graceful gesture to reassure her mother, who was alarmed, and to convey that it had been only an excuse. Then the Baroness' pale, dull face regained a little color, and even a kind of cheerfulness. Piombo rubbed his hands together extremely hard, the most certain symptom of gladness. He had acquired the habit at court when seeing Napoleon in a rage with any of his generals or ministers who served him ill, or who had committed some blunder. When once the muscles of his face were relaxed, the smallest line in his forehead expressed benevolence. These two old folks at this moment were exactly like drooping plants, which are restored to life by a little water after a long drought. "Dinner, dinner!" cried the Baron, holding out his hand to Ginevra, whom he addressed as Signora Piombolina, another token of good spirits, to which his daughter replied with a smile. "By the way," said Piombo, as they rose from table, "do you know that your mother has remarked that for a month past you have stayed at the studio much later than usual? Painting before parents, it would seem." "Oh, dear father! Ginevra is preparing some surprise for us, no doubt," said the mother. "You are going to bring me a picture of your painting?" cried the Corsican, clapping his hands. "Yes, I am very busy at the studio," she replied. "What ails you, Ginevra? You are so pale," asked her mother. "No!" exclaimed the girl, with a resolute gesture. "No! It shall never be said that Ginevra Piombo ever told a lie in her life." On hearing this strange exclamation, Piombo and his wife looked at their daughter with surprise. "I love a young man," she added, in a broken voice. Then, not daring to look at her parents, her heavy eyelids drooped as if to veil the fire in her eyes. "Is he a prince?" asked her father ironically. But his tone of voice made both the mother and daughter tremble. "No, father," she modestly replied, "he is a young man of no fortune." "Then is he so handsome?" "He is unfortunate." "What is he?" "As a comrade of Labadoyers he was outlawed, homeless, Servin hid him, Anne." "Servin is a good fellow, and did well," cried Piombo. "But you, daughter, have done ill to love any man but your father." "Love is not within my control," said Ginevra gently. "I had flattered myself," said her father, "that my Ginevra would be faithful to me till my death, that my care and her mother's would be all she would have known. That our tenderness would never meet with a rival affection in her heart, that—" "Did I ever reproach you for your fanatical devotion to Napoleon?" said Ginevra. "Have you never loved anyone but me? Have you not been away on embassies for months at a time? Have I not borne your absence bravely? Life has necessities to which we must yield." "Ginevra! No, you do not love me for my own sake, and your reproaches show intolerable selfishness." "And you accuse your father's love," cried Piombo with flaming looks. "Father, I will never accuse you," replied Ginevra, more gently than her trembling mother expected. "You have right on the side of your egoism, as I have right on the side of my love. Heaven is my witness that no daughter ever better fulfilled her duty to her parents. I have never known anything but love and happiness in what many daughters regard as obligations. Now, for 15 years, I have never been anywhere but under your protecting wing, and it has been a very sweet delight to me to charm your lives. But am I then ungrateful in giving myself up to the joy of loving, and in wishing for a husband to protect me after you? So you balance accounts with your father, Ginevra," said the old man in ominous tones. There was a frightful pause, no one dared to speak. Finally, Bartolomeo broke the silence by exclaiming in a heartrending voice, "Oh, stay with us. Stay with your old father. I could not bear to see you love a man." Ginevra, you will not have long to wait for your liberty. But, my dear father, consider. We shall not leave you, we shall be two to love you. You will know the man to whose care you will bequeath me. You will be doubly loved by me and by him, being part of me, and by me who am wholly he. Oh, Ginevra, Ginevra! Cried the Corsican, clenching his fists, why were you not married when Napoleon had accustomed me to the idea, and introduced dukes and counts as your suitors? They only loved me to order, said the young girl. Besides, I did not wish to leave you, and they would have taken me away with them. You do not wish to leave us alone, said Piombo, but if you marry you isolate us. I know you, my child, you will love us no more. Elisa, he added, turning to his wife, who sat motionless and, as it were, stupefied, we no longer have a daughter, she wants to be married. The old man sat down, after raising his hands in the air as though to invoke God, then he remained bent, crushed by his grief. Ginevra saw her father's agitation, and the moderation of his wrath pierced her to the heart. She had expected a scene and furies, she had not steeled her soul against his gentleness. My dear father, she said in an appealing voice, no, you shall never be abandoned by your Ginevra. But love me too a little for myself. If only you knew how he loves me. Ah, he could never bear to cause me pain. What, comparisons already, cried Piombo in a terrible voice. No, he went on, I cannot endure the idea. If he were to love you as you deserve, he would kill me, and if he were not to love you, I should stab him. Piombo's hands were trembling, his lips trembled, his whole frame trembled, and his eyes flashed lightnings. Ginevra alone could meet his gaze. For then her eyes too flashed fire, and the daughter was worthy of the father. To love you. What man is worthy of such a life, he went on. To love you as a father even, is it not to live in paradise? Who then could be worthy to be your husband? He, said Ginevra. He of whom I feel myself unworthy. He, echoed Piombo mechanically. Who? He. The man I love. Can he know you well enough already to adore you? But, father, said Ginevra, feeling a surge of impatience, even if he did not love me, so long as I love him. You do love him then, cried Piombo. Ginevra gently bowed her head. You love him more than you love me? The two feelings cannot be compared, she replied. One is stronger than the other, said Piombo. Yes, I think so, said Ginevra. You shall not marry him, cried the Corsican in a voice that made the windows rattle. I will marry him, replied Ginevra calmly. Good God, cried the mother, how will this quarrel end? Santa Virginia, come between them. The Baron, who was striding up and down the room, came and seated himself. An icy sternness darkened his face. He looked steadfastly at his daughter, and said in a gentle and affectionate voice, Nay, Ginevra, you will not marry him. Oh, do not say you will, this evening. Let me believe that you will not. Do you wish to see your father on his knees before you, and his white hairs humbled? I will beseech you. Ginevra Piombo is not accustomed to promise and not to keep her word, said she. I am your child. She is right, said the Baroness, we come into the world to marry. And so you encourage her in disobedience, said the Baron to his wife, stricken by the reproof, froze into a statue. It is not disobedience to refuse to yield to an unjust command, replied Ginevra. It cannot be unjust when it emanates from your father's lips, my child. Why do you rise in judgment on me? Is not the repugnance I feel a counsel from on high? I am perhaps saving you from some misfortune. The misfortune would be that he should not love me. Always he. Yes, always, she said. He is my life, my joy, my thought. Even if I obeyed you, he would be always in my heart. If you forbid me to marry him, will it not make me hate you? You love us no longer, cried Piombo. Oh! Said Ginevra, shaking her head. Well, then, forget him. Be faithful to us. After us, you understand. Father, would you make me wish that you were dead? Cried Ginevra. I shall outlive you. Children who do not honor their parents die early, cried her father at the utmost pitch of exasperation. All the more reason for marrying soon and being happy, said she. This coolness, this force of argument, brought Piombo's agitation to a crisis. The blood rushed violently to his head, his face turned purple. Ginevra shuddered. She flew like a bird onto her father's knees, threw her arms round his neck, stroked his hair, and exclaimed, quite overcome. Oh, yes, let me die first. I could not survive you, my dear, kind father. Oh, my Ginevra, my foolish Ginevretta, answered Piombo, whose rage melted under this caress as an icicle melts in the sunshine. It was time you should put an end to the matter, said the Baroness in a broken voice. Poor mother. Ah, Ginevretta, mia Ginevra bella. And the father played with his daughter as if she were a child of 6, he amused himself with undoing the waving tresses of her hair and dancing her on his knee. There was dotage in his demonstrations of tenderness. Presently his daughter scolded him as she kissed him, and tried, half in jest, to get leave to bring Louis to the house. But, jesting too, her father refused. She sulked, and recovered herself, and sulked again. Then, at the end of the evening, she was only too glad to have impressed on her father the ideas of her love for Louis and of a marriage ere long. Next day she said no more about it. She went later to the studio and returned early. She was more affectionate to her father than she had ever been, and showed herself grateful, as if to thank him for the consent to her marriage he seemed to give by silence. In the evening she played and sang for a long time, and exclaimed now and then, "This nocturne requires a man's voice." She was an Italian, and that says everything. A week later her mother beckoned her, Ginevra went, and then in her ear she whispered, "I have persuaded your father to receive him." "Oh, mother! You make me very happy." So that afternoon, Ginevra had the joy of coming home to her father's house leaning on Louis's arm. The poor officer came out of his hiding place for the second time. Ginevra's active intervention addressed to the Duc de Feltry, then Minister of War, had been crowned with perfect success. Louis had just been reinstated as an officer on the reserve list. This was a very long step towards a prosperous future. Informed by Ginevra of all the difficulties he would meet within the Baron, the young officer dared not confess his dread of failing to please him. This man, so brave in adversity, so bold on the field of battle, quaked as he thought of entering the Piombo's drawing-room. Ginevra felt him tremble, and this emotion, of which their happiness was the first cause, was to her a fresh proof of his love. "How pale you are," said she, as they reached the gate of the hotel. "Oh, Ginevra! If my life alone were at stake." Though Bartolomeo had been informed by his wife of this official introduction of his daughter's lover, he did not rise to meet him, but remained in the armchair he usually occupied, and the severity of his countenance was icy. "Father," said Ginevra, "I have brought you a gentleman whom you will no doubt be pleased to see. Monsieur Louis, a soldier who fought quite close to the Emperor at Mont Saint-Jean." The Baron rose, cast a furtive glance at Louis, and said in a sardonic tone, "Monsieur wears no orders?" "I no longer wear the Legion of Honor," replied Louis bashfully, and he humbly remained standing. Ginevra, hurt by her father's rudeness, brought forward a chair. The officer's reply satisfied the old republican. Madame Piombo, seeing that her husband's brows were recovering their natural shape, said, to revive the conversation, "Monsieur is wonderfully like Nina Porta. Do not you think that he has quite the face of a Porta?" "Nothing can be more natural," replied the young man, on whom Piombo's flaming eyes were fixed. "Nina was my sister." "You are Luigi Porta?" asked the old man. "Yes." Bartolomeo di Piombo rose, tottered, was obliged to lean on a chair, and looked at his wife. Elisa Piombo came up to him. Then the two old folks silently left the room, arm in arm, with a look of horror at their daughter. Luigi Porta, quite bewildered, gazed at Ginevra, who turned as white as a marble statue, and remained with her eyes fixed on the door where her father and mother had disappeared. There was something so solemn in her silence and their retreat, that, for the first time in his life perhaps, a feeling of fear came over him. She clasped her hands tightly together, and said in a voice so choked that it would have been inaudible to anyone but a lover, "How much woe in one word." "In the name of our love, what have I said?" asked Luigi Porta. "My father has never told me our deplorable history," she replied. "And when we left Corsica I was too young to know anything about it." "Is it a vendetta?" asked Luigi, trembling. "Yes. By questioning my mother I learned that the Porta had killed my brothers and burned down our house. My father then massacred all your family. How did you survive, you whom he thought he had tied to the posts of a bed before setting fire to the house?" "I do not know," replied Luigi. "When I was 6 I was taken to Genoa, to an old man named Colonna. No account of my family was ever given to me, I only knew that I was an orphan and penniless. Colonna was like a father to me. I bore his name till I entered the army, then, as I needed papers to prove my identity, old Colonna told me that, helpless as I was, and hardly more than a child, I had enemies. He made me promise to take the name of Luigi only, to evade them." "Fly, fly, Luigi," cried Ginevra. "Yet, stay, I must go with you. So long as you are in my father's house you are safe. As soon as you quit it, take care of yourself. You will go from one danger to another. My father has 2 Corsicans in his service, and if he does not threaten your life they will." "Ginevra," he said, "and must this hatred exist between us?" She smiled sadly and bowed her head. But she soon raised it again with a sort of pride, and said, "Oh, Luigi, our feelings must be very pure and true that I should have the strength to walk in the path I am entering on. But it is for the sake of happiness which will last as long as life, is it not?" Luigi answered only with a smile, and pressed her hand. The girl understood that only a great love could at such a moment scorn mere protestations. This calm and conscientious expression of Luigi's feelings seemed to speak for their strength and permanence. The fate of the couple was thus sealed. Ginevra foresaw many painful contests to be fought out, but the idea of deserting Louis, an idea which had perhaps floated before her mind, at once vanished. Henceforth and forever, she suddenly dragged him away and out of the house with a sort of violence. And did not quit him till they reached the house where Servin had taken a humble lodging for him. When she returned to her father's house she had assumed the serenity which comes of a strong resolve. No change of manner revealed any uneasiness. She found her parents ready to sit down to dinner, and she looked at them with eyes devoid of defiance, and full of sweetness. She saw that her old mother had been weeping. At the sight of her red eyelids for a moment her heart failed her, but she hid her emotion. Piombo seemed to be a prey to anguish too keen, too concentrated to be shown by ordinary means of expression. The servants waited on a meal which no one ate. A horror of food is one of the symptoms indicative of a great crisis of the soul. All 3 rose without any one of them having spoken a word. When Ginevra was seated in the great, solemn drawing-room, between her father and mother, Piombo tried to speak, but he found no voice. He tried to walk about, but found no strength. He sat down again and rang the bell. "Pietro," said he to the servant at last, "light the fire, I am cold." Ginevra was shocked, and looked anxiously at her father. The struggle he was going through must be frightful, his face looked quite changed. Ginevra knew the extent of the danger that threatened her, but she did not tremble. While the glances that Bartolomeo cast at his daughter seemed to proclaim that he was at this moment in fear of the character whose violence was his own work. Between these two everything must be in excess. And the certainty of the possible change of feeling between the father and daughter filled the Baroness' face with an expression of terror. "Ginevra, you love the enemy of your family," said Piombo at last, not daring to look at his daughter. That is true, she replied. You must choose between him and us. Our vendetta is part of ourselves. If you do not espouse my cause, you are not of my family. My choice is made, said Ginevra, in a steady voice. His daughter's calmness misled Bartolomeo. Oh, my dear daughter, cried the old man, whose eyelids were moist with tears, the first, the only tears he ever shed in his life. I shall be his wife, she said abruptly. Bartolomeo could not see for a moment, but he recovered himself and replied, This marriage shall never be so long as I live. I will never consent. Ginevra kept silence. But, do you understand, the Baron went on, that Luigi is the son of the man who killed your brothers? He was 6 years old when the crime was committed. He must be innocent of it, she answered. A porta, cried Bartolomeo. But how could I share this hatred, said the girl eagerly. Did you bring me up in the belief that a porta was a monster? Could I imagine that even one was left of those you had killed? Is it not in nature that you should make your vendetta give way to my feelings? A porta, repeated Piombo. If his father had found you then in your bed, you would not be alive now. He would have dealt you 100 deaths. Possibly, she said. But his son has given me more than life. To see Luigi is a happiness without which I cannot live. Luigi has revealed to me the world of feeling. I have, perhaps, seen even handsomer faces than his, but none ever charmed me so much. I have, perhaps, heard voices, no, never one so musical. Luigi loves me. He shall be my husband. Never, said Piombo. Ginevra, I would sooner see you in your coffin. The old man rose, and paced the room with hurried strides, uttering fierce words, with pauses between that betrayed all his indignation. You think, perhaps, that you can bend my will? Undeceive yourself. I will not have a porta for my son-in-law. That is my decision. Never speak of the matter again. I am Bartolomeo di Piombo, do you hear, Ginevra? Do you attach any mysterious meaning to the words, she coldly asked. They mean that I have a dagger, and that I do not fear the justice of men. We Corsicans settle such matters with God. Well, said the girl, I am Ginevra di Piombo, and I declare that in 6 months I will be Luigi Porta's wife. You are a tyrant, father, she added, after an ominous pause. Bartolomeo clenched his fists, and struck the marble chimney shelf. Ah! We are in Paris, he muttered. He said no more, but folded his arms and bowed his head on his breast. Nor did he say another word the whole evening. Having asserted her will, the girl affected the most complete indifference. She sat down to the piano, sang, played the most charming music, with a grace and feeling that proclaimed her perfect freedom of mind, triumphing over her father, whose brow showed no relenting. The old man deeply felt this tacit insult, and at that moment gathered the bitter fruits of the education he had given his daughter. Respect is a barrier which protects the parents and the children alike, sparing those much sorrow, and these remorse. The next day, as Ginevra was going out at the hour when she usually went to the studio, she found the door of the house closed upon her. But she soon devised means for informing Luigi Porta of her father's severity. A waiting woman, who could not read, carried to the young officer a letter written by Ginevra. For 5 days the lovers contrived to correspond, thanks to the plots that young people of 20 can always contrive. The father and daughter rarely spoke to each other. Both had in the bottom of their hearts an element of hatred, they suffered, but in pride and silence. Knowing well how strong were the bonds of love that tied them to each other, they tried to wrench them asunder, but without success. No sweet emotion ever came, as it had been wont, to give light to Bartolomeo's severe features when he gazed at his Ginevra. And there was something savage in her expression when she looked at her father. Reproach sat on her innocent brow, she gave herself up, indeed, to thoughts of happiness, but remorse sometimes dimmed her eyes. It was not, indeed, difficult to divine that she would never enjoy in peace a felicity which made her parents unhappy. In Bartolomeo, as in his daughter, all the irresolution arising from their native goodness of heart was doomed to shipwreck on their fierce pride and the revengeful spirit peculiar to Corsicans. They encouraged each other in their wrath, and shut their eyes to the future. Perhaps, too, each fancied that the other would yield. On Ginevra's birthday, her mother, heartbroken at this disunion, which was assuming a serious aspect, planned to reconcile the father and daughter by an appeal to the memories of this anniversary. They were all three sitting in Bartolomeo's room. Ginevra guessed her mother's purpose from the hesitation written in her face, and she smiled sadly. At this instant a servant announced two lawyers, accompanied by several witnesses, who all came into the room. Bartolomeo stared at the men, whose cold, set faces were in themselves an insult to souls so fevered as those of the three principal actors in this scene. The old man turned uneasily to his daughter, and saw on her face a smile of triumph which led him to suspect some catastrophe. But he affected, as savages do, to preserve a deceitful rigidity, while he looked at the two lawyers with a sort of apathetic curiosity. At a gesture of invitation from the old man the visitors took seats. "Monsieur is no doubt Baron di Piombo," said the elder of the two lawyers. Bartolomeo bowed. The lawyer gave his head a little jerk, looked at Ginevra with the sly expression of a bailiff nabbing a debtor. Then he took out his snuff-box, opened it, and, taking a pinch of snuff, absorbed it in little sniffs while considering the opening words of his discourse. And while pronouncing them he made constant pauses, an oratorical effect which a dash in printing represents very imperfectly. "Monsieur," said he, "I am Monsieur Roguen, notary to Mademoiselle, your daughter, and we are here, my colleague and I, to carry out the requirements of the law. And, to put an end to the divisions which, as it would seem, have arisen, between you and Mademoiselle, your daughter, on the question of her marriage with Monsieur Luigi Porta." This speech, made in a pedantic style, seemed, no doubt, to Monsieur Roguen much too fine to be understood all in a moment, and he stopped. While looking at Bartolomeo with an expression peculiar to men of business, and which is halfway between servility and familiarity. Lawyers are so much used to feign interest in the persons to whom they speak that their features at last assume a grimace which they can put on and off with their official pallium. This caricature of friendliness, so mechanical as to be easily detected, irritated Bartolomeo to such a pitch that it took all his self-control not to throw Monsieur Roguen out of the window. A look of fury emphasized his wrinkles, and on seeing this the notary said to himself, "I am making an effect." But, he went on in a honeyed voice, "Monsieur le Baron, on such occasions as these, our intervention must always, at first, be essentially conciliatory. Have the kindness to listen to me. It is in evidence that Mademoiselle Ginevra Piombo, has today, attained the age at which, after a respectful summons, she may proceed to the solemnization of her marriage, notwithstanding that her parents refuse their consent. Now, it is customary in families, which enjoy a certain consideration, which move in society, and preserve their dignity, people, in short, to whom it is important not to let the public into the secret of their differences, and who also do not wish to do themselves an injury by blighting the future lives of a young husband and wife, for that is doing themselves an injury. It is the custom, I was saying, in such highly respectable families, not to allow the serving of such a summons, which always is a record of a dispute, which at last ceases to exist. For as soon, monsieur, as a young lady has recourse to a respectful summons she proclaims a determination so obstinate, that her father, and her mother, he added, turning to the Baroness, can have no further hope of seeing her follow their advice. Hence the parental prohibition being nullified, in the first place by this fact, and also by the decision of the law, it is always the case that a wise father, after finally remonstrating with his child, allows her the liberty. Monsieur Roguen paused, perceiving that he might talk on for 2 hours without extracting an answer. And he also felt a peculiar agitation as he looked at the man he was trying to convince. An extraordinary change had come over Bartolomeo's countenance. All its lines were set, giving him an expression of indescribable cruelty, and he glared at the lawyer like a tiger. The Baroness sat mute and passive. Ginevra, calm and resolute, was waiting. She knew that the notary's voice was stronger than hers, and she seemed to have made up her mind to keep silence. At the moment when Rogwin ceased speaking, the scene was so terrible that the witnesses, as strangers, trembled. Never, perhaps, had such a silence weighed on them. The lawyers looked at each other as if in consultation, then they rose and went to the window. "Did you ever come across clients made to this pattern?" asked Rogwin of his colleague. "There is nothing to be got out of him," said the younger man. "In your place I should read the summons and nothing more. The old man is no joke. He is choleric, and you will gain nothing by trying to discuss matters with him." Monsieur Rogwin therefore read aloud from a sheet of stamped paper a summons ready drawn up, and coldly asked Bartolomeo what his reply was. "Are there laws in France then that upset a father's authority?" asked the Corsican. "Monsieur," said Rogwin, smoothly. "That snatch a child from her father? Monsieur. That rob an old man of his last consolation? Monsieur, your daughter belongs to you only so long. That kill her? Monsieur, allow me. There is nothing more hideous than the cold-blooded and close reasoning of a lawyer in the midst of such scenes of passion as they are usually mixed up with. The faces which Piombo saw seemed to him to have escaped from hell. His cold and concentrated rage knew no bounds at the moment when his little opponent's calm and almost piping voice uttered that fatal, "Allow me." He sprang at a long dagger which hung from a nail over the chimney-piece, and rushed at his daughter. The younger of the two lawyers and one of the witnesses threw themselves between him and Ginevra. But Bartolomeo brutally knocked them over, showing them a face of fire and glowing eyes which seemed more terrible than the flash of the dagger. When Ginevra found herself face to face with her father, she looked at him steadily with a glance of triumph, went slowly towards him, and knelt down. "No, no. I cannot," he exclaimed, flinging away the weapon with such force that it stuck fast in the wainscot. "Mercy, then, mercy," said she. "You hesitate to kill me, but you refuse me life. Oh, father, I never loved you so well, but give me Luigi. I ask your consent on my knees. A daughter may humble herself to her father. My Luigi, or I must die." The violent excitement that choked her prevented her saying more. She found no voice. Her convulsive efforts plainly showed that she was between life and death. Bartolomeo roughly pushed her away. "Go," he said, "the wife of Luigi Porta cannot be a Piombo. I no longer have a daughter. I cannot bring myself to curse you, but I give you up. You have now no father. My Ginevra Piombo is buried then," he exclaimed in a deep tone, as he clutched at his heart. "Go, I say, wretched girl," he went on after a moment's silence. "Go, and never let me see you again." He took Ginevra by the arm, and in silence led her out of the house. "Luigi!" cried Ginevra, as she went into the humble room where the officer was lodged, "my Luigi, we have no fortune but our love." "We are richer than all the kings of the earth," he replied. "My father and mother have cast me out," said she with deep melancholy. "I will love you for them. Shall we be very happy?" she cried, with a gaiety that had something terrible in it. "And forever," he answered, clasping her to his heart. On the day following that on which Ginevra had quitted her father's house, she went to beg Madame Servin to grant her protection and shelter till the time, fixed by law, when she could be married to Luigi. There began her apprenticeship to the troubles which the world strews in the way of those who do not obey its rules. Madame Servin, who was greatly distressed at the injury that Ginevra's adventure had done the painter, received the fugitive coldly, and explained to her with circumspect politeness that she was not to count on her support. Too proud to insist, but amazed at such selfishness, to which she was unaccustomed, the young Corsican went to lodge in a furnished house as near as possible to Luigi's. The son of the Portus spent all his days at the feet of his beloved. His youthful love, and the purity of his mind, dispersed the clouds which her father's reprobation had settled on the banished daughter's brow. And he painted the future as so fair that she ended by smiling, though she could not forget her parents' severity. One morning the maid of the house brought up to her several trunks containing dress stuffs, linen, and a quantity of things needful for a young woman settling for the first time. In this she recognized the foreseeing kindness of a mother. For as she examined these gifts, she found a purse into which the Baroness had put some money belonging to Ginevra, adding all her own savings. With the money was a letter, in which she implored her daughter to give up her fatal purpose of marrying, if there were yet time. She had been obliged, she said, to take unheard of precautions to get this small assistance conveyed to Ginevra. She begged her not to accuse her of hardness if henceforth she left her neglected. She feared she could do no more for her, she blessed her, hoped she might find happiness in this fatal marriage if she persisted, and assured her that her one thought was of her beloved daughter. At this point tears had blotted out many words of the letter. "Oh, mother," cried Ginevra, quite overcome. She felt a longing to throw herself at her mother's feet, to see her, to breathe the blessed air of home. She was on the point of rushing off when Luigi came in. She looked at him, and filial affection vanished, her tears were dried, she could not find it in her to leave the unhappy and loving youth. To be the sole hope of a noble soul, to love and to desert it, such a sacrifice is treason of which no young heart is capable. Ginevra had the generosity to bury her grief at the bottom of her soul. At last the day of their wedding came. Ginevra found no one near her. Luigi took advantage of the moment when she was dressing to go in search of the necessary witnesses to their marriage act. These were very good people. One of them, an old quartermaster of hussars, had, when in the army, found himself under such obligations to Luigi as an honest man never forgets. He had become a job master, and had several hackney carriages. The other, a builder, was the proprietor of the house where the young couple were to lodge. Each of these brought a friend, and all four came with Luigi to fetch the bride. Unaccustomed as they were to social grimacing, seeing nothing extraordinary in the service they were doing to Luigi, these men were decently but quite plainly dressed. And there was nothing to proclaim the gay escort of a wedding. Ginevra herself was very simply clad, to be in keeping with her fortune. But, nevertheless, there was something so noble and impressive in her beauty that at the sight of her the words died on the lips of the good folks who had been prepared to pay her some compliment. They bowed respectfully, and she bowed in return, they looked at her in silence, and could only admire her. Joy can only express itself among equals. So, as fate would have it, all was gloomy and serious around the lovers, there was nothing to reflect their happiness. The church and the mairie were not far away. The two Corsicans, followed by the 4 witnesses required by law, decided to go on foot, with a simplicity which robbed this great event of social life of all parade. In the courtyard of the mairie they found a crowd of carriages, which announced a numerous party within. They went upstairs and entered a large room, where the couples who were to be made happy on this particular day were awaiting the mayor of that quarter of Paris with considerable impatience. Ginevra sat down by Luigi on the end of a long bench, and their witnesses remained standing for lack of seats. 2 brides, pompously arrayed in white, loaded with ribbons and lace and pearls, and crowned with bunches of orange blossom of which the sheeny buds quivered under their veils, were surrounded by their families and accompanied by their mothers, to whom they turned with looks at once timid and satisfied. Every eye reflected their happiness, and every face seemed to exhale benedictions. Fathers, witnesses, brothers, and sisters were coming and going like a swarm of insects playing in a sunbeam which soon must vanish. Everyone seemed to understand the preciousness of this brief hour in life when the heart stands poised between 2 hopes, the wishes of the past, the promise of the future. At this sight Ginevra felt her heart swell, and she pressed Luigi's arm. He gave her a look, and a tear rose to the young man's eye. He never saw more clearly than at that moment all that his Ginevra had sacrificed for him. That rare tear made the young girl forget the forlorn position in which she stood. Love poured treasures of light between the lovers, who from that moment saw nothing but each other in the midst of the confusion. Their witnesses, indifferent to the ceremonial, were quietly discussing business matters. "Oats are very dear," said the quartermaster to the mason. "They have not yet gone up so high as plaster in proportion," said the builder. And they walked round the large room. "What a lot of time we are losing here!" exclaimed the mason, putting a huge silver watch back into his pocket. Luigi and Ginevra, clinging to each other, seemed to be but one person. A poet would certainly have admired these two heads, full of the same feeling, alike in coloring, melancholy and silent in the presence of the two buzzing wedding parties. Of four excited families sparkling with diamonds and flowers, and full of gaiety which seemed a mere effervescence. All the joys of which these loud and gorgeous groups made a display, Luigi and Ginevra kept buried at the bottom of their hearts. On one side was the coarse clamor of pleasure. On the other the delicate silence of happy souls, earth and heaven. But Ginevra trembled, and could not altogether shake off her woman's weakness. Superstitious, as Italians are, she regarded this contrast as an omen, and in the depths of her heart she harbored a feeling of dread, as unconquerable as her love itself. Suddenly an official in livery threw open the double doors, silence fell, and his voice sounded like a yelp as he called out the names of Monsieur Luigi Porta and Mademoiselle Ginevra Piombo. This incident caused the pair some embarrassment. The celebrity of the name of Piombo attracted attention. The spectators looked about them for a wedding party which must surely be a splendid one. Ginevra rose, her eyes, thunderous with pride, subdued the crowd. She took Luigi's arm, and went forward with a firm step, followed by the witnesses. A murmur of astonishment which rapidly grew louder, and whispering on all sides, reminded Ginevra that the world was calling her to account for her parents' absence. Her father's curse seemed to be pursuing her. "Wait for the families of the bride and bridegroom," said the mayor to the clerk, who at once began to read the contracts. "The father and mother enter a protest," said the clerk indifferently. "On both sides?" asked the mayor. "The man is an orphan." "Where are the witnesses?" "They are here," said the clerk, pointing to the four motionless and silent men who stood like statues, with their arms crossed. "But if the parents protest?" said the mayor. "The respectful summons has been presented in due form," replied the man, rising to place the various documents in the functionary's hands. This discussion in an office seemed to brand them, and in a few words told a whole history. The hatred of the Porta and the Piombo, all these terrible passions, were thus recorded on a page of a register, as the annals of a nation may be inscribed on a tombstone in a few lines, nay, even in a single name, Robespierre or Napoleon. Ginevra was trembling. Like the dove crossing the waters, which had no rest for her foot but in the ark, her eyes could take refuge only in Luigi's, for all else was cold and sad. The mayor had a stern, disapproving look, and his clerk stared at the couple with ill-natured curiosity. Nothing ever had less the appearance of a festivity. Like all the other events of human life when they are stripped of their accessories, it was a simple thing in itself, immense in its idea. After some questions, to which they replied, the mayor muttered a few words, and then, having signed their names in the register, Luigi and Ginevra were man and wife. The young Corsicans, whose union had all the poetry which genius has consecrated in Romeo and Juliet, went away between two lines of jubilant relations to whom they did not belong, and who were out of patience at the delay caused by a marriage apparently so forlorn. When the girl found herself in the courtyard and under the open sky, a deep sigh broke from her very heart. "Oh, will a whole life of love and devotion suffice to repay my Ginevra for her courage and tenderness?" said Luigi. At these words, spoken with tears of joy, the bride forgot all her suffering, for she had suffered in showing herself to the world claiming a happiness which her parents refused to sanction. "Why do men try to come between us?" she said, with a simplicity of feeling that enchanted Luigi. Gladness made them more light-hearted. They saw neither the sky, nor the earth, nor the houses, and flew on wings to the church. At last they found themselves in a small, dark chapel, and in front of a humble altar where an old priest married them. There, as at the Mairie, they were pursued by the two weddings that persecuted them with their splendor. The church, filled with friends and relations, rang with the noise made by carriages, beadles, porters, and priests. Altars glittered with ecclesiastical magnificence. The crowns of orange blossom that decked the statues of the Virgin seemed quite new. Nothing was to be seen but flowers, with perfumes, gleaming tapers, and velvet cushions embroidered with gold. God seemed to have a share in this rapture of a day. When the symbol of eternal union was to be held above the heads of Luigi and Ginevra, the yoke of white satin which for some is so soft, so bright, so light, and for the greater number is made of lead, the priest looked round in vain for two young boys to fill the happy office. Two of the witnesses took their place. The priest gave the couple a hasty discourse on the dangers of life, and on the duties they must one day inculcate in their children. And he here took occasion to insinuate a reflection on the absence of Ginevra's parents. Then, having united them in the presence of God, as the mayor had united them in the presence of the law, he ended the mass, and left them. God bless them, said Vergniaud to the mason at the church door. Never were two creatures better made for each other. That girl's parents are wretches. I know no braver soldier than Colonel Luigi. If all the world had behaved as he did, L'Autre too would still be with us. The soldier's blessing, the only one breathed for them this day, fell like balm on Ginevra's heart. They all parted with shaking of hands, and Luigi cordially thanked his landlord. "Goodbye, old fellow," said Luigi to the quartermaster. "And thank you. At your service, Colonel, soul and body, horses and chaises, all that is mine is yours." "How well he loves you," said Ginevra. Luigi eagerly led his wife home to the house they were to live in. They soon reached the modest apartment, and there, when the door was closed, Luigi took her in his arms, exclaiming, "Oh, my Ginevra, for you are mine now, here is our real festival. Here," he went on, "all will smile on us." Together they went through the 3 rooms which composed their dwelling. The entrance hall served as drawing-room and dining-room. To the right was a bedroom, to the left a sort of large closet which Luigi had arranged for his beloved wife, where she found easels, her paintbox, some casts, models, lay figures, pictures, portfolios, in short, all the apparatus of an artist. "Here I shall work," said she, with childlike glee. She looked for a long time at the paper and the furniture, constantly turning to Luigi to thank him, for there was a kind of magnificence in this humble retreat. A bookcase contained Ginevra's favorite books, and there was a piano. She sat down on an ottoman, drew Luigi to her side, and clasping his hand, "You have such good taste," said she, in a caressing tone. "Your words make me very happy," he replied. "But, come, let us see everything," said Ginevra, from whom Luigi had kept the secret of this little home. They went into a bridal chamber that was as fresh and white as a maiden. "Oh! Come away," said Luigi, laughing. "But I must see everything," and Ginevra imperiously went on, examining all the furniture with the curiosity of an antiquary studying a medal. She touched the silk stuff and scrutinized everything with the childlike delight of a bride turning over the treasures of the corbel brought her by her husband. "We have begun by ruining ourselves," she said in a half-glad, half-regretful tone. "It is true, all my arrears of pay are there," replied Luigi. "I sold it to a good fellow named Gigonnet." "Why?" she asked, in a reproachful voice, which betrayed, however, a secret satisfaction. "Do you think I should be less happy under a bare roof? Still," she went on, "it is all very pretty, and it is ours." Luigi looked at her with such enthusiasm that she cast down her eyes, and said, "Let us see the rest." Above these 3 rooms, in the attics, were a workroom for Luigi, a kitchen, and a servant's room. Ginevra was content with her little domain, though the view was limited by the high wall of a neighboring house, and the courtyard on which the rooms looked was gloomy. But the lovers were so glad of heart, hope so beautified the future, that they would see nothing but enchantment in their mysterious dwelling. They were buried in this huge house, lost in the immensity of Paris, like two pearls in their shell, in the bosom of the deep sea. For anyone else it would have been a prison. To them it was paradise. The first days of their married life were given to love. It was too difficult for them to devote themselves at once to work, and they could not resist the fascination of their mutual passion. Luigi would recline for hours at his wife's feet, admiring the color of her hair, the shape of her forehead, the exquisite setting of her eyes, the purity and whiteness of the arched brow beneath which they slowly rose or fell, expressing the happiness of satisfied love. Ginevra stroked her Luigi's locks, never tiring of gazing at what she called, in one of her own phrases, the belta fulgurant of the young man, and his delicately cut features. Always fascinated by the dignity of his manners, while always charming him by the grace of her own. They played like children with the merest trifles. These trifles always brought them back to their passion, and they ceased playing only to lapse into the day-dreams of far niente. An air sung by Ginevra would reproduce for them the exquisite hues of their love. Or, matching their steps as they had matched their souls, they wandered about the country, finding their love in everything, in the flowers, in the sky, in the heart of the fiery glow of the setting sun. They read it even in the changing clouds that were tossed on the winds. No day was ever like the last. Their love continued to grow because it was true. In a very few days they had proved each other, and had instinctively perceived that their souls were of such a temper that their inexhaustible riches seemed to promise ever new joys for the future. This was love in all its fresh candor, with its endless prattle, its unfinished sentences, its long silences, its oriental restfulness and ardor. Luigi and Ginevra had wholly understood love. Is not love like the sea, which, seen superficially or in haste, is accused of monotony by vulgar minds? While certain privileged beings can spend all their life admiring it and finding in it changeful phenomena which delight them. One day, however, prudence dragged the young couple from their Garden of Eden. They must work for their living. Ginevra, who had a remarkable talent for copying pictures, set to work to produce copies, and formed a connection among dealers. Luigi, too, eagerly sought some occupation. But it was difficult for a young officer, whose talents were limited to a thorough knowledge of tactics, to find any employment in Paris. At last, one day when, weary of his vain efforts, he felt despair in his soul at seeing that the whole burden of providing for their existence rested on Ginevra, it occurred to him that he might earn something by his handwriting, which was beautiful. With a perseverance, of which his wife had set the example, he went to ask work of the attorneys, the notaries, and the pleaders of Paris. The frankness of his manners and his painful situation greatly interested people in his favor, and he got enough copying to be obliged to employ youths under him. Presently he took work on a larger scale. The income derived from this office work and the price of Ginevra's paintings put the young household on a footing of comfort, which they were proud of as the fruit of their own industry. This was the sunniest period of their life. The days glided swiftly by between work and the happiness of love. In the evening after working hard they found themselves happy in Ginevra's cell. Music then consoled them for their fatigues. No shade of melancholy ever clouded the young wife's features, and she never allowed herself to utter a lament. She could always appear to her Luigi with a smile on her lips and a light in her eyes. Each cherished a ruling thought which would have made them take pleasure in the hardest toil. Ginevra told herself she was working for Luigi, and Luigi for Ginevra. Sometimes, in her husband's absence, the young wife would think of the perfect joy it would have been if this life of love might have been spent in the sight of her father and mother. Then she would sink into deep melancholy, and feel all the pangs of remorse. Dark pictures would pass like shadows before her fancy. She would see her old father alone, or her mother weeping in the evenings, and hiding her tears from the inexorable Piombo. Those two grave, white heads would suddenly rise up before her, and she fancied she would never see them again but in the fantastical light of memory. This idea haunted her like a presentiment. She kept the anniversary of their wedding by giving her husband a portrait he had often wished for, that of his Ginevra. The young artist had never executed so remarkable a work. Apart from the likeness, which was perfect, the brilliancy of her beauty, the purity of her feelings, the happiness of love, were rendered with a kind of magic. The masterpiece was hung up with due ceremony. They spent another year in the midst of comfort. The history of their life can be told in these words: they were happy. No event occurred deserving to be related. At the beginning of the winter of 1819 the picture dealers advised Ginevra to bring them something else than copies, as, in consequence of the great competition, they could no longer sell them to advantage. Madame Porta acknowledged the mistake she had made in not busying herself with genre pictures which would have won her a name. She undertook to paint portraits. But she had to contend against a crowd of artists even poorer than herself. However, as Luigi and Ginevra had saved some money, they did not despair of the future. At the end of this same winter Luigi was working without ceasing. He, too, had to compete with rivals. The price of copying had fallen so low that he could no longer employ assistants, and was compelled to give up more time to his labor to earn the same amount. His wife had painted several pictures which were not devoid of merit, but dealers were scarcely buying even those of artists of repute. Ginevra offered them for almost nothing, and could not sell them. The situation of the household was something terrible. The souls of the husband and wife floated in happiness, love loaded them with its treasures. Poverty rose up like a skeleton in the midst of this harvest of joys, and they hid their alarms from each other. When Ginevra felt herself on the verge of tears as she saw Luigi suffering, she heaped caresses on him. Luigi, in the same way, hid the blackest care in his heart, while expressing the fondest devotion to Ginevra. They sought some compensation for their woes in the enthusiasm of their feelings, and their words, their joys, their playfulness, were marked by a kind of frenzy. They were alarmed at the future. What sentiment is there to compare in strength with a passion which must end tomorrow, killed by death or necessity? When they spoke of their poverty, they felt the need of deluding each other, and snatched at the smallest hope with equal eagerness. One night Ginevra sought in vain for Luigi at her side, and got up quite frightened. A pale gleam reflected from the dingy wall of the little courtyard led her to guess that her husband sat up to work at night. Luigi waited till his wife was asleep to go up to his workroom. The clock struck 4. Ginevra went back to bed and feigned sleep. Luigi came back, overwhelmed by fatigue and want of sleep, and Ginevra gazed sadly at the handsome face on which labor and anxiety had already traced some lines. And it is for me that he spends the night in writing, she thought, and she wept. An idea came to dry her tears: she would imitate Luigi. That same day she went to a rich print-seller, and by the help of a letter of recommendation to him that she had obtained from Elie Magus, a picture dealer, she got some work in coloring prints. All day she painted and attended to her household cares, then at night she colored prints. These two beings, so tenderly in love, got into bed only to get out of it again. Each pretended to sleep, and out of devotion to the other stole away as soon as one had deceived the other. One night Luigi, knocked over by a sort of fever caused by work, of which the burden was beginning to crush him, threw open the window of his workroom to inhale the fresh morning air, and shake off his pain, when, happening to look down, he saw the light thrown on the wall by Ginevra's lamp. The unhappy man guessed the truth. He went downstairs, walking softly, and discovered his wife in her studio coloring prints. "Oh, Ginevra," he exclaimed. She started convulsively in her chair, and turned scarlet. "Could I sleep while you were wearing yourself out with work?" said she. "But I alone have a right to work so hard." "And can I sit idle," replied the young wife, whose eyes filled with tears, "when I know that every morsel of bread almost costs us a drop of your blood? I should die if I did not add my efforts to yours." Ought we not to have everything in common, pleasures and pains? She is cold," cried Luigi, in despair. "Wrap your shawl closer over your chest, my Ginevra, the night is damp and chilly." They went to the window, the young wife leaning her head on her beloved husband's shoulder, he with his arm round her, sunk in deep silence, and watching the sky which dawn was slowly lighting up. Grey clouds swept across in quick succession, and the east grew brighter by degrees. "See," said Ginevra, "it is a promise, we shall be happy." "Yes, in heaven," replied Luigi, with a bitter smile. "Oh, Ginevra! You who deserved all the riches of earth." "I have your heart," said she in a glad tone. "Ah, and I do not complain," he went on, clasping her closely to him. And he covered the delicate face with kisses. It was already beginning to lose the freshness of youth, but the expression was so tender and sweet that he could never look at it without feeling comforted. "How still," said Ginevra. "I enjoy sitting late, my dearest. The majesty of night is really contagious, it is impressive, inspiring, there is something strangely solemn in the thought, all sleeps, but I am awake. Oh, my Ginevra, I feel, not for the first time, the refined grace of your soul, but, see, this is daybreak, come and sleep." "Yes," said she, "if I am not the only one to sleep. I was miserable indeed the night when I discovered that my Luigi was awake and at work without me." The valor with which the young people defied misfortune for some time found a reward. But the event which usually crowns the joys of a household was destined to be fatal to them. Ginevra gave birth to a boy who, to use a common phrase, was as beautiful as the day. The feeling of motherhood doubled the young creature's strength. Luigi borrowed money to defray the expenses of her confinement. Thus, just at first, she did not feel all the painfulness of their situation, and the young parents gave themselves up to the joy of rearing a child. This was their last gleam of happiness. Like two swimmers who unite their forces to stem a current, the Corsicans at first struggled bravely. But sometimes they gave themselves up to an apathy resembling the torpor that precedes death, and they soon were obliged to sell their little treasures. Poverty suddenly stood before them, not hideous, but humbly attired, almost pleasant to endure. There was nothing appalling in her voice. She did not bring despair with her, nor specters, nor squalor, but she made them forget the traditions and the habit of comfort, she broke the mainsprings of pride. Then came misery in all its horror, reckless of her rags, and trampling every human feeling underfoot. 7 or 8 months after the birth of little Bartolomeo it would have been difficult to recognize the original of the beautiful portrait, the sole adornment of their bare room, in the mother who was suckling a sickly baby. Without any fire in bitter winter weather, Ginevra saw the soft outlines of her face gradually disappear, her cheeks became as white as porcelain, her eyes colorless, as though the springs of life were drying up in her. And watching her starved and pallid infant, she suffered only in his young misery, while Luigi had not the heart even to smile at his boy. "I have scoured Paris," he said in a hollow voice. "I know no one, and how can I dare beg of strangers? Vergniaud, the horse breeder, my old comrade in Egypt, is implicated in some conspiracy, and has been sent to prison. Besides, he had lent me all he had to lend. As to the landlord, he has not asked me for any rent for more than a year. But we do not want for anything," Ginevra gently answered, with an affectation of calmness. "Each day brings some fresh difficulty," replied Luigi, with horror. Luigi took all Ginevra's paintings, the portrait, some furniture which they yet could dispense with, and sold them all for a mere trifle. The money thus obtained prolonged their sufferings for a little while. During these dreadful days Ginevra showed the sublime heights of her character, and the extent of her resignation. She bore the inroads of suffering with stoical firmness. Her vigorous soul upheld her under all ills. With a weak hand she worked on by her dying child, fulfilled her household duties with miraculous activity, and was equal to everything. She was even happy when she saw on Luigi's lips a smile of surprise at the look of neatness she contrived to give to the one room to which they had been reduced. "I have kept you a piece of bread, dear," she said one evening when he came in tired. "And you?" "I have dined, dear Luigi, I want nothing." And the sweet expression of her face, even more than her words, urged him to accept the food of which she had deprived herself. Luigi embraced her with one of the despairing kisses which friends gave each other in 1793 as they mounted the scaffold together. In such moments as these two human creatures see each other heart to heart. Thus the unhappy Luigi, understanding at once that his wife was fasting, felt the fever that was undermining her. He shivered, and went out on the pretext of pressing business, for he would rather have taken the most insidious poison than escape death by eating the last morsel of bread in the house. He wandered about Paris among the smart carriages, in the midst of the insulting luxury that is everywhere flaunted. He hurried past the shops of the money changers where gold glitters in the window. Finally, he determined to sell himself, to offer himself as a substitute for the conscription, hoping by this sacrifice to save Ginevra. And that during his absence she might be taken into favor again by Bartolomeo. So he went in search of one of the men who deal in these white slaves, and felt a gleam of happiness at recognizing in him an old officer of the Imperial Guard. "For 2 days I have eaten nothing," he said, in a slow, weak voice. "My wife is dying of hunger, and never utters a complaint. She will die, I believe, with a smile on her lips. For pity's sake, old comrade," he added, with a forlorn smile, "pay for me in advance. I am strong, I have left the service, and I." The officer gave Luigi something on account of the sum he promised to get for him. The unhappy man laughed convulsively when he grasped a handful of gold pieces, and ran home as fast as he could go, panting, and exclaiming as he went, "Oh, my Ginevra, Ginevra." It was growing dark by the time he reached home. He went in softly, fearing to overexcite his wife, whom he had left so weak. The last pale rays of sunshine, coming in at the dormer window, fell on Ginevra's face. She was asleep in her chair with her baby at her breast. "Wake up, my darling," said he, without noticing the attitude of the child, which seemed at this moment to have a supernatural glory. On hearing his voice, the poor mother opened her eyes, met Luigi's look, and smiled, but Luigi gave a cry of terror. He hardly recognized his half-crazed wife, to whom he showed the gold, with a gesture of savage vehemence. Ginevra began to laugh mechanically, but suddenly she cried in a terrible voice, "Louis, the child is cold." She looked at the infant and fainted. Little Bartolomeo was dead. Luigi took his wife in his arms, without depriving her of the child, which she clutched to her with incomprehensible strength, and after laying her on the bed he went out to call for help. "Great heaven," he exclaimed to his landlord, whom he met on the stairs, "I have money, and my child is dead of hunger, and my wife is dying. Help us." In despair he went back to his wife, leaving the worthy builder and various neighbors to procure whatever might relieve the misery of which till now they had known nothing. So carefully had the Corsicans concealed it out of a feeling of pride. Luigi had tossed the gold pieces on the floor, and was kneeling by the bed where his wife lay. "Father, take charge of my son, who bears your name," cried Ginevra in her delirium. "Oh, my angel, be calm," said Luigi, kissing her, "better days await us." His voice and embrace restored her to some composure. "Oh, my Louis," she went on, looking at him with extraordinary fixity, "listen to me. I feel that I am dying. My death is quite natural. I have been suffering too much. And then happiness so great as mine had to be paid for. Yes, my Luigi, be comforted. I have been so happy that if I had to begin life again, I would again accept our lot. I am a bad mother. I weep for you even more than for my child. My child," she repeated in a full, deep voice. 2 tears dropped from her dying eyes, and she suddenly clasped yet closer the little body she could not warm. Give my hair to my father in memory of his Ginevra, she added. Tell him that I never, never accused him. Her head fell back on her husband's arm. No, no, you cannot die, cried Luigi. A doctor is coming. We have food. Your father will receive you into favor. Prosperity is dawning on us. Stay with us, angel of beauty. But that faithful and loving heart was growing cold. Ginevra instinctively turned her eyes on the man she adored, though she was no longer conscious of anything. Confused images rose before her mind, fast losing all memories of earth. She knew that Luigi was there, for she clung more and more tightly to his ice-cold hand, as if to hold herself up above a gulf into which she feared to fall. You are cold, dear, she said presently, I will warm you. She tried to lay her husband's hand over her heart, but she was dead. 2 doctors, a priest, and some neighbors came in at this moment, bringing everything that was needful to save the lives of the young couple and to soothe their despair. At first these intruders made a good deal of noise, but when they were all in the room an appalling silence fell. While this scene was taking place, Bartolomeo and his wife were sitting in their old armchairs, each at one corner of the immense fireplace that warmed the great drawing-room of their mansion. The clock marked midnight. It was long since the old couple had slept well. At this moment they were silent, like 2 old folks in their second childhood, who look at everything and see nothing. The deserted room, to them full of memories, was feebly lighted by a single lamp fast dying out. But for the dancing flames on the hearth they would have been in total darkness. One of their friends had just left them, and the chair on which he had sat during his visit stood between the old people. Piombo had already cast more than one glance at this chair, and these glances, fraught with thoughts, followed each other like pangs of remorse, for the empty chair was Ginevra's. Elisa Piombo watched the expressions that passed across her husband's pale face. Though she was accustomed to guess the Corsican's feelings from the violent changes in his features, they were tonight by turns so threatening and so sad that she failed to read this inscrutable soul. Was Bartolomeo yielding to the overwhelming memories aroused by that chair? Was he pained at perceiving that it had been used by a stranger for the first time since his daughter's departure? Had the hour of mercy, the hour so long and vainly hoped for, struck at last? These reflections agitated the heart of Elisa Piombo. For a moment her husband's face was so terrible that she quaked at having ventured on so innocent a device to give her an opportunity of speaking of Ginevra. At this instant the northerly blast flung the snowflakes against the shutters with such violence that the old people could hear their soft pelting. Ginevra's mother bent her head to hide her tears from her husband. Suddenly a sigh broke from the old man's heart. His wife looked at him. He was downcast. For the second time in 3 years she ventured to speak to him of his daughter. Supposing Ginevra were cold, she exclaimed in an undertone. Or perhaps she is hungry, she went on. The Corsican shed a tear. She has a child, and cannot suckle it, her milk is dried up, the mother added vehemently, with an accent of despair. Let her come, oh, let her come, cried Piombo. Oh, my darling child, you have conquered me. The mother rose, as if to go to fetch her daughter. At this instant the door was flung open, and a man, whose face had lost all semblance to humanity, suddenly stood before them. Dead, our families were doomed to exterminate each other. For this is all that remains of her, he said, laying on the table Ginevra's long, black hair. The 2 old people started, as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. They could not see Luigi. He has spared us a pistol shot, for he is dead, said Bartolomeo, deliberately, as he looked on the ground. A second home. To Madame la Comtesse Louise de Turheim as a token of remembrance and affectionate respect. The Rue du Tourniquet Saint-Jean, formerly one of the darkest and most tortuous of the streets about the Hôtel de Ville, zigzagged round the little gardens of the Paris prefecture, and ended at the Rue Martroi, exactly at the angle of an old wall now pulled down. Here stood the turnstile to which the street owed its name. It was not removed till 1823, when the municipality built a ballroom on the garden plot adjoining the Hôtel de Ville, for the fête given in honor of the Duc d'Angoulême on his return from Spain. The widest part of the Rue du Tourniquet was the end opening into the Rue de la Tixeranderie, and even there it was less than 6 feet across. Hence in rainy weather the gutter water was soon deep at the foot of the old houses, sweeping down with it the dust and refuse deposited at the cornerstones by the residents. As the dust carts could not pass through, the inhabitants trusted to storms to wash their always miry alley, for how could it be clean? When the summer sun shed its perpendicular rays on Paris like a sheet of gold, but as piercing as the point of a sword, it lighted up the blackness of this street for a few minutes without drying the permanent damp that rose from the ground floor to the first story of these dark and silent tenements. The residents, who lighted their lamps at 5 o'clock in the month of June, in winter never put them out. To this day the enterprising wayfarer who should approach the Marais along the quays, past the end of the Rue du Chaume, the Rues de l'Homme, de Billettes, and de Duports, all leading to the Rue du Tourniquet, might think he had passed through cellars all the way. Almost all the streets of old Paris, of which ancient chronicles laud the magnificence, were like this damp and gloomy labyrinth, where the antiquaries still find historical curiosities to admire. For instance, on the house then forming the corner where the Rue du Tourniquet joined the Rue de la Tixeranderie, the clamps might still be seen of 2 strong iron rings fixed to the wall. The relics of the chains put up every night by the watch to secure public safety. This house, remarkable for its antiquity, had been constructed in a way that bore witness to the unhealthiness of these old dwellings. For, to preserve the ground floor from damp, the arches of the cellars rose about 2 feet above the soil, and the house was entered up 3 outside steps. The door was crowned by a closed arch, of which the keystone bore a female head and some time-eaten arabesques. 3 windows, their sills about 5 feet from the ground, belonged to a small set of rooms looking out on the Rue du Tourniquet, whence they derived their light. These windows were protected by strong iron bars, very wide apart, and ending below in an outward curve like the bars of a baker's window. If any passer-by during the day were curious enough to peep into the 2 rooms forming this little dwelling, he could see nothing. For only under the sun of July could he discern, in the second room, 2 beds hung with green serge, placed side by side under the paneling of an old-fashioned alcove. But in the afternoon, by about 3 o'clock, when the candles were lighted, through the pane of the first room an old woman might be seen sitting on a stool by the fireplace, where she nursed the fire in a brazier, to simmer a stew, such as porters' wives are expert in. A few kitchen utensils, hung up against the wall, were visible in the twilight. At that hour an old table on trestles, but bare of linen, was laid with pewter spoons, and the dish concocted by the old woman. 3 wretched chairs were all the furniture of this room, which was at once the kitchen and the dining room. Over the chimney-piece were a piece of looking-glass, a tinderbox, 3 glasses, some matches, and a large, cracked white jug. Still, the floor, the utensils, the fireplace, all gave a pleasant sense of the perfect cleanliness and thrift that pervaded the dull and gloomy home. The old woman's pale, withered face was quite in harmony with the darkness of the street and the mustiness of the place. As she sat there, motionless, in her chair, it might have been thought that she was as inseparable from the house as a snail from its brown shell. Her face, alert with a vague expression of mischief, was framed in a flat cap made of net, which barely covered her white hair. Her fine, grey eyes were as quiet as the street, and the many wrinkles in her face might be compared to the cracks in the walls. Whether she had been born to poverty, or had fallen from some past splendor, she now seemed to have been long resigned to her melancholy existence. From sunrise till dark, excepting when she was getting a meal ready, or, with a basket on her arm, was out purchasing provisions, the old woman sat in the adjoining room by the further window, opposite a young girl. At any hour of the day the passer-by could see the needlewoman seated in an old, red velvet chair, bending over an embroidery frame, and stitching indefatigably. Her mother had a green pillow on her knee, and busied herself with handmade net, but her fingers could move the bobbin but slowly. Her sight was feeble, for on her nose there rested a pair of those antiquated spectacles which keep their place on the nostrils by the grip of a spring. By night these two hard-working women set a lamp between them. And the light, concentrated by two globe-shaped bottles of water, showed the elder the fine network made by the threads on her pillow, and the younger the most delicate details of the pattern she was embroidering. The outward bend of the window had allowed the girl to rest a box of earth on the windowsill, in which grew some sweet peas, nasturtiums, a sickly little honeysuckle, and some convolvulus that twined its frail stems up the iron bars. These etiolated plants produced a few pale flowers, and added a touch of indescribable sadness and sweetness to the picture offered by this window, in which the two figures were appropriately framed. The most selfish soul who chanced to see this domestic scene would carry away with him a perfect image of the life led in Paris by the working class of women. For the embroideress evidently lived by her needle. Many, as they passed through the turnstile, found themselves wondering how a girl could preserve her color, living in such a cellar. A student of lively imagination, going that way to cross to the Quartier Latin, would compare this obscure and vegetative life to that of the ivy that clung to these chill walls. To that of the peasants born to labor, who are born, toil, and die unknown to the world they have helped to feed. A house owner, after studying the house with the eye of a valuer, would have said, "What will become of those two women if embroidery should go out of fashion?" Among the men who, having some appointment at the Hôtel de Ville or the Palais de Justice, were obliged to go through this street at fixed hours, either on their way to business or on their return home, there may have been some charitable soul. Some widower or Adonis of 40, brought so often into the secrets of these sad lives, may perhaps have reckoned on the poverty of this mother and daughter, and have hoped to become the master at no great cost of the innocent workwoman, whose nimble and dimpled fingers, youthful figure, and white skin, a charm due, no doubt, to living in this sunless street, had excited his admiration. Perhaps, again, some honest clerk, with 1,200 francs a year, seeing every day the diligence the girl gave to her needle, and appreciating the purity of her life, was only waiting for improved prospects to unite one humble life with another, one form of toil to another, and to bring at any rate a man's arm and a calm affection, pale-hued like the flowers in the window, to uphold this home. Vague hope certainly gave life to the mother's dim, grey eyes. Every morning, after the most frugal breakfast, she took up her pillow, though chiefly for the look of the thing, for she would lay her spectacles on a little mahogany work-table as old as herself, and look out of the window from about 8:30 till 10 at the regular passers in the street. She caught their glances, remarked on their gait, their dress, their countenance, and almost seemed to be offering her daughter. Her gossiping eyes so evidently tried to attract some magnetic sympathy by maneuvers worthy of the stage. It was evident that this little review was as good as a play to her, and perhaps her single amusement. The daughter rarely looked up. Modesty, or a painful consciousness of poverty, seemed to keep her eyes riveted to the work frame, and only some exclamation of surprise from her mother moved her to show her small features. Then a clerk in a new coat, or who unexpectedly appeared with a woman on his arm, might catch sight of the girl's slightly upturned nose, her rosy mouth, and grey eyes, always bright and lively in spite of her fatiguing toil. Her late hours had left a trace on her face by a pale circle marked under each eye on the fresh rosiness of her cheeks. The poor child looked as if she were made for love and cheerfulness, for love, which had drawn two perfect arches above her eyelids, and had given her such a mass of chestnut hair, that she might have hidden under it as under a tent, impenetrable to the lover's eye, for cheerfulness, which gave quivering animation to her nostrils, which carved two dimples in her rosy cheeks, and made her quick to forget her troubles. Cheerfulness, the blossom of hope, which gave her strength to look out without shuddering on the barren path of life. The girl's hair was always carefully dressed, after the manner of Paris needlewomen. Her toilet seemed to her quite complete when she had brushed her hair smooth and tucked up the little short curls that played on each temple in contrast with the whiteness of her skin. The growth of it on the back of her neck was so pretty, and the brown line, so clearly traced, gave such a pleasing idea of her youth and charm, that the observer, seeing her bent over her work, and unmoved by any sound, was inclined to think of her as a coquette. Such inviting promise had excited the interest of more than one young man, who turned round in the vain hope of seeing that modest countenance. "Caroline, there is a new face that passes regularly by, and not one of the old ones to compare with it." These words, spoken in a low voice by her mother one August morning in 1815, had vanquished the young needlewoman's indifference, and she looked out on the street. But in vain, the stranger was gone. "Where has he flown to?" said she. "He will come back no doubt at 4, I shall see him coming, and will touch your foot with mine. I am sure he will come back. He has been through the street regularly for the last 3 days, but his hours vary. The first day he came by at 6 o'clock, the day before yesterday it was 4, yesterday as early as 3. I remember seeing him occasionally some time ago. He is some clerk in the prefect's office who has moved to the Marais. Why," she exclaimed, after glancing down the street, "our gentleman of the brown coat has taken to wearing a wig, how much it alters him." The gentleman of the brown coat was, it would seem, the individual who commonly closed the daily procession, for the old woman put on her spectacles and took up her work with a sigh, glancing at her daughter with so strange a look that Lavater himself would have found it difficult to interpret. Admiration, gratitude, a sort of hope for better days, were mingled with pride at having such a pretty daughter. At about 4 in the afternoon the old lady pushed her foot against Caroline's, and the girl looked up quickly enough to see the new actor, whose regular advent would thenceforth lend variety to the scene. He was tall and thin, and wore black, a man of about 40, with a certain solemnity of demeanor. As his piercing hazel eye met the old woman's dull gaze, he made her quake, for she felt as though he had the gift of reading hearts, or much practice in it. And his presence must surely be as icy as the air of this dank street. Was the dull, sallow complexion of that ominous face due to excess of work, or the result of delicate health? The old woman supplied 20 different answers to this question. But Caroline, next day, discerned the lines of long mental suffering on that brow that was so prompt to frown. The rather hollow cheeks of the unknown bore the stamp of the seal which sorrow sets on its victims as if to grant them the consolation of common recognition and brotherly union for resistance. Though the girl's expression was at first one of lively but innocent curiosity, it assumed a look of gentle sympathy as the stranger receded from view, like a last relation following in a funeral train. The heat of the weather was so great, and the gentleman was so absent-minded, that he had taken off his hat and forgotten to put it on again as he went down the squalid street. Caroline could see the stern look given to his countenance by the way the hair was brushed from his forehead. The strong impression, devoid of charm, made on the girl by this man's appearance was totally unlike any sensation produced by the other passengers who used the street. For the first time in her life she was moved to pity for someone else than herself and her mother. She made no reply to the absurd conjectures that supplied material for the old woman's provoking volubility, and drew her long needle in silence through the web of stretched net. She only regretted not having seen the stranger more closely, and looked forward to the morrow to form a definite opinion of him. It was the first time, indeed, that a man passing down the street had ever given rise to much thought in her mind. She generally had nothing but a smile in response to her mother's hypotheses, for the old woman looked on every passer-by as a possible protector for her daughter. And if such suggestions, so crudely presented, gave rise to no evil thoughts in Caroline's mind, her indifference must be ascribed to the persistent and unfortunately inevitable toil in which the energies of her sweet youth were being spent, and which would infallibly mar the clearness of her eyes or steal from her fresh cheeks the bloom that still colored them. For 2 months or more the black gentleman, the name they had given him, was erratic in his movements. He did not always come down the Rue du Tourniquet. The old woman sometimes saw him in the evening when he had not passed in the morning, and he did not come by at such regular hours as the clerks who served Madame Crochard instead of a clock. Moreover, excepting on the first occasion, when his look had given the old mother a sense of alarm, his eyes had never once dwelt on the weird picture of these two female gnomes. With the exception of 2 carriage gates and a dark ironmonger's shop, there were in the Rue du Tourniquet only barred windows, giving light to the staircases of the neighboring houses. Thus the stranger's lack of curiosity was not to be accounted for by the presence of dangerous rivals. And Madame Crochard was greatly piqued to see her black gentleman always lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the ground, or straight before him, as though he hoped to read the future in the fog of the Rue du Tourniquet. However, one morning, about the middle of September, Caroline Crochard's roguish face stood out so brightly against the dark background of the room. Looking so fresh among the belated flowers and faded leaves that twined round the window bars, the daily scene was gay with such contrasts of light and shade, of pink and white blending with the light material on which the pretty needlewoman was working, and with the red and brown hues of the chairs, that the stranger gazed very attentively at the effects of this living picture. In point of fact, the old woman, provoked by her black gentleman's indifference, had made such a clatter with her bobbins that the gloomy and pensive passer-by was perhaps prompted to look up by the unusual noise. The stranger merely exchanged glances with Caroline, swift indeed, but enough to effect a certain contact between their souls, and both were aware that they would think of each other. When the stranger came by again, at 4 in the afternoon, Caroline recognized the sound of his step on the echoing pavement. They looked steadily at each other, and with evident purpose. His eyes had an expression of kindliness which made him smile, and Caroline colored. The old mother noted them with satisfaction. Ever after that memorable afternoon, the gentleman in black went by twice a day, with rare exceptions, which both the women observed. They concluded from the irregularity of the hours of his homecoming that he was not released so early, nor so precisely punctual as a subordinate official. All through the first 3 winter months, twice a day, Caroline and the stranger thus saw each other for so long as it took him to traverse the piece of road that lay along the length of the door and 3 windows of the house. Day after day this brief interview had the hue of friendly sympathy which at last had acquired a sort of fraternal kindness. Caroline and the stranger seemed to understand each other from the first. And then, by dint of scrutinizing each other's faces, they learned to know them well. Ere long it came to be, as it were, a visit that the unknown owed to Caroline. If by any chance her gentleman in black went by without bestowing on her the half-smile of his expressive lips, or the cordial glance of his brown eyes, something was missing to her all day. She felt as an old man does to whom the daily study of a newspaper is such an indispensable pleasure that on the day after any great holiday he wanders about quite lost, and seeking, as much out of vagueness as for want of patience, the sheet by which he cheats an hour of life. But these brief meetings had the charm of intimate friendliness, quite as much for the stranger as for Caroline. The girl could no more hide a vexation, a grief, or some slight ailment from the keen eye of her appreciative friend than he could conceal anxiety from hers. He must have had some trouble yesterday, was the thought that constantly arose in the embroideress mind as she saw some change in the features of the black gentleman. Oh, he has been working too hard, was a reflection due to another shade of expression which Caroline could discern. The stranger, on his part, could guess when the girl had spent Sunday in finishing a dress, and he felt an interest in the pattern. As quarter-day came near he could see that her pretty face was clouded by anxiety, and he could guess when Caroline had sat up late at work. But above all, he noted how the gloomy thoughts that dimmed the cheerful and delicate features of her young face gradually vanished by degrees as their acquaintance ripened. When winter had killed the climbers and plants of her window garden, and the window was kept closed, it was not without a smile of gentle amusement that the stranger observed the concentration of the light within, just at the level of Caroline's head. The very small fire and the frosty red of the 2 women's faces betrayed the poverty of their home. But if ever his own countenance expressed regretful compassion, the girl proudly met it with assumed cheerfulness. Meanwhile the feelings that had arisen in their hearts remained buried there, no incident occurring to reveal to either of them how deep and strong they were in the other. They had never even heard the sound of each other's voice. These mute friends were even on their guard against any nearer acquaintance, as though it meant disaster. Each seemed to fear lest it should bring on the other some grief more serious than those they felt tempted to share. Was it shyness or friendship that checked them? Was it a dread of meeting with selfishness, or the odious distrust which sunders all the residents within the walls of a populous city? Did the voice of conscience warn them of approaching danger? It would be impossible to explain the instinct which made them as much enemies as friends, at once indifferent and attached, drawn to each other by impulse, and severed by circumstance. Each perhaps hoped to preserve a cherished illusion. It might almost have been thought that the stranger feared lest he should hear some vulgar word from those lips as fresh and pure as a flower. And that Caroline felt herself unworthy of the mysterious personage who was evidently possessed of power and wealth. As to Madame Crochard, that tender mother, almost angry at her daughter's persistent lack of decisiveness, now showed a sulky face to the black gentleman, on whom she had hitherto smiled with a sort of benevolent servility. Never before had she complained so bitterly of being compelled, at her age, to do the cooking, never had her catarrh and her rheumatism wrung so many groans from her. Finally, she could not, this winter, promise so many ells of net as Caroline had hitherto been able to count on. Under these circumstances, and towards the end of December, at the time when bread was dearest, and that dearth of corn was beginning to be felt which made the year 1816 so hard on the poor, the stranger observed on the features of the girl whose name was still unknown to him, the painful traces of a secret sorrow which his kindest smiles could not dispel. Before long he saw in Caroline's eyes the dimness attributed to long hours at night. One night, towards the end of the month, the gentleman in black passed down the Rue du Tourniquet at the quite unwonted hour of 1 in the morning. The perfect silence allowed of his hearing before passing the house the lachrymose voice of the old mother, and Caroline's even sadder tones, mingling with the swish of a shower of sleet. He crept along as slowly as he could. And then, at the risk of being taken up by the police, he stood still below the window to hear the mother and daughter. While watching them through the largest of the holes in the yellow muslin curtains, which were eaten away by wear as a cabbage leaf is riddled by caterpillars, the inquisitive stranger saw a sheet of paper on the table that stood between the two work frames, and on which stood the lamp and the globes filled with water. He at once identified it as a writ. Madame Crochard was weeping, and Caroline's voice was thick, and had lost its sweet, caressing tone. "Why be so heartbroken, mother? Monsieur Molyneux will not sell us up or turn us out before I have finished this dress, only 2 nights more and I shall take it home to Madame Rogwin. And supposing she keeps you waiting as usual, and will the money for the gown pay the baker too?" The spectator of this scene had long practice in reading faces. He fancied he could discern that the mother's grief was as false as the daughter's was genuine. He turned away, and presently came back. When he next peeped through the hole in the curtain, Madame Crochard was in bed. The young needlewoman, bending over her frame, was embroidering with indefatigable diligence. On the table, with the writ lay a triangular hunch of bread, placed there, no doubt, to sustain her in the night and to remind her of the reward of her industry. The stranger was tremulous with pity and sympathy. He threw his purse in through a cracked pane so that it should fall at the girl's feet. And then, without waiting to enjoy her surprise, he escaped, his cheeks tingling. Next morning the shy and melancholy stranger went past with a look of deep preoccupation, but he could not escape Caroline's gratitude. She had opened her window and affected to be digging in the square window box buried in snow, a pretext of which the clumsy ingenuity plainly told her benefactor that she had been resolved not to see him only through the pane. Her eyes were full of tears as she bowed her head, as much as to say to her benefactor, "I can only repay you from my heart." But the gentleman in black affected not to understand the meaning of this sincere gratitude. In the evening, as he came by, Caroline was busy mending the window with a sheet of paper, and she smiled at him, showing her row of pearly teeth like a promise. Thenceforth the stranger went another way, and was no more seen in the Rue du Tourniquet. It was one day early in the following May that, as Caroline was giving the roots of the honeysuckle a glass of water, one Saturday morning, She caught sight of a narrow strip of cloudless blue between the black lines of houses, and said to her mother, "Mamma, we must go tomorrow for a trip to Montmorency." She had scarcely uttered the words, in a tone of glee, when the gentleman in black came by, sadder and more dejected than ever. Caroline's innocent and ingratiating glance might have been taken for an invitation. And, in fact, on the following day, when Madame Crochard, dressed in a pelisse of claret-colored merinos, a silk bonnet, and striped shawl of an imitation Indian pattern, came out to choose seats in a chaise at the corner of the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis and the Rue d'Enghien, there she found her unknown standing like a man waiting for his wife. A smile of pleasure lighted up the stranger's face when his eye fell on Caroline, her neat feet shod in plum-colored prunella gaiters, and her white dress tossed by a breeze that would have been fatal to an ill-made woman, but which displayed her graceful form. Her face, shaded by a rice-straw bonnet lined with pink silk, seemed to beam with a reflection from heaven. Her broad, plum-colored belt set off a waist he could have spanned. Her hair, parted in two brown bands over a forehead as white as snow, gave her an expression of innocence which no other feature contradicted. Enjoyment seemed to have made Caroline as light as the straw of her hat, but when she saw the gentleman in black, radiant hope suddenly eclipsed her bright dress and her beauty. The stranger, who appeared to be in doubt, had not perhaps made up his mind to be the girl's escort for the day till this revelation of the delight she felt on seeing him. He had once hired a vehicle with a fairly good horse, to drive to St. Leu Taverny, and he offered Madame Crochard and her daughter seats by his side. The mother accepted without ado. But presently, when they were already on the way to St. Denis, she was by way of having scruples, and made a few civil speeches as to the possible inconvenience two women might cause their companion. "Perhaps, monsieur, you wished to drive alone to St. Leu Taverny," said she, with affected simplicity. Before long she complained of the heat, and especially of her cough, which, she said, had hindered her from closing her eyes all night. And by the time the carriage had reached St. Denis, Madame Crochard seemed to be fast asleep. Her snores, indeed, seemed, to the gentleman in black, rather doubtfully genuine, and he frowned as he looked at the old woman with a very suspicious eye. "Oh, she is fast asleep," said Caroline guilelessly, "she never ceased coughing all night. She must be very tired." Her companion made no reply, but he looked at the girl with a smile that seemed to say, "Poor child, you little know your mother." However, in spite of his distrust, as the chaise made its way down the long avenue of poplars leading to Aubonne, the stranger thought that Madame Crochard was really asleep. Perhaps he did not care to inquire how far her slumbers were genuine or feigned. Whether it were that the brilliant sky, the pure country air, and the heady fragrance of the first green shoots of the poplars, the catkins of willow, and the flowers of the blackthorn had inclined his heart to open like all the nature around him, or that any long restraint was too oppressive while Caroline's sparkling eyes responded to his own, the gentleman in black entered on a conversation with his young companion. As aimless as the swaying of the branches in the wind, as devious as the flitting of the butterflies in the azure air, as illogical as the melodious murmur of the fields, and, like it, full of mysterious love. At that season is not the rural country as tremulous as a bride that has donned her marriage robe? Does it not invite the coldest soul to be happy? What heart could remain unthawed, and what lips could keep it secret, on leaving the gloomy streets of the Marais for the first time since the previous autumn, and entering the smiling and picturesque valley of Montmorency? On seeing it in the morning light, its endless horizons receding from view, and then lifting a charmed gaze to eyes which expressed no less infinitude mingled with love? The stranger discovered that Caroline was sprightly rather than witty, affectionate, but ill-educated, but while her laugh was giddy, her words promised genuine feeling. When, in response to her companion's shrewd questioning, the girl spoke with the heartfelt effusiveness of which the lower classes are lavish, not guarding it with reticence like people of the world, the black gentleman's face brightened, and seemed to renew its youth. His countenance by degrees lost the sadness that lent sternness to his features, and little by little they gained a look of handsome youthfulness which made Caroline proud and happy. The pretty needlewoman guessed that her new friend had been long weaned from tenderness and love, and no longer believed in the devotion of woman. Finally, some unexpected sally in Caroline's light prattle lifted the last veil that concealed the real youth and genuine character of the stranger's physiognomy. He seemed to bid farewell to the ideas that haunted him, and showed the natural liveliness that lay beneath the solemnity of his expression. Their conversation had insensibly become so intimate, that by the time when the carriage stopped at the first houses of the straggling village of St. Lou, Caroline was calling the gentleman Monsieur Roger. Then for the first time the old mother awoke. "Caroline, she has heard everything," said Roger suspiciously in the girl's ear. Caroline's reply was an exquisite smile of disbelief, which dissipated the dark cloud that his fear of some plot on the old woman's part had brought to this suspicious mortal's brow. Madame Crochard was amazed at nothing, approved of everything, followed her daughter and Monsieur Roger into the park, where the two young people had agreed to wander through the smiling meadows and fragrant copses made famous by the taste of Queen Hortense. "Good heavens! How lovely!" exclaimed Caroline when standing on the green ridge where the forest of Montmorency begins, she saw lying at her feet the wide valley with its combes sheltering scattered villages, its horizon of blue hills, its church towers, its meadows and fields, whence a murmur came up, to die on her ear like the swell of the ocean. The three wanderers made their way by the bank of an artificial stream and came to the Swiss Valley, where stands a chalet that had more than once given shelter to Hortense and Napoleon. When Caroline had seated herself with pious reverence on the mossy wooden bench where kings and princesses and the emperor had rested, Madame Crochard expressed a wish to have a nearer view of a bridge that hung across between two rocks at some little distance, and bent her steps towards that rural curiosity, leaving her daughter in Monsieur Roger's care, though telling them that she would not go out of sight. "What, poor child," cried Roger, "have you never longed for wealth and the pleasures of luxury? Have you never wished that you might wear the beautiful dresses you embroider? It would not be the truth, Monsieur Roger, if I were to tell you that I never think how happy people must be who are rich. Oh yes. I often fancy, especially when I am going to sleep, how glad I should be to see my poor mother no longer compelled to go out, whatever the weather, to buy our little provisions, at her age. I should like her to have a servant who, every morning before she was up, would bring her up her coffee, nicely sweetened with white sugar. And she loves reading novels, poor dear soul. Well, and I would rather see her wearing out her eyes over her favorite books than over twisting her bobbins from morning till night. And again, she ought to have a little good wine. In short, I should like to see her comfortable, she is so good." "Then she has shown you great kindness?" "Oh yes," said the girl, in a tone of conviction. Then, after a short pause, during which the two young people stood watching Madame Crochard, who had got to the middle of the rustic bridge, and was shaking her finger at them, Caroline went on. "Oh yes, she has been so good to me. What care she took of me when I was little. She sold her last silver forks to apprentice me to the old maid who taught me to embroider, and my poor father. What did she not go through to make him end his days in happiness?" The girl shivered at the remembrance, and hid her face in her hands. "Well, come. Let us forget past sorrows," she added, trying to rally her high spirits. She blushed as she saw that Roger too was moved, but she dared not look at him. "What was your father?" he asked. "He was an opera dancer before the Revolution," said she, with an air of perfect simplicity, "and my mother sang in the chorus. My father, who was leader of the figures on the stage, happened to be present at the siege of the Bastille. He was recognized by some of the assailants, who asked him whether he could not lead a real attack, since he was used to leading such enterprises on the boards. My father was brave. He accepted the post, led the insurgents, and was rewarded by the nomination to the rank of captain in the army of Sambre-Timeuse, where he distinguished himself so far as to rise rapidly to be a colonel. But at Lutzen he was so badly wounded that, after a year's sufferings, he died in Paris. The Bourbons returned. My mother could obtain no pension, and we fell into such abject misery that we were compelled to work for our living. For some time past she has been ailing, poor dear, and I have never known her so little resigned. She complains a good deal, and, indeed, I cannot wonder, for she has known the pleasures of an easy life. For my part, I cannot pine for delights I have never known. I have but one thing to wish for. And that is, said Roger eagerly, as if roused from a dream, that women may continue to wear embroidered net dresses, so that I may never lack work. The frankness of this confession interested the young man, who looked with less hostile eyes on Madame Crochard as she slowly made her way back to them. Well, children, have you had a long talk? Said she, with a half-laughing, half-indulgent air. When I think, Monsieur Roger, that the little corporal has sat where you are sitting, she went on after a pause. Poor man! How my husband worshipped him! Ah! Crochard did well to die, for he could not have borne to think of him where they have sent him. Roger put his finger to his lips, and the good woman went on very gravely, with a shake of her head. All right, mouth shut and tongue still. But, added she, unhooking a bit of her bodice, and showing a ribbon and cross tied round her neck by a piece of black ribbon, they shall never hinder me from wearing what he gave to my poor Crochard, and I will have it buried with me. On hearing this speech, which at that time was regarded as seditious, Roger interrupted the old lady by rising suddenly, and they returned to the village through the park walks. The young man left them for a few minutes while he went to order a meal at the best eating-house in Taverny, then, returning to fetch them, he led the way through the alleys cut in the forest. The dinner was cheerful. Roger was no longer the melancholy shade that was wont to pass along the Rue du Tourniquet. He was not the black gentleman, but rather a confiding young man ready to take life as it came, like the two hard-working women who, on the morrow, might lack bread. He seemed alive to all the joys of youth, his smile was quite affectionate and childlike. When, at 5 o'clock, this happy meal was ended with a few glasses of champagne, Roger was the first to propose that they should join the village ball under the chestnuts, where he and Caroline danced together. Their hands met with sympathetic pressure, their hearts beat with the same hopes. And under the blue sky and the slanting, rosy beams of sunset, their eyes sparkled with fires which, to them, made the glory of the heavens pale. How strange is the power of an idea, of a desire! To these two nothing seemed impossible. In such magic moments, when enjoyment sheds its reflections on the future, the soul foresees nothing but happiness. This sweet day had created memories for these two to which nothing could be compared in all their past existence. Would the source prove to be more beautiful than the river, the desire more enchanting than its gratification, the thing hoped for more delightful than the thing possessed? So the day is already at an end. On hearing this exclamation from her unknown friend when the dance was over, Caroline looked at him compassionately, as his face assumed once more a faint shade of sadness. Why should you not be as happy in Paris as you are here? She asked. Is happiness to be found only at St. Lou? It seems to me that I can henceforth never be unhappy anywhere. Roger was struck by these words, spoken with the glad unrestraint that always carries a woman further than she intended, just as prudery often lends her greater cruelty than she feels. For the first time since that glance, which had, in a way, been the beginning of their friendship, Caroline and Roger had the same idea. Though they did not express it, they felt it at the same instant, as a result of a common impression like that of a comforting fire cheering both under the frost of winter. Then, as if frightened by each other's silence, they made their way to the spot where the carriage was waiting. But before getting into it, they playfully took hands and ran together down the dark avenue in front of Madame Crochard. When they could no longer see the white net cap, which showed as a speck through the leaves where the old woman was, "Caroline," said Roger in a tremulous voice, and with a beating heart. The girl was startled, and drew back a few steps, understanding the invitation this question conveyed. However, she held out her hand, which was passionately kissed, but which she hastily withdrew, for by standing on tiptoe she could see her mother. Madame Crochard affected blindness, as if, with a reminiscence of her old parts, she was only required to figure as a supernumerary. The adventures of these two young people were not continued in the Rue du Tourniquet. To see Roger and Caroline once more, we must leap into the heart of modern Paris, where, in some of the newly built houses, there are apartments that seem made on purpose for newly married couples to spend their honeymoon in. There the paper and paint are as fresh as the bride and bridegroom, and the decorations are in blossom like their love. Everything is in harmony with youthful notions and ardent wishes. Halfway down the Rue Taitbout, in a house whose stone walls were still white, where the columns of the hall and the doorway were as yet spotless, and the inner walls shone with the neat painting which our recent intimacy with English ways had brought into fashion, there was, on the second floor, a small set of rooms fitted by the architect as though he had known what their use would be. A simple airy anteroom, with a stucco dado, formed an entrance into a drawing-room and dining-room. Out of the drawing-room opened a pretty bedroom, with a bathroom beyond. Every chimney shelf had over it a fine mirror elegantly framed. The doors were crowded with arabesques in good taste, and the cornices were in the best style. Any amateur would have discerned there the sense of distinction and decorative fitness which mark the work of modern French architects. For above a month Caroline had been at home in this apartment, furnished by an upholsterer who submitted to an artist's guidance. A short description of the principal room will suffice to give us an idea of the wonders it offered to Caroline's delighted eyes when Roger installed her there. Hangings of grey stuff trimmed with green silk adorned the walls of her bedroom. The seats, covered with light-colored woolen sateen, were of easy and comfortable shapes, and in the latest fashion. A chest of drawers of some simple wood, inlaid with lines of a darker hue, contained the treasures of the toilet. A writing table to match served for inditing love letters on scented paper. The bed, with antique draperies, could not fail to suggest thoughts of love by its soft hangings of elegant muslin. The window curtains, of drab silk with green fringe, were always half drawn to subdue the light. A bronze clock represented love crowning Psyche, and a carpet of Gothic design on a red ground set off the other accessories of this delightful retreat. There was a small dressing table in front of a long glass, and here the needle-woman sat, out of patience with Plaisir, the famous hairdresser. "Do you think you will have done today?" said she. "Your hair is so long and so thick, madam," replied Plaisir. Caroline could not help smiling. The man's flattery had no doubt revived in her mind the memory of the passionate praises lavished by her lover on the beauty of her hair, which he delighted in. The hairdresser having done, a waiting maid came and held counsel with her as to the dress in which Roger would like best to see her. It was the beginning of September 1816, and the weather was cold. She chose a green grenadine trimmed with chinchilla. As soon as she was dressed, Caroline flew into the drawing-room and opened a window, out of which she stepped on to the elegant balcony that adorned the front of the house. There she stood, with her arms crossed, in a charming attitude, not to show herself to the admiration of the passers-by and see them turn to gaze at her, but to be able to look out on the boulevard at the bottom of the Rue Taitbout. This side view, really very comparable to the peephole made by actors in the drop scene of a theatre, enabled her to catch a glimpse of numbers of elegant carriages, and a crowd of persons swept past with the rapidity of ombres chinoises. Not knowing whether Roger would arrive in a carriage or on foot, the needlewoman from the Rue du Tourniquet looked by turns at the foot passengers, and at the tilburys, light cabs introduced into Paris by the English. Expressions of refractoriness and of love passed by turns over her youthful face when, after waiting for a quarter of an hour, neither her keen eye nor her heart had announced the arrival of him whom she knew to be due. What disdain, what indifference were shown in her beautiful features for all the other creatures who were bustling like ants below her feet. Her grey eyes, sparkling with fun, now positively flamed. Given over to her passion, she avoided admiration with as much care as the proudest devote to encouraging it when they drive about Paris, certainly feeling no care as to whether her fair countenance leaning over the balcony, or her little foot between the bars, And the picture of her bright eyes and delicious turned-up nose would be effaced or no from the minds of the passers-by who admired them. She saw but one face, and had but one idea. When the spotted head of a certain bay horse happened to cross the narrow strip between the two rows of houses, Caroline gave a little shiver and stood on tiptoe in hope of recognizing the white traces and the color of the tilbury. It was he. Roger turned the corner of the street, saw the balcony, whipped the horse, which came up at a gallop, and stopped at the bronze-green door that he knew as well as his master did. The door of the apartment was opened at once by the maid, who had heard her mistress' exclamation of delight. Roger rushed up to the drawing-room, clasped Caroline in his arms, and embraced her with the effusive feeling natural when two beings who love each other rarely meet. He led her, or rather they went by a common impulse, their arms about each other, into the quiet and fragrant bedroom. A settee stood ready for them to sit by the fire, and for a moment they looked at each other in silence, expressing their happiness only by their clasped hands, and communicating their thoughts in a fond gaze. "Yes, it is he," she said at last. "Yes, it is you. Do you know, I have not seen you for 3 long days, an age, but what is the matter? You are unhappy. My poor Caroline. There, you see. Poor Caroline. No, no, do not laugh, my darling, we cannot go to the Feydeau Theatre together this evening." Caroline put on a little pout, but it vanished immediately. "How absurd I am. How can I think of going to the play when I see you? Is not the sight of you the only spectacle I care for?" she cried, pushing her fingers through Roger's hair. "I am obliged to go to the Attorney General's. We have a naughty case in hand. He met me in the great hall at the Palais, and as I am to plead, he asked me to dine with him. But, my dearest, you can go to the theatre with your mother, and I will join you if the meeting breaks up early." "To the theatre without you," cried she in a tone of amazement. "Enjoy any pleasure you do not share. Oh my Roger! You do not deserve a kiss," she added, throwing her arms round his neck with an artless and impassioned impulse. "Caroline, I must go home and dress. The Marais is some way off, and I still have some business to finish." "Take care what you are saying, monsieur," said she, interrupting him. "My mother says that when a man begins to talk about his business, he is ceasing to love. Caroline. Am I not here? Have I not stolen this hour from my pitiless—" "Hush!" said she, laying a finger on his mouth. "Don't you see that I am in jest?" They had now come back to the drawing-room, and Roger's eye fell on an object brought home that morning by the cabinetmaker. Caroline's old rosewood embroidery frame, by which she and her mother had earned their bread when they lived in the Rue du Tourniquet Saint-Jean, had been refitted and polished, and a net dress of elaborate design was already stretched upon it. "Well, then, my dear, I shall do some work this evening. As I stitch, I shall fancy myself gone back to those early days when you used to pass by me without a word, but not without a glance. The days when the remembrance of your look kept me awake all night. Oh my dear old frame, the best piece of furniture in my room, though you did not give it me. You cannot think," said she, seating herself on Roger's knees, for he, overcome by irresistible feelings, had dropped into a chair. "Listen, all I can earn by my work I mean to give to the poor. You have made me rich. How I love that pretty home at Bellefeuille, less because of what it is than because you gave it me. But tell me, Roger, I should like to call myself Caroline de Bellefeuille, can I? You must know, is it legal or permissible?" As she saw a little affirmative grimace, for Roger hated the name of Crochard, Caroline jumped for glee, and clapped her hands. "I feel," said she, "as if I should more especially belong to you. Usually a woman gives up her own name and takes her husband's." An idea forced itself upon her and made her blush. She took Roger's hand and led him to the open piano. "Listen," said she, "I can play my sonata now like an angel," and her fingers were already running over the ivory keys, when she felt herself seized round the waist. "Caroline, I ought to be far from hence. You insist on going? Well, go, said she, with a pretty pout, but she smiled as she looked at the clock and exclaimed joyfully, at any rate, I have detained you a quarter of an hour. Goodbye, Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille, said he, with the gentle irony of love. She kissed him and saw her lover to the door. When the sound of his steps had died away on the stairs, she ran out onto the balcony to see him get into the tilbury, to see him gather up the reins, to catch a parting look. Hear the crack of his whip and the sound of his wheels on the stones, watch the handsome horse, the master's hat, the tiger's gold lace. And at last to stand gazing long after the dark corner of the street had eclipsed this vision. 5 years after Mademoiselle Caroline de Bellefeuille had taken up her abode in the pretty house in the Rue Taitbout, we again look in on one of those home scenes which tighten the bonds of affection between two persons who truly love. In the middle of the blue drawing-room, in front of the window opening to the balcony, a little boy of 4 was making a tremendous noise as he whipped the rocking horse, whose 2 curved supports for the legs did not move fast enough to please him. His pretty face, framed in fair curls that fell over his white collar, smiled up like a cherub's at his mother when she said to him from the depths of an easy chair, "Not so much noise, Charles. You will wake your little sister." The inquisitive boy suddenly got off his horse, and treading on tiptoe as if he were afraid of the sound of his feet on the carpet, came up with one finger between his little teeth, and standing in one of those childish attitudes that are so graceful because they are so perfectly natural, raised the muslin veil that hid the rosy face of a little girl sleeping on her mother's knee. "Is Eugenie asleep, then?" said he, quite astonished. "Why is she asleep when we are awake?" he added, looking up with large, liquid black eyes. "That only God can know," replied Caroline, with a smile. The mother and boy gazed at the infant, only that morning baptized. Caroline, now about 24, showed the ripe beauty which had expanded under the influence of cloudless happiness and constant enjoyment. In her the woman was complete. Delighted to obey her dear Roger's every wish, she had acquired the accomplishments she had lacked, she played the piano fairly well, and sang sweetly. Ignorant of the customs of a world that would have treated her as an outcast, and which she would not have cared for even if it had welcomed her, for a happy woman does not care for the world, she had not caught the elegance of manner or learned the art of conversation, abounding in words and devoid of ideas, which is current in fashionable drawing-rooms. On the other hand, she worked hard to gain the knowledge indispensable to a mother whose chief ambition is to bring up her children well. Never to lose sight of her boy, to give him from the cradle that training of every minute which impresses on the young a love of all that is good and beautiful. To shelter him from every evil influence and fulfill both the painful duties of a nurse and the tender offices of a mother, these were her chief pleasures. The coy and gentle being had from the first day so fully resigned herself never to step beyond the enchanted sphere where she found all her happiness, that, after 6 years of the tenderest intimacy, she still knew her lover only by the name of Roger. A print of the picture of the Psyche lighting her lamp to gaze on love in spite of his prohibition, hung in her room, and constantly reminded her of the conditions of her happiness. Through all these 6 years her humble pleasures had never importuned Roger by a single indiscreet ambition, and his heart was a treasure-house of kindness. Never had she longed for diamonds or fine clothes, and had again and again refused the luxury of a carriage which he had offered her. To look out from her balcony for Roger's cab, to go with him to the play or make excursions with him, on fine days in the environs of Paris, to long for him, to see him, and then to long again, these made up the history of her life, poor in incidents but rich in happiness. As she rocked the infant, now a few months old, on her knee, singing the while, she allowed herself to recall the memories of the past. She lingered more especially on the months of September, when Roger was accustomed to take her to Bellefeuille and spend the delightful days which seemed to combine the charms of every season. Nature is equally prodigal of flowers and fruit, the evenings are mild, the mornings bright, and a blaze of summer often returns after a spell of autumn gloom. During the early days of their love, Caroline had ascribed the even mind and gentle temper, of which Roger gave her so many proofs, to the rarity of their always longed-for meetings. And to their mode of life, which did not compel them to be constantly together, as a husband and wife must be. But now she could remember with rapture that, tortured by foolish fears, she had watched him with trembling during their first stay on this little estate in the Gâtinais. Vain suspiciousness of love. Each of these months of happiness had passed like a dream in the midst of joys which never rang false. She had always seen that kind creature with a tender smile on his lips, a smile that seemed to mirror her own. As she called up these vivid pictures, her eyes filled with tears. She thought she could not love him enough, and was tempted to regard her ambiguous position as a sort of tax levied by fate on her love. Finally, invincible curiosity led her to wonder for the 1000th time what events they could be that led so tender a heart as Roger's to find his pleasure in clandestine and illicit happiness. She invented 1,000 romances on purpose really to avoid recognizing the true reason, which she had long suspected but tried not to believe in. She rose, and carrying the baby in her arms, went into the dining room to superintend the preparations for dinner. It was the 6th of May 1822, the anniversary of the excursion to the Park of St. Loup, which had been the turning point of her life. Each year it had been marked by heartfelt rejoicing. Caroline chose the linen to be used, and arranged the dessert. Having attended with joy to these details, which touched Roger, she placed the infant in her pretty cot and went out onto the balcony, whence she presently saw the carriage which her friend, as he grew to riper years, now used instead of the smart tilbury of his youth. After submitting to the first fire of Caroline's embraces and the kisses of the little rogue who addressed him as Papa, Roger went to the cradle, looked at his little sleeping daughter, kissed her forehead, and then took out of his pocket a document covered with black writing. "Caroline," said he, "here is the marriage portion of Mademoiselle Eugénie de Bellefeuille." The mother gratefully took the paper, a deed of gift of securities in the state funds. "By why," said she, "have you given Eugénie 3,000 francs a year, and Charles no more than 1,500? "Charles, my love, will be a man," replied he. 1,500 francs are enough for him. With so much for certain, a man of courage is above poverty. And if by chance your son should turn out a nonentity, I do not wish him to be able to play the fool. If he is ambitious, this small income will give him a taste for work. Eugénie is a girl. She must have a little fortune." The father then turned to play with his boy, whose effusive affection showed the independence and freedom in which he was brought up. No sort of shyness between the father and child interfered with the charm which rewards a parent for his devotion, and the cheerfulness of the little family was as sweet as it was genuine. In the evening a magic lantern displayed its illusions and mysterious pictures on a white sheet to Charles's great surprise. And more than once the innocent child's heavenly rapture made Caroline and Roger laugh heartily. Later, when the little boy was in bed, the baby woke and craved its limpid nourishment. By the light of a lamp in the chimney corner, Roger enjoyed the scene of peace and comfort, and gave himself up to the happiness of contemplating the sweet picture of the child clinging to Caroline's white bosom as she sat, as fresh as a newly opened lily, while her hair fell in long brown curls that almost hid her neck. The lamplight enhanced the grace of the young mother, shedding over her, her dress, and the infant, the picturesque effects of strong light and shadow. The calm and silent woman's face struck Roger as 1,000 times sweeter than ever, and he gazed tenderly at the rosy, pouting lips from which no harsh word had ever been heard. The very same thought was legible in Caroline's eyes as she gave a sidelong look at Roger, either to enjoy the effect she was producing on him, or to see what the end of the evening was to be. He, understanding the meaning of this cunning glance, said with assumed regret, "I must be going. I have a serious case to be finished, and I am expected at home. Duty before all things, don't you think so, my darling?" Caroline looked him in the face with an expression at once sad and sweet, with the resignation which does not, however, disguise the pangs of a sacrifice. "Goodbye, then," said she. "Go, for if you stay an hour longer I cannot so lightly bear to set you free." "My dearest," said he with a smile, "I have 3 days' holiday, and am supposed to be 20 leagues away from Paris. A few days after this anniversary of the 6th of May, Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille hurried off one morning to the Rue Saint-Louis, in the Marais, only hoping she might not arrive too late at a house where she commonly went once a week. An express messenger had just come to inform her that her mother, Madame Crochard, was sinking under a complication of disorders produced by constant catarrh and rheumatism. While the hackney coach driver was flogging up his horses at Caroline's urgent request, supported by the promise of a handsome present, the timid old women, who had been Madame Crochard's friends during her later years, had brought a priest into the neat and comfortable second-floor rooms occupied by the old widow. Madame Crochard's maid did not know that the pretty lady at whose house her mistress so often dined was her daughter, and she was one of the first to suggest the services of a confessor, in the hope that this priest might be at least as useful to herself as to the sick woman. Between two games of Boston, or out walking in the Jardin Turc, the old beldams with whom the widow gossiped all day had succeeded in rousing in their friend's stony heart some scruples as to her former life, some visions of the future, some fears of hell, and some hopes of forgiveness if she should return in sincerity to a religious life. So on this solemn morning 3 ancient females had settled themselves in the drawing-room where Madame Crochard was at home every Tuesday. Each in turn left her armchair to go to the poor old woman's bedside and sit with her, giving her the false hopes with which people delude the dying. At the same time, when the end was drawing near, when the physician called in the day before would no longer answer for her life, the 3 dames took counsel together as to whether it would not be well to send word to Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille. Françoise having been duly informed, it was decided that a commissionaire should go to the Rue Taitbout to inform the young relation whose influence was so disquieting to the 4 women. Still, they hoped that the Auvergnat would be too late in bringing back the person who so certainly held the first place in the widow Crochard's affections. The widow, evidently in the enjoyment of 1,000 crowns a year, would not have been so fondly cherished by this feminine trio, but that neither of them, nor Françoise herself knew of her having any heir. The wealth enjoyed by Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille, whom Madame Crochard, in obedience to the traditions of the older opera, never allowed herself to speak of by the affectionate name of daughter, almost justified the 4 women in their scheme of dividing among themselves the old woman's pickings. Presently the one of these 3 sibyls who kept guard over the sick woman came shaking her head at the other anxious too, and said, "It is time we should be sending for the Abbé Fontanon. In another 2 hours she will neither have the wit nor the strength to write a line." Thereupon the toothless old cook went off, and returned with a man wearing a black gown. A low forehead showed a small mind in this priest, whose features were mean, his flabby, fat cheeks and double chin betrayed the easygoing egotist. His powdered hair gave him a pleasant look, till he raised his small, brown eyes, prominent under a flat forehead, and not unworthy to glitter under the brows of a Tartar. "Monsieur l'Abbé," said Françoise, "I thank you for all your advice, but believe me, I have taken the greatest care of the dear soul." But the servant, with her dragging step and woebegone look, was silent when she saw that the door of the apartment was open, and that the most insinuating of the 3 dowagers was standing on the landing to be the first to speak with the confessor. When the priest had politely faced the honeyed and bigoted broadside of words fired off from the widow's 3 friends, he went into the sickroom to sit by Madame Crochard. Decency, and some sense of reserve, compelled the 3 women and old Françoise to remain in the sitting-room, and to make such grimaces of grief as are possible in perfection only to such wrinkled faces. "Oh, is it not ill luck?" cried Françoise, heaving a sigh. "This is the 4th mistress I have buried. The first left me 100 francs a year, the second a sum of 50 crowns, and the third 1,000 crowns down. After 30 years' service, that is all I have to call my own." The woman took advantage of her freedom to come and go, to slip into a cupboard, whence she could hear the priest. "I see with pleasure, daughter," said Fontanon, "that you have pious sentiments. You have a sacred relic round your neck." Madame Crochard, with a feeble vagueness which seemed to show that she had not all her wits about her, pulled out the imperial cross of the Legion of Honor. The priest started back at seeing the emperor's head. He went up to the penitent again, and she spoke to him, but in such a low tone that for some minutes Françoise could hear nothing. "Woe upon me," cried the old woman suddenly. "Do not desert me." "What, Monsieur l'Abbé, do you think I shall be called to account for my daughter's soul?" The abbé spoke too low, and the partition was too thick for Françoise to hear the reply. "Alas," sobbed the woman, "the wretch has left me nothing that I can bequeath. When he robbed me of my dear Caroline, he parted us, and only allowed me 3,000 francs a year, of which the capital belongs to my daughter." "Madame has a daughter, and nothing to live on but an annuity," shrieked Françoise, bursting into the drawing-room. The three old crones looked at each other in dismay. One of them, whose nose and chin nearly met with an expression that betrayed a superior type of hypocrisy and cunning, winked her eyes. And as soon as Françoise's back was turned, she gave her friends a nod, as much as to say, "That slut is too knowing by half, her name has figured in 3 wills already." So the 3 old dames sat on. However, the abbé presently came out, and at a word from him the witches scuttered down the stairs at his heels, leaving Françoise alone with her mistress. Madame Crochard, whose sufferings increased in severity, rang, but in vain, for this woman, who only called out, "Coming, coming, in a minute." The doors of cupboards and wardrobes were slamming as though Françoise were hunting high and low for a lost lottery ticket. Just as this crisis was at a climax, Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille came to stand by her mother's bed, lavishing tender words on her. "Oh, my dear mother, how criminal I have been! You are ill, and I did not know it, my heart did not warn me. However, here I am. Caroline. What is it?" "They fetched a priest." "But send for a doctor, bless me!" cried Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille. "Françoise, a doctor? How is it that these ladies never sent for a doctor?" "They sent for a priest," repeated the old woman with a gasp. "She is so ill, and no soothing draught, nothing on her table." The mother made a vague sign, which Caroline's watchful eye understood, for she was silent to let her mother speak. "They brought a priest, to hear my confession, as they said. Beware, Caroline," cried the old woman with an effort, "the priest made me tell him your benefactor's name." "But who can have told you, poor mother?" The old woman died, trying to look knowingly cunning. If Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille had noted her mother's face she might have seen what no one ever will see, death laughing. To enter into the interests that lay beneath this introduction to my tale, we must for a moment forget the actors in it, and look back at certain previous incidents, of which the last was closely concerned with the death of Madame Crochard. The 2 parts will then form a whole, a story which, by a law peculiar to life in Paris, was made up of 2 distinct sets of actions. Towards the close of the month of November 1805, a young barrister, aged about 26, was going down the stairs of the hotel where the High Chancellor of the Empire resided. At about 3 o'clock one morning, having reached the courtyard in full evening dress, under a keen frost, he could not help giving vent to an exclamation of dismay, qualified, however, by the spirit which rarely deserts a Frenchman, at seeing no hackney coach waiting outside the gates, and hearing no noises such as arise from the wooden shoes or harsh voices of the hackney coachmen of Paris. The occasional pawing of the horses of the Chief Justice's carriage, the young man having left him still playing bouillotte with Cambassiers, alone rang out in the paved court, which was scarcely lighted by the carriage lamps. Suddenly the young lawyer felt a friendly hand on his shoulder, and turning round, found himself face to face with the judge, to whom he bowed. As the footman let down the steps of his carriage, the old gentleman, who had served the convention, suspected the junior's dilemma. "All cats are grey in the dark," said he good-humouredly. "The Chief Justice cannot compromise himself by putting a pleader in the right way. Especially," he went on, "when the pleader is the nephew of an old colleague, one of the lights of the Grand Council of State which gave France the Napoleonic Code." At a gesture from the Chief Magistrate of France under the Empire, the foot passenger got into the carriage. "Where do you live?" asked the great man, before the footman who awaited his orders had closed the door. Quai de Augustins, Monseigneur. The horses started, and the young man found himself alone with the minister, to whom he had vainly tried to speak before and after the sumptuous dinner given by Cambaceres. In fact, the great man had evidently avoided him throughout the evening. "Well, Monsieur de Granville, you are on the high road. So long as I sit by your Excellency's side." "Nay, I am not jesting," said the minister. "You were called 2 years since, and your defense in the case of Sceaux and Hautzer had raised you high in your profession. I had supposed that my interest in those unfortunate émigrés had done me no good." "You are still very young," said the great man gravely. "But the High Chancellor," he went on, after a pause, "was greatly pleased with you this evening. Get a judgeship in the lower courts, we want men. The nephew of a man in whom Cambaceres and I take great interest must not remain in the background for lack of encouragement. Your uncle helped us to tide over a very stormy season, and services of that kind are not forgotten." The minister sat silent for a few minutes. "Before long," he went on, "I shall have 3 vacancies open in the lower courts and in the imperial court in Paris. Come to see me, and take the place you prefer. Till then work hard, but do not be seen at my receptions. In the first place, I am overwhelmed with work, and besides that, your rivals may suspect your purpose and do you harm with the patron. Cambaceres and I, by not speaking a word to you this evening, have averted the accusation of favoritism." As the great man ceased speaking, the carriage drew up on the Quai de Augustins. The young lawyer thanked his generous patron for the 2 lifts he had conferred on him, and then knocked at his door pretty loudly, for the bitter wind blew cold about his calves. At last the old lodge-keeper pulled up the latch, and as the young man passed his window, called out in a hoarse voice, "Monsieur Granville, here is a letter for you." The young man took the letter, and in spite of the cold, tried to identify the writing by the gleam of a dull lamp fast dying out. "From my father," he exclaimed, as he took his bedroom candle, which the porter at last had lighted. And he ran up to his room to read the following epistle. "Set off by the next mail. And if you can get here soon enough, your fortune is made. Mademoiselle Angélique Bontemps has lost her sister, she is now an only child, and, as we know, she does not hate you. Madame Bontemps can now leave her about 40,000 francs a year, besides whatever she may give her when she marries. I have prepared the way. Our friends will wonder to see a family of old nobility allying itself to the Bontemps. Old Bontemps was a red republican of the deepest dye, owning large quantities of the nationalized land, that he bought for a mere song. But he held nothing but convent lands, and the monks will not come back. And then, as you have already so far derogated as to become a lawyer, I cannot see why we should shrink from a further concession to the prevalent ideas. The girl will have 300,000 francs, I can give you 100,000, your mother's property must be worth 50,000 crowns, more or less. So if you choose to take a judgeship, my dear son, you are quite in a position to become a senator as much as any other man. My brother-in-law the Councillor of State will not indeed lend you a helping hand. Still, as he is not married, his property will some day be yours, and if you are not senator by your own efforts, you will get it through him. Then you will be perched high enough to look on at events. Farewell. Yours affectionately." So young Granville went to bed full of schemes, each fairer than the last. Under the powerful protection of the High Chancellor, the Chief Justice, and his mother's brother, one of the originators of the Code, he was about to make a start in a coveted position before the highest court of the empire. And he already saw himself a member of the bench whence Napoleon selected the chief functionaries of the realm. He could also promise himself a fortune handsome enough to keep up his rank, for which the slender income of 5,000 francs from an estate left him by his mother would be quite insufficient. To crown his ambitious dreams with a vision of happiness, he called up the guileless face of Mademoiselle Angélique Bontemps, the companion of his childhood. Until he came to boyhood his father and mother had made no objection to his intimacy with their neighbor's pretty little daughter. But when, during his brief holiday visits to Bayeux, his parents, who prided themselves on their good birth, saw what friends the young people were, they forbade his ever thinking of her. Thus for 10 years past Granville had only had occasional glimpses of the girl, whom he still sometimes thought of as his little wife. And in those brief moments when they met free from the active watchfulness of their families, they had scarcely exchanged a few vague civilities at the church door or in the street. Their happiest days had been those when, brought together by one of those country festivities known in Normandy as assembles, they could steal a glance at each other from afar. In the course of the last vacation Granville had twice seen Angelique, and her downcast eyes and drooping attitude had led him to suppose that she was crushed by some unknown tyranny. He was off by 7 next morning to the coach office in the Rue Notre-Dame de Victoires, and was so lucky as to find a vacant seat in the diligence then starting for Cannes. It was not without deep emotion that the young lawyer saw once more the spires of the cathedral at Bayeux. As yet no hope of his life had been cheated, and his heart swelled with the generous feelings that expand in the youthful soul. After the too lengthy feast of welcome prepared by his father, who awaited him with some friends, the impatient youth was conducted to a house, long familiar to him, standing in the Rue Teincher. His heart beat high when his father, still known in the town of Bayeux as the Comte de Granville, knocked loudly at a carriage gate off which the green paint was dropping in scales. It was about 4 in the afternoon. A young maidservant, in a cotton cap, dropped a short curtsy to the 2 gentlemen, and said that the ladies would soon be home from vespers. The Count and his son were shown into a low room used as a drawing-room, but more like a convent parlor. Polished panels of dark walnut made it gloomy enough, and around it some old-fashioned chairs covered with worsted work and stiff armchairs were symmetrically arranged. The stone chimney shelf had no ornament but a discolored mirror, and on each side of it were the twisted branches of a pair of candle brackets, such as were made at the time of the Peace of Utrecht. Against a panel opposite, young Granville saw an enormous crucifix of ebony and ivory surrounded by a wreath of box that had been blessed. Though there were 3 windows to the room, looking out on a country town garden, laid out in formal square beds edged with box, the room was so dark that it was difficult to discern. On the wall opposite the windows, 3 pictures of sacred subjects painted by a skilled hand, and purchased, no doubt, during the Revolution by old Bontemps, who, as governor of the district, had never neglected his opportunities. From the carefully polished floor to the green-checked Holland curtains everything shone with conventual cleanliness. The young man's heart felt an involuntary chill in this silent retreat where Angelique dwelt. The habit of frequenting the glittering Paris drawing-rooms, and the constant whirl of society, had effaced from his memory the dull and peaceful surroundings of a country life. And the contrast was so startling as to give him a sort of internal shiver. To have just left a party at the house of Cambaceres, where life was so large, where minds could expand, where the splendor of the imperial court was so vividly reflected, and to be dropped suddenly into a sphere of squalidly narrow ideas, was it not like a leap from Italy into Greenland? Living here is not life, said he to himself, as he looked round the methodistical room. The old Count, seeing his son's dismay, went up to him, and taking his hand, led him to a window, where there was still a gleam of daylight. And while the maid was lighting the yellow tapers in the candle branches he tried to clear away the clouds that the dreary place had brought to his brow. "Listen, my boy," said he. "Old Bontem's widow is a frenzied bigot. When the devil is old, you know. I see that the place goes against the grain. Well, this is the whole truth. The old woman is priest-ridden, they have persuaded her that it was high time to make sure of heaven, and the better to secure St. Peter and his keys she pays beforehand. She goes to Mass every day, attends every service, takes the communion every Sunday God has made, and amuses herself by restoring chapels. She had given so many ornaments, and albs, and chasubles, she has crowned the canopy with so many feathers, that on the occasion of the last Corpus Christi procession as great a crowd came together as to see a man hanged, just to stare at the priests in their splendid dresses and all the vessels regilt. This house too is a sort of holy land. It was I who hindered her from giving those 3 pictures to the church, a Domenichino, a Correggio, and an Andrea del Sarto, worth a good deal of money. But Angelique? Asked the young man. If you do not marry her, Angelique is done for, said the Count. Our holy apostles counsel her to live a virgin martyr. I have had the utmost difficulty in stirring up her little heart, since she has been the only child, by talking to her of you. But, as you will easily understand, as soon as she is married you will carry her off to Paris. There, festivities, married life, the theatres, and the rush of Parisian society, will soon make her forget confessionals, and fasting, and hair shirts, and masses, which are the exclusive nourishment of such creatures. But the 50,000 francs a year derived from church property? Will not all that return? That is the point, exclaimed the Count, with a cunning glance. In consideration of this marriage, for Madame Bontem's vanity is not a little flattered by the notion of grafting the Bontems on to the genealogical tree of the Granvilles, the aforenamed mother agrees to settle her fortune absolutely on the girl, reserving only a life interest. The priesthood, therefore, are set against the marriage, but I have had the banns published, everything is ready, and in a week you will be out of the clutches of the mother and her abbés. You will have the prettiest girl in Bayeux, a good little soul who will give you no trouble, because she has sound principles. She has been mortified, as they say in their jargon, by fasting and prayer, and, he added in a low voice, by her mother. A modest tap at the door silenced the Count, who expected to see the 2 ladies appear. A little page came in, evidently in a great hurry. But, abashed by the presence of the 2 gentlemen, he beckoned to a housekeeper, who followed him. Dressed in a blue cloth jacket with short tails, and blue and white striped trousers, his hair cut short all round, the boy's expression was that of a chorister. So strongly was it stamped with the compulsory propriety that marks every member of a bigoted household. Mademoiselle Gaëtienne, said he, do you know where the books are for the offices of the Virgin? The ladies of the Congregation of the Sacred Heart are going in procession this evening round the church. Gaëtienne went in search of the books. Will they go on much longer, my little man? Asked the Count. Oh, half an hour at most. Let us go to look on, said the father to his son. There will be some pretty women there, and a visit to the cathedral can do us no harm. The young lawyer followed him with a doubtful expression. What is the matter? Asked the Count. The matter, father, is that I am sure I am right. But you have said nothing. No. But I have been thinking that you have still 10,000 francs a year left of your original fortune. You will leave them to me, as long a time hence as possible, I hope. But if you are ready to give me 100,000 francs to make a foolish match, you will surely allow me to ask you for only 50,000 to save me from such a misfortune, and enjoy as a bachelor a fortune equal to what your Mademoiselle Bontem's would bring me. Are you crazy? No, father. These are the facts. The Chief Justice promised me yesterday that I should have a seat on the bench. 50,000 francs added to what I have, and to the pay of my appointment, will give me an income of 12,000 francs a year. And I then shall most certainly have a chance of marrying a fortune, better than this alliance, which will be poor in happiness if rich in goods. It is very clear, said his father, that you were not brought up under the old regime. Does a man of our rank ever allow his wife to be in his way? But, my dear father, in these days marriage is. Bless me, cried the Count, interrupting his son, then what my old émigré friends tell me is true, I suppose. The revolution has left us habits devoid of pleasure, and has infected all the young men with vulgar principles. You, like my Jacobin brother-in-law, will harangue me, I suppose, on the nation, public morals, and disinterestedness, good heavens. But for the Emperor's sisters, where should we be? The still hale old man, whom the peasants on the estate persisted in calling the Seigneur de Granville, ended his speech as they entered the cathedral porch. In spite of the sanctity of the place, and even as he dipped his fingers in the holy water, he hummed an air from the opera of Rose et Nicolas, and then led the way down the side aisles. stopping by each pillar to survey the rows of heads, all in lines like ranks of soldiers on parade. The special service of the Sacred Heart was about to begin. The ladies affiliated to that congregation were in front near the choir, so the Count and his son made their way to that part of the nave, and stood leaning against one of the columns where there was least light, whence they could command a view of this mass of faces, looking like a meadow full of flowers. Suddenly, close to young Granville, a voice, sweeter than it seemed possible to ascribe to a human being, broke into song, like the first nightingale when winter is past. Though it mingled with the voices of 1,000 other women and the notes of the organ, that voice stirred his nerves as though they vibrated to the too full and too piercing sounds of a harmonium. The Parisian turned round, and, seeing a young figure, though, the head being bent, her face was entirely concealed by a large white bonnet, concluded that the voice was hers. He fancied that he recognized Angelique in spite of a brown merino pelisse that wrapped her, and he nudged his father's elbow. "Yes, there she is," said the Count, after looking where his son pointed, and then, by an expressive glance, he directed his attention to the pale face of an elderly woman who had already detected the strangers, though her false eyes, deep set in dark circles, did not seem to have strayed from the prayer book she held. Angelique raised her face, gazing at the altar as if to inhale the heavy scent of the incense that came wafted in clouds over the two women. And then, in the doubtful light that the tapers shed down the nave, with that of a central lamp and of some lights round the pillars, the young man beheld a face which shook his determination. A white watered silk bonnet closely framed features of perfect regularity, the oval being completed by the satin ribbon tie that fastened it under her dimpled chin. Over her forehead, very sweet though low, hair of a pale gold color parted in two bands and fell over her cheeks, like the shadow of leaves on a flower. The arches of her eyebrows were drawn with the accuracy we admire in the best Chinese paintings. Her nose, almost aquiline in profile, was exceptionally firmly cut, and her lips were like two rose lines lovingly traced with a delicate brush. Her eyes, of a light blue, were expressive of innocence. Though Granville discerned a sort of rigid reserve in this girlish face, he could ascribe it to the devotion in which Angelique was wrapped. The solemn words of prayer, visible in the cold, came from between rows of pearls, like a fragrant mist, as it were. The young man involuntarily bent over her a little to breathe this diviner air. This movement attracted the girl's notice. Her gaze, raised to the altar, was diverted to Granville, whom she could see but dimly in the gloom. But she recognized him as the companion of her youth, and a memory more vivid than prayer brought a supernatural glow to her face. She blushed. The young lawyer was thrilled with joy at seeing the hopes of another life overpowered by those of love, and the glory of the sanctuary eclipsed by earthly reminiscences, but his triumph was brief. Angelique dropped her veil, assumed a calm demeanor, and went on singing without letting her voice betray the least emotion. Granville was a prey to one single wish, and every thought of prudence vanished. By the time the service was ended, his impatience was so great that he could not leave the ladies to go home alone, but came at once to make his bow to his little wife. They bashfully greeted each other in the cathedral porch in the presence of the congregation. Madame Bontemps was tremulous with pride as she took the Comte de Granville's arm, though he, forced to offer it in the presence of all the world, was vexed enough with his son for his ill-advised impatience. For about a fortnight, between the official announcement of the intended marriage of the Vicomte de Granville to Mademoiselle Bontemps and the solemn day of the wedding, he came assiduously to visit his ladylove in the dismal drawing-room, to which he became accustomed. His long calls were devoted to watching Angelique's character, for his prudence, happily, had made itself heard again in the day after their first meeting. He always found her seated at a little table of some West Indian wood, and engaged in marking the linen of her trousseau. Angelique never spoke first on the subject of religion. If the young lawyer amused himself with fingering the handsome rosary that she kept in a little green velvet bag, if he laughed as he looked at a relic such as usually is attached to this means of grace, Angelique would gently take the rosary out of his hands and replace it in the bag without a word, putting it away at once. When, now and then, Granville was so bold as to make mischievous remarks as to certain religious practices, the pretty girl listened to him with the obstinate smile of assurance. "You must either believe nothing, or believe everything the Church teaches," she would say. "Would you wish to have a woman without a religion as the mother of your children? No. What man may dare judge as between disbelievers and God? And how can I then blame what the Church allows?" Angelique appeared to be animated by such fervent charity, the young man saw her look at him with such perfect conviction, that he sometimes felt tempted to embrace her religious views. Her firm belief that she was in the only right road aroused doubts in his mind, which she tried to turn to account. But then Granville committed the fatal blunder of mistaking the enchantment of desire for that of love. Angelique was so happy in reconciling the voice of her heart with that of duty, by giving way to a liking that had grown up with her from childhood, that the deluded man could not discern which of the two spoke the louder. Are not all young men ready to trust the promise of a pretty face and to infer beauty of soul from beauty of feature? An indefinable impulse leads them to believe that moral perfection must coexist with physical perfection. If Angelique had not been at liberty to give vent to her sentiments, they would soon have dried up in her heart like a plant watered with some deadly acid. How should a lover be aware of bigotry so well hidden? This was the course of young Granville's feelings during that fortnight, devoured by him like a book of which the end is absorbing. Angelique, carefully watched by him, seemed the gentlest of creatures, and he even caught himself feeling grateful to Madame Bontemps, who, by implanting so deeply the principles of religion, had in some degree inured her to meet the troubles of life. On the day named for signing the inevitable contract, Madame Bontemps made her son-in-law pledge himself solemnly to respect her daughter's religious practices, to allow her entire liberty of conscience, to permit her to go to communion, to church, to confession as often as she pleased, and never to control her choice of priestly advisers. At this critical moment Angelique looked at her future husband with such pure and innocent eyes, that Granville did not hesitate to give his word. A smile puckered the lips of the Abbé Fontanon, a pale man, who directed the consciences of this household. Mademoiselle Bontemps, by a slight nod, seemed to promise that she would never take an unfair advantage of this freedom. As to the old Count, he gently whistled the tune of an old song, Va-t-en voir sales viennent. Go and see if they are coming on. A few days after the wedding festivities, of which so much is thought in the provinces, Granville and his wife went to Paris, whither the young man was recalled by his appointment as public prosecutor to the Supreme Court of the Seine Circuit. When the young couple set out to find a residence, Angelique used the influence that the honeymoon gives to every wife in persuading her husband to take a large apartment in the ground floor of a house at the corner of the Vieille Rue du Temple and the Rue Neuve Saint-François. Her chief reason for this choice was that the house was close to the Rue d'Orléans, where there was a church, and not far from a small chapel in the Rue Saint-Louis. "A good housewife provides for everything," said her husband, laughing. Angelique pointed out to him that this part of Paris, known as the Marais, was within easy reach of the Palais de Justice, and that the lawyers they knew lived in the neighborhood. A fairly large garden made the apartment particularly advantageous to a young couple. The children, if heaven should send them any, could play in the open air. The courtyard was spacious, and there were good stables. The lawyer wished to live in the Chaussée d'Antin, where everything is fresh and bright, where the fashions may be seen while still new, where a well-dressed crowd throngs the boulevards, and the distance is less to the theaters or places of amusement. But he was obliged to give way to the coaxing ways of a young wife, who asked this as his first favor, so, to please her, he settled in the Marais. Granville's duties required him to work hard, all the more, because they were new to him, so he devoted himself in the first place to furnishing his private study and arranging his books. He was soon established in a room crammed with papers, and left the decoration of the house to his wife. He was all the better pleased to plunge Angelique into the bustle of buying furniture and fittings, the source of so much pleasure and of so many associations to most young women. because he was rather ashamed of depriving her of his company more often than the usages of early married life require. As soon as his work was fairly underway, he gladly allowed his wife to tempt him out of his study to consider the effect of furniture or hangings, which he had before only seen piecemeal or unfinished. If the old adage is true that says a woman may be judged of from her front door, her rooms must express her mind with even greater fidelity. Madame de Granville had perhaps stamped the various things she had ordered with the seal of her own character. The young lawyer was certainly startled by the cold, arid solemnity that reigned in these rooms. He found nothing to charm his taste, everything was discordant, nothing gratified the eye. The rigid mannerism that prevailed in the sitting-room at Bayeux had invaded his home. The broad panels were hollowed in circles, and decorated with those arabesques of which the long, monotonous moldings are in such bad taste. Anxious to find excuses for his wife, the young husband began again, looking first at the long and lofty anteroom through which the apartment was entered. The color of the panels, as ordered by his wife, was too heavy, and the very dark green velvet used to cover the benches added to the gloom of this entrance, not, to be sure, an important room, but giving a first impression, just as we measure a man's intelligence by his first address. An anteroom is a kind of preface which announces what is to follow, but promises nothing. The young husband wondered whether his wife could really have chosen the lamp of an antique pattern, which hung in the center of this bare hall, the pavement of black and white marble, and the paper in imitation of blocks of stone, with green moss on them in places. A handsome, but not new, barometer hung on the middle of one of the walls, as if to accentuate the void. At the sight of it all, he looked round at his wife. He saw her so much pleased by the red braid binding to the cotton curtains, so satisfied with the barometer and the strictly decent statue that ornamented a large Gothic stove, that he had not the barbarous courage to overthrow such deep convictions. Instead of blaming his wife, Granville blamed himself, accusing himself of having failed in his duty of guiding the first steps in Paris of a girl brought up at Bayeux. From this specimen, what might not be expected of the other rooms? What was to be looked for from a woman who took fright at the bare legs of a caryatid, and who would not look at a chandelier or a candlestick if she saw on it the nude outlines of an Egyptian bust? At this date the school of David was at the height of its glory. All the art of France bore the stamp of his correct design and his love of antique types, which indeed gave his pictures the character of colored sculpture. But none of these devices of imperial luxury found civic rights under Madame de Granville's roof. The spacious, square drawing-room remained as it had been left from the time of Louis XV, in white and tarnished gold, lavishly adorned by the architect with checkered latticework and the hideous garlands due to the uninventive designers of the time. Still, if harmony at least had prevailed, if the furniture of modern mahogany had but assumed the twisted forms of which Boucher's corrupt taste first set the fashion, Angelique's room would only have suggested the fantastic contrast of a young couple in the 19th century living as though they were in the 18th. But a number of details were in ridiculous discord. The consoles, the clocks, the candelabra, were decorated with the military trophies which the wars of the empire commended to the affections of the Parisians. And the Greek helmets, the Roman crossed daggers, and the shields so dear to military enthusiasm that they were introduced on furniture of the most peaceful uses, had no fitness side by side with the delicate and profuse arabesques that delighted Madame de Pompadour. Bigotry tends to an indescribably tiresome kind of humility which does not exclude pride. Whether from modesty or by choice, Madame de Granville seemed to have a horror of light and cheerful colors. Perhaps, too, she imagined that brown and purple beseemed the dignity of a magistrate. How could a girl accustomed to an austere life have admitted the luxurious divans that may suggest evil thoughts, the elegant and tempting boudoirs where naughtiness may be imagined? The poor husband was in despair. From the tone in which he approved, only seconding the praises she bestowed on herself, Angelique understood that nothing really pleased him. And she expressed so much regret at her want of success, that Granville, who was very much in love regarded her disappointment as a proof of her affection instead of resentment for an offense to her self-conceit. After all, could he expect a girl just snatched from the humdrum of country notions, with no experience of the niceties and grace of Paris life, to know or do any better? Rather would he believe that his wife's choice had been overruled by the tradesman than allow himself to own the truth. If he had been less in love, he would have understood that the dealers, always quick to discern their customers' ideas, had blessed heaven for sending them a tasteless little bigot, who would take their old-fashioned goods off their hands. So he comforted the pretty provincial. Happiness, dear Angelique, does not depend on a more or less elegant piece of furniture, it depends on the wife's sweetness, gentleness, and love. Why, it is my duty to love you, said Angelique mildly, and I can have no more delightful duty to carry out. Nature has implanted in the heart of woman so great a desire to please, so deep a craving for love, that, even in a youthful bigot, the ideas of salvation and a future existence must give way to the happiness of early married life. And, in fact, from the month of April, when they were married, till the beginning of winter, the husband and wife lived in perfect union. Love and hard work have the grace of making a man tolerably indifferent to external matters. Being obliged to spend half the day in court fighting for the gravest interests of men's lives or fortunes, Granville was less alive than another might have been to certain facts in his household. If, on a Friday, he found none but Lenten fare, and by chance asked for a dish of meat without getting it, his wife, forbidden by the gospel to tell a lie, could still, by such subterfuges as are permissible in the interests of religion, cloak what was premeditated purpose under some pretext of her own carelessness or the scarcity in the market. She would often exculpate herself at the expense of the cook, and even go so far as to scold him. At that time young lawyers did not, as they do now, keep the fasts of the church, the 4 rogation seasons, and the vigils of festivals. So Granville was not at first aware of the regular recurrence of these Lenten meals, which his wife took care should be made dainty by the addition of teal, moorhen, and fish pies, that their amphibious meat or high seasoning might cheat his palate. Thus the young man unconsciously lived in strict orthodoxy, and worked out his salvation without knowing it. On weekdays he did not know whether his wife went to Mass or no. On Sundays, with very natural amiability, he accompanied her to church to make up to her, as it were, for sometimes giving up vespers in favor of his company. He could not at first fully enter into the strictness of his wife's religious views. The theatres being impossible in summer by reason of the heat, Granville had not even the opportunity of the great success of a piece to give rise to the serious question of play-going. And, in short, at the early stage of a union to which a man has been led by a young girl's beauty, he can hardly be exacting as to his amusements. Youth is greedy rather than dainty, and possession has a charm in itself. How should he be keen to note coldness, dignity, and reserve in the woman to whom he ascribes the excitement he himself feels, and lends the glow of the fire that burns within him? He must have attained a certain conjugal calm before he discovers that a bigot sits waiting for love with her arms folded. Granville, therefore, believed himself happy till a fatal event brought its influence to bear on his married life. In the month of November 1808 the canon of Bayeux Cathedral, who had been the keeper of Madame Bontem's conscience and her daughters, came to Paris. Spurred by the ambition to be at the head of a church in the capital, a position which he regarded perhaps as the stepping-stone to a bishopric. On resuming his former control of this wandering lamb, he was horrified to find her already so much deteriorated by the air of Paris, and strove to reclaim her to his chilly fold. Frightened by the exhortations of this priest, a man of about 38, who brought with him, into the circle of the enlightened and tolerant Paris clergy, the bitter provincial Catholicism and the inflexible bigotry which fed her timid souls with endless exactions, Madame de Granville did penance and returned from her Jansenist errors. It would be tiresome to describe minutely all the circumstances which insensibly brought disaster on this household. It will be enough to relate the simple facts without giving them in strict order of time. The first misunderstanding between the young couple was, however, a serious one. When Granville took his wife into society, she never declined solemn functions, such as dinners, concerts, or parties given by the judges superior to her husband in the legal profession. But for a long time she constantly excused herself on the plea of a sick headache when they were invited to a ball. One day Granville, out of patience with these assumed indispositions, destroyed a note of invitation to a ball at the house of a councillor of state, and gave his wife only a verbal invitation. Then, on the evening, her health being quite above suspicion, he took her to a magnificent entertainment. "My dear," said he, on their return home, seeing her wear an offensive air of depression, "your position as a wife, the rank you hold in society, and the fortune you enjoy, impose on you certain duties of which no divine law can relieve you. Are you not your husband's pride? You are required to go to balls when I go, and to appear in a becoming manner. And what is there, my dear, so disastrous in my dress? It is your manner, my dear. When a young man comes up to speak to you, you look so serious that a spiteful person might believe you doubtful of your own virtue. You seem to fear lest a smile should undo you. You really look as if you were asking forgiveness of God for the sins that may be committed around you. The world, my dearest, is not a convent. But, as you mentioned your dress, I may confess to you that it is no less a duty to conform to the customs and fashions of society. Do you wish that I should display my shape like those indecent women who wear gowns so low that impudent eyes can stare at their bare shoulders and There is a difference, my dear," said her husband, interrupting her, "between uncovering your whole bust and giving some grace to your dress. You wear 3 rows of net frills that cover your throat up to your chin. You look as if you had desired your dressmaker to destroy the graceful line of your shoulders and bosom with as much care as a coquette would devote to obtaining from hers a bodice that might emphasize her covered form. Your bust is wrapped in so many folds that everyone was laughing at your affectation of prudery. You would be really grieved if I were to repeat the ill-natured remarks made on your appearance. Those who admire such obscenity will not have to bear the burden if we sin," said the lady tartly. "And you did not dance?" asked Granville. "I shall never dance," she replied. "If I tell you that you ought to dance," said her husband sharply. "Yes, you ought to follow the fashions, to wear flowers in your hair, and diamonds. Remember, my dear, that rich people, and we are rich, are obliged to keep up luxury in the state. Is it not far better to encourage manufacturers than to distribute money in the form of alms through the medium of the clergy?" "You talk as a statesman," said Angelique. "And you as a priest," he retorted. The discussion was bitter. Madame de Granville's answers, though spoken very sweetly and in a voice as clear as a church bell, showed an obstinacy that betrayed priestly influence. When she appealed to the rights secured to her by Granville's promise, she added that her director specially forbade her going to balls. Then her husband pointed out to her that the priest was overstepping the regulations of the church. This odious theological dispute was renewed with great violence and acerbity on both sides when Granville proposed to take his wife to the play. Finally, the lawyer, whose sole aim was to defeat the pernicious influence exerted over his wife by her old confessor, placed the question on such a footing that Madame de Granville, in a spirit of defiance, referred it by writing to the court of Rome, asking in so many words whether a woman could wear low gowns and go to the play and to balls without compromising her salvation. The reply of the venerable Pope Pius VII came at once, strongly condemning the wife's recalcitrancy and blaming the priest. This letter, a chapter on conjugal duties, might have been dictated by the spirit of Fenelon, whose grace and tenderness pervaded every line. A wife is right to go wherever her husband may take her. Even if she sins by his command, she will not be ultimately held answerable. These 2 sentences of the Pope's homily only made Madame de Granville and her director accuse him of irreligion. But before this letter had arrived, Granville had discovered the strict observance of fast days that his wife forced upon him, and gave his servants orders to serve him with meat every day in the year. However much annoyed his wife might be by these commands, Granville, who cared not a straw for such indulgence or abstinence, persisted with manly determination. Is it not an offense to the weakest creature that can think at all to be compelled to do, by the will of another, anything that he would otherwise have done simply of his own accord? Of all forms of tyranny, the most odious is that which constantly robs the soul of the merit of its thoughts and deeds. It has to abdicate without having reigned. The word we are readiest to speak, the feelings we most love to express, die when we are commanded to utter them. Ere long the young man ceased to invite his friends, to give parties or dinners. The house might have been shrouded in crape. A house where the mistress is a bigot has an atmosphere of its own. The servants, who are, of course, under her immediate control, are chosen among a class who call themselves pious, and who have an unmistakable physiognomy. Just as the jolliest fellow alive, when he joins the gendarmerie, has the countenance of a gendarme, so those who give themselves over to the practices of devotion acquire a uniform expression. The habit of lowering their eyes and preserving a sanctimonious mien clothes them in a livery of hypocrisy which rogues can affect to perfection. And besides, bigots constitute a sort of republic. They all know each other. The servants they recommend and hand on from one to another are a race apart, and preserved by them, as horse breeders will admit no animal into their stables that has not a pedigree. The more the impious, as they are thought, come to understand a household of bigots, the more they perceive that everything is stamped with an indescribable squalor. They find there, at the same time, an appearance of avarice and mystery, as in a miser's home, and the dank scent of cold incense which gives a chill to the stale atmosphere of a chapel. This methodical meanness, this narrowness of thought, which is visible in every detail, can only be expressed by one word: bigotry. In these sinister and pitiless houses bigotry is written on the furniture, the prints, the pictures, speech is bigoted, the silence is bigoted, the faces are those of bigots. The transformation of men and things into bigotry is an inexplicable mystery, but the fact is evident. Everybody can see that bigots do not walk, do not sit, do not speak, as men of the world walk, sit, and speak. Under their roof everyone is ill at ease, no one laughs, stiffness and formality infect everything, from the mistress cap down to her pincushion. Eyes are not honest, the folks are more like shadows, and the lady of the house seems perched on a throne of ice. One morning poor Granville discerned with grief and pain that all the symptoms of bigotry had invaded his home. There are in the world different spheres in which the same effects are seen though produced by dissimilar causes. Dullness hedges such miserable homes round with walls of brass, enclosing the horrors of the desert and the infinite void. The home is not so much a tomb as that far worse thing, a convent. In the center of this icy sphere the lawyer could study his wife dispassionately. He observed, not without keen regret, the narrow-mindedness that stood confessed in the very way that her hair grew, low on the forehead, which was slightly depressed. He discovered in the perfect regularity of her features a certain set rigidity which before long made him hate the assumed sweetness that had bewitched him. Intuition told him that one day of disaster those thin lips might say, "My dear, it is for your good." Madame de Granville's complexion was acquiring a dull pallor and an austere expression that were a killjoy to all who came near her. Was this change wrought by the ascetic habits of a Pharisaism which is not piety any more than avarice is economy? It would be hard to say. Beauty without expression is perhaps an imposture. This imperturbable set smile that the young wife always wore when she looked at Granville seemed to be a sort of Jesuitical formula of happiness, by which she thought to satisfy all the requirements of married life. Her charity was an offense, her soulless beauty was monstrous to those who knew her, the mildness of her speech was an irritation, she acted, not on feeling, but on duty. There are faults which may yield in a wife to the stern lessons of experience, or to a husband's warnings, but nothing can counteract false ideas of religion. An eternity of happiness to be won, set in the scale against worldly enjoyment, triumphs over everything and makes every pang endurable. Is it not the apotheosis of egotism, of self beyond the grave? Thus even the Pope was censured at the tribunal of the priest and the young devotee. To be always in the right is a feeling which absorbs every other in these tyrannous souls. For some time past a secret struggle had been going on between the ideas of the husband and wife, and the young man was soon weary of a battle to which there could be no end. What man, what temper, can endure the sight of a hypocritically affectionate face and categorical resistance to his slightest wishes? What is to be done with a wife who takes advantage of his passion to protect her coldness, who seems determined on being blandly inexorable, prepares herself ecstatically to play the martyr, and looks on her husband as a scourge from God, a means of flagellation that may spare her the fires of purgatory? What picture can give an idea of these women who make virtue hateful by defying the gentle precepts of that faith which St. John epitomized in the words, "Love one another"? If there was a bonnet to be found in a milliner's shop that was condemned to remain in the window, or to be packed off to the colonies, Granville was certain to see it on his wife's head. If a material of bad color or hideous design were to be found, she would select it. These hapless bigots are heartbreaking in their notions of dress. Want of taste is a defect inseparable from false pietism. And so, in the home life that needs the fullest sympathy, Granville had no true companionship. He went out alone to parties and the theaters. Nothing in his house appealed to him. A huge crucifix that hung between his bed and Angelique's seemed figurative of his destiny. Does it not represent a murdered divinity, a man-god, done to death in all the prime of life and beauty? The ivory of that cross was less cold than Angelique crucifying her husband under the plea of virtue. This it was that lay at the root of their woes. The young wife saw nothing but duty where she should have given love. Here, one Ash Wednesday, rose the pale and spectral form of fasting in Lent, of total abstinence. Commanded in a severe tone, and Granville did not deem it advisable to write in his turn to the Pope and take the opinion of the consistory on the proper way of observing Lent, the Ember Days, and the eve of great festivals. His misfortune was too great. He could not even complain, for what could he say? He had a pretty young wife attached to her duties, virtuous, nay, a model of all the virtues. She had a child every year, nursed them herself, and brought them up in the highest principles. Being charitable, Angelique was promoted to rank as an angel. The old women who constituted the circle in which she moved, for at that time it was not yet the thing for young women to be religious as a matter of fashion, all admired Madame de Granville's piety, and regarded her, not indeed as a virgin, but as a martyr. They blamed not the wife's scruples, but the barbarous philoprogenitiveness of the husband. Granville, by insensible degrees, overdone with work, bereft of conjugal consolations, and weary of a world in which he wandered alone, by the time he was 32 had sunk into the slough of despond. He hated life. Having too lofty a notion of the responsibilities imposed on him by his position to set the example of a dissipated life, he tried to deaden feeling by hard study, and began a great book on law. But he was not allowed to enjoy the monastic peace he had hoped for. When the celestial Angelique saw him desert worldly society to work at home with such regularity, she tried to convert him. It had been a real sorrow to her to know that her husband's opinions were not strictly Christian. And she sometimes wept as she reflected that if her husband should die it would be in a state of final impenitence, so that she could not hope to snatch him from the eternal fires of hell. Thus Granville was a mark for the mean ideas, the vacuous arguments, the narrow views by which his wife, fancying she had achieved the first victory, tried to gain a second by bringing him back within the pale of the church. This was the last straw. What can be more intolerable than the blind struggle in which the obstinacy of a bigot tries to meet the acumen of a lawyer? What more terrible to endure than the acrimonious pinpricks to which a passionate soul prefers a dagger thrust? Granville neglected his home. Everything there was unendurable. His children, broken by their mother's frigid despotism, dared not go with him to the play. Indeed, Granville could never give them any pleasure without bringing down punishment from their terrible mother. His loving nature was weaned to indifference, to a selfishness worse than death. His boys, indeed, he saved from this hell by sending them to school at an early age, and insisting on his right to train them. He rarely interfered between his wife and her daughters. But he was resolved that they should marry as soon as they were old enough. Even if he had wished to take violent measures, he could have found no justification. His wife, backed by a formidable army of dowagers, would have had him condemned by the whole world. Thus Granville had no choice but to live in complete isolation. But, crushed under the tyranny of misery, he could not himself bear to see how altered he was by grief and toil. And he dreaded any connection or intimacy with women of the world, having no hope of finding any consolation. The improving history of this melancholy household gave rise to no events worthy of record during the 15 years between 1806 and 1825. Madame de Granville was exactly the same after losing her husband's affection as she had been during the time when she called herself happy. She paid for masses, beseeching God and the saints to enlighten her as to what the faults were which displeased her husband, and to show her the way to restore the erring sheep. But the more fervent her prayers, the less was Granville to be seen at home. For about 5 years now, having achieved a high position as a judge, Granville had occupied the entresol of the house to avoid living with the Comtesse de Granville. Every morning a little scene took place, which, if evil tongues are to be believed, is repeated in many households as the result of incompatibility of temper, of moral or physical malady, or of antagonisms leading to such disaster as is recorded in this history. At about 8 in the morning a housekeeper, bearing no small resemblance to a nun, rang at the Comte de Granville's door. Admitted to the room next to the judge's study, she always repeated the same message to the footman. And always in the same tone. Madame would be glad to know whether Monsieur le Comte has had a good night, and if she is to have the pleasure of his company at breakfast. Monsieur presents his compliments to Madame la Comtesse, the valet would say, after speaking with his master, and begs her to hold him excused. Important business compels him to be in court this morning. A minute later the woman reappeared and asked on Madame's behalf whether she would have the pleasure of seeing Monsieur le Comte before he went out. "He is gone," was always the reply, though often his carriage was still waiting. This little dialogue by proxy became a daily ceremonial. Granville's servant, a favorite with his master, and the cause of more than one quarrel over his irreligious and dissipated conduct, would even go into his master's room, as a matter of form. When the Count was not there, and come back with the same formula in reply. The aggrieved wife was always on the watch for her husband's return, and standing on the steps so as to meet him like an embodiment of remorse. The petty aggressiveness which lies at the root of the monastic temper was the foundation of Madame de Granville's. She was now 35, and looked 40. When the Count was compelled by decency to speak to his wife or to dine at home, she was only too well pleased to inflict her company upon him. With her acid-sweet remarks and the intolerable dullness of her narrow-minded circle, and she tried to put him in the wrong before the servants and her charitable friends. When, at this time, the post of president in a provincial court was offered to the Comte de Granville, who was in high favor, he begged to be allowed to remain in Paris. This refusal, of which the keeper of the seals alone knew the reasons, gave rise to extraordinary conjectures on the part of the Countess' intimate friends and of her director. Granville, a rich man with 100,000 francs a year, belonged to one of the first families of Normandy. His appointment to be presiding judge would have been the stepping stone to a peer's seat. Whence this strange lack of ambition? Why had he given up his great book on law? What was the meaning of the dissipation which for nearly 6 years had made him a stranger to his home, his family, his study, to all he ought to hold dear? The Countess Confessor, who based his hopes of a bishopric quite as much on the families he governed as on the services he rendered to an association of which he was an ardent propagator, was much disappointed by Granville's refusal, and tried to insinuate calumnious explanations, if Monsieur le Comte had such an objection to provincial life. It was perhaps because he dreaded finding himself under the necessity of leading a regular life, compelled to set an example of moral conduct, and to live with the Countess, from whom nothing could have alienated him but some illicit connection. For how could a woman so pure as Madame de Granville ever tolerate the disorderly life into which her husband had drifted? The sanctimonious woman accepted as facts these hints, which unluckily were not merely hypothetical, and Madame de Granville was stricken as by a thunderbolt. Angelique, knowing nothing of the world, of love and its follies, was so far from conceiving of any conditions of married life unlike those that had alienated her husband as possible, that she believed him to be incapable of the errors which are crimes in the eyes of any wife. When the Count ceased to demand anything of her, she imagined that the tranquility he now seemed to enjoy was in the course of nature. And, as she had really given to him all the love which her heart was capable of feeling for a man, while the priest's conjectures were the utter destruction of the illusions she had hitherto cherished, she defended her husband. At the same time, she could not eradicate the suspicion that had been so ingeniously sown in her soul. These alarms wrought such havoc in her feeble brain that they made her ill. She was worn by low fever. These incidents took place during Lent 1822, she would not pretermit her austerities, and fell into a decline that put her life in danger. Granville's indifference was added torture, his care and attention were such as a nephew feels himself bound to give to some old uncle. Though the Countess had given up her persistent nagging and remonstrances, and tried to receive her husband with affectionate words, the sharpness of the bigot showed through. And one speech would often undo the work of a week. Towards the end of May, the warm breath of spring, and more nourishing diet than her Lenten fare, restored Madame de Granville to a little strength. One morning, on coming home from Mass, she sat down on a stone bench in the little garden, where the sun's kisses reminded her of the early days of her married life. And she looked back across the years to see wherein she might have failed in her duty as a wife and mother. She was broken in upon by the Abbé Fontanon in an almost indescribable state of excitement. "Has any misfortune befallen you, father?" she asked with filial solicitude. "Ah! I only wish," cried the Normandy priest, "that all the woes inflicted on you by the hand of God were dealt out to me, but, my admirable friend, there are trials to which you can but bow. Can any worse punishments await me than those with which Providence crushes me by making my husband the instrument of his wrath? You must prepare yourself, daughter, to yet worse mischief than we and your pious friends had ever conceived of." "Then I may thank God," said the Countess, "for vouchsafing to use you as the messenger of his will, and thus, as ever, setting the treasures of mercy by the side of the scourges of his wrath. Just as in bygone days he showed a spring to Hagar when he had driven her into the desert. He measures your sufferings by the strength of your resignation and the weight of your sins. Speak, I am ready to hear." As she said it she cast her eyes up to heaven. "Speak, Monsieur Fontanon. For 7 years Monsieur Granville has lived in sin with a concubine, by whom he has 2 children. And on this adulterous connection he has spent more than 500,000 francs, which ought to have been the property of his legitimate family." "I must see it to believe it," cried the Countess. "Far be it from you," exclaimed the Abbé. "You must forgive, my daughter, and wait in patience and prayer till God enlightens your husband. Unless, indeed, you choose to adopt against him the means offered you by human laws." The long conversation that ensued between the priest and his penitent resulted in an extraordinary change in the Countess. She abruptly dismissed him, called her servants who were alarmed at her flushed face and crazy energy. She ordered her carriage, countermanded it, changed her mind 20 times in the hour. But at last, at about 3 o'clock, as if she had come to some great determination, she went out, leaving the whole household in amazement at such a sudden transformation. "Is the Count coming home to dinner?" she asked of his servant, to whom she would never speak. "No, madam." "Did you go with him to the courts this morning?" "Yes, madam." "And today is Monday?" "Yes, madam." "Then do the courts sit on Mondays nowadays?" "Devil take you," cried the man, as his mistress drove off after saying to the coachman, "Rue Taitbout." Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille was weeping. Roger, sitting by her side, held one of her hands between his own. He was silent, looking by turns at little Charles, who, not understanding his mother's grief, stood speechless at the sight of her tears, at the cot where Eugenie lay sleeping, and Caroline's face. On which grief had the effect of rain falling across the beams of cheerful sunshine. "Yes, my darling," said Roger, after a long silence, "that is the great secret, I am married. But some day I hope we may form but one family. My wife has been given over ever since last March. I do not wish her dead, still, if it should please God to take her to himself, I believe she will be happier in paradise than in a world to whose griefs and pleasures she is equally indifferent. How I hate that woman! How could she bear to make you unhappy? And yet it is to that unhappiness that I owe my happiness." Her tears suddenly ceased. "Caroline, let us hope," cried Roger. "Do not be frightened by anything that priest may have said to you. Though my wife's confessor is a man to be feared for his power in the congregation, if he should try to blight our happiness I would find means." "What could you do?" "We would go to Italy, I would fly." A shriek that rang out from the adjoining room made Roger start and Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille quake. But she rushed into the drawing-room, and there found Madame de Granville in a dead faint. When the Countess recovered her senses, she sighed deeply on finding herself supported by the Count and her rival, whom she instinctively pushed away with a gesture of contempt. Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille rose to withdraw. "You are at home, madame," said Granville, taking Caroline by the arm. "Stay." The judge took up his wife in his arms, carried her to the carriage, and got into it with her. "Who is it that has brought you to the point of wishing me dead, of resolving to fly?" asked the Countess, looking at her husband with grief mingled with indignation. "Was I not young? You thought me pretty, what fault have you to find with me? Have I been false to you? Have I not been a virtuous and well-conducted wife? My heart has cherished no image but yours, my ears have listened to no other voice. What duty have I failed in? What have I ever denied you?" "Happiness, madam," said the Count severely. "You know, madam, that there are two ways of serving God. Some Christians imagine that by going to church at fixed hours to say a paternoster, by attending Mass regularly and avoiding sin, they may win heaven, but they, madam, will go to hell. They have not loved God for himself, they have not worshipped him as he chooses to be worshipped, they have made no sacrifice. Though mild in seeming, they are hard on their neighbors. They see the law, the letter, not the spirit. This is how you have treated me, your earthly husband, you have sacrificed my happiness to your salvation. You were always absorbed in prayer when I came to you in gladness of heart, you wept when you should have cheered my toil, you have never tried to satisfy any demands I have made on you. And if they were wicked," cried the Countess hotly, "was I to lose my soul to please you? It is a sacrifice which another, a more loving woman, has dared to make," said Granville coldly. "Dear God," she cried, bursting into tears, "thou hearest. Has he been worthy of the prayers and penance I have lived in, wearing myself out to atone for his sins and my own? Of what avail is virtue? To win heaven, my dear. A woman cannot be at the same time the wife of a man and the spouse of Christ. That would be bigamy. She must choose between a husband and a nunnery. For the sake of future advantage you have stripped your soul of all the love, all the devotion, which God commands that you should have for me. You have cherished no feeling but hatred. Have I not loved you?" She put in. "No, madam." "Then what is love?" the Countess involuntarily inquired. "Love, my dear," replied Granville, with a sort of ironical surprise, "you are incapable of understanding it. The cold sky of Normandy is not that of Spain. This difference of climate is no doubt the secret of our disaster. To yield to our caprices, to guess them, to find pleasure in pain, to sacrifice the world's opinion, your pride, your religion even. And still regard these offerings as mere grains of incense burnt in honor of the idol, that is love. The love of ballet girls," cried the Countess in horror. "Such flames cannot last, and must soon leave nothing but ashes and cinders, regret or despair. A wife ought, in my opinion, to bring you true friendship, equable warmth. You speak of warmth as Negroes speak of ice, retorted the Count, with a sardonic smile. Consider that the humblest daisy has more charms than the proudest and most gorgeous of the red hawthorns that attract us in spring by their strong scent and brilliant color. At the same time, he went on, I will do you justice. You have kept so precisely in the straight path of imaginary duty prescribed by law, that only to make you understand wherein you have failed towards me, I should be obliged to enter into details which would offend your dignity, and instruct you in matters which would seem to you to undermine all morality. And you dare to speak of morality when you have but just left the house where you have dissipated your children's fortune in debaucheries, cried the Countess, maddened by her husband's reticence. There, madam, I must correct you, said the Count, coolly interrupting his wife. Though Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille is rich, it is at nobody's expense. My uncle was master of his fortune, and had several heirs. In his lifetime, and out of pure friendship, regarding her as his niece, he gave her the little estate of Bellefeuille. As for anything else, I owe it to his liberality. Such conduct is only worthy of a Jacobin, said the sanctimonious Angelique. Madam, you are forgetting that your own father was one of the Jacobins whom you scorned so uncharitably, said the Count severely. Citizen Bontemps was signing death warrants at a time when my uncle was doing France good service. Madame de Granville was silenced. But after a short pause, the remembrance of what she had just seen reawakened in her soul the jealousy which nothing can kill in a woman's heart, and she murmured, as if to herself, how can a woman thus destroy her own soul and that of others? Bless me, madam, replied the Count, tired of this dialogue, you yourself may some day have to answer that question. The Countess was scared. You perhaps will be held excused by the merciful judge, who will weigh our sins, he went on, in consideration of the conviction with which you have worked out my misery. I do not hate you, I hate those who have perverted your heart and your reason. You have prayed for me, just as Mademoiselle de Bellefeuille has given me her heart and crowned my life with love. You should have been my mistress and the prayerful saint by turns, do me the justice to confess that I am no reprobate, no debauchee. My life was cleanly. Alas! After 7 years of wretchedness, the craving for happiness led me by an imperceptible descent to love another woman and make a second home. And do not imagine that I am singular. There are in this city thousands of husbands, all led by various causes to live this twofold life. Great God, cried the Countess. How heavy is the cross thou hast laid on me to bear. If the husband thou hast given me here below in thy wrath can only be made happy through my death, take me to thyself. If you had always breathed such admirable sentiments and such devotion, we should be happy yet, said the Count coldly. Indeed, cried Angelique, melting into a flood of tears, forgive me if I have done any wrong. Yes, monsieur, I am ready to obey you in all things, feeling sure that you will desire nothing but what is just and natural. Henceforth I will be all you can wish your wife to be. If your purpose, madam, is to compel me to say that I no longer love you, I shall find the cruel courage to tell you so. Can I command my heart? Can I wipe out in an instant the traces of 15 years of suffering? I have ceased to love. These words contain a mystery as deep as lies the words I love. Esteem, respect, friendship may be won, lost, regained, but as to love, I might school myself for 1,000 years, and it would not blossom again, especially for a woman too old to respond to it. I hope, Monsieur le Comte, I sincerely hope, that such words may not be spoken to you some day by the woman you love. And in such a tone and accent. Will you put on a dress à la grecque this evening, and come to the opera? The shudder with which the Countess received the suggestion was a mute reply. Early in December 1833, a man, whose perfectly white hair and worn features seemed to show that he was aged by grief rather than by years, was walking at midnight along the Rue Gaillon. Having reached a house of modest appearance, and only 2 stories high, he paused to look up at one of the attic windows that pierced the roof at regular intervals. A dim light scarcely showed through the humble panes, some of which had been repaired with paper. The man below was watching the wavering glimmer with the vague curiosity of a Paris idler, when a young man came out of the house. As the light of the street lamp fell full on the face of the first comer, it will not seem surprising that, in spite of the darkness, this young man went towards the passer-by. Though with the hesitancy that is usual when we have any fear of making a mistake in recognizing an acquaintance. "What, is it you?" cried he, "Monsieur le Président? Alone at this hour, and so far from the Rue Saint-Lazare. Allow me to have the honor of giving you my arm. The pavement is so greasy this morning, that if we do not hold each other up," he added, to soothe the elder man's susceptibilities, "we shall find it hard to escape a tumble." "But, my dear sir, I am no more than 55, unfortunately for me," replied the Comte de Granville. "A physician of your celebrity must know that at that age a man is still hale and strong." "Then you are in waiting on a lady, I suppose," replied Horace Bianchon. "You are not, I imagine, in the habit of going about Paris on foot. When a man keeps such fine horses. Still, when I am not visiting in the evening, I commonly return from the courts or the club on foot," replied the Count. "And with large sums of money about you, perhaps," cried the doctor. "It is a positive invitation to the assassin's knife." "I am not afraid of that," said Granville, with melancholy indifference. "But, at least, do not stand about," said the doctor, leading the Count towards the boulevard. "A little more and I shall believe that you are bent of robbing me of your last illness, and dying by some other hand than mine." "You caught me playing the spy," said the Count. "Whether on foot or in a carriage, and at whatever hour of the night I may come by. I have for some time past observed at a window on the third floor of your house the shadow of a person who seems to work with heroic constancy." The Count paused as if he felt some sudden pain. "And I take as great an interest in that garret," he went on, "as a citizen of Paris must feel in the finishing of the Palais Royal." "Well," said Horace Bianchon eagerly, "I can tell you." "Tell me nothing," replied Granville, cutting the doctor short. "I would not give a centime to know whether the shadow that moves across that shabby blind is that of a man or a woman, nor whether the inhabitant of that attic is happy or miserable. Though I was surprised to see no one at work there this evening, and though I stopped to look, it was solely for the pleasure of indulging in conjectures as numerous and as idiotic as those of idlers who see a building left half finished. For 9 years, my young," the Count hesitated to use a word, then he waved his hand, exclaiming, "No, I will not say friend, I hate everything that savors of sentiment. Well, for 9 years past I have ceased to wonder that old men amuse themselves with growing flowers and planting trees. The events of life have taught them disbelief in all human affection. And I grew old within a few days. I will no longer attach myself to any creature but to unreasoning animals, or plants, or superficial things. I think more of Taglioni's grace than of all human feeling. I abhor life and the world in which I live alone. Nothing, he went on, in a tone that startled the younger man, "no, nothing can move or interest me." "But you have children?" "My children," he repeated bitterly. "Yes, well, is not my eldest daughter the Comtesse de Vandenesse? The other will, through her sister's connections, make some good match. As to my sons, have they not succeeded? The Viscount was public prosecutor at Limoges, and is now president of the court at Orleans. The younger is public prosecutor in Paris. My children have their own cares, their own anxieties and business to attend to. If of all those hearts one had been devoted to me, if one had tried by entire affection to fill up the void I have here," and he struck his breast, "well, that one would have failed in life. Have sacrificed it to me. And why should he? Why? To bring sunshine into my few remaining years, and would he have succeeded? Might I not have accepted such generosity as a debt? But, doctor," and the Count smiled with deep irony, "it is not for nothing that we teach them arithmetic and how to count. At this moment perhaps they are waiting for my money. Oh, Monsieur le Comte, how could such an idea enter your head, you who are kind, friendly, and humane? Indeed, if I were not myself a living proof of the benevolence you exercise so liberally and so nobly. To please myself, replied the Count. I pay for a sensation, as I would tomorrow pay a pile of gold to recover the most childish illusion that would but make my heart glow. I help my fellow creatures for my own sake, just as I gamble. And I look for gratitude from none. I should see you die without blinking, and I beg of you to feel the same with regard to me. I tell you, young man, the events of life have swept over my heart like the lavas of Vesuvius over Herculaneum. The town is there, dead. Those who have brought a soul as warm and as living as yours was to such a pitch of indifference are indeed guilty. Say no more, said the Count, with a shudder of aversion. You have a malady which you ought to allow me to treat, said Bianchon in a tone of deep emotion. What, do you know of a cure for death? Cried the Count irritably. I undertake, Monsieur le Comte, to revive the heart you believe to be frozen. Are you a match for Talma, then? Asked the Count satirically. No, Monsieur le Comte. But nature is as far above Talma as Talma is superior to me. Listen, the garret you are interested in is inhabited by a woman of about 30, and in her love is carried to fanaticism. The object of her adoration is a young man of pleasing appearance but endowed by some malignant fairy with every conceivable vice. This fellow is a gambler, and it is hard to say which he is most addicted to, wine or women. He has, to my knowledge, committed acts deserving punishment by law. Well, and to him this unhappy woman sacrificed a life of ease, a man who worshipped her, and the father of her children. But what is wrong, Monsieur le Comte? Nothing. Go on. She has allowed him to squander a perfect fortune. She would, I believe, give him the world if she had it. She works night and day. And many a time she has, without a murmur, seen the wretch she adores rob her even of the money saved to buy the clothes the children need, and their food for the morrow. Only 3 days ago she sold her hair, the finest hair I ever saw. He came in, she could not hide the gold piece quickly enough, and he asked her for it. For a smile, for a kiss, she gave up the price of a fortnight's life and peace. Is it not dreadful, and yet sublime? But work is wearing her cheeks hollow. Her children's crying has broken her heart. She is ill, and at this moment on her wretched bed. This evening they had nothing to eat. The children have not strength to cry, they were silent when I went up. Horace Bianchon stood still. Just then the Comte de Granville, in spite of himself, as it were, had put his hand into his waistcoat pocket. I can guess, my young friend, how it is that she is yet alive if you attend her, said the elder man. Oh, poor soul, cried the doctor, who could refuse to help her? I only wish I were richer, for I hope to cure her of her passion. But how can you expect me to pity a form of misery of which the joys to me would seem cheaply purchased with my whole fortune? Exclaimed the Count, taking his hand out of his pocket empty of the notes which Bianchon had supposed his patron to be feeling for. That woman feels, she is alive. Would not Louis XV have given his kingdom to rise from the grave and have 3 days of youth and life? And is not that the history of thousands of dead men, thousands of sick men, thousands of old men? Poor Caroline, cried Bianchon. As he heard the name the Count shuddered, and grasped the doctor's arm with the grip of an iron vice, as it seemed to Bianchon. Her name is Caroline Crochard? Asked the president, in a voice that was evidently broken. Then you know her, said the doctor, astonished. And the wretch's name is Solvet. Aye, you have kept your word, exclaimed Granville. You have roused my heart to the most terrible pain it can suffer till it is dust. That emotion, too, is a gift from hell, and I always know how to pay those debts. By this time the Count and the doctor had reached the corner of the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin. One of those night birds who wander round with a basket on their back and crook in hand, and were, during the Revolution, facetiously called the Committee of Research, was standing by the curbstone where the two men now stopped. This scavenger had a shriveled face worthy of those immortalized by Charlotte in his caricatures of the sweepers of Paris. Do you ever pick up a 1,000-franc note? Now and then, master. And you restore them? It depends on the reward offered. You're the man for me, cried the count, giving the man 1,000-franc note. Take this, but, remember, I give it to you on condition of your spending it at the wine shop, of your getting drunk, fighting, beating your wife, blacking your friends' eyes. That will give work to the watch, the surgeon, the druggist, perhaps to the police, the public prosecutor, the judge, and the prison warders. Do not try to do anything else, or the devil will be revenged on you sooner or later. A draftsman would need at once the pencil of Charlotte and of Callot, the brush of Teniers and of Rembrandt, to give a true notion of this night scene. Now I have squared accounts with hell, and had some pleasure for my money, said the count in a deep voice, pointing out the indescribable physiognomy of the gaping scavenger to the doctor, who stood stupefied. As for Caroline Crochard, she may die of hunger and thirst, hearing the heartrending shrieks of her starving children, and convinced of the baseness of the man she loves. I will not give a sou to rescue her. And because you have helped her, I will see you no more. The count left Bianchon standing like a statue, and walked as briskly as a young man to the Rue Saint-Lazare. Soon reaching the little house where he resided, and where, to his surprise, he found a carriage waiting at the door. Monsieur, your son, the Attorney General, came about an hour since, said the manservant, and is waiting for you in your bedroom. Granville signed to the man to leave him. What motive can be strong enough to require you to infringe the order I have given my children never to come to me unless I send for them? Asked the count of his son as he went into the room. Father, replied the younger man in a tremulous voice, and with great respect, I venture to hope that you will forgive me when you have heard me. Your reply is proper, said the count. Sit down, and he pointed to a chair, but whether I walk up and down, or take a seat, speak without heeding me. Father, the son went on, this afternoon, at 4 o'clock, a very young man who was arrested in the house of a friend of mine, whom he had robbed to a considerable extent, appealed to you. He says he is your son. His name? Asked the count hoarsely. Charles Crochard. That will do, said the father, with an imperious wave of the hand. Granville paced the room in solemn silence, and his son took care not to break it. My son, he began, and the words were pronounced in a voice so mild and fatherly, that the young lawyer started. Charles Crochard spoke the truth. I am glad you came to me tonight, my good Eugene, he added. Here is a considerable sum of money, and he gave him a bundle of banknotes. You can make any use of them you think proper in this matter. I trust you implicitly, and approve beforehand whatever arrangements you may make, either in the present or for the future. Eugene, my dear son, kiss me. We part perhaps for the last time. I shall tomorrow crave my dismissal from the king, and I am going to Italy. Though a father owes no account of his life to his children, he is bound to bequeath to them the experience fate sells him so dearly. Is it not a part of their inheritance? When you marry, the count went on, with a little involuntary shudder, do not undertake it lightly. That act is the most important of all which society requires of us. Remember to study at your leisure the character of the woman who is to be your partner, but consult me too, I will judge of her myself. A lack of union between husband and wife, from whatever cause, leads to terrible misfortune. Sooner or later we are always punished for contravening the social law. But I will write to you on this subject from Florence. A father who has the honor of presiding over a supreme court of justice must not have to blush in the presence of his son. Goodbye.